After traversing time and space, I found myself in the unfortunate guise of a deceased scion, encountering the enigmatic elder, Uncle Nan. For the sake of familial bonds, for the sake of love, and for those dearest to me, Lu Shaoyou embarks on a journey from mediocrity to greatness. The path to power is fraught with thorns, yet it cannot deter a heart yearning for strength. In the embrace of beauty, I would wield dominion over the world. Whispers of the pinnacle of martial prowess and the utmost mastery of spiritual arts suggest that one might shatter the void itself. Cultivating both martial and spiritual disciplines, I shall carve out a legendary legacy in this realm. Chapter 1. A question of character. Where am I? Shaking my heavy head, Lu Shaoyou sensed a dampness enveloping him. His entire body ached as if he had lost all feeling. A chilling breeze swept across, causing involuntary shivers to course through him. Realizing this, a chill ran down his spine, and he hastily opened his eyes, only to find himself engulfed in darkness. Above, a crescent moon hung in the sky. It was only after a moment of squinting at the feeble moonlight that he discerned he was submerged in a pool of water. The hour, undoubtedly. Deep into the night, a cry of agony erupted from Lu Shaoyou as a mysterious force seemed to assail his mind, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness once more. As dawn began to break, Lu Shaoyou slowly regained consciousness, his thoughts racing to a revelation that had just surfaced in his mind, nearly sending him into another faint. I have struck a stroke of luck and crossed over. Am I dreaming? Lu Shaoyou's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. The information that had infiltrated his consciousness, coupled with countless tales of transmigration, made it abundantly clear. He had indeed crossed over. Such an opportunity was rarer than winning a billion-dollar lottery. And yet, here he was. Reflecting on his past, Lu Shaoyou recalled graduating from a mediocre university and landing a mundane office job, where he was merely a lackey for an elderly colleague. Who would have thought that a malfunctioning photocopier would lead to his extraordinary fate? In his previous life, unburdened yet directionless, perhaps this new existence would offer him a chance to achieve greatness. According to the narratives he had perused, those who traversed dimensions never fared poorly. They either amassed harems or commanded the world, and even the least fortunate among them became affluent. Surely, he would not be exceptionally unlucky. Convinced of his new reality, Lu Shaoyou felt no sense of loss. Instead, he embraced a newfound freedom. In his former life, he was neither a second-generation official nor a wealthy heir, and certainly not a celebrity offspring. His prospects were bleak. Where am I? And how did I end up in this wretched place? Lu Shaoyou scrutinized his surroundings, pondering the unfamiliar memories that lingered in his mind. After a brief moment, an urge to end his life flickered within him, pondering if he might be fortunate enough to traverse dimensions once more. Others who crossed over often assumed noble titles or belonged to illustrious families, while he had inherited the mantle of a young master, though a pitiful one. Remarkably, this young master was also named Lu Shaoyou and was merely 16 years old. However, he was a bastard child, occupying a status lower than that of the servants within the family. His mother, a mere maid in the household, had suffered greatly at the hands of the rightful wife, enduring a fate worse than that of a common servant. This mother and son duo frequently faced oppression from their kin. Even the household servants treated them with disdain, particularly the maids and attendants who were closely aligned with the legitimate wife, having bullied them since childhood. Just yesterday, after a few defiant words, the young master was brutally beaten, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. In a panic, his assailants had disposed of his body over a cliff, where it fell into the very pool where Lu Shaoyou now found himself, having fortuitously taken over this unfortunate young master's life. Pondering his tragic fate, Lu Shaoyou felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Was his character truly so lacking, or was this twist of fate a sign of fortune? In his previous life, he had not engaged in any virtuous acts, so perhaps his character was not as commendable as he had hoped. Having arrived at this juncture, Lu Shaoyou resolved to accept his new reality. It was a miracle he had survived. He could not afford to perish again. Regardless of the circumstances, survival was a blessing, and he hoped that escaping death would herald a brighter future. In the spirit of our shared name, as I now inhabit your body, I shall seek to avenge you when the opportunity arises, and I will care for your mother, Lu Shaoyou murmured to himself. With his words, Clarity flooded his mind, as if a murky haze had lifted. Evidently, your grievances run deep. I, Lu Shaoyou, will ensure that your enemies pay, he declared, gazing upwards once more. However, reality soon intruded upon his thoughts. He was still half submerged in the frigid waters of the pool, leaning against a gnarled branch. The water was icy, and the winter chill had likely rendered him numb. Struggling to swim towards the edge, Lu Shaoyou cursed inwardly. His legs felt as though they were shattered. Initially, his arms seemed unaffected, but as he exerted himself, he realized they too were broken, rendering him utterly powerless. Moving even a fraction was impossible. Heaven, must you torment me so? Lu Shaoyou lamented to the skies, utterly immobilized and facing a frozen demise. Suddenly, a swishing sound pierced the air, reminiscent of some creature swiftly navigating the water. Could it be a beast? A fearful thought crossed Lu Shaoyou's mind. From the memories implanted in him, he understood that this world was unlike his own. It revered martial prowess, teeming with mythical creatures and spiritual beings alongside. Martial artists and spirit masters in this realm. Martial artists and spirit masters held unparalleled status, with spirit masters reigning supreme. Yet, the young master he now embodied was unable to become either, relegating him to a pitiful existence beneath even the servants of the household. As Lu Shaoyou pondered the approaching threat, a piercing cry echoed overhead, followed by the sight of a colossal bird, over 100 meters in size, soaring above him. The magnificent creature circled above, resembling an eagle with emerald feathers and a white underbelly, its sharp talons glinting ominously as it locked its gaze upon him. A beast! Am I to become its meal so soon after my arrival? Lu Shaoyou was taken aback. He had never encountered such a magnificent creature in his previous life. A wry smile crept across his face as he lamented his inability to move if this beast intended to devour him. He could only watch helplessly. With a rush, Lu Shaoyou felt something behind him stirring, as if another creature was leaping swiftly, sending ripples across the surface of the water. The giant eagle screeched, its predatory gaze sharpened as it swooped down, wings flaring with a gust of wind, its claws retracting and then extending in a flash as it made. Its descent, life, is forfeit, Lu Shaoyou thought, a chill of despair engulfing him. Just as he had crossed over, he was destined to be a meal for a beast? What a cruel twist of fate. Whoosh at the moment when Lu Shaoyou found himself engulfed in despair. A flash of black light suddenly appeared before his eyes. A shadowy figure leaped swiftly from behind him, its speed so remarkable that Lu could only discern it as a colossal flying beast, resembling a bat, with a pure white body. Beneath this creature, Lu observed a substantial gash, from which blood flowed profusely, indicating it was injured. Bang! Bang! In that fleeting instant, two gigantic beasts collided above him, producing a cacophony of screeches and shrieks. Lu lay helplessly in the water, unable to move as the surface rippled around him. After several impactful encounters, Lu witnessed the enormous eagle retract its claws and flap its wings vigorously, generating a powerful gust of wind as its talons lunged toward the bat-like beast. Chirp, chirp! The bat-like creature emitted a series of cries, and to Lu's astonishment, a plume of white mist erupted from its mouth. As the mist dispersed, a bone-chilling cold rapidly spread through the air, causing the entire surface of the water to freeze in a solid ice. In an instant, the giant eagle became encased in ice and began to plummet straight down. With a resounding bang, the massive eagle crashed onto the icy surface, shattering it into a web of cracks. The bat-like beast, now seemingly weakened, slowly advanced towards the fallen giant eagle. Lu watched as the bat-like creature opened its razor-sharp jaws, revealing 2 rows of menacing fangs, and with a swift motion, it tore open the eagle's abdomen. A translucent blue orb, roughly the size of an infant's fist, stained with a hint of blood, rolled onto the ice. After traversing through time and space, I found myself as a deceased, ineffectual young master, encountering the enigmatic elder, Uncle Nan. For the sake of familial bonds, romantic interests, and those dear to me, Lu Shaoyou embarks on a journey from mediocrity to greatness. The path to strength is fraught with thorns, yet it cannot deter a resolute heart. languish in the embrace of beauty and awaken to wield dominion over the world. It is said that reaching the pinnacle of martial arts and the ultimate realm of the spirit allows one to shatter the void. With a dual cultivation of spirit and martial prowess, I shall leave behind a legendary legacy. Chapter 1. The Question of Character. Where am I? Shaking my heavy head, I sensed the dampness enveloping me. My body ached as if I had lost all sensation. A chilling breeze swept past, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Feeling a sudden chill run down my spine, I hastily opened my eyes and found myself shrouded in darkness. Above me hung a crescent moon, and after a brief moment, I discerned that I was submerged in a pool of water, likely at the witching hour. A cry of agony escaped me, as a mysterious force seemed to collide within my mind, and I promptly lost consciousness once more. When the dawn's light began to break, I gradually regained my senses, grappling with a revelation that had just emerged in my thoughts, nearly causing me to faint again. My fortune has turned. I have traversed realms. Is this merely a dream? I gazed wide-eyed at my surroundings, the knowledge occupying my mind, coupled with countless tales of transmigration I had perused, assured me that I had indeed crossed over. Such an opportunity is rarer than winning a lottery worth 100 million. Yet here I was, recalling my prior existence. I had just graduated from a third-rate university and secured a menial office job, diligently assisting a cantankerous old woman with document copying. Who could have predicted that a malfunctioning copier would lead to my serendipitous crossing? In my previous life, devoid of attachments and prospects, perhaps this new existence would offer me a chance to carve out a legacy. According to the myriad of transmigration novels I had read, none who had crossed over fared poorly. Most became wealthy or prominent figures, and I certainly hoped I would not be the exception. Having accepted my fate, I felt no grief. Rather, I experienced a sense of liberation. In my past life, I was neither the progeny of nobility nor wealth. My future was bleak and uncertain. Where am I? How'd I end up in this wretched place? I surveyed my surroundings, pondering the disconcerting memories that lingered in my mind. Soon, a wave of despair washed over me as I contemplated the possibility of seeking another crossing. For others who had traversed time often became young masters or noble heirs, while I, in this new identity, am merely a young master of ill repute. Remarkably, I too am named Shaoyou, age 16. However, this young master is but a bastard child, his status within the family lower than that of servant. His mother, originally a slave, bore him only to suffer under the oppression of the legitimate wife, living a life worse than that of a servant. Both mother and son frequently endured mistreatment from the clan. Even the household servants disregarded them, particularly the maidservants and servants who surrounded the legitimate wife, tormenting them from a young age. Just yesterday, after a few defiant words from this young master, he was mercilessly beaten, ultimately resulting in his accidental death. In a panic, those assailants disposed of his body at the foot of a cliff, and it was there that I fortuitously found myself inhabiting his form. Reflecting on this pitiable fate, I felt an overwhelming urge to weep in despair. Was my fortune truly so dire, or was there a silver lining? I had committed few virtuous deeds in my past life, so perhaps my character was not as commendable as I had hoped. Having come this far, I resolved to accept my fate. I could not afford to perish again after all. Surviving is a blessing, and perhaps great fortune follows great adversity. In the spirit of our shared name, Shaoyou, as I now inhabit your body, I shall seek to avenge you when the opportunity arises, and I will care for your mother. I muttered to myself. As my words faded, clarity surged through my mind, as if a murky fog had been dispelled. It appears your grievances run deep. Rest assured, I, Shaoyou, shall find a way to avenge you, I declared, gazing upward once more. With that resolve, I was compelled to confront a pressing concern. I was still awkwardly sprawled in this frigid pool, my back seemingly propped against a withered log. The water was icy, indicative of the harshness of winter, and I realized I was nearly numb from the cold. Struggling to swim toward the edge of the pool, I cursed my fate. It felt as though my legs had been broken. My arms, initially unresponsive, now ached painfully, revealing that they too were fractured, and I was utterly incapable of exerting any strength, let alone moving to the side of the pool, and even the slightest shift seemed impossible. Heaven, why do you torment me so? I lamented, feeling utterly helpless as I risked freezing to death. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air, as if a creature was darting through the water with remarkable speed. Could it be a demonic beast? A chilling thought crossed my mind. From the recollections left in my mind, I had learned that this world was fundamentally different from my own realm, where martial prowess reigned supreme, vast, and teeming with both demonic and spiritual beasts. Alongside warriors and spirit masters, in this world, warriors and spirit masters held exalted status, especially the latter, whose rank was unparalleled. Yet, this young master, whose identity I now bore, was unable to become a warrior or spirit master, which explained his abysmal standing within the family, lower than that of a servant. Just as I pondered the potential danger, a cacophony of cries erupted above, and suddenly, a colossal bird, over 100 meters in wingspan, swept across the sky. This immense bird circled directly above me, resembling an eagle with azure feathers and a white underbelly, its talons glinting ominously as it fixed its gaze upon me. A demonic beast. Is it my fate to become its meal so soon after my arrival? I was astounded. I had never encountered such a massive creature in my previous life. A bitter smile crept across my face as I lamented my inability to escape if this beast desired to devour me. I could do nothing but watch helplessly. Whoosh! I sensed movement behind me, as if another creature was leaping rapidly, its wings splashing against the water's surface, creating ripples that propelled me forward. Ga with a fierce cry, the enormous eagle swooped down, its eyes glinting with ferocity as it spread its wings and surged downward, its talons retracting and then extending with lightning speed. My life is forfeit, I thought, my heart sinking. Just as I had traversed realms, I was to become the prey of a demonic beast. Such a stroke of misfortune. Just as Shaoyou found himself engulfed in despair, a flash of black light flickered before his eyes. A shadowy figure leaped swiftly from behind him, moving with such incredible speed that all he could discern was a colossal flying beast, reminiscent of a bat, with a pure white body stretching over 100 meters. Beneath this creature, Shaoyou observed a gaping wound, from which blood flowed profusely, indicating it had sustained serious injury. Bang! Bang! In that fleeting moment, two immense beasts collided midair, producing a cacophony of screeches and shrieks. Shaoyou lay helplessly in the water, unable to move as the surface rippled around him. After several violent impacts, he witnessed the giant eagle retract its claws and flap its wings vigorously, stirring up a tremendous gust of wind as it lunged at the bat-like creature. Squeak! The bat-like beast emitted a sharp cry, and to Shaoyou's astonishment, a plume of white mist erupted from its mouth. This mist spread through the air, unleashing a bone-chilling cold that rapidly froze the entire pond into solid ice. In an instant, the giant eagle was encased in ice, its massive form plummeting downward. With a resounding thud, the eagle landed on the frozen surface, shattering the ice into a web of cracks. The bat-like creature, appearing exceedingly weakened, then slowly maneuvered its way toward the giant eagle. Crack. Shaoyou watched as the bat-like beast opened its formidable jaws, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. With a single bite, it tore through the eagle's belly, causing a translucent blue orb, the size of an infant's fist and stained with a hint of blood, to roll onto the ice. Chapter 2. A clash of ice and fire. The demon core, a rare treasure, can only be found in beasts of at least the 4th rank. From the depths of his memory, Shaoyou recalled that only 4th-tier demon beasts would possess such cores. Those below the 3rd tier would never yield one. The demon core appeared to be exceptionally valuable. As the massive eagle was torn open by the bat demon beast, revealing its core, flames erupted from its body, instantly freezing its form. In a swift motion, the eagle's sharp beak plunged into the gaping wound of the bat demon beast, causing blood to flow profusely. A small orb, the size of an infant's fist and shimmering with a gentle glow, fell onto the icy surface. Another demon core? Shaoyou marveled, astonished that 2 4th-tier beasts had simultaneously appeared at the cliff's edge. In agony, the bat demon beast let out a shrill cry and, with a fierce bite, severed the eagle's neck, blood spraying forth as the eagle succumbed to its injuries. The surrounding ice began to thaw, leaving Shaoyou shivering uncontrollably, his lips pale and his complexion ashen, as he witnessed the breathtaking battle unfold before him, akin to a stunning 3D film. The enormous bat demon beast, clutching both its own core and that of the eagle, glided across the water's surface, slowly approaching Lu Shaoyu. This is troublesome. As the bat demon beast drew nearer, despair enveloped Lu Shaoyu. Its eyes were fixed intently upon him. Upon reaching Lu Xiaoyu's side, the bat emitted a series of sounds from its throat. Its single eye, larger than Lu Xiaoyu's head, bore no malice. Rather, it held a glimmer of imploring intent. Lu Xiaoyu, initially convinced of his impending doom, sensed that the beast did not harbor ill intentions. Do you require my assistance? He ventured hesitantly, recalling tales of high-ranking demon beasts possessing some degree of intelligence. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's words, the bat responded with a joyful trill, nodding slightly as if acknowledging his inquiry. It truly comprehends my words, Lu Xiaoyu thought, momentarily taken aback. In the past, he would have been startled, yet now, having traversed realms, he found little to astonish him. Alas, dear beast, I am in no position to assist you. I can scarcely protect myself, he said with a wry smile. Seemingly understanding, the bat demon beast lowered its gaze upon Lu Xiaoyu, then emitted a deep growl. It leapt onto the water's surface, leaving a claw mark on Lu Xiaoyu's abdomen, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Gulp. Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, two orbs seemed to form in his mouth, which transformed into opposing liquids, one scorching hot and the other icy cold. The heat surged through him like a raging fire, while the cold liquid encased half of his body in ice. After another trill, the bat's demeanor appeared diminished, and it flapped its right wing, releasing a small, dark yellow serpent about 10 centimeters long. The serpent, seemingly understanding the bat's intent, crawled onto Lu Xiaoyu, burrowing into his clothing. Upon witnessing this, the bat's eyes seemed to lighten, and it once more regarded Lu Xiaoyu with a pleading expression. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu was too preoccupied to speak, as the dual energies of heat and cold clashed violently within him, subjecting him to immense suffering, a true embodiment of ice and fire. Eventually, the weakened Lu Xiaoyu could endure no longer and fainted upon the water's surface. Unbeknownst to him, the water around him was boiling on one side, while freezing on the other, his face split between pallor and flush. Am I still alive? When Lu Xiaoyu regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to find himself still submerged in the pool, supported by a gnarled branch. Ah, I am well. He tentatively moved his limbs, discovering that his previously broken legs and arms had miraculously healed. Am I dead? Thank you, noble beast. Lu Xiaoyu turned to the pure white bat demon beast, now floating on the surface like a grand vessel. Realizing his recovery was likely due to the 2 demon cores he had ingested, he acknowledged their reputed rarity and extraordinary properties. Given your immense size, I cannot bury you. Let this cold pool serve as your resting place, he remarked as he climbed ashore. Now, he needed to devise a plan to escape the cliff. The Lu family was quite prominent in Qingyun town, well known for their formidable patriarch, a warrior of great renown, and a major player in the community. The Lu family not only excelled in martial arts, but also managed numerous businesses, with branches in neighboring towns. As night fell and the air grew colder, snowflakes began to drift down. A lone figure emerged from the darkness, slightly built and clad in worn garments, tattered edges fluttering in the biting wind, enhancing his air of desolation. Is this the Lu family? The youth murmured as he approached a grand estate in Qingyun town. This youth was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, who had traversed into another realm. Chapter 3. The Lu family. After 3 arduous days of climbing, Lu Xiaoyu finally emerged from the precipice. This cliff, as it turned out, was a sheer drop just outside the town. During his ascent, Lu Xiaoyu felt an extraordinary surge of strength coursing through him, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Otherwise, he might never have managed to scale such heights. The Lu family estate, enclosed by towering walls, sprawled out with interconnected courtyards. In accordance with Lu Xiaoyu's recollections, its architectural style bore a striking resemblance to the classical gardens of Suzhou from his past life. Knock, knock. Lu Xiaoyu rapped on the entrance of the Lu residence, his stomach growling in hunger. With a creak, the door opened, revealing 2 servants clad in gray, their heads adorned with felt hats. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. You should use the back entrance. The lady has instructed that you are not to enter through the front. After exchanging a glance of astonishment, the servants dismissed him, promptly closing the door. Those insolent wretches. Do they still believe I am the old Lu Xiaoyu? Lu Xiaoyu spat defiantly at the door, then begrudgingly made his way to the back entrance. Recalling the memories that flooded his mind, Lu Xiaoyu understood that the previous incarnation of himself had never entered through the front gate. Despite being the young master of the Lu family, his mother had been a mere maid of lowly status, and after his birth, She faced further ostracism from his father's legitimate wife. His father remained silent, while his mother endured relentless humiliation. Young Master Shaoyou, you have finally returned. You have been missing for 5 days, and the second madam is nearly frantic with worry. You must hurry back. An elderly servant, frail and feeble, greeted Lu Shaoyou at the back entrance, concern mingling with pity in his gaze. I understand, Uncle Nan. From his memories, Lu Shaoyou recognized this elderly servant as Uncle Nan, one of the few who had shown kindness to him, particularly during his childhood. Did I see wrong? The elderly servant's dim eyes momentarily sparkled with a glimmer of recognition as he observed Lu Shaoyou's retreating figure, only to return to their prior dullness as he slowly closed the back door. Navigating through several lengthy corridors, Lu Shaoyou arrived at a modest courtyard designated for the servants. The Lu family was among the most prominent in town, boasting a staff of 200 to 300 servants, while the clan itself, including direct and collateral descendants, numbered no fewer than 700. Such a family was indeed substantial. Before a somewhat dilapidated courtyard, Lu Shaoyou hesitated momentarily before pushing open the door. Where have you been? Shaoyou? Your mother has been so worried. Inside the room stood a woman, clad in a light green silk shirt, appearing to be in her mid-30s. With a delicate and beautiful visage marred only by swollen eyes, as if she had been weeping. Upon seeing Lu Shaoyou, she rushed forward with concern, her eyes welling with tears as she took in his tattered appearance. Mother, I am fine. Looking at this gentle woman, Lu Shaoyou's heart clenched. Her son was deceased. Yet he could not reveal the truth. From this moment on, he would assume the role of her son. Shaoyou, please tell me where you have been these past few days. Why did you leave without a word? Observing that he had not suffered any physical harm, the woman sighed in relief and grasped Lu Shaoyou's arms. I was busy with some matters. I apologize for worrying you, Lu Shaoyou replied, concealing the grim reality of his previous life, where he had met a tragic end. You must be hungry. I saved some food for you. The kind-hearted woman hastily retrieved several steamed buns and a bowl of meat dish. Lu Shaoyou quickly assessed the meal. It appeared to be leftovers. This is fresh, taken secretly from the kitchen by Uncle Nan. Hurry and eat. It's your favorite. The woman gazed at Lu Shaoyou, her eyes filled with tenderness, yet tinged with regret as she whispered, It is my failure that you have suffered since birth. I wish I had never brought you into this world. Mother, it is not your fault. I will ensure you do not suffer any longer. Lu Shaoyou's heart swelled with emotion as he gazed into the eyes of this beautiful woman. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of maternal love. Perhaps this reincarnation was the universe's way of compensating him with this rare affection. In that moment, he silently vowed that she would be his true mother, and he would shield her from further pain. Good child, eat quickly. Afterward, take off your clothes. I will mend them for you. The woman smiled at Lu Shaoyou, her face radiating happiness. Lu Shaoyou, indeed feeling famished, devoured the food with great haste, consuming 5 buns in a matter of moments before retreating to his room. Having traversed into a new life, it was time to contemplate his future. In the dimly lit room, Lu Shaoyou gazed around, murmuring to himself. His previous life had been bleak and directionless. Now, granted a second chance, he could not afford to live in mediocrity. This was his second life, a gift he had not earned. If he failed to achieve something remarkable, he would be betraying the heavens. In his past life, he had been powerless to choose. In this life, he would seek to revel in beauty while mastering the world. This was his true aspiration. As he pondered, Lu Shaoyou felt a surge of fervor igniting within him. Though you have lived a mundane existence for 16 years, there lies an indefatigable spirit within your blood. Fear not. I shall fulfill your unaccomplished dreams. Lu Shaoyou spoke softly. Youthful vigor surged through him. Sitting before an aged bronze mirror, Lu Shaoyou examined his reflection. Although he had been a man of 23 or 24 in his past life, he now appeared merely 16, a fortunate twist of fate. Though his former life had been ordinary, he was not without charm. He possessed a certain allure. Lu Shaoyou smiled at his current appearance, noting his slender figure, sun-kissed skin, and distinctively handsome features, particularly his expressive eyes, which sparkled like stars. Indeed, I find myself rather appealing. Lu Shaoyou chuckled, a hint of vanity creeping into his demeanor as he tilted his lips into a lazy smile, within which lay a flicker of ambition. Now was the time to delve deeper into this world. Reclining on the bed, Lu Shaoyou meticulously explored the intricacies of this new realm within his mind. This was a continent unlike any he had known before, named the Spirit Martial Continent. Boundless and vast, it revered martial prowess and esteemed spiritual energy, home to both warriors and spirit practitioners. Warriors possessed immense strength, capable of moving mountains and altering the very fabric of reality. They were classified into several ranks: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial soul, martial general, martial commander, martial king, martial sovereign, and martial emperor. Spirit practitioners, enigmatic and profound, wielded incredible power and possessed extraordinary abilities. Those who reached a certain level could command the elements with ease. They, too, were categorized: spirit apprentice, spirit artist, spirit master, spirit soul, spirit general, spirit commander, spirit king, spirit sovereign, and spirit emperor. In this vast spirit martial continent, those who attained the ranks of martial commander or spirit commander were regarded as formidable beings, held in high esteem. The patriarch of the Liu family, his grandfather whom he had never met, was said to be a martial general. Aside from warriors and spirit practitioners, the continent was also inhabited by ferocious beasts and mystical creatures, feared by humanity. Only those with exceptional strength dared confront such beasts, elevating the status of warriors and spirit practitioners to great heights. It seemed clear that to ascend in this world, one must become a spirit practitioner or a warrior. Yet, he pondered, what barriers prevented him from achieving such status? In his heart, Liu Shaoyou mused that, from the memories he recalled, his current body had been diagnosed since childhood with some form of meridian dysfunction, rendering him incapable of becoming a martial artist or a spiritual practitioner. Had he been able to attain such statuses, neither he nor his mother would have been relegated to a position lower than that of mere servants. It was imperative that he devise a means to become either a spiritual practitioner or a martial artist, for these were his only avenues for advancement in this world. Oh, how could I forget about you, little creature? As Liu Shaoyou shed his tattered garments, intending to give them to his mother for washing, he noticed a delicate yellow snake coiled around his arm. Chapter 4. The ill-fated young master. In the midst of new book recommendations, it is customary to update twice daily. Shaoyou has ample manuscripts stored, awaiting a grand release upon official publication. Brothers, your support through collections and recommendations is of utmost importance. A small, pale yellow snake, approximately 10 centimeters in length, with round, glistening eyes, stared intently at Liu Shaoyou. Its tongue flicked in and out, but soon it disregarded Liu Shaoyou and continued to coil around his arm, appearing to drift into slumber. Liu Shaoyou scrutinized the delicate creature. Its scales were densely packed and glimmered with a smooth sheen. Upon closer inspection, this small serpent seemed to possess characteristics that set it apart from an ordinary snake. Beast brother, you have saved me, and I presume this means I must care for your little snake. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I shall ensure it is well looked after, Liu Shaoyou expressed. Had it not been for the bat beast providing him with 2 demon cores at the cliff, he might have perished in the frigid waters below. After delivering his discarded garments to his mother, Liu Shaoyou returned to his room. As the young master of the Liu family, the only distinction he held from the servants was his solitary residence with his mother in a dilapidated courtyard, sparing him from sharing cramped quarters with multiple servants. After a night of deep slumber, having gone days without rest, Liu Shaoyou enjoyed a refreshing sleep, filled with dreams of enchanting maidens that nearly caused a nosebleed. Young master, awaken, young master. A voice called near his ear. Liu Xiaobai. I was in the midst of a dream, Liu Shaoyou replied, recognizing the voice of Liu Xiaobai, a servant with whom he shared a close bond. Upon opening his eyes, Liu Shaoyou beheld a boy of around 16 or 17, clad in servant attire, resembling his own garb. The youth possessed a slightly mischievous appearance, which could be described in a flattering light as astutely clever. Young master, where have you been these past few days? Are you well? Liu Xiaobai inquired, scrutinizing Liu Shaoyou with concern. I heard that Steward Zhao and the others beat you, and then you vanished. Did something happen? They haven't harmed you, have they? Liu Shaoyou discerned the genuine concern in Liu Xiaobai's gaze. I am fine. I will settle the score with them in due time, he reassured. Young master, you must be feverish. If all is well, then you mustn't seek them out for retribution. Do you wish to court disaster? Liu Xiaobai cautioned, casting a wary glance at Liu Shaoyou. Stop calling me young master. Liu Shaoyou suddenly recalled that in his previous life, there were places where such titles were customary, and he promptly instructed Liu Xiaobai, from now on, refer to me as Gongzi. Not young master? Then what shall I call you? Within the Liu family, only I and Uncle Nan have addressed you as such. Do you wish to lose face? Quickly, eat. I have brought you breakfast, Liu Xiaobai remarked, his eyes narrowing playfully before presenting a fried dough pancake to Liu Shaoyou. Call me Gongzi. Please, Lu Shaoyu insisted, feeling a wave of gratitude for having such a companion in his previous life. Very well, Gongzi it is. Hurry and finish. We must move the goods. Lest Steward Zhao comes seeking trouble again, Lu Xiaobai urged. Move what goods? Lu Shaoyu asked, perplexed. Do you truly believe you are exempt from labor as a young master? Today, a large shipment has arrived, and we must transport it to the warehouse, Lu Xiaobai explained. Yet I am not a young master, Lu Shaoyu replied, realizing the burden of his circumstances. Indeed, Gongzi, let us proceed, Lu Xiaobai affirmed. Exiting the courtyard, the two made their way to the back entrance of the Lu residence, where the family's goods were stored. Noticing his mother's absence, Lu Shaoyu understood she was likely in the laundry room. Although she had given birth to him, she held no official status in the family, continuing to perform menial tasks and enduring additional hardships due to mistreatment. Lu Shaoyu recognized that, for now, he could not alter the situation. He resolved to change everything swiftly, aspiring to become a martial artist or a spiritual practitioner. According to the Lu family's customs, even a servant who successfully became a martial apprentice would see their status elevated. As for spiritual practitioners, they were exceedingly rare. The Lu family boasted only 2 or 3 at most, each regarded as invaluable treasures. Hurry, ahead is Steward Zhao, Lu Xiaobai suddenly warned after navigating several corridors. Near the back door, 3 figures emerged, 2 in servant attire and 1 in a steward's garb. Lu Shaoyu observed the trio, recalling that they were the very individuals responsible for his demise in his previous life, who had subsequently discarded him over the cliff. While they often bullied him, they would likely hesitate to kill him outright, recognizing that his bloodline also bore the Lu family's lineage. Among the 3, the 2 servants were senior attendants, typically serving the lady of the house, while the steward appeared to be in his mid-30s, his eyes dark and foreboding. All 3 were brought in by the lady from her family. A chill enveloped Lu Shaoyu as he regarded them. These 3 posed a significant threat to his existence and must be dealt with to prevent further harm to himself and his mother. However, given that the 2 senior servants were martial apprentices and the steward was a fully fledged warrior, overcoming them would prove exceedingly difficult. Lu Xiaobai hurried Lu Shaoyu away from the back entrance, where a large clearing was piled high with thousands of bags of goods, each appearing quite heavy. The steward and the 2 senior servants regarded Lu Shaoyu with astonishment, their faces paling as they exchanged glances. Steward Zhao, how can this boy be alive? We thought we had, one of the servants exclaimed incredulously. There's no reason to be alarmed. Perhaps we simply misjudged the situation. The boy is remarkably lucky. He survived being thrown over the cliff. For now, let us refrain from further trouble. The master seems to be investigating, so allow him a few days of peace. Steward Zhao whispered to his companions. Strange, why hasn't Steward Zhao sought us out for trouble today? Lu Xiaobai pondered aloud as he lifted a bag of goods, clearly confused, for Zhao typically sought any opportunity to harass them. At that moment, dozens of servants were laboring beside the pile of goods. As they caught sight of Lu Shaoyu, they merely glanced at him before dismissing him, treating him as if he were invisible, for acknowledging him could invite the steward's ire. Perhaps luck is on our side, Lu Shaoyu mused, secretly contemplating that the 3 must have been startled by his miraculous return from death. Beside it, there are the words collect. Simply click on it at your convenience. If it aligns perfectly, I shall take no fee. If it does not, you are welcome to return to me. Chapter 5. The secret room in the firewood shed carrying a heavy bag of what seemed to be salt. Lu Shaoyu glanced back at Lu Xiaobai, who was struggling under the weight of his own load. Is it heavy? He inquired. Young master, how is it that you suddenly possess such strength? This bag of salt weighs 120 pounds, a burden you could not bear before, Lu Xiaobai exclaimed, astonished at how effortlessly Lu Shaoyu managed his own sack. Is that so? I don't feel it to be heavy, Lu Shaoyu replied, perplexed. He recalled that he used to struggle with such weights. Yet now it felt as though the bag rested lightly on his shoulder, requiring minimal effort to carry. Your strength has truly increased, Lu Xiaobai remarked. And the 2 continued alongside the other servants towards the warehouse. The warehouse was a considerable distance from the back door. As they walked, Lu Shaoyu took the opportunity to observe the Lu residence, which was quite expansive. The courtyards were interconnected and gleamed with vibrant colors. What he was traversing was merely the back courtyard. The direct descendants of the Lu family resided in the front courtyard, which appeared lavish and grand from a distance. At the entrance of the back courtyard, the elderly servant, Uncle Nan, sat quietly by the door, his gaze intermittently fixed on Lu Shaoyu as he carried several bags of salt, though his expression bore no discernible emotion. A keen observer might catch a fleeting glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Having served the Liu family for decades, Uncle Nen held a respectable position as a senior servant, known simply by that title, even earning a degree of deference from the steward, Zhao. Typically, Uncle Nen tended to the back door and pruned the flowers and plants in the back courtyard. The task of transporting thousands of pounds of salt, with dozens of servants each carrying their share, consumed the entire morning. By the time they lifted the last bag, exhaustion enveloped everyone, save for Lu Shaoyou, who felt invigorated, as if each movement fueled his strength. As he carried the final bag of salt through the back door, Uncle Nan slowly rose, inadvertently colliding with Lu Shaoyou and coughing as a result. "Are you all right, Uncle Nan?" Lu Shaoyou quickly steadied him. "I am fine, young master," Uncle Nan reassured him, leveraging Lu Xiaoyu's support to regain his balance. "I'll take my leave now. Please be careful," Lu Xiaoyu said, feeling a warm pulse emanating from Uncle Nan's hand, akin to a soothing current coursing through him. He brushed it off and proceeded towards the warehouse. Lu Xiaobai mentioned that there was little to occupy them that afternoon. "How peculiar. It seems the barrier has been breached, yet it remains a dual nature," Uncle Nan murmured, watching Lu Xiaoyu's retreating figure. "Is it not impossible for you to become a martial artist? What need do you have for martial skills?" After lunch in Lu Xiaoyu's room, Lu Xiaobai observed him closely. "I wish to see if there is a way to acquire them," Lu Xiaoyu replied. "I am merely a servant. How could I possibly obtain martial skills? However, I do possess a manual of external martial techniques left by a former housemate who has returned home for a visit." Lu Xiaoyu added, "Bring it to me. I would like to take a look." Lu Xiaoyu insisted. "External martial techniques are still martial skills. It is worth examining." "Very well. I shall bring it to you shortly," Lu Xiaobai agreed. With the afternoon devoid of further engagements, Lu Xiaoyu wandered through the back courtyard, where he remained unnoticed by the rest of the household. The front courtyard, reserved for the direct descendants of the Liu family, was beyond his reach due to his status as a mere young master. As evening descended, Lu Xiaobai returned with a small booklet, the aforementioned external martial techniques. Their mother soon arrived home, appearing weary, which pained Lu Xiaoyu's heart. It was evident that she had endured a taxing day, and he resolved to change their circumstances without delay. After a brief exchange with his mother, Lu Xiaoyu retreated to his room and perused the martial technique manual. To his dismay, he found it disappointingly rudimentary, akin to a cheap book of martial arts from his past life, with no potential for cultivating extraordinary skills, merely simple techniques that seemed futile. What must one do to become a martial artist? Lu Xiaoyu pondered aloud, realizing that to alter his fate, he must first become a martial artist. "Are you so close to death yet still desire to become a martial artist?" A faint voice buzzed in his ear. Who is it?" Lu Xiaoyu gasped, his gaze sweeping the empty room. "If you wish to live, come to the firewood shed. But don't alert anyone else," the voice urged, then faded into silence. Recognizing a familiar tone, Lu Xiaoyu hesitated but resolved to visit the shed. As it pertained to his very survival, whoever could whisper such words without detection must possess considerable power. Under the cover of night, Lu Xiaoyu stealthily made his way to the firewood shed, which was not far from his residence. At this late hour, the surroundings were deserted. Upon arriving, he scanned the area for any signs of life. "Stop looking and come inside," the voice commanded once more. "Who are you? Are you a ghost?" Lu Xiaoyu mustered his courage and opened the shed door, and in the dim light, he recognized a familiar figure, Uncle Nan. "Why are you here?" At that moment, Uncle Nan appeared strikingly different from his daytime demeanor. His eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an unspoken authority, though his complexion was slightly pale. "Is it so surprising? Were it not for my fondness for you, I would not have come to your aid," Uncle Nan stated, his gaze steady upon Lu Xiaoyu. "Uncle Nan, what do you mean by aid? You seem different from before," Lu Xiaoyu inquired. "You are on the brink of death and remain unaware," Uncle Nan replied solemnly. Lu Xiaoyu, bewildered, examined himself and protested, "But I feel fine." "Uncle Nan, please, this is no time for jokes." With a light chuckle, Uncle Nan began counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As his words fell, Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly beset by a chilling and fiery sensation surging violently within him, as if seeking to tear apart his very insides. "Ah!" he gasped, but before he could scream, Uncle Nan was before him, deftly pressing specific points on his chest and abdomen, calming the tumultuous energies within. "See, I was not deceiving you," Uncle Nan affirmed. "Uncle Nan, what is happening? You must help me." At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was certain that Uncle Nan was indeed a legendary figure, deliberately concealed within the Liu household. The turbulent energies he felt within were undoubtedly linked to the two demon cores he possessed. "Follow me," Uncle Nan instructed. The old servant, Uncle Nan, cast a glance at Lu Shaoyu before proceeding to a corner of the firewood room. With an unknown press of his hand, a hidden chamber suddenly revealed itself beneath the corner. Ignoring Lu Xiaoyu's astonished expression, Uncle Nan stepped into the secret chamber, prompting Lu Xiaoyu, filled with wonder, to follow suit. With a soft click, the door to the chamber above closed behind them. Within the confines of the secret chamber, Lu Xiaoyu beheld nothing but a stone bed, devoid of any other furnishings. Chapter 6. The yin-yang spirit martial art. In this secluded chamber, Lu Xiaoyu was utterly astonished. In his memories, there was no such hidden room within this humble abode. "I have always kept watch over this place, which is why I created this secret chamber for emergencies. Now, tell me honestly, what has transpired these past few days? What is the origin of the cold and hot energies within you?" The elderly servant, Uncle Nan, regarded Lu Xiaoyu with less reverence than usual, yet his eyes were filled with concern. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu felt compelled to reveal the truth and recounted the incident at the cliff from beginning to end, omitting only the part about his mysterious crossing, merely stating that he had miraculously survived. Upon hearing about the azure giant eagle that breathed fire and the white bat that exhaled icy air, Uncle Nan's expression shifted to one of perplexity. "And what about the little snake you mentioned? Show it to me." "This is it." Lu Xiaoyu rolled up his sleeve to reveal a pale yellow snake that was lifting its tiny head. Uncle Nan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the creature. Disbelief etched on his face. "I never expected this," he murmured. "Having watched you grow up in the Lu family, I believed your life was inconsequential. Yet fortune has favored you with such remarkable encounters." "Uncle Nan, please clarify. I don't quite understand," Lu Xiaoyu replied, acknowledging the unfortunate truth of his previous existence, one that felt lesser than that of a mere servant. "You wouldn't comprehend," Uncle Nan replied. "Let me ask you, do you wish to live? Do you aspire to achieve greatness and stand proudly in this world?" A spark of determination flickered in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes as he knelt before the elderly servant, yearning for a chance to alter his current fate. If Uncle Nan were to assist him, his circumstances could dramatically change. "You are sharp, indeed. However, while I am inclined to assist you, I cannot ascertain whether my aid will ultimately benefit or harm you." Uncle Nan hesitated. "If you truly wish to live, then I implore you to let me help you," Lu Xiaoyu insisted. "Rise. I have watched you grow, and I know you possess a kind heart and are dutiful to your mother. Otherwise, I would not reveal my identity to you, nor would I offer my assistance. Remember, you must keep my affairs a secret," Uncle Nan instructed as he helped Lu Xiaoyu to his feet. "Since childhood, you have been afflicted by a blockage in your meridians, preventing you from practicing martial arts or becoming a spirit practitioner. This was due to some intricate schemes set against you. Most would be oblivious to it, but it seems your recent brush with death has liberated you from that constraint. You have miraculously transformed into a rare yin-yang body, thanks to the 2 spirit pills you ingested." "The yin-yang body, Uncle Nan? But didn't you just say I was on the brink of death? And weren't those pills demonic?" Lu Xiaoyu questioned. "Do you truly believe that the giant eagle and the white bat were demonic beasts?" "They were spirit beasts. The eagle is a 4th-tier fire spirit beast, while the bat is a 5th-tier frost spirit beast. Those spirit pills are treasures. And while it may seem wasteful to have consumed them, they will ultimately prove beneficial. However, as an ordinary person, consuming both the fire spirit eagle and the frost spirit bat pills could lead to your demise. Had I not suppressed the energies, you would be unable to converse with me now," Uncle Nan explained. "What should I do then?" Lu Xiaoyu asked anxiously, not wishing to perish so soon after his arrival in this world. "That depends on whether you truly want to live and achieve greatness," Uncle Nan replied. "Of course I want that. A man must strive for something, even if it means leaving a notorious legacy rather than leading a mundane life," Lu Xiaoyu declared with conviction. "I never expected you to possess such ambition. Very well, having witnessed your growth and your transformation into a yin-yang body, I shall assist you today." Uncle Nan observed Lu Xiaoyu with a mixture of surprise and admiration, noting that today's Lu Xiaoyu seemed different from the boy he had watched over. "Disciple greets master," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, promptly kneeling. "Hold on. I never claimed to take you as a disciple. I am merely lending you a hand," Uncle Nan said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Even if you do not formally accept me, I must still show my respect," Lu Xiaoyu insisted, bowing his head 3 times earnestly, hoping that Uncle Nan would impart some genuine knowledge. "Enough. You usually appear so earnest. What has made you so cunning today? Afraid I might change my mind and withhold my teachings?" Uncle Nan smirked, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Ah, I suppose I cannot hide anything from you. Lu Shaoyou chuckled awkwardly, realizing Uncle Nan's perceptiveness. Have a seat. Uncle Nan gestured for Lu Shaoyou to sit and handed him a white jade slip. Remember, I cannot offer you much assistance, or I would not be in this predicament. Your future path lies in your own hands. What is this? Lu Shaoyou inquired, examining the jade slip. This is the yin-yang spirit martial art, a technique I stumbled upon long ago. Only those with a yin-yang body can practice it. Its potential is limitless. I found myself in this situation because I recklessly attempted to cultivate it. You are fortunate, as your lack of prior training has allowed you to transform from the brink of death into a rare yin-yang body, perfectly suited to this martial art, Uncle Nan explained, a hint of sadness in his demeanor. If only he too possessed such a body, his fate would have been entirely different. Uncle Nan, surely you know who has placed these obstacles in my path, preventing my cultivation? Lu Shaoyou asked, realizing that someone had long conspired against him, leaving him feeling vulnerable. Can you not deduce it yourself? Uncle Nan replied. Could it be her? Lu Shaoyou's eyes narrowed, suddenly understanding that it must have been the matriarch who had orchestrated this. A chill coursed through him. He would not let this woman escape unscathed. Exercise caution. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. Before you possess the strength to confront her, it is wise to remain discreet. Your father may be oblivious. But do you think your grandfather is unaware? He is merely biding his time, allowing her to act as she pleases, provided you remain alive. The old servant sensed the chill emanating from Lu Shaoyou and promptly said, use your blood to mark this jade slip and begin cultivating the yin-yang spiritual martial arts. When you have mastered this technique, the humble Lu family will be of little consequence to you. The sky is vast for birds to soar, and the sea is boundless for fish to leap. Your future will depend solely on your own destiny. Chapter 7. Refining the spirit elixir. As Lu Shaoyou listened, he took a deep breath, realizing that the yin-yang spiritual martial arts manual was indeed extraordinary. He then bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the white jade slip in his hand. Suddenly, a blinding light surged from the slip and penetrated his forehead, transforming into a vast stream of information that settled in his mind. Quickly memorize the incantation, and then use it to refine the two energies of heat and cold within you. Otherwise, you will find yourself in great trouble, instructed the elderly servant, Uncle Nan. Beside him, the essence of yin and yang is known as the way. When one is overly yin or overly yang, it becomes incomplete. Pure yang is represented by the azure dragon, while pure yin is embodied by the white tiger. Insufficient essence is supplemented by flavor, and lack of form is compensated by energy. Essence is preserved within, while energy manifests outward. To supplement yin, one must utilize yang, and to supplement yang, one must employ yin. The mysteries of yin and yang intertwine, returning to their roots, emulating the heavens and earth, following the light of the sky. With the heart as the sun and moon, like a box that inflates and deflates, ascending and descending, entering the mysteries and nurturing the root. As heaven bestows rain and dew, and the earth generates life, await the emergence of the righteous energy of yang. Using the fetal breathing method to gather it within the dantian, filling the 5 organs, dispersing it throughout the body, allowing energy to strike the 3 gates and circulate within the meridians. Those who supplement with yin and yang do not contend or cling. The 3 attain understanding. Only seen in the void, amidst the ethereal and obscure, occasionally experiencing the nascent righteous energy of yang. With a heart of tranquility, the path becomes the foundation. Akin to a precious moon in the middle of the sky, clearing away the fog without a trace, illuminating the vast emptiness. As the esoteric incantations emerged in Lu Shaoyou's mind, he quickly grasped them under Uncle Nan's guidance, enabling him to circulate the energies independently. Following the incantation, Lu Shaoyou felt the 2 energies within him, one cold and one hot, begin to flow, as if alive. These energies surged uncontrollably, colliding within him, heeding Uncle Nan's instructions. He used the yin-yang spiritual martial arts manual to guide the energies into his meridians. The heat flowed gently into the sea of qi within his dantian, while the cold transformed into a warm current that penetrated his mind, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Gradually, as he continued to guide the energies, Lu Shaoyou sensed their consumption, both flowing into his dantian sea of qi and his mind. The energies within his meridians contracted and expanded, causing his entire body to feel a mix of pain and indescribable comfort. Enough for tonight. Uncle Nan's voice broke through the silence, and Lu Shaoyu ceased his incantation. Exhaling a breath of turbid qi from his Dantian Si, he was startled to fill the room with an unpleasant odor. At that moment, Lu Shaoyu realized that he had refined less than 1/10 of the two energies within him. Yet, he sensed a pure warmth in his Dantian Si, an essence that could only be described as exquisite. In his mind, he felt an enhancement of perception, as if his senses had become remarkably clearer. Very well, dawn approaches. You must return now. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Come back tomorrow night until I say otherwise, Uncle Nan instructed. Understood, Uncle Nan, Lu Shaoyu replied. Leaving the chamber, it was likely nearing the 5th watch of the night. Taking advantage of the darkness, he stealthily returned to his room. Despite having not slept, Lu Shaoyu felt invigorated, contemplating that with the practice of the Yin-Yang Spiritual Martial Arts Manual, he would soon become an official martial artist. In the shadows, Uncle Nan resumed his frail appearance, observing Lu Shaoyu and murmured, "A Yin-Yang body, indeed a remarkable talent, surpassing that wayward disciple. I hope he does not become a second version of him. As for the Spirit Emperor Beast, this boy has an insignificant life, yet extraordinary fortune. I shall assist him to the end." After whispering this, Uncle Nan gradually vanished into the night. In the following days, Lu Shaoyu continued his daily tasks like any ordinary servant. Yet at night, he returned to Uncle Nan's chamber to refine the two energies within him according to the Yin-Yang Spiritual Martial Arts Manual. During this time, he gleaned more knowledge about spiritualists and martial artists from Uncle Nan. Both paths consist of 9 realms, and before reaching the martial disciple stage, one must first attain the peak of the 9 realms of martial qi. Only upon reaching this pinnacle can one break through to become a martial disciple, marking the true beginning of a martial artist's journey. Similarly, spiritualists must surpass the 9 realms of spiritual qi to officially become a spiritual disciple and ascend to the ranks of spiritualists. Each day, as Lu Shaoyu refined the energies within him, he felt an inexhaustible strength, astonishing Lu Xiaobai, who speculated about what medicine he had taken. Lu Shaoyu, however, was acutely aware of the benefits he was reaping. After 4 days of refining, he had reportedly reached the 8th level of martial qi. Tonight, he was poised to break through to become a martial disciple, thus achieving his first goal. On the 5th night, as darkness fell, Lu Shaoyu eagerly prepared to enter the chamber, knowing that after this night he would officially be a martial disciple. "You've arrived quite early," Uncle Nan remarked. Having arrived even earlier, he looked at Lu Shaoyu, his astonishment known only to himself. This child possessed a yin-yang body, a talent that was truly astonishing. "Uncle Nan, can we begin?" Lu Shaoyu inquired, eager to break through to the martial disciple stage and become a true martial artist. "Seeing your impatience, let us commence." Uncle Nan replied with a faint smile. Only in this chamber did he shed the weariness of age. Lu Shaoyu sat cross-legged on the stone bed, placing his hands together before him in a hand seal. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and resumed refining the energies of heat and cold within him. Moments later, as he maintained a steady and powerful breath, a faint mist began to emanate from his skin. Observing this, Uncle Nan smiled with satisfaction as the mist gradually thickened. 9 levels of martial qi, 9 levels of spiritual qi, the yin-yang body, truly lives up to its reputation. He marveled. As time passed, approximately 4 hours later, the mist enveloped Lu Shaoyu, clinging to him and glistening like white jade. Inside, he felt as if his small Dantian Si was akin to a balloon being filled to its capacity, while a warm current pulsated in his mind. "Almost there, continue." Sensing this change, and after several days of Uncle Nan's explanations, Lu Shaoyu has gained some understanding regarding the matters of cultivation. At this moment, the circumstances indicate that he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 8. Breakthrough Inside. Lu Shaoyu felt an uncontainable joy as he continued to concentrate, maintaining an optimal state for cultivation. He diligently refined the contrasting energies of cold and heat within him. Both the qi in his dantian and the energy in his mind steadily increasing. The energy extracted from his meridians permeated through his skin and pores, tempering his bones and muscles, bringing him an indescribable sense of comfort. As time passed, Lu Shaoyu sensed that changes were beginning to take place within him. A breakthrough was imminent. He understood that after 5 days of cultivation, he was finally on the verge of breaking through. Aware of his circumstances within the Lu family, he knew he must become a warrior to gradually resolve his challenges. If he possessed sufficient strength now, no one would dare to bully him or his mother. In both his past and present lives, strength held equal importance, only the perception of power differed. In his previous life, authority and wealth constituted the majority of strength, whereas in this life, warriors and spiritual practitioners represented true power. Though 5 days seemed a short time to achieve the breakthrough to martial disciple, he remained unaware that for most, even 5 years might not suffice to transition from an ordinary person to a formal martial disciple. Had countless individuals striving to reach this level known as thoughts, it would undoubtedly have incited their ire, even in the mind of the old servant, Uncle Nan. While acknowledging that Lu Shaoyou's rapid progress was due to refining the 2 demon cores within him, it was still astonishing. As time continued to elapse, 2 mysterious energies suddenly surged forth from Lu Shaoyou's body, one near his dantian and the other at his brow, creating a faint halo surrounding him. These energies intertwined, subtly sketching a representation of the yin-yang symbol. This pattern seemed to evoke a spatial current around him, causing ripples in the air. And Lu Shaoyou appeared to be immersed in a state of profound mystery. After lingering momentarily in this external manifestation, the 2 energies dissipated and retracted into his body. Simultaneously, an invisible aura formed around him, greatly enhancing his presence. Within him, he felt his dantian expand dramatically, as if a tremendous force had pressed upon it. And an energy within his mind began to ascend, leaving him with a sensation of clarity and transcendence. Incredible! Uncle Nan also appeared astonished at this transformation. To progress from an ordinary person to this level in 5 days would be hard for anyone to believe. After exhaling a breath of turbid air from his dantian, Lu Shaoyou turned to Uncle Nan and declared, "Uncle Nan, I have broken through. Breaking through is one thing. Rejoice not too much, for your path ahead is still long." Uncle Nan replied, adopting a serious demeanor. "Then, does this mean I am now officially a warrior?" Lu Shaoyou inquired, playfully sticking out his tongue. Did Uncle Nan find his breakthrough insufficiently rapid? Consider it so, and you may also be deemed a spiritual practitioner, Uncle Nan replied lightly. Spiritual practitioner? Wasn't it said that becoming one is exceedingly difficult? Lu Shaoyou exclaimed, astonished at being both a warrior and a spiritual practitioner, which seemed almost unfathomable, as if no one in this world had achieved such a feat. It is indeed difficult, far more than you imagine. I previously examined your constitution in secret. Your inherent talent is merely average. Had you not encountered external obstacles, cultivating as a warrior would not have been arduous. But aspiring to become a spiritual practitioner would have been akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Uncle Nan glared at Lu Shaoyou before continuing, yet, you are fortunate. The fire spirit eagle and the frost bat are both spiritual beasts, perfectly aligned with your energies. Water and fire are oppositional, and yin and yang must be balanced. Moreover, someone had laid a foundation within you that enabled you to break through those obstacles, inadvertently granting you a dual constitution. The fire spirit eagle and frost bat are both spiritual beasts, one at the 4th tier and the other at the 5th tier. The spiritual power contained within their cores significantly enhanced your own, and combined with your dual constitution, along with the intricacies of the yin-yang spiritual martial arts. You have now become both a spiritual practitioner and a warrior. Had any one of these elements been absent, you would not have had the chance. Indeed, Lu Shaoyou thought, realizing that surviving a great calamity often leads to future blessings. Now that you have become both a warrior and a spiritual practitioner, you have also taken the first step in mastering the yin-yang spiritual martial arts. It is time I enlighten you on its merits and drawbacks, Uncle Nan stated. Are there drawbacks to the yin-yang spiritual martial arts? Lu Shaoyou asked. Where there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. The yin-yang spiritual martial arts is a technique I stumbled upon, possessing 3 significant benefits, Uncle Nan explained. The first advantage is that it is a dual cultivation method for both spiritual and martial arts, which is why you are capable of mastering both. This dual mastery will enable you to surpass your peers in strength. It can be said that among those of the same level, your power will be unrivaled. But there is also a major drawback to the yin-yang spiritual martial arts, Uncle Nan continued. Lu Shaoyou was momentarily taken aback and interrupted. Did you not mention 3 benefits? What about the others? Would you prefer I explain, or you? Uncle Nan shot him a glare and continued. The yin-yang spiritual martial arts has 2 drawbacks. The most significant drawback is the exceedingly slow rate of progress in cultivation, which is over 10 times slower than conventional methods. In other words, if you were to cultivate normally, it would be a miracle if you could reach the level of a martial master within 100 years. What? 100 years to reach martial master? The once proud Lu Shaoyou felt as if he had been doused with cold water, his spirits dampened. Do not be anxious. There are still 2 benefits remaining, Uncle Nan reassured him. The yin-yang spiritual martial arts allows you to directly absorb spiritual and demon cores to facilitate your breakthroughs. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Nan solemnly added, furthermore, This technique enables you to directly absorb the spiritual energy of spiritual practitioners and the true energy of warriors to advance. Directly absorbing the energies of spiritual practitioners and warriors. Lu Shaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. This technique seemed almost supernatural, akin to the legendary ability to absorb energy from others in martial tales. After recovering from his surprise, Lu Shaoyu focused again and asked, Uncle Nan, is the yin-yang spiritual martial arts a form of evil technique? Evil technique? It is humans who discern between right and wrong. Techniques themselves possess no inherent morality. Spiritual practitioners and warriors can extract energies from demon beasts and spiritual beasts to enhance their own strength. Is that virtuous? The yin-yang spiritual martial arts is merely a more advanced method, allowing for the direct absorption of energies without the need for refinement, even from spiritual practitioners and warriors. Uncle Nen explained. Indeed, techniques that can be lethal cannot be easily classified as good or evil. If the heart is righteous, the technique is righteous. If the heart is wicked, any technique in the wrong hands becomes malevolent, Lu Shaoyu concluded. Chapter 9. Choosing martial arts skills today, we have a surge. I seek your support, your collections, and your recommendations. Our goal is to reach the top of the new book potential rankings. Let us strive for it. Listening to Lu Shaoyu, the old servant nodded slightly, and then spoke. However, remember, you must never use this yin-yang spirit martial art to devour others in public. Why? Is it not permissible even for the most wicked of individuals? Lu Shaoyu inquired. You may certainly try, unless you are unafraid of being pursued by all the martial artists and spiritualists in the world, replied the old servant, Ninshu. A bitter smile crossed Lu Shaoyu's face as he understood that if other spiritualists and martial artists, regardless of their righteousness or wickedness, learned of such an aberrant technique, they would undoubtedly covet it for themselves and eliminate him swiftly. With such a perverse technique at his disposal, he would undoubtedly become a target and a threat to all spiritualists and martial artists worldwide. What is the benefit then? Lu Shaoyu asked. There is indeed a benefit. Ninshu said after a moment of contemplation. With your yin-yang constitution, cultivating this yin-yang spirit martial art will enable you to become an all-system martial artist. What is an all-system martial artist? Lu Shaoyu inquired. I will explain that slowly later. You cannot comprehend it all at once. However, while an all-system martial artist may not possess the ferocity of a dual cultivation of martial and spiritual arts, the difference is certainly not vast. You will understand the advantages in due time. Your fortune is so remarkable that even I envy you, Ninshu remarked. Ninshu, what about the drawbacks? Lu Shaoyu recalled that Ninshu mentioned two disadvantages of the yin-yang spirit martial art, one being the exceedingly slow cultivation speed, and the other he had mentally prepared for. The other drawback is that to achieve a breakthrough, you must simultaneously break through in both martial and spiritual arts. The yin-yang spirit martial art requires synchronization of martial and spiritual energies to advance. Otherwise, you can forget about making progress, Nanshu explained. How stringent. Lu Shaoyu felt disheartened and then asked, how should I cultivate? To enhance your strength, under your current circumstances, you must seek out demon and spirit pills to devour. Nanshu replied with a smile. Nanshu, are you joking? Only fourth-tier demon beasts and spirit beasts produce demon and spirit pills. And even the entire Lu family can scarcely afford a few. How am I to find demon and spirit pills to consume? Lu Shaoyu stared at Nanshu, incredulous. Demon and spirit pills? He was merely a wasteful young master now. How could he afford to buy them? Find a way yourself. You are not my apprentice. Should I devise a plan for you? Nanshu retorted, glaring at Lu Shaoyu. Nanshu, how about you lend me some gold coins? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Shaoyu grinned slyly, believing that Nanshu must possess some wealth. Do you think this old man has gold coins to spare? Nanshu replied, his expression resolute in conveying that there would be no gold coins forthcoming. Nanshu, I have even bowed my head to you. Will you truly abandon me? Lu Shaoyu implored, feeling he had no other recourse but to cling to Nanshu. Have you become overly greedy? Nanshu scrutinized Lu Shaoyu before adding, I cannot assist you, but I can help you think of a way. That's good enough. Lu Shaoyu smiled, relieved that there was a possibility of a solution. After all, he had just become a dual cultivator of martial and spiritual arts. If his progress were to be as slow as a snail, what future would he have? Do not forget, you are now not only a martial artist, but also a spiritualist. Spiritualists can engage in various money-making endeavors, such as concocting pills, cultivating spiritual herbs, and, should a spiritualist craft a weapon, it commands a much higher price, than Shu elaborated. I am a spiritualist, but I do not know any of these skills. Lu Shaoyu lamented. Although he was indeed a spiritualist now, he was still quite ignorant, having no knowledge of pill concoction, spiritual herb cultivation, or weapon crafting. Young man, just because you do not know does not mean I cannot teach you, Nanshu retorted. Nanshu, are you suggesting you will concoct pills and craft weapons for me to sell? Lu Shaoyu exclaimed in delight. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp tap on his head, and he covered his head with both hands, looking at Nanshu with a hint of grievance. Why did you hit me? You think it is that simple? This old body of mine is not for concocting pills and crafting weapons for you, Nanshu replied, observing Lu Shaoyu. I can teach you. In my past, many spiritual kings and lords begged me for help, but I was too lazy to heed them. Consider yourself fortunate. That works. Lu Shaoyu said, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, although you have become a martial artist, you still lack any martial skills. At most, you are merely a brute with strength akin to a brawny bull. Now tell me, what martial skills do you wish to learn? Nanshu inquired. Nanshu, did you not say that martial skills are divided into 6 categories? Heaven, earth, profound, yellow, stars, and so on? Are there no heavenly level martial skills? Lu Shaoyu thought to himself, naturally believing that the higher the level of martial skills, the better. Heavenly level martial skills? I wish I could have those too. Do you think they are as common as cabbages? Nanshu shot Lu Shaoyu a stern look. Lu Shaoyu blinked, then said, then how about earth level skills? I could make do with those. Earth level? Given your current martial apprentice strength, do you think you can master earth level skills? Nanshu responded. Then surely profound level skills will suffice? If it gets any lower, Nanshu, you would not be able to present it, Lu Shaoyu suggested. Well, you have a point. I do have a martial skill that is quite profound. Would you like it? Nanshu offered. Quite profound? That sounds like a treasure. I want it. Lu Shaoyu exclaimed. Nanshu, what level is this martial skill? It has no level, Nanshu replied. No level? What does that even mean? Lu Shaoyu felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell. Nanshu was truly playing tricks on him. In truth, I do not even know what level it is. I have never comprehended it fully, so I hope you will be able to. Additionally, based on your current strength, I will give you 2 more martial skills, 1 offensive skill and 1 defensive skill. The offensive skill is not high in rank, merely a star level skill, but it is the most suitable for you at present. Any higher, and you would not be able to cultivate it. As for the defensive skill, it was a gift from someone who sought my help. It is also quite profound. Fortunately, you have the luck of possessing a spirit emperor beast with you. Nanshu explained. Nanshu, are you referring to that little snake? What kind of spirit emperor beast is it? Lu Shaoyu asked. Little snake? You are unaware of your own fortune. That little snake, if known to martial lords and spiritual lords, would certainly not let you off easily. However, fortunately, very few know its origins, Nanshu replied, his eyes gleaming with pride. Having hidden away for decades in the Lu family, discussing his past skills and cultivation with a young boy brought him a unique sense of satisfaction. Is it that formidable? Lu Shaoyu was astounded. That 10-centimeter-long little snake had such a significant background, and he had been oblivious to it. Focus your mind and remain still, Nanshu instructed. Then seemed to emanate a faint glow from his hands. Finally, he brought 2 fingers together and pressed them against Lu Shaoyu's forehead. In an instant, Lu Shaoyu felt as though a long thread had been pulled from his mind, and a luminous gas descended into Nanshu's grasp. Simultaneously, a drop of blood fell from Lu Shaoyu's forehead into Nanshu's hand. Rise. Lu Shaoyu observed as Uncle Nan softly murmured, his hands weaving intricate and mystical hand seals. In that moment, the pale yellow serpent that had been coiled around his right hand materialized in Uncle Nan's grasp. Chapter 10. Defensive Martial Techniques 4 Updates. How about a show of support, everyone? Ha ha. Suddenly, the small yellow snake's eyes glinted fiercely, its tongue flicking in and out as it prepared to strike the old servant. Uncle Nan, who was enveloped in a faint golden glow. Indeed, quite formidable. Uncle Nan smiled faintly, and in his hand, a flash of light revealed a drop of bright red blood appearing at the center of the small snake's brow. As Uncle Nan's hand gesture shifted, Lu Shaoyu was astonished to see mysterious radiance enveloping the entire room. The light and blood from his own brow fused with that of the small yellow snake, transforming into 2 beams. One was directed into his own brow by Uncle Nan, while the other was imparted into the snake's. A peculiar sensation washed over Lu Shaoyu, as if an invisible bond had formed between him and the small yellow snake, akin to that of brothers, suggesting a connection of bloodline that was ineffable and profound. Uncle Nan, what sorcery is this? It's truly remarkable, Lu Shaoyu inquired, astonished. Indeed, It is marvelous. You should learn as much as possible from now on. Uncle Nan replied with a slight smile, pride evident in his voice. Now, you have formed a blood pact with it. This is an equal contract between a spirit master and a spirit beast. You can only forge an equal pact, otherwise. If one day a spirit beast from its clan discovers that you are enslaving it, they will not spare you, and your demise will be quite tragic. After speaking, Uncle Nan extracted another drop of blood from the small yellow snake and returned it to Lu Shaoyou's hands. The snake, now in Lu Shaoyou's grasp, appeared significantly more docile and affectionate. Take good care of it. It will be of great assistance to you in the future. You need to feed it meat, preferably the flesh of demon beasts or spirit beasts, to ensure its rapid growth, Uncle Nan advised. Meat from demon and spirit beasts. Lu Shaoyou sighed inwardly, realizing this would be quite an expensive endeavor. This is a defensive martial technique known as the Azure Spirit Armor. I have used the blood of this spirit emperor beast as a catalyst. Its future significance to you will become apparent in due course, Uncle Nan stated. Producing a jade slip, he infused a drop of spirit emperor beast's blood into it and handed it to Lu Shaoyou. Additionally, there is this star-level martial technique, the mountain-splitting palm, which boasts considerable power. Train in it as a means of self-defense. I am unsure of the level of this other technique. However, you are fortunate. So I hope you can comprehend it, Uncle Nan added, presenting Lu Shaoyou with 2 more jade slips. Uncle Nan, when will you teach me to refine elixirs and weapons? Lu Shaoyou asked, accepting the jade slips. Practicing this yin-yang spirit martial art requires substantial resources, and as a mere scion without any economic means, I find myself at a loss. You are quite greedy. It is nearly dawn. Return tomorrow. Remember to be discreet. It is not yet time to reveal your identity as a martial artist or spirit master. No one in the Lu family should be able to discern your transformations, as the 2 spirit pills within you have yet to be fully refined, which should suffice for you to cultivate to the 9th level of spirit disciple. As for whether you can break through to the spirit master level, that depends on luck. Furthermore, your martial energy must consume demon pills, otherwise, no matter how strong your spirit energy, if your martial energy does not keep pace, you will be unable to advance, Uncle Nan smiled. Sighing softly, Lu Shaoyou realized he would need to earn more money in the future. Otherwise, he would be unable to continue cultivating the yin-yang spirit martial art. Under the cover of night, Lu Shaoyou returned to the courtyard just as dawn approached. Back in his room, he smiled faintly, regardless of the circumstances. He had finally become a martial artist, and he was also a rare spirit master. Although the yin-yang spirit martial art was costly, once he amassed sufficient resources, his progress would far surpass that of others. Fortunate lad, dual cultivation of martial and spirit arts, alongside the spirit emperor beast. Your future path lies in your own hands. Uncle Nan murmured in the darkness. Shaoyou, how have you been these past few days? Have you something joyful to share? Early in the morning, Lu Shaoyou, having not slept, arrived in the courtyard, greeted by his mother, Lady Roland. She appeared radiant and in high spirits, a sight that had become rare for Lu Shaoyou to witness. Mother, soon we shall no longer live like this. I will take good care of you in the future. Lu Shaoyou vowed, watching as his mother prepared to wash clothes, a wave of unexplainable sorrow washing over him. Uncle Nan had warned him against revealing his martial prowess prematurely. Lady Roland's original intent had been to prevent him from becoming a martial artist. If she were to discover his transformation, it might lead to dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to cultivate the means for self-protection before unveiling the truth, for otherwise, it would only bring about his own demise. Your heart is what matters. As long as you are safe, I shall be content, Lady Roland said before heading to the laundry. Earning money, training, gold coins, Lu Shaoyou murmured, gazing at the sky above the courtyard. Young master, why are you up so early? Lu Xiaobai entered the courtyard. Is there something to attend to today? Lu Shaoyou asked. Today, there is nothing particular to do. I heard that important guests are arriving, and the stewards have been busy in the front hall, Lu Xiaobai replied. What guests could be so significant? Lu Shaoyou inquired casually. I've heard that guests from the Dugu family are visiting, and the master will personally welcome them. Lu Xiaobai explained. The Dugu family. Lu Shaoyou recalled their prominence. Their business in Qingyun town was even more prosperous than the Lu family's. I've heard that a Miss Dugu will be arriving. The front hall staff say she is stunningly beautiful. Do you wish to take a look? Lu Xiaobai suggested conspiratorially. Whatever. If I have nothing else to do today, I might as well catch up on sleep, Lu Shaoyou replied dismissively. The allure of Miss Dugu held no relevance to him at present. Today was an opportunity for him to practice his martial techniques. Very well. I shall sneak a glance and report back, Lu Xiaobai said before departing the courtyard. Returning to his room, where rarely anyone ventured, Lu Shaoyu prepared to practice his martial techniques. Without martial skills, possessing the strength of a martial artist was akin to being a mere brute. Lu Shaoyu produced a jade slip, the star-level technique mountain-splitting palm. Forming hand seals, he infused a gentle stream of energy into it, causing a beam of light to emerge and penetrate his brow. This light transformed into information that flooded Lu Xiaoyu's mind. He focused intently, memorizing the mountain-splitting palm's techniques, and began to gesticulate before him. An ethereal flow of energy began to manifest between his palms, though it seemed somewhat elusive and resistant to his control, appearing and disappearing intermittently. This technique is indeed challenging to master. Lu Xiaoyu continued to practice within his room, but even after 2 hours, success eluded him. The opening mountain palm, a star-rated martial technique, though not as profound as the earth or mystic level skills, still presents a certain intricacy for Lu Xiaoyu, who has only just begun his journey into the realm of martial arts. Within the confines of his chamber, Lu Xiaoyu tirelessly practiced, enveloped by a faint aura. Occasionally, streams of energy manifested as palm imprints in his hands, only to vanish almost immediately. Chapter 11. The peculiar Qiling armor. Today, I shall provide more updates. I humbly request your support and encouragement, as our aim is to reach the pinnacle of the new book potential rankings. With a sigh, Lu Xiaoyu decided to take a more measured approach, realizing that impatience was counterproductive. I should first practice that defensive martial technique, he murmured. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaoyu produced a jade slip, which contained the defensive technique of the Qingling armor. As for its level, he was uncertain. Uncle Nen had not disclosed that information. After forming a hand seal, a gentle stream of energy flowed into the jade slip, causing a radiant glow to envelop Lu Xiaoyu's forehead. A surge of information flooded his mind, and following the established method, he activated the defensive technique. Instantly, he felt a significant portion of the true energy within his dantian deplete. Simultaneously, a mystical armor resembling serpent scales manifested around him, radiating a soft yellow light akin to that of the spiritual beast he possessed. Observing this transformation, Lu Xiaoyu surmised it might be related to the spiritual beast. Although the Qingling armor was extraordinary, its consumption of energy was considerable, and the armor enveloping him felt alarmingly fragile, as though it could dissipate at any moment. Such a wondrous capability was indeed astonishing. From the information within his mind, Lu Xiaoyu learned that the Qingling armor was somewhat extraordinary. It possessed 2 levels, the first being a human form, as he had just experienced, which allowed for the formation of beastly armor around his body. The second level was the beast form, capable of conjuring a complete beast-like defense, with formidable protective qualities. What astonished Lu Xiaoyu the most was that by extracting essence blood from spiritual or demonic beasts, the Qingling armor could transform into the form of that beast. Although this required a significant expenditure of true energy, compared to the defensive capabilities of martial artists, those of spiritual and demonic beasts were vastly superior. Thus, the ability of the Qingling armor to assume a pure beast form greatly enhanced its defensive prowess. This defensive technique was indeed profound, and Lu Xiaoyu marveled at Uncle Nan's identity, as the items he provided were clearly not ordinary. Although both the Yinyang spiritual martial art and the Qingling armor had their shortcomings, they were undoubtedly treasures. As he activated the first form of the Qingling armor, Lu Xiaoyu felt his true energy rapidly depleting. He hastily retracted the armor. The thought of attempting the second level was beyond his current capabilities given his limited strength. With both offensive and defensive techniques at his disposal, Lu Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Fate was indeed peculiar. Having inadvertently crossed over, he found himself aspiring to become a martial artist. And now he was both a martial artist and a spiritual practitioner. I shall take a stroll tonight. I am to learn the art of alchemy and weapon forging from Uncle Nan, Lu Xiaoyu declared. Exiting the courtyard, he noted that it was already afternoon, and the back garden appeared unusually deserted, with not a single servant in sight. Having explored the back garden over the past few days, he found himself wandering into a flower garden that separated the back from the front courtyard. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to explore the garden. According to the memories imprinted in Lu Xiaoyu's mind, this was no ordinary place. Only high-ranking servants were permitted entry into the garden of the Lu family. However, bearing the title of young master, he was allowed access. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyu stepped into the garden. Despite it being the depths of winter, the flower garden boasted a pathway lined with hardy plants, vibrant greens that invigorated the spirit, and even some winter-blooming flora. Lu Xiaoyu could not help but sigh inwardly. Realizing that the Lu family possessed considerable wealth, maintaining such a garden must have required significant financial resources. As he strolled through the garden, he noted an eerie silence. As if all the servants had vanished. Lu Shaoyou speculated that they had likely gone to meet the young lady from the Dugu family. While pondering this, he suddenly heard laughter ahead, suggesting that a group of individuals was approaching. I would rather not encounter them, Lu Shaoyou thought. Recalling that the individuals from the front courtyard were known for their antagonism towards him. Not wishing to confront them, he scanned the surroundings and spotted a tall, leafy tree nearby, which would provide ample cover. He swiftly utilized his true energy to ascend the tree, its dense foliage effectively concealing him. Through the gaps in the leaves, he observed a group of around 10 individuals entering from the front courtyard. Among the group, Lu Shaoyou's brow furrowed. 7 youths, appearing to be between 15 and 20 years old, walked ahead. He recognized them immediately. At the forefront was his half-brother, Lu Shaoyou, clad in splendid robes, who was a year younger and had always looked down upon Lu Shaoyou. Beside him was Zhou Haiming, the son of Lu Shaoyou's second aunt, dressed in a blue robe, with prominent features and around 20 years of age. Next to him was Lu Shaoxiong, his fourth uncle's son, also 16, adorned in white finery and possessing long hair. The other youths were similarly related to the Lu family, members of the extended clan. Among the group of young ladies, Lu Shaoyou recognized one, a young woman of 18 or 19, with flowing black hair cascading down her back and a red gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Her delicate wrist bore a beautiful bracelet, and though her attire was not ostentatious, it exuded an air of elegance and nobility that was pleasing to behold. This young lady was Lu Wushuang, the adopted daughter of his uncle, who had always shown kindness to Lu Shaoyou, often sharing food and clothing with him. Nearby, another young woman caught his eye, about 17 or 18, with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a small hairpin that held vibrant hues. She wore a golden hairpin encrusted with gems, suggesting her affluent background. Her golden brown eyes held a hint of arrogance. She was Lu Mei, a daughter of one of the family's adopted members, who, despite not being a direct descendant, carried the Lu surname. Lu Mei typically paid Lu Shaoyou no heed. As Lu Shaoyou observed his relatives, aside from his fondness for Lu Wushuang, he paid little attention to the rest. However, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a strikingly beautiful young lady at the center of the gathering. She possessed an air of nobility, her luxurious attire complementing her exquisite features, causing the youths surrounding her to gaze in awe. Chapter 12. Preferring to listen to the melodies of splendor rather than to be the master of it at this moment. Lu Shaoyou's gaze was fixed upon a young maid standing beside a girl, who appeared to be around 17 or 18. Her complexion was slightly flushed, reminiscent of newly bloomed peach blossoms. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, a pair of pure blue eyes sparkled. Her delicate face was adorned with a straight, exquisite nose, and her long black hair was elegantly styled into a high bun. A subtly hued long dress accentuated her graceful curves. As Lu Shaoyou observed her, a sense of regret washed over him. This girl should have been a breathtaking beauty, yet a reddish mark the size of a baby's fist marred her right cheek, detracting from her allure. Nevertheless, he could not help but continue gazing at her. Although dressed as a maid, she exuded an intangible grace, and her eyes held a depth that suggested she was more than an ordinary servant. Miss Digu, what do you think of our back garden? Lu Shaoyou asked with a slight smile, addressing the girl encircled by admirers. Indeed, this must be Han Lu. Such beauty is rare in these northern plains, the girl, known as Miss Digu, replied with a gentle smile, her gaze fixed upon the row of willows ahead. Miss Digu has a discerning eye. Lu Shaoyou, Lu Shaoxiong, and Zhou Haiming chimed in unison. Hearing of Miss Dugu's extraordinary talent, Zhou Haiming seized the opportunity to showcase his own. It is deep winter now. Allow me to present a humble piece for Miss Dugu's critique. Critique is too grand a term. Please let me enjoy your recitation. Miss Digu replied with a charming smile. Then I shall present my humble offering, Zhou Haiming said, straightening his attire, taking a deep breath, and gazing at the garden before him. The garden is a marvel, especially in winter's embrace. The green trees and red flowers contrast beautifully, and the lofty pavilions welcome guests. Upon finishing, Zhou Haiming beamed with pride, seemingly pleased with his performance. Lu Shaoyou, hidden among the trees, nearly suppressed a laugh, thinking to himself how varied people could be in this day and age. Among the gathering of young men and women, Lu Wushuang also wore a mask of subtle resignation. Quite impressive, Mr. Zhou. I did not expect such talent, Miss Digu remarked with a faint smile, genuinely admiring Zhou Haiming, who, in turn, swelled with pride, strutting with newfound confidence. As the group continued forward, they drew nearer to Lu Shaoyou's position, their laughter and chatter resonating in the air. Observing from his elevated vantage point, Lu Shaoyou noted that the maid with the unique aura seemed preoccupied, her expression serious and her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. In the deep winter, as beauty wanes and time weaves its relentless tapestry, she walked softly, contemplating the season's desolation, and began to softly recite verses, her voice as gentle as the spring breeze. Captivating the attention of her peers, her delicate voice continued, "In that lifetime of ink and brush, amidst the flames of war, I would not wish to be merely a delicate woman. In tumultuous times, fleeting years slip away. The green gauze dances, stirring the splendor of a prosperous age. My life a tapestry of sorrow, the weight of countless lifetimes lost in the cycle of rebirth." Listening to her lyrical musings, Lu Shaoyu discerned a profound yearning within her words, a longing for a life of valor, a desire to be a hero in the chaos of the world. He could not help but admire her talent and ambition, realizing that if given the chance, he too would strive for greatness, even at the cost of countless lives. The maid continued her melodic recitation. At the river's edge, desolation reigns. Arrows rain down, silks and satins entwined with passion for the world. Dew and nectar. Butterflies in love with the horizon, preferring to listen to the melodies of splendor rather than to be its master, with beauty fleeting like a reflection in a dream. As she continued, her verses blended the ambitions of a man with the sentiments of a woman, a harmonious balance of strength and tenderness. Lu Shaoyu felt himself drawn into a state of reflection, pondering his own meandering path through life, now finding solace in this otherworldly existence. He yearned for belonging, for the courage to confront the chaos of the world, and the desire to seize the beauty of life. Who can grant me a song that echoes through eternity? Who will plant the seeds of a love that transcends time? She sang, her eyes momentarily clouded with emotion as she paused, unable to continue. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, resonating with clarity. In the ethereal rain of the night, the chill of reincarnation lingers. The strings of the heart are disturbed by the tumult of existence. Memories sear the remnants of the past, burdened by a lifetime of sorrow, playing the symphony of a half-lived life. The song continued, weaving tales of valor and heartache, of battles fought and lost, of the weight of ambition and the sacrifices made. Lu Shaoyu, unable to contain himself, found his voice rising in response. "Your talent and aspirations are truly remarkable. Might you descend so that I may have the honor of meeting you?" Upon hearing this passage, the assembly of men and women below were equally astonished. The words were not inferior to those of the maidservant earlier. They encapsulated both pride and tenderness. It spoke of entering the world of martial arts, amidst crumbling walls and the looming specter of conflict, where the city is shrouded in dust and despair has tainted the hearts of the hopeful. Fearless of the vicissitudes that beauty may endure, yet lamenting the unheeded sentiment of fallen blossoms and severed strings. This is truly a timeless masterpiece. Chapter 13. Look at your potential at this moment. All eyes were fixed upon the tree, curious about the identity of the individual perched above. Among the crowd of young maidens, the foremost was Lu Wushuang, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed skyward. To her knowledge, there was no one of such caliber among the younger generation of the Lu family. Apologies for inadvertently interrupting the young lady's enjoyment. Please forgive me. Lu Shaoyu, now atop the tree, couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that his unintentional presence had exposed him. Reluctantly, he clung to the trunk, awkwardly descending in a manner reminiscent of a dog crawling, a sight most unbecoming. While Lu Shaoyu desired to leap down gracefully, he recognized the necessity of concealing his identity as a martial artist for the time being. The young men and women present were all skilled practitioners. He knew that the youth of the Lu family were exceptionally gifted. Although merely 16 or 17 years of age, thanks to the family's early training, most had already attained the rank of warrior. Particularly remarkable was Lu Wushuang, who, despite not being of Lu blood, had been doted upon by her uncle since childhood and had developed extraordinary talent. Now 19, she had astonishingly reached the level of master, earning her a reputation as a young prodigy of the Lu family. In the eyes of these talented individuals, Lu Shaoyu understood that while he could maintain a low profile, should he reveal his true energy, it would quickly unveil his status as a martial artist, which would not bode well for him. Lu Shaoyu, is that you? What brings you here? Is this a place you should be? Upon recognizing Lu Shaoyu, Lu Xiaohu's expression darkened, revealing disdain and a hint of anger. For Lu Xiaoyu had recently overshadowed him considerably. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Lu Wushuang, upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu, was taken aback but quickly composed herself and approached him. "I noticed a bird in the tree and wanted to take a look, not expecting to find you all here," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a hint of resignation, addressing only Lu Wushuang amidst the crowd. He then surveyed those present, noting that his appearance seemed to have startled the Lu family members. Lu Mei, who had previously displayed a hint of infatuation, now wore a displeased expression upon seeing him. Lu Xiaoyu paid little heed to these reactions. After all, he had no desire to entangle himself further with the Lu family. He envisioned a day when he would be capable enough to take his mother away. For the Lu family held no significant place in his heart. What a joke! In the depths of winter, where could a bird possibly be? Zhou Haiming regarded Lu Xiaoyu with evident disdain. His irritation only deepened upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyu steal the limelight. Were it not for the presence of Miss Dugu and her entourage, he might have resorted to physical confrontation. There were indeed birds. "But your garden's exquisite landscaping has frightened them away," Lu Xiaoyu retorted lightly. At his words, everyone, save for the maid with a face marred by red spots, erupted in quiet laughter. Even Lu Wushuang found herself smiling, though she regarded Lu Xiaoyu with a newfound curiosity, sensing a change in him compared to his former self. "Forgive the intrusion on your enjoyment. I shall take my leave," Lu Xiaoyu said, choosing to ignore Zhou Haiming. He offered one last apology to the maid. Then with a flick of his tattered sleeve and a subtle smirk, whether in mockery or disdain toward Zhou Haiming, he departed. The maid watched Lu Xiaoyu's retreating figure, suddenly lost in a reverie. "Who was that just now?" she murmured as his silhouette faded from view. "Just a servant, incapable of cultivating, merely a waste," Lu Xiaohu interjected. "Xiaohu, how can you speak of your brother that way? Regardless of his circumstances, he is still your brother," Lu Wushuang replied, slightly furrowing her brow before smiling at the maid. "He is my uncle's son, Lu Xiaoyu, but due to certain special circumstances. Let us continue our stroll." "Humph." Lu Xiaohu, unable to counter Lu Wushuang's authority, merely grunted in response. Although not of Lu blood, her status within the family was immensely elevated, and even the elder respected her greatly. "Lu Xiaoyu." The maid's gaze lingered on the direction of Lu Xiaoyu's departure. Having returned to his courtyard from the back garden, Lu Xiaoyu coincidentally encountered the exuberant Lu Xiaobai. "Young master, I saw Miss Dugu. She is truly beautiful. Comparable to Miss Wushuang," Lu Xiaobai exclaimed animatedly. "Merely average," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. While Miss Dugu was indeed charming, compared to Lu Wushuang, she lacked the grace and serenity that distinguished the latter. "Have you seen her? I truly believe she is quite lovely." Lu Xiaobai chuckled. "Alas, such a noble lady would never take notice of me. I find little Tsitsue from the front courtyard appealing, but as a lowly servant, she pays me no mind. If only I were like you or Xiaohu, I'm sure Tsue would regard me differently." "Look at your aspirations," Lu Xiaoyu shot him a glance. Then, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes. "From now on, you shall accompany me, and I will ensure you enjoy a life of luxury, even marrying a noble lady. No, 7 of them, one for each day of the week, all unique." "Young master, what do you mean by a week?" Lu Xiaobai asked, puzzled. "It means 7 days," Lu Xiaoyu remarked, realizing that the term week might not exist in this world. "You speak so enticingly. If that day ever comes, I would do anything you ask." Lu Xiaobai sighed slightly, recognizing the bleakness of his own future as a lowly servant sold to the Lu family. Lu Xiaoyu smiled gently at Lu Xiaobai, reflecting on how, in his homeland, he had been but a solitary figure. Yet, Lu Xiaobai's clever demeanor suggested that, with some nurturing, he could become a loyal ally. The boy's loyalty was undoubtedly unquestionable. Little did Lu Xiaobai know that soon his fate would change dramatically. Years later, throughout the spirit-martial continent, everyone would recognize Lu Xiaobai as one of Lu Xiaoyu's most valued companions. The events in the back garden were but an interlude. As night fell, Lu Xiaoyu quietly made his way to the secret chamber in the woodshed, where the old servant, Uncle Nan, awaited him. In the subsequent evenings, Lu Xiaoyu diligently learned from Uncle Nan the art of alchemy and weapon forging, as well as the cultivation of spiritual herbs. However, all he acquired were theoretical insights, as he had yet to engage in any practical applications. Between the realms of spiritual practitioners and martial artists, Lu Xiaoyu attained a comprehensive understanding. A martial artist cultivates the internal forces of their body, including bones, muscles, and vital organs, ultimately producing true energy stored within the dantian. As this energy accumulates, one can break through to higher levels. Conversely, spiritual practitioners do not focus on physical cultivation, but instead hone their spiritual power. According to Lu Xiaoyou's understanding, this so-called spiritual power equates to soul strength or mental prowess, relying on formidable spiritual energy in combat. The prerequisites for becoming a spiritual practitioner are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, a practitioner must possess mental strength at least twice that of an average individual, a requirement that has deterred countless aspirants. Due to the rarity of spiritual practitioners and their significant roles, they have attained a status that surpasses that of martial artists. It is already the third watch. Amidst the release of this new book, there may be occasional bursts of creativity. I humbly ask for your generous support. Sincere gratitude to Aniping 2006 for the generous contribution. Thank you. Chapter 14. Lu Wushuang thanks to Zi and Ximbing 1987 for the generous gifts. In terms of strength, although individuals of the same rank possess their unique strengths and weaknesses, both spiritual practitioners and martial artists have their respective advantages and shortcomings. The notion of dual cultivation in both spirit and martial arts is a coveted aspiration for many, yet it often remains a mere fantasy. Among martial artists, there exist 5 primary elemental categories: wood, water, fire, earth, and wind, each with its distinct techniques. Upon delving deeper into these concepts, Lu Xiaoyu discovered that the yin-yang spiritual martial art he was practicing allowed him to become an all-element martial artist. To be an all-element martial artist means to master all 5 elemental paths: wood, water, fire, earth, and wind. The realization of this capability astonished Lu Xiaoyu. As he learned more about martial practitioners, he understood that most are single-element practitioners, and those who can cultivate dual elements are already considered geniuses. Mastering 3 elements is a feat reserved for the most extraordinary of talents. In the realm of spiritual martial arts, dual-element practitioners are exceedingly rare, while 3-element practitioners seem to be virtually unseen. Yet here he was, an all-element martial artist. With this thought, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, recognizing the remarkable talent of his mentor, Uncle Nan. The yin-yang spiritual martial art was indeed extraordinary, capable of devouring demon cores, spiritual elixirs, or even the energies of martial and spiritual practitioners to facilitate breakthroughs. Though the practice involves considerable expenses, the benefits far outweigh the costs. During this period, Lu Xiaoyu often contemplated ways to feed the small yellow snake in his possession, using small animals such as mice. Whenever the snake was hungry, it would slither out of Lu Xiaoyu's sleeve, establishing an inexplicable connection between them. Simultaneously, he did not neglect to refine the energies of 2 spiritual elixirs within his body using the yin-yang spiritual martial art. On the 8th night, as Lu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, a faint mist enveloped him, shimmering with a subtle glow. Unbeknownst to him, an invisible aura radiated around him. Uncle Nan observed this with a nod, a smile gracing his face. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, the mist-like energy surrounding Lu Xiaoyu was entirely absorbed through his skin, culminating in a deep exhalation of stale air. Uncle Nan, I've refined everything. Why do I feel that I've reached the peak of the 9th level of a spirit apprentice, yet remain at the 1st level of a martial apprentice? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, opening his eyes to his mentor. That is quite normal. The 2 elixirs you consume primarily enhanced your spiritual energy. Achieving a breakthrough to the 1st level of martial apprentice is already commendable, Uncle Nan replied. What should I do now? Lu Xiaoyu asked. This is one of the drawbacks of the yin-yang spiritual martial art. At this moment, you can only seek to devour demon cores, which mainly enhance your true energy. If you wish to advance, you must wait until your martial level also reaches the peak of the 1st level of martial apprentice. As I mentioned, unless you experience a simultaneous breakthrough in both spiritual and martial realms, continuing to consume spiritual elixirs without matching your martial level could result in catastrophic consequences, such as ruptured meridians, Uncle Nan warned earnestly. Lu Xiaoyu stuck out his tongue, realizing that his only option now was to enhance his martial level. A single demon core was exceedingly expensive, far beyond his current means. Gather all the materials listed here by tomorrow night. I will teach you how to refine elixirs and help you enhance your true energy, Uncle Nan instructed, handing Lu Xiaoyu a list of several materials, all of which appeared to be medicinal herbs. Materials? Lu Xiaoyu asked, cautiously probing. How many gold coins will this require? These are inexpensive items, merely for refining a 1st-grade elixir. Approximately 20 gold coins, Uncle Nan replied. 20 gold coins. Lu Xiaoyu gasped, suddenly acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Having arrived in the realm of spiritual martial arts, he understood the value of money. 20 gold coins equated to the annual earnings of 40 low-level servants, while a low-level servant earned only half a gold coin a year. In a typical household, 20 gold coins could afford 120 wives. Uncle Nan, you must have 20 gold coins. Could you lend them to me? Lu Shaoyou implored, his expression one of distress. He was currently penniless, without even half a coin to his name. You worthless child. I don't care if you resort to theft or robbery, unless you gather the materials by tomorrow night. I will no longer bother teaching you, Uncle Nan admonished, glaring at Lu Shaoyou. That will be enough for today. You may return now. With a heavy heart, Lu Shaoyou trudged home, shaking his head in dismay. It was no wonder people said that a single coin could thwart even the mightiest of heroes. He was faced with the daunting challenge of acquiring 20 gold coins, and neither thievery nor violence could remedy his plight. Not long after returning to his room, dawn broke. Lu Shaoyou had not slept well during this period, as the ongoing refinement of the spiritual elixirs kept him in a state of heightened alertness. Auntie, are you there? A melodious voice drifted from outside the courtyard. It's Wushuang. Why are you up so early? Come in. It's cold outside, came the voice of Roland. It's not cold. As a practitioner, I am immune to the chill. Auntie, I've brought you a robe for the winter. Try it on and see if it fits, Lu Wushuang replied from outside. You shouldn't have gone to such expense. This is quite lavish. You always bring gifts. My dear, Roland remarked, surprised by Lu Wushuang's presence. Where is Shaoyou? Hasn't he risen yet? Lu Wushuang asked. Good morning, Wushuang, Lu Shaoyou greeted, opening the door to find her clad in a crimson brocade robe, her long, inky hair cascading down her back, with a few strands framing her face, exuding an air of elegance and nobility that drew one closer. Shaoyou, I also bought you a long robe. Try it on and see if it fits, Lu Wushuang said, her gaze lingering on him a moment longer than usual. Thank you, Wushuang, Lu Shaoyou replied, accepting the garment, which appeared to be made from soft, warm animal fur, clearly of considerable value. No need for thanks. As your sister, it is my duty to care for you, Lu Wushuang said, her gentle smile revealing 2 small dimples. Seeing her smile, Lu Shaoyou found himself momentarily captivated by her beauty, unable to tear his gaze away. Yes, it fits perfectly, he stated, donning the robe, which indeed felt comfortable and well-suited. Suddenly, he reflected on the fact that, apart from the children at the orphanage, Lu Wushuang was the first woman to buy him clothing in this life. I'm glad it fits. I brought breakfast. Let us eat together, Lu Wushuang suggested, lifting a basket filled with enticing aromas, promising a delightful meal. Wushuang, I've already eaten. Today I have a lot of laundry to attend to. You and Shaoyou enjoy your meal. I must get to work, Roland said. Auntie, you're working too hard. I will find a way to. Lu Wushuang began, her expression betraying her helplessness, aware that this was the directive of her uncle's wife. Though she held a respectable position in the Lu family, she could not change her circumstances. Foolish child, I'm fine with this. Besides, I am but a servant, destined for a servant's life. Roland replied with a gentle smile before departing the courtyard. Lu Shaoyou observed everything with a growing sense of distress in his heart, silently vowing, Mother, endure a little longer. Soon, I shall ensure that you no longer suffer. Shaoyou, let us partake in breakfast, Lu Wushuang gently suggested, as she opened the food basket and presented an array of exquisite pastries and delicacies upon the table. Chapter 15. Procuring medicinal herbs with a light acknowledgement. Lu Shaoyou settled down. Although the pastries before him were delectable, he found no pleasure in eating. His thoughts lingered on his mother, who was enduring hardships, and the 20 gold coins he had earned that day remained unaccounted for, filling him with a deep sense of melancholy. Shaoyou, you seem troubled, Lu Wushuang remarked, noticing his demeanor. No, I'm merely lost in thought, Lu Shaoyou replied, snapping back to reality. Shaoyou, what are your thoughts on the talent of the maid, Shaoyou, whom we met in the back garden yesterday? Lu Wushuang inquired gently. Her talent is exceptional. She hardly seems like a mere maid, Lu Shaoyou responded without much contemplation. He had learned that the maid's name was Shaoyou, yet he sensed that she was not an ordinary servant. It appears you have discerned her uniqueness as well. However, your talents seem to surpass hers. It is said that once one enters the world, we are faced with ruins and despair, with soldiers at our gates. Amidst a city shrouded in dust and sorrow, who bears the burden of unrequited affection? Fear not the ravages of time upon beauty. Rather, dread the silence that follows the fall of blossoms. You certainly opened my eyes yesterday, Lu Wushuang observed, gazing intently at Lu Shaoyou. I merely spoke in a moment of inspiration. It is nothing significant, Lu Shaoyou replied lightly. Have you considered your future, as well as that of your third aunt? Lu Wushuang probed softly. Do you think I have any prospects left? Lu Shaoyou replied with a faint smile, countering her question. From your demeanor yesterday, I can tell you are unwilling to resign yourself to this fate. Yet, you cannot become a warrior, nor can you aspire to be a spirit cultivator. Shaoyou, if you have made any decisions regarding your future and require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, Lu Wushuang stated firmly. Sister Wushuang, I do indeed have an urgent matter in need of your help. Lu Shaoyou hesitated slightly, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. Speak freely. I shall assist you if it is within my power, Lu Wushuang replied, her gaze steady. I wish to borrow a sum of gold, specifically 20 gold coins, Lu Shaoyou admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time he had asked a woman for money. Deep down, Lu Shaoyou was a man of traditional values, and requesting money from a woman was an arduous task. 20 gold coins is not an insignificant amount. May I inquire as to what you intend to use it for? Lu Wushuang asked with a slight frown. Can I tell you later? I cannot disclose it at this moment, Lu Shaoyou replied. Here are 50 gold coins. I trust you. If it is insufficient, come find me, Lu Wushuang said, handing him a pouch that exuded a faint fragrance, containing precisely 50 gold coins. Sister Wushuang, thank you. Having seen the coins, Lu Shaoyou said little more. Casting a glance at Lu Wushuang, silently vowing to repay her kindness 1,000-fold in the future. I must take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me, Lu Wushuang said, rising to depart. As she looked at Lu Shaoyou, a moment of daze enveloped her. Since their encounter in the back garden yesterday, she sensed that he had changed in some profound way. Today, her visit only reinforced this feeling. And from the instinct of a daughter, she perceived that her once timid cousin had acquired an unspoken aura. Everything will fall into place. 50 gold coins will solve all troubles, Lu Shaoyou murmured to himself as he gazed at the coins in his hand. Young master, you are indulging quite lavishly. I even brought you breakfast, Lu Xiaobai exclaimed, having arrived in the courtyard unnoticed, his eyes drawn to the exquisite spread of pastries. He quickly discarded the oil cake he held and began to devour the delicacies voraciously. Eat quickly. Once you're finished, accompany me on an outing, Lu Xiaoyu instructed. Where are we going? I am but a lowly servant and cannot wander freely, Lu Xiaobai protested. What is there to fear? Let us exit through the back. No one will know, Lu Xiaoyu reassured him. Very well, I do wish to explore, Lu Xiaobai conceded. Thus, the two made their way out of the Lu residence through the rear, where they encountered the old servant, Uncle Nan. Lu Xiaoyu could not suppress a sense of pride. As if to declare to Uncle Nan that he now possessed 20 gold coins and was about to procure materials. Strolling through the streets, Lu Xiaoyu felt quite familiar with Qingyan Town, having traversed its pathways in his mind. The town was quite substantial, and he and Lu Xiaobai slowed their pace, leisurely wandering amidst the bustling crowds. As they admired the myriad shops lining the streets, filled with exotic goods from another world, Lu Xiaoyu was thoroughly captivated. This marked his first outing since arriving in the spirit martial continent. After visiting several streets, Lu Xiaoyu remained mindful of his purpose, to acquire the medicinal herbs Uncle Nan had noted. These ingredients for alchemical concoctions were not typically found in ordinary shops. They were sold only in specialized establishments. According to his recollection, such shops in Qingyan Town were exceedingly rare, predominantly controlled by a few families, with the Lu family being one of them. Navigating through several streets, Lu Xiaoyu turned into an alley and soon emerged onto another thoroughfare, which was the gathering place for warriors in Qingyan Town. A discerning eye might even catch sight of a spirit cultivator or two among the crowd. This broad avenue was not teeming with people, yet it thrived with a unique vibrancy. The shops lining the street primarily sold herbs, elixirs, and weaponry, boasting more opulent decor compared to those on adjacent streets. The clientele consisted mainly of warriors and spirit cultivators, with ordinary folk rarely venturing here. A single herb from these shops could very well equate to half a year's worth of sustenance for an average family. As Lu Xiaoyu gazed down the street, he spotted a shop named Lu Family Apothecary, resplendently adorned, with 2 martial apprentices stationed at the entrance. Though the Lu Family Apothecary carried the items on his list, Lu Xiaoyu chose not to enter, instead scanning the surroundings. Tianbeiman, he observed, recognizing a shop by that name, recalling that it was the business of the Dugu family, the most formidable commercial entity in Qingyan Town. Without much hesitation, Lu Shaoyu strode into Tianbaomen. Believing that this larger establishment would likely have a more comprehensive selection of the items he sought. Young master, what brings you to Tianbaomen? Lu Xiaobai asked timidly. Trailing behind Lu Shaoyu. This place was frequented by warriors and spirit cultivators. As a lowly servant, he had never entered such an extravagant venue. May I assist you in finding something, young sir? A voice called from behind as Lu Shaoyu stepped through the grand entrance of Tianbaomen. Turning to face the voice, Lu Shaoyu saw two burly men clad in uniform attire flanking him, with the one on the left addressing him. The two men regarded Lu Shaoyu with respect, as he was clad in a fine blue robe gifted by Lu Wushuang that morning, clearly indicating his status beyond that of an ordinary individual, while Lu Xiaobai, in his servant's garb, completed the illusion of nobility. I wish to purchase some materials for alchemical concoction, Lu Shaoyu declared. Right this way, please, the man replied, leading Lu Shaoyu forward with utmost deference. Lu Xiaobai followed closely, his eyes wide with awe at the opulent decor of Tianbaomen, rendered speechless by the grandeur surrounding him. Lu Shaoyu observed everything within the Tianbao Gate with a tranquil demeanor. The area was quite expansive, likely spanning over 1,000 square meters. Inside, a plethora of items dazzled the eye. At a glance, Lu Shaoyu could identify various weapons and armors, all possessions of martial artists and spiritual practitioners. At that moment, a dozen or so warriors were present, selecting their desired items within the Tianbao Gate. Chapter 16 Farewell to Duga Binglan. This is the place, Steward Wu. This young master wishes to purchase herbs for refining pills. Please assist him. After traversing several lengthy counters, the burly man guiding Lu Shaoyu handed him over to an elderly gentleman of around 50, who promptly withdrew. What herbs does this young master require? The steward, clad in a long robe, regarded Lu Shaoyu with a glimmer of astuteness in his eyes. Just give me 2 of everything available, Lu Shaoyu replied. Initially intending to buy only 1, he now found himself with 50 gold coins, sufficient to procure 2. The extra purchase sparked other thoughts within him. Very well, young master. Please wait a moment while I gather the herbs for you. The steward, somewhat astonished by Lu Shaoyu's request for materials typically sought by spiritual practitioners, became even more courteous. All right, Lu Shaoyu responded lightly, leaning against a counter and surveying the entirety of Tianbao Gate. Young master, why are you buying herbs for pill refining? Where did you acquire such gold? I've heard these materials are quite expensive, Lu Xiaobai whispered nervously to Lu Shaoyu. What are you worried about? You are not the one spending gold, Lu Shaoyu remarked, his gaze shifting to 2 familiar figures approaching, none other than Miss Duga Binglan and her maid, Shaoyou, whom he had encountered the previous day in the Lu family's garden. Greetings, miss. The 2 ladies approached, and all the staff within Tianbao Gate showed their respect, bowing as the women's eyes fell upon Lu Shaoyu. As Lu Shaoyu observed Miss Duga once more, he noted her striking beauty and keen demeanor. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement before diverting his gaze, but lingered a moment longer on the maid, Xiu. The 2 women appeared somewhat surprised, and soon began conversing in hushed tones. Lu Shaoyu, I didn't expect to see you here at Tianbao Gate, Duga Binglan said, drawing closer, a faint fragrance wafting from her. The surrounding staff observed with astonishment the familiarity between Lu Shaoyu and the miss. Behind Lu Shaoyu, Lu Xiaobai trembled nervously at the sight of Duga Binglan's approach. Hearing her words, he was perplexed. How could this miss be acquainted with his young master? He secretly mused about yesterday's invitation to meet her. It seemed there was a prior connection. Greetings, Miss Dugu. I came to procure some herbs for refining pills. And it is indeed a privilege to encounter you here, Lu Shaoyu replied lightly. How curious that you did not visit your own merchant house for the herbs. Duga Binglan remarked with a subtle smile, which enhanced her beauty further. Would you deny me the herbs I seek, Miss Dugu? Lu Shaoyu chuckled softly, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Of course not. You are most welcome, she replied with a gracious smile, then continued. Might I inquire if you are a spiritual practitioner? Young Master Lu? Ah. Just then, Steward Wu returned, carrying 2 small packages and handed them to Lu Shaoyu. Greetings, miss, he said, bowing to Duga Binglan. Let us settle the account, Lu Shaoyu said as he transferred the packages to Lu Xiaobai. That will be 38 gold coins in total, Steward Wu announced. Steward Wu, please apply a 20% discount for young Master Lu. He shall be our esteemed guest from now on, Dugu Binglan instructed graciously. Certainly, miss, the steward replied respectfully. If young Master Lu is a friend of the miss, then the total is 30 gold coins. Thank you, Miss Dugu. Lu Shaoyu smiled and nodded, retrieving 30 gold coins from the fragrant pouch and handing them to the steward, pleased with the 8-coin discount, as he was in need of funds. Young Master Lu, this is a VIP card from Tianbao Gate. Keep it, In the future, you will receive priority service and preferential prices. We will also share any relevant information with you. And if you wish to sell any pills, we will offer you the best price possible. Dugu Binglan extended a white jade plaque inscribed with the characters for Tianbao Gate to Lu Shaoyou. Once again, my gratitude. Lu Shaoyou accepted the jade plaque without hesitation, recognizing the benefits it offered. Though he found Dugu Binglan's overtures somewhat suspicious, he chose to disregard them. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. And if she had ulterior motives, he felt no concern. A smirk crept onto his face as he contemplated this. I shall take my leave now. With a slight nod, Lu Shaoyou turned to exit, giving a respectful nod to Shaoyou as he passed. You seem to have acquired quite a fortune. How do you know Miss Dugu? Lu Xiaobai inquired as they stepped outside Tianbao Gate. Why all the questions? Let us head back, and do not mention my purchase of herbs to anyone, Lu Shaoyou replied. Who is that person? He does not seem particularly remarkable. Perhaps we are overestimating him, Steward Wu remarked to Dugu Binglan after Lu Xiaoyou's departure. This individual is not ordinary. Please send someone to investigate his background thoroughly. We must treat him well in the future, Dugu Binglan instructed. With that, Shaoyou departed from Tianbao Gate. After navigating the streets, Lu Shaoyou and Lu Xiaobai returned quietly through the back entrance of the Lu residence. Their absence had gone unnoticed. As a lowly servant and a seemingly useless young master would attract little attention, this lad possesses some skill, mused an elderly servant as he observed the two packages in Lu Xiaobai's possession. In the afternoon, Lu Shaoyou and Lu Xiaobai made a brief appearance at the Lu residence before retreating to their respective quarters, as there was little to occupy them on such a frigid winter day. As night fell, Lu Shaoyou had already prepared for his endeavor and entered the secret chamber of the firewood room, where the elder servant, Uncle Nan, awaited him. Uncle Nan, I have procured the herbs you requested, Lu Shaoyou announced with a grin upon seeing him. Why did you purchase 2 sets? Uncle Nan inquired, inspecting the materials. I feared you might fail, so I bought an extra set. If successful, we can refine an additional pill, Lu Shaoyou explained, recognizing that the pills would be far more valuable than the herbs themselves. He anticipated selling any surplus for profit. If you fail to refine a first-grade pill with my assistance, you might as well throw yourself against a wall, Uncle Nan retorted, observing Lu Shaoyou closely. You have practiced the opening mountain palm for several days now. Demonstrate it for me. Understood. Lu Shaoyou concealed his amusement, for he believed he had achieved some progress with the technique. He took a moment to gather himself, circulating his energy and forming a somewhat esoteric hand seal, as waves of air began to ripple from his palms. With a soft thud, Lu Shaoyou struck the stone wall within the secret chamber with his palm, causing the wall to tremble and a cascade of dust to fall. He was taken aback by the power of his own blow, astonished to realize that such force could potentially send a bull flying. Chapter 17. The Refinement of the Anointing Pill. Please support and recommend. Though somewhat reluctant, it was still insufficient to achieve the full power expected of the mountain-splitting palm. Remember, this technique requires a formidable force rising from the earth, with feet and waist in harmony, combined with the true energy from the dantian, to unleash its maximum might. The elderly servant, Uncle Nan, instructed. Understood, Uncle Nan. Lu Shaoyou nodded in agreement. Now, let me teach you how to refine pills. Upon finishing his words, Uncle Nan elegantly flicked his sleeve, and a large tripod, nearly a meter tall, appeared out of thin air. This tripod was enveloped in a blend of azure and crimson hues, exuding a rich fragrance of spiritual herbs, adorned with intricate patterns, including a swirling image of a fire dragon. The dragon's mouth bore an opening the size of a bowl, while a circular lid rested atop the tripod, exuding an aura of antiquity and weightiness. This is known as the fire dragon tripod. Henceforth, it shall be yours. Do not let it be seen by others, for should a spiritual general or commander set eyes upon it, their greed could lead to dire consequences. This fire dragon tripod possesses profound mysteries, which will aid you, a novice, in swiftly mastering the art of pill refinement, Uncle Nan advised. Thank you, Uncle Nan, Lu Shaoyou exclaimed, elated. Every item gifted by Uncle Nan was undoubtedly a treasure. A thought crossed Lu Shaoyou's mind. If he could uncover more treasures from Uncle Nan, he would reap immeasurable benefits in the future, even if he chose to sell them later at a handsome price. Naturally, he dared not let Uncle Nan catch wind of this thought, lest he face dire repercussions. Uncle Nan, this large item you have gifted me, how can I possibly carry it? Lu Shaoyou lamented, eagerly approaching the fire dragon tripod, bending slightly to embrace it. It weighed at least 200 g. I knew you would react this way. Uncle Nan shot him a glance, then produced a black ring-like object and handed it to Lu Shaoyu. This is a storage ring. By dripping your blood onto it and wearing it on your finger, it will merge with your being. When needed, you can activate it with your true energy or spiritual energy, and its space is ample enough for your use. Uncle Nan continued, do not reveal this item to outsiders. If you encounter someone with ill intentions, they may resort to killing and thievery. There are only 3 such storage rings in the world, although not overly expensive. They possess some arcane qualities, and acquiring one is something even the entire Lu family could scarcely manage. Is it truly that valuable? Lu Shaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. This single storage ring was worth the entire Lu family? Uncle Nan was indeed a man of extraordinary treasures. Eagerly taking the storage ring, Lu Shaoyu pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the ring, which then mysteriously merged into his finger. You can use your spiritual power to examine everything within the storage ring. In the future, you can store items inside, but living things cannot be kept within, Uncle Nan explained. As Lu Shaoyu employed his spiritual power, the storage ring on his left ring finger appeared, revealing a space of nearly 100 square meters in his mind. A treasure. I've struck gold, he mused inwardly, feeling grateful for the fortuitous encounter with a benefactor like Uncle Nan. Why the days? Do you think it's exceedingly valuable? How disappointing, Uncle Nan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Shaoyu. The Lu family may be respected in Qingyun town, but in the grand scheme of the spirit martial continent, they are nothing. Though you are not my disciple, I hope you will broaden your horizons and not bring shame upon me. I understand, Uncle Nan, Lu Shaoyu replied, feeling somewhat chastised. It seemed he could not compare to Uncle Nan. He resolved to seek opportunities to explore the outside world in the future. Now, familiarize yourself with the fire dragon tripod. Prepare to refine pills shortly, Uncle Nan instructed, gesturing for Lu Shaoyu to examine the tripod closely. Lu Shaoyu approached the fire dragon tripod, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship. Akin to an antique, gently touching it would elicit a soft humming sound. Inject your spiritual energy from the dragon's mouth, and flames will emerge. Give it a try, Uncle Nan encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shaoyu concentrated, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the dragon's mouth. Suddenly, azure and crimson flames roared forth from within the tripod. Slow down. If you continue like this, you'll ruin the herbs, Uncle Nan admonished, then added. To conjure flames on the first attempt is commendable. Now, I will teach you to refine the anointing pill. A basic first-grade pill capable of enhancing the cultivation of martial artists at the apprentice level. First, open the lid and place the 3-star grass and 5-leaf lotus into the fire dragon tripod for refinement. Control your spiritual power. Keep the flames moderate, not too small, lest they fail to refine the materials, and not too large, as they could damage the essence of the herbs. This step is merely to eliminate impurities and preserve the most refined portion of the herbs. Do not rush, maintain control. If your spiritual power depletes, you will be unable to refine the pill. Next, add a sprig of vitality grass and a portion of condensation dew, Uncle Nan continued, guiding Lu Shaoyu through the process. As Lu Shaoyu started to peer into the fire dragon tripod, using his spiritual power, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, his emotions swirling. Under Uncle Nan's guidance, he gradually fell into a focused state, with Uncle Nan occasionally nodding in approval. Be cautious. Steady yourself, Uncle Nan suddenly commanded. Lu Shaoyu felt a weight in his heart as his control faltered, causing the flames within the tripod to surge dangerously. He quickly stabilized the flames, startled by how challenging it was to control his spiritual power, which appeared deceptively simple. Find your rhythm. Steady yourself, Uncle Nan continued. Within the secret chamber, the flames from the fire dragon tripod flickered against the stone walls, their light casting dancing shadows. The temperature within the chamber steadily rose, and beads of sweat began to form on Lu Shaoyu's brow. An hour later, Lu Shaoyu sensed his spiritual energy dwindling rapidly. The process of refining pills was indeed an arduous task that demanded immense energy. At that moment, he had only managed to refine all the materials into spiritual liquid and felt he could no longer continue. All right, you may take a short break. Just as Lu Shaoyu contemplated informing Uncle Nan of his exhaustion, the elder's voice reached his ears. Instantly, Lu Shaoyu ceased channeling energy into the fire dragon tripod. Feeling as if all strength had drained from him, he collapsed softly onto the ground of the chamber, gasping for breath, as though he had just completed a marathon. Utterly spent. Chapter 18. The triple martial disciple. Focus your breathing. At this moment, it greatly benefits your spiritual energy, the old servant, Uncle Nan, admonished with a stern gaze directed at Lu Shaoyou, devoid of any hint of politeness. In response, Lu Shaoyou reluctantly rose, settling into a meditative posture. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the yin-yang spiritual martial art. Instantly, a glimmer of brightness emerged in his mind, and his spiritual energy gradually began to replenish. Although the yin-yang spiritual martial art is known for its slow cultivation speed, it did not impede the pace of his recovery. Observing Lu Shaoyou in meditation, Uncle Nan's expression softened, revealing a compassionate and comforting gaze. After 2 hours, Lu Shaoyou slowly opened his eyes. The sensation of fatigue and weakness had dissipated, leaving him invigorated. He felt a surge of spiritual energy in his mind, seemingly enhanced compared to before, and his entire being was enveloped in an indescribable comfort. Now that you have recovered, let us continue, Uncle Nan instructed. Understood, Lu Shaoyou replied, crossing his hands and cracking his knuckles, shaking his head to clear his mind. He returned to the fire dragon cauldron. He steadily infused spiritual energy from the mouth of the dragon, and soon, a vibrant crimson flame flickered to life within the cauldron once more. Your task now is to meld these medicinal essences into a pill. You must not rest any longer. If you do, the pill will be ruined, Uncle Nan advised. With a focused mind, Lu Shaoyou began to merge the refined spiritual liquids using his spiritual energy. Under the control of the crimson flame, the liquids gradually blended together. Maintaining control was crucial, as this step was the most challenging. Certain herbs possessed mutual repulsion, and a single misstep could ruin the entire batch. Lu Shaoyou dared not let his guard down, having memorized the theoretical knowledge of pill refinement. And with Uncle Nan's guidance, he managed to navigate the process, albeit with some difficulty. Another hour passed, and changes began to manifest within the fire dragon cauldron. A rich aroma of spiritual medicine wafted out, calming Lu Shaoyou's mind. With a clang, the lid of the cauldron opened, releasing a dense fragrance of spiritual herbs. Enveloped in a swirl of crimson flame, a round yellow pill, the size of a thumb, emerged within the chamber. A subtle smile crept onto Uncle Nan's face as he flicked his hand, and a beam of light enveloped the yellow pill, bringing it into his grasp. In terms of quality, it is merely passable. However, considering this is your first attempt at pill refinement, it is commendable. Consume it, and continue your meditation. This pill of enlightenment should elevate you from the first-level martial disciple to the third level. Though Lu Shaoyou felt a tinge of disappointment at the pill's mediocre quality, he was unaware that what Uncle Nan deemed passable was regarded as quite exceptional by others. Only 2 levels? Lu Shaoyou gasped, realizing how expensive the yin-yang spiritual martial art could be. Are you not satisfied? Understand that for an average person, achieving this in under a year is nearly impossible. You should count your blessings, Uncle Nan retorted. True, while it is costly, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, Lu Shaoyou acknowledged. Excitement bubbling within him as he held the pill of enlightenment he had crafted himself. He was now officially a spiritual practitioner. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo a month of training. Prepare yourself. I must take my leave now. After you finish meditating, return home, Uncle Nan said before exiting the chamber. Special training? What kind of training? Lu Shaoyou murmured, then settled back into his meditation, swallowing the pill of enlightenment. As the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current that coursed through his entire meridian system. Under the refining process of the yin-yang spiritual martial art, it became threads of true energy that flowed into his dantian. Lu Shaoyou reveled in the sensation of true energy flowing through his meridians, bringing immense comfort. However, he also felt a slight pressure and occasional pain as his meridians expanded with the influx of energy. As time passed, he sensed his spiritual energy rapidly recovering. Under this energy, his soul received the finest nourishment, growing stronger and more substantial. After several hours, he felt it was time to assess the effects of the pill of enlightenment. He had refined most of its medicinal power, and his true energy level had indeed risen to the third-level martial disciple. Remarkable! Lu Shaoyou exclaimed, exhaling a breath of stale air. Refining this single pill had instantly elevated his cultivation by 2 levels, a pace that was truly astonishing, albeit financially burdensome. He realized that such a leap in cultivation would require a similar investment as he progressed to the warrior or even the master level. It is time to return. I await the training tomorrow, Lu Shaoyou stated. He rose, channeling spiritual energy into his storage ring to stow away the fire dragon cauldron. The wonders of the spiritual martial continent still amazed him. Perhaps even more extraordinary events awaited him in the future. After tidying up, Lu Shaoyou left the chamber and made his way back to his courtyard, waiting for dawn. During this period, sleep was unnecessary for him. At dawn, Lu Xiaobai arrived punctually at the courtyard. From Lu Shaoyou, he learned that the year-end festival was just over a month away, during which the entire Lu family, including extended kin, would return to pay respects to their ancestors. Thus, preparations must commence to cleanse the estate thoroughly, especially the front yard, which needed to be immaculate and revitalized. However, due to Lu Xiaoyou's status, he was unable to access the front yard, and no one had informed him about the cleaning duties, leaving him free of such responsibilities. After Lu Xiaobai departed and his mother went to the laundry room, Lu Xiaoyu found himself quite bored in the courtyard. Since no one else was around, he decided to take this time to refine another pill of enlightenment with the remaining materials he had. Selling this pill would allow him to acquire more materials for further refinement, ensuring he could sustain enough funds to purchase medicinal ingredients. Otherwise, once he reached the ranks of a warrior or master, affording such materials would likely become impossible. As for demonic and spiritual pills, he need not even consider them at this stage. He contemplated the value of his family's storage ring and the extraordinary fire dragon cauldron. If sold, they could fetch a considerable amount of demonic and spiritual pills, but he quickly dismissed the thought. If Uncle Nan were to find out, he would surely be furious. Moreover, such treasures were not something Lu Xiaoyu was willing to part with. Resolved, Lu Xiaoyu retrieved the fire dragon cauldron from his storage ring and prepared to refine the pill of enlightenment once more. Fortunately, the room was spacious and devoid of distractions, providing ample space for his alchemical endeavors. Having attempted this process before, Lu Xiaoyu felt a heightened sense of tension this time. Last night, Uncle Nin had been present to oversee his work, but now, he was wholly reliant on his own abilities. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoyu retrieved the remaining portion of the enlightenment elixir from his storage ring. As he infused it with spiritual energy and placed it into the fire dragon cauldron, a tangible azure-red flame swiftly emerged within. Following the steps from the previous day, Lu Xiaoyu cautiously added the 3-star grass and 5-leaf lotus into the cauldron for refinement, leaving no room for carelessness. As strands of spiritual energy were consumed in his mind, he proceeded to introduce the other medicinal ingredients for refinement. The temperature in the room escalated rapidly due to the flames in the fire dragon cauldron, causing Lu Xiaoyu to break into a sweat once more. While controlling the spiritual energy during the refining process, he encountered several minor mishaps that sent chills down his spine, yet fortune favored him, and he emerged from the ordeal unscathed. Chapter 19. The Sale of Elixirs After 2 hours. All the medicinal herbs for refining the enlightenment pill had been transformed into streams of spiritual liquid by Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, he felt his spiritual energy nearly depleted and was overcome with exhaustion. He began to recuperate, as the spiritual energy in his mind gradually restored, erasing his fatigue entirely. Once rejuvenated, Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of vitality, as if his spiritual energy had increased slightly, and he resumed the alchemical process. He infused the spiritual energy into the fire dragon cauldron, where the tangible blue-red flames reignited. This time, Lu Xiaoyu aimed to merge the spiritual liquids into a pill. This was the most challenging aspect. Each herb possessed a degree of resistance, and the compatibility among various spiritual herbs could also lead to rejection. The optimal temperature for each herb varied, all of which required precise control of spiritual force, demanding a keen and powerful soul to master and sense. There is a saying that a small error can lead to a great disaster. Any mistake could ruin the elixir. Thus, Lu Xiaoyu dared not let his guard down. Without Uncle Nan's guidance, he had to rely entirely on himself this time. I will succeed, he reassured himself, knowing he must face everything alone in the future. And he was determined to triumph. At this moment, deeply focused on refining the enlightenment pill, Lu Xiaoyu was unaware that a figure was slowly approaching the courtyard. A place that usually saw no visitors. Clad in a beautifully embroidered robe that accentuated her graceful figure, with long legs and black hair flowing like ink. The elegant aura surrounding her belonged to Lu Wushuang. Since sensing an invisible change in Lu Xiaoyu, curiosity had taken root in her heart, prompting her desire to learn more about her cousin. As she gracefully stepped into the courtyard, she noticed it was empty. Just as she was about to leave, a fragrant aura of medicinal herbs wafted from one of the rooms, accompanied by a subtle fluctuation in energy. As one of the few exceptionally talented members of the younger generation in the Lu family, Lu Wushuang, at the age of 19, had already attained the rank of a martial artist. This level of cultivation was considered formidable within the Lu clan. Feeling something amiss, she narrowed her beautiful eyes in confusion and moved slowly toward the source of the energy fluctuation, gathering her internal true energy. Approaching Lu Shaoyou's door, she detected the rich aroma of spiritual herbs and the energy fluctuation emanating from within. After a moment's hesitation, she gently pushed the door open, her expression instantly transforming into one of astonishment. Covering her lips with her jade hand, she beheld a sight she could never have anticipated. The supposedly inept young master of the Lu family was, in fact, refining elixirs. The Lu family had 2 spiritual practitioners, and Lu Wushuang had witnessed them crafting elixirs before. Thus, upon observing Lu Shaoyou's appearance, she could discern the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him, indicating that he was indeed a practitioner, capable of refining elixirs and had reached the level of a formal spiritual apprentice. As she watched the intricate hand seals and the flowing spiritual energy, Lu Wushuang could hardly believe her eyes. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have imagined that the previously underestimated young master of the Lu family was actually a practitioner. It seemed everyone had misjudged him. He was indeed a practitioner and had chosen to remain hidden. A hint of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes as she mused. It appears he has endured in silence, perhaps to avoid drawing attention. With a faint smile, she quietly closed the door, her mind racing with the realization of why Lu Shaoyou chose to conceal his abilities. She was well aware of the dynamics within the Lu family. This fellow should be more cautious. If others were to discover this, it would surely invite trouble. She thought softly before standing silently at the entrance of the courtyard. Inside the room, Lu Shaoyou was entirely absorbed in the process of refining the enlightenment pill and remained oblivious to Lu Wushuang's presence at the door. Any experienced practitioner would have sensed her arrival, but his focus on the elixir consumed him. Anxiety gripped him. If the elixir failed, it would mean a loss of several gold coins, and his inexperience led him to overlook the fact that his identity as a practitioner had already been exposed. After another 2 hours, the cauldron's lid opened, releasing a rich fragrance of spiritual herbs. A round, thumb-sized, yellow elixir emerged from the fire dragon cauldron, enveloped in vibrant flames. I did it. I finally succeeded. Although utterly drained, Lu Shaoyou smiled, proud that he had independently crafted an elixir from start to finish. Is it done? It must have succeeded. As a first-level martial artist, Lu Wushuang's senses were finely tuned. The noises from the courtyard, under her careful scrutiny, could not escape her notice. A subtle smile graced her lips as she cast a glance towards Lu Shaoyou's room before departing the courtyard. With the enlightenment pill in hand, Lu Shaoyou felt an overwhelming urge to consume it immediately, confident that it would elevate his martial prowess. However, he also recognized that selling the elixir could fetch a price far exceeding that of the materials, allowing him to purchase even more herbs for future refinement. Resolute in his decision, he planned to sell the enlightenment pill that afternoon and procure additional materials. After tidying up the fire dragon cauldron, Lu Shaoyou exited through the back door and soon arrived at the marketplace. "Miss, we have gathered information on Lu Shaoyou," said a martial affairs steward, bowing his head in a beautifully furnished room where Duga Binglan and a maid named Shaoyou sat. "Please, go on," Duga Binglan urged. The steward continued, "According to our informants, Lu Shaoyou is the 3rd son of the Lu family and a maid. Later, he faced exclusion from the legitimate wife, Zhao, and due to physical limitations, he could not cultivate true energy and attain the status of a fighter. His standing in the family is akin to that of a servant, often subject to Zhao's faction's bullying. The 3rd son of the Lu family dared not speak out, and there is nothing particularly remarkable about him. But what about the Zhao family?" Shaoyou inquired with a slight frown. "Indeed, it is that Zhao family," the steward replied. "The Lu family seems hesitant to offend them, which is why Lu Shaoyou and his mother have fallen to their current status. However, based on Lu Shaoyou's recent performance, it seems he should not be underestimated. A mediocre person would not possess such an aura, and he procured materials for refining elixirs without relying on the Lu family. Miss, we should keep a close watch on Lu Shaoyou. Should he return to purchase materials for elixir refinement, it would indicate that even if he is not a practitioner, there must be a practitioner supporting him from behind." Chapter 20. Endurance Brothers. It is already the 4th update. Please show your support. Thank you, and I request recommendations. Mr. Wu, please take special care of young Master Lu when he comes to purchase materials for refining pills again. We are in dire need of assistance, said Duga Binglan. Yes, Miss, Mr. Wu replied before exiting the room. Young Master Lu returned to the street where materials for pills and weapons were sold. After surveying his surroundings, he walked into Tianbao Gate, where he was regarded as a VIP. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to conserve his gold coins, especially since Tianbao Gate also bought pills. "Greetings, young Master Lu. Are you here again to purchase materials for refining pills?" The two robust men at the entrance recognized him and were even more courteous today, having noted his acquaintance with their young mistress yesterday. Yes, and I would like to sell a pill as well, young Master Lu replied. Please, this way, young master. One of the men politely escorted him to the counter he had visited the day before, where Mr. Wu was also present. Young Master Lu, how may I assist you today? Mr. Wu smiled upon seeing him. I wish to sell this enlightenment pill and purchase some materials for the pills I inquired about yesterday. Young Master Lu said, producing the enlightenment pill he had prepared earlier. Ah, the enlightenment pill. Mr. Wu's eyes lit up as he examined it closely. Although this is a first-grade pill, its formula is known to only a few, approaching the level of a second-grade pill. Its efficacy in enhancing a warrior's vital energy surpasses that of other pills considerably. This enlightenment pill is of superior quality. Since you are a friend of our young mistress, we can offer you 50 gold coins for it. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I appreciate it, young Master Lu responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Internally, he mused. Heaven knows if they truly value it at 50 gold coins, considering the cost is merely 15. Such profit would ensure he would not have to worry about gold coins in the future. After all, young Master Lu is our esteemed guest at Tianbao Gate. The enlightenment pill is a rare item. In the future, if you have more, please continue to bring them to us. We will purchase them at full price and gain some reputation in the process, Mr. Wu said. Certainly, I will bring any future enlightenment pills to Tianbao Gate. Young Master Lu replied with a faint smile. Please assist me in purchasing 4 sets of the materials from yesterday. Please wait a moment. I will prepare them right away. Mr. Wu said respectfully before heading to the back. Miss, the young master from the Lu family has returned, bringing an enlightenment pill and intending to purchase materials. Likely for the enlightenment pill, Mr. Wu informed Dugu Binglan in a private room. The enlightenment pill, Dugu Binglan remarked as she examined the pill before passing it to Tsiyu. Shaoyou, take a look at this enlightenment pill. While it is a first-grade pill, its quality is nearing that of a second-grade pill. Only a skilled spiritualist would know the formula for the enlightenment pill. It seems that this young master from the Lu family must have some secrets. Mr. Wu, from now on, this young master from the Lu family is our true VIP at Tianbao Gate. You understand what that means, right? Also, assure him that the Lu family will not learn of his visits to Tianbao Gate, Dugu Binglan instructed. I understand, Mississippi. I will make the arrangements, Mr. Wu replied before taking his leave to prepare. Inside Tianbao Gate, young Master Lu surveyed the interior, noticing that first-grade pills were priced around 40 gold coins. He thought to himself, it appears that Tianbao Gate has not overcharged me. They seem to have an interest in fostering a connection. Young Master, the materials you requested are ready, and here are 50 gold coins for the enlightenment pill. Please confirm, Mr. Wu announced a short while later, presenting several small packages to young Master Lu. Let me calculate the cost of these materials, young Master Lu said, estimating that the 4 sets of materials would amount to around 60 gold coins. With 20 gold coins still in his possession and the 50 from selling the enlightenment pill, he had more than enough. No need for calculations, young master. In the future, you can settle any purchases at once during your visits to Tianbao Gate. Multiple transactions are cumbersome, especially since we look forward to your next enlightenment pill, Mr. Wu smiled. Are you not concerned that I might default? Young Master Lu quipped, sensing that Tianbao Gate was treating him exceedingly well. Young master, you are not that kind of person, Mr. Wu chuckled. Well then, thank you once more. I shall not be polite when it comes to bargains, young Master Lu replied. Take care, young Master Lu, Mr. Wu said, adding softly. Rest assured that the Lu family will remain oblivious to your visits to Tianbao Gate. As young Master Lu prepared to leave, Mr. Wu's words startled him momentarily. He composed himself and said, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Upon exiting Tianbao Gate, young Master Lu found a secluded spot to store his belongings within his mysterious storage ring before heading back to the Lu family estate. Along the way, Mr. Wu's words made young Master Lu increasingly vigilant. Frequent visits to Tianbao Gate could potentially expose him to the Lu family, and it seemed that Tianbao Gate was subtly investigating him. Tianbao Gate. Young Master Lu pondered as he made his way home. As a seemingly useless young master, unloved by his maternal grandparents and neglected by his uncles, young Master Lu had come to see his current identity as not entirely disadvantageous. At the very least, he was well-fed and unbothered, allowing him the freedom to pursue his own endeavors without significant obstacles. That night, young Master Lu stealthily entered the secret chamber in the woodshed, where the old servant, Uncle Nan, was already waiting. Uncle Nan, what shall we train today? Young Master Lu inquired, recalling that Uncle Nan had mentioned a month-long training regimen. It's quite simple. I will train you to endure blows. Uncle Nan replied with a mischievous smile. What? You want me to endure blows? Young Master Lu's expression darkened. This was hardly a pleasant prospect. Of course, we will also train your senses and the 5 elemental attributes in your body. If you can withstand this for a month, even if you encounter someone much stronger than you will at least have a chance to escape with your life. Otherwise, your life may be easily lost. Uncle Nan stated seriously. Rest assured, Uncle Nan, I can endure it. Bring it on, young Master Lu declared. If Uncle Nan insisted, there must be sound reasoning behind it. For the sake of his future life, he was determined to persevere through this month of training. Now, I will train you to endure blows. I will attack you with the strength of a first-level warrior. You only need to withstand it for 1 hour to pass, Uncle Nan instructed. That's unfair. I am a 3rd-level martial disciple. The difference is too great, young Master Lu protested, knowing that his current strength would not match that of a 1st-level warrior, which was clearly an invitation to be beaten. Fairness? When your life is at stake, can you demand fairness? Uncle Nan's expression darkened. With that, he swiftly formed a hand seal and unleashed a punch imbued with energy aimed directly at young Master Lu's left shoulder. I'm not ready for this. This isn't fair. Lu Shaoyou's complexion suddenly changed, his body retreating in a state of panic. Although he had already become a bona fide 3rd-level martial artist, he remained utterly inexperienced when it came to actual combat. Bang! Before Lu Shaoyou could finish his words, no matter how much he attempted to distance himself, Uncle Nan's palm seemed to cling to him like a shadow. In an instant, an overwhelming force descended upon his shoulder, and he found himself tumbling onto the ground, his body flipping over like a turtle, experiencing a jarring pain as if his bones were about to shatter. Get up! Uncle Nan's voice thundered, devoid of any politeness. His body spun around, delivering a kick that generated a powerful gust of wind, the force of which was undeniably formidable. My goodness! Terrified, Lu Shaoyou scrambled forward, realizing that if this kick landed on him, it could very well break several of his bones. Bang! But the speed was too swift. Before Lu Shaoyou could escape, the kick connected with his abdomen, propelling him a meter high into the air within the confined space, before he crashed back down to the ground. Blood surged within him, and he tasted a hint of sweetness in his throat. Remember, when others seek your life, they will not discuss fairness or rules, they will only take your life. Uncle Nan charged forward once more, delivering a relentless barrage of punches, palm strikes, and kicks. The small chamber left Lu Shaoyou with no means of evasion, resulting in several of his ribs fracturing under the onslaught. 15 minutes later, Lu Shaoyou lay on the ground, battered and bruised, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate, his body in a state of utter exhaustion. Rise and take this opportunity to feel the 5 elemental attributes within your yin-yang body. Now is the most opportune moment. In the future, when you cultivate martial techniques of other attributes, you will achieve results with half the effort, the old servant Uncle Nan instructed. With no choice but to comply, the weary Lu Shaoyou sat cross-legged and began to attune himself to the 5 attributes within him, as guided by Uncle Nan. Chapter 21. The cleansing pill. Calm and composed, Lu Shaoyou gradually regulated his breathing, while simultaneously attuning his awareness to the 5 elemental attributes within himself. Initially, he could only perceive a faint golden glow emanating from within, representing the earth element, which corresponded with the earth-based martial technique he practiced, the mountain opening palm. Relax and slowly attune to the 5 elemental attributes within you. Once you familiarized yourself with them, mastering martial techniques of these elements will become considerably easier, advised Uncle Nan. Lu Shaoyou relaxed his entire being, sensing everything within him. After a while, he detected a gentle azure glow appearing, followed shortly by a white and a soil-colored radiance. Joy surged within him. These represented the wood and wind attributes, as well as the earth attribute. Moments later, Lu Shaoyou felt a turquoise light and a fiery red glow manifest within him, representing the water and fire attributes respectively. Soon, all 5 glows illuminated his surroundings, with the earthy hue shining the brightest. Observing this, Uncle Nan revealed a slight smile. A practitioner of all 5 elements, adept in both spiritual and martial arts, this youth would undoubtedly astonish the entire spiritual martial continent in the future. Very well, continue, Uncle Nan instructed after about 2 hours had passed. Lu Shaoyou opened his eyes, feeling that the soreness throughout his body had diminished significantly, though the bruises still lingered on his skin. Continue until you can endure for an hour, Uncle Nan said. This time, Lu Shaoyou had learned his lesson. As soon as Uncle Nan finished speaking, he instinctively dodged. After experiencing the previous onslaught, he understood that he could not simply endure the blows, he needed to evade them. However, it seemed that dodging had little effect on Uncle Nan. Even when Lu Shaoyu attempted to retaliate, his speed paled in comparison to Uncle Nan's, and before he could execute a counterattack, Uncle Nan's fist had already landed on him. The night wore on until the 5th watch, with Lu Shaoyu taking 2 brief rests. By the end, every part of his body was bruised, save for his face. As Uncle Nan seemed intentionally to spare it from punishment, otherwise he could hardly fathom the extent of his injuries. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, we shall continue. Here is the cleansing pill I have prepared. You shall soak one in water for a bath for 2 hours each day, Uncle Nan stated, handing Lu Shaoyu a jade vial. Upon opening the vial, Lu Shaoyu discovered nearly 30 azure pills within, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of this pill, he recognized its superior quality compared to the enlightenment pill. Uncle Nan, what grade of pill is this? Its quality seems quite high, Lu Shaoyu inquired. This is a 3rd-grade pill. Do not waste it. After soaking for 2 hours each day, you should experience a profound transformation after a month, Uncle Nan replied. A 3rd-grade pill held significant value, Lu Shaoyu mused silently. By the way, Uncle Nan, can Lu Xiaobai become a martial artist? He asked, contemplating training Lu Xiaobai, as he would eventually need assistance. Lu Xiaobai possesses mediocre roots. Even if he becomes a martial artist, his prospects will be limited, Uncle Nan responded. Then please assist Lu Xiaobai. He has treated me well, Lu Shaoyu said earnestly. This is the fire wolf technique. Lu Xiaobai should possess fire attributes. While his roots are indeed lacking, this technique should enable him to become a martial artist. As for his future potential, that will depend on his own efforts, Uncle Nan explained. Thank you, Uncle Nan, Lu Shaoyu expressed, accepting the jade slip. As long as Lu Xiaobai could become a martial artist, the future could be addressed later. Now, go and soak in the cleansing pill bath. Remember, it must be for 3 hours. The benefits will be substantial, Uncle Nan advised. Then I shall take my leave, Lu Shaoyu said, departing the chamber and returning to the courtyard. With the yin-yang body and my guidance, a new powerhouse that astounds all ancient beings will surely emerge on the spiritual martial continent. After Lu Shaoyu's departure, a smirk of satisfaction appeared in Uncle Nan's eyes. Upon entering his room, just as dawn broke, Lu Shaoyu procured a large wooden tub, filled it with water, and tossed a cleansing pill into the basin. As the pill met the water, it began to dissolve, turning the water into a dark azure hue, releasing an aromatic fragrance while hot bubbles began to rise. A 3rd-grade pill used for bathing would fetch a handsome price if sold, Lu Shaoyu thought with a smile. Aware of the immense benefits it provided and unwilling to part with it, he quickly disrobed, gazing at his bruised body with a pang of sympathy. Uncle Nan truly did not hold back. He then stepped into the tub. Upon entering the tub, a warm sensation enveloped his bruised skin, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his body. So soothing, Lu Shaoyu sighed, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, akin to soaking in a hot spring. The numerous streams of warmth seemed to permeate through his skin, entering his very being. These comforting vapors nourished his muscles and bones, akin to a gentle massage. Deeply inhaling, Lu Shaoyu savored the experience, recognizing it as the medicinal effect of the cleansing pill. He reclined in the tub, eyes slowly closing, surrendering to the warmth that penetrated his body. After a night of torment, he finally felt a sense of release, and soon, the fatigue caught up with him, lulling him into a peaceful slumber, perhaps even into a beautiful dream. Lu Shaoyu, are you awake? In the early morning, Roland called out from the small hall, muttering to herself, he must be asleep. This child seems different since returning. Unbeknownst to Lu Shaoyu, as he slept, the dark azure water began to absorb his bruises, transforming into a faintly luminous surface, shrouded in mystery. If someone with keen eyesight were to enter at that moment, they would be startled. Bathing in a 3rd-grade pill to enhance one's physique, bones, and internal organs was a luxury even noble families could scarcely afford, let alone the Lu family. Time flowed slowly, and as Lu Shaoyu absorbed the medicinal properties, a foul, nauseating substance was expelled through his skin, tainting the once azure water into a repugnant mess. Why does it smell so bad? Awakening from an unknown duration of sleep, Lu Shaoyu was greeted by an overwhelming stench, causing him to slowly open his eyes in alarm, his expression shifting dramatically. Heavens, how could this happen? He was taken aback at the sight of the tub filled with foul, murky water. Creak. Young master, what has happened? Have you used the bath as a toilet? The door swung open, revealing Lu Xiaobai, who, upon witnessing the scene in the tub, displayed a look of utter disdain, pinching his nose and regarding Lu Shaoyu with palpable contempt. Chapter 22. The Failed Alchemy. I am merely expelling impurities from my body. Do you not understand the difference between that and natural functions? Lu Shaoyu exclaimed, unable to tolerate the stench any longer. He quickly leaped out of the wooden basin and ordered, "Please dispose of this water and bring me a fresh basin for my bath. Such a foul smell." "You do it yourself," Lu Xiaobai retorted, casting a glance at Lu Shaoyu's bare form. A hint of curiosity crossed her face. "Why is yours larger than mine? What are you looking at?" "This is my asset, envy me not. Now go and fetch the water. I promise you will reap the rewards," Lu Shaoyu said as he hastily wrapped a garment around his waist. "What rewards could you possibly offer me?" Lu Xiaobai murmured, yet she swiftly prepared the new water. After a quick wash, Lu Shaoyu rid himself of the foul odor. "My lord, aren't you cold?" Lu Xiaobai inquired, noting that it was the dead of winter and the water was likely chilly. "Cold? Not in the slightest," Lu Shaoyu replied. Since he began practicing the yin-yang spirit martial arts, he felt impervious to cold and heat. Cleansed of the stench, he donned his garments, invigorated by an unexplainable vitality. He realized that the bruises he once bore had vanished, leaving his skin as smooth and supple as that of an infant, an effect of the cleansing elixir. With a sense of delight, Lu Shaoyu closed his eyes, focusing intently on the state of his inner energy, which appeared significantly enhanced. "My lord, where are the promised rewards?" Lu Xiaobai asked, unreservedly. "You will not be disappointed," Lu Shaoyu replied, opening his eyes to reveal a mysterious jade slip in his hand. "This is the firewolf technique. Once you master it, you will become a warrior and enjoy the luxuries of life at my side." "Become a warrior? My lord, are you jesting?" Lu Xiaobai looked at him incredulously, unable to fathom how a lowly servant like herself could achieve such a status. "Who has time for jest? Take this and infuse it with your blood," Lu Shaoyu commanded, his tone earnest and devoid of humor. Hesitating momentarily, Lu Xiaobai accepted the jade slip, bit her finger, and smeared a drop of blood onto it. Instantly, a crimson light surged into her forehead, filling her mind with vast knowledge. Remember the incantations and practice diligently. Whether you become a warrior depends on your own efforts. And do try not to attract attention, Lu Shaoyu advised. "My lord, can this firewolf technique truly lead me to become a warrior?" Lu Xiaobai stood in stunned silence. "That entirely depends on you," Lu Shaoyu affirmed. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord," Lu Xiaobai said, kneeling and bowing her head in gratitude. "What are you doing? Rise at once." "A man should not kneel so easily," Lu Shaoyu urged. "My lord, where did you acquire this firewolf technique? What will you do without it? Are you already a warrior?" Lu Xiaobai inquired as she stood. "Why do you ask so many questions? Focus on your training and strive to become a true warrior," Lu Shaoyu replied. If Lu Xiaobai succeeded, he would have a capable companion by his side. "Yes, my lord," Lu Xiaobai agreed, sensing that Lu Shaoyu had transformed significantly. She was now convinced that this once ineffectual heir of the Lu family was destined for greatness. In time, she would be indispensable to him. With that thought, Lu Xiaobai hurriedly left the courtyard to find a secluded spot to practice the fire wolf technique, envisioning a bright future where her status would rise, and perhaps even attract the attention of a certain young lady named Chui. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoyu contemplated the need to concoct the enlightenment pill. He had 4 sets of ingredients remaining and planned to create 2 for himself and sell the other 2, boosting his warrior status while earning some gold for future endeavors. After deliberating, he decided to retreat to a secluded area in the back mountains to brew the elixir, feeling that the courtyard was no longer secure. Once he arrived at a hidden valley surrounded by towering trees, he confirmed its safety and commenced the alchemical process, extracting the fire dragon cauldron from his storage ring. He began preparing the ingredients for the enlightenment pill, focusing intently. With a hand gesture, he directed a stream of spiritual energy into the cauldron, causing tangible flames to emerge. One by one, he added the medicinal ingredients, fully immersing himself in the task at hand, mindful that each enlightenment pill was worth 50 gold coins. He dared not be careless. On a nearby peak, an elderly figure observed Lu Shaoyu from afar. This young man thinks he can stir up trouble without being noticed in the back mountains. There are 1 or 2 individuals within the Lu family who possess considerable strength. The figure, known as Uncle Nan, mused. He then performed a series of gestures, enveloping several mountain peaks in a shimmering light before departing. With prior experience in alchemy, Lu Shaoyu found himself more adept at the process, and after refining all the ingredients, he needed a brief respite, feeling less fatigued than before. Ultimately, after an hour and a half, an enlightenment pill materialized in his palm. 50 gold coins, secured, he smiled, then resumed his work. After a moment of recovery, he began the process anew. However, fate can be unpredictable. Despite his familiarity with the procedure, a slight miscalculation during the fusion stage resulted in a catastrophic failure. With a resounding bang, the fire dragon cauldron trembled violently, its lid flying off and a noxious odor wafting through the air. Witnessing the chaos, Lu Shaoyou's heart sank, his expression darkening with dismay. 50 gold coins, gone, he lamented, eyeing the cauldron thankfully for not having shattered. The thought of such a loss was nearly unbearable. It seems I must face the consequences, he thought, aware that, having failed once, he now understood the necessity of utmost caution even in familiar tasks, a hard-learned lesson. Chapter 23. Strengthening one's power. Upon returning to the courtyard after tidying up, Roland also arrived back, noticing Lu Shaoyou's disheveled appearance, which prompted her to chide him gently. Lu Shaoyou took her words to heart, feeling a surge of happiness, and vowed to hasten his efforts in strengthening himself. For only with sufficient power could he liberate his mother from the constraints of the Lu family. As night fell, Lu Shaoyou ventured once more into the secret chamber, where he was destined to face yet another bout of rigorous training. Time passed slowly, and each evening, he would engage in sparring with Uncle Nan, while simultaneously attuning himself to his 5 elemental attributes. On the third day, Lu Shaoyou consumed a foundational elixir, propelling himself to the realm of a 5th-tier martial artist. With 2 more elixirs in hand, he sold them to the Tianbao sect and procured 6 batches of the necessary materials for crafting the foundational elixir. Every morning, Lu Shaoyou would return to his chamber to soak in a cleansing elixir, which enhanced his muscles, bones, and internal organs. After midday, he would retreat to the back mountain to refine more elixirs. Having faced failure once, he no longer dared to be careless. Fortunately, he did not err again in subsequent attempts, and his refining speed and the quality of his products improved significantly. By the 15th day, the water in which Lu Shaoyou bathed no longer contained any impurities. After completely absorbing the medicinal properties, it became crystal clear. At this moment, he could sense a transformation occurring within his body, a metamorphosis from the inside out, rendering him nearly perfect. During these 15 days, Lu Shaoyou managed to refine nearly 30 foundational elixirs. After consuming one on the 9th day, he advanced to the 6th tier of martial apprentices. Originally, one elixir could enhance 2 levels of true energy, but later it only granted an increase of 1 level. Throughout these 15 days, Lu Shaoyou sold 27 elixirs to the Tianbao sect, and news of their availability spread throughout Qingyun town. Though classified as a 1st-tier elixir, most practitioners were unaware of the precise recipe, due to its significant effects on martial apprentices. Families with some wealth in Qingyun town eagerly purchased them for their talented younger generations, as Lu Shaoyou only delivered a few elixirs to the Tianbao sect every 3 to 4 days. Their price skyrocketed to 60 gold coins each, creating a situation where demand far outstripped supply. During this period, Lu Shaoyou also sought small animals daily to feed to the little snake, which, despite its small size, had quite an appetite, devouring its meal and subsequently sleeping as though it could never get enough rest. As night enveloped the surroundings once more, Lu Shaoyou stealthily entered the storage room's secret chamber. Upon stepping inside, a peculiar smile crossed his face as he tossed a dummy into the chamber. With a soft thud, the dummy was swiftly propelled against the stone wall by a powerful punch, shattering upon impact. "Old man, I knew you would attempt a sneak attack. Behold my mountain-cleaving palm." Lu Shaoyou chuckled, having prepared himself for the encounter. Forming a hand seal, he unleashed a pale yellow palm imprint that vibrated with energy. "You think you can play tricks? You're still too naive," Uncle Nan's voice retorted as his figure materialized within the chamber. He swiftly unleashed a punch, sending a wave of energy crashing toward Lu Shaoyou's palm imprint. With a resounding crash, Lu Shaoyou stumbled back a few steps before regaining his balance. Uncle Nan's eyes sparkled with surprise. He was well aware of Lu Shaoyou's strength at the 6th tier of martial apprentices. Yet the fact that Lu Shaoyou could withstand his punch, delivered with the strength of a 1st-tier warrior, was indeed astonishing. "Old man, youth triumphs over age. I refuse to believe I can't land a hit on you today," Lu Shaoyou declared, launching an offensive and no longer merely enduring blows as he had in the initial days. He occasionally employed cunning tactics, causing Uncle Nan to falter momentarily. After half a month of training, Lu Shaoyu had come to regard this endeavor as a source of enjoyment. Successfully landing a strike on Uncle Nan felt like a personal victory, and he gradually grew accustomed to the pain of being struck. The once agonizing blows he received now merely registered as a dull ache. Seizing an opportunity, Lu Shaoyu bent low and channeled his energy, delivering a powerful palm strike. "You still don't stand a chance," Uncle Nan replied with a slight smile, countering with a swift punch. "Azure Spirit Armor, activate for defense." Lu Shaoyu grinned wickedly as a thick layer of dark yellow scales enveloped him, shimmering faintly. With a resounding thud, Uncle Nan's punch landed squarely on Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, causing a sharp pain that he gritted his teeth to endure. In retaliation, Lu Xiaoyu struck fiercely at Uncle Nan's waist. The impact felt as though he had struck a stone, sending shockwaves through his hand, causing it to tingle as immense recoil coursed through him, leading him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Well done. You've learned to strike unexpectedly, but always assess its effectiveness first," Uncle Nan said with a smile, his gaze reflecting a hint of admiration. He had witnessed Lu Xiaoyu's remarkable progress over the past month. His combat skills and physical prowess had undergone a dramatic transformation. "Humph, you're cheating. If you had used the defensive strength of a first-tier warrior, I wouldn't believe it would be ineffective," Lu Xiaoyu retorted as he quickly rose to his feet, still feeling the sting from his recent strike. "Fairness is a relative concept. Unexpected events often arise in battle, and you must learn to navigate them," Uncle Nan replied, momentarily caught off guard. Had he only applied the strength of a martial apprentice, he would have undoubtedly taken a hit. "You're right, but it's frustrating when one's strength pales in comparison. Let us go again," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, undeterred by his previous setbacks, launching himself back into the fray. "Bring it on." Uncle Nan smiled as they resumed their training. By the time they took a break, Lu Xiaoyu was covered in bruises, yet this hardly affected him. With the protection of the Azure Spirit Armor, the injuries were superficial. During their rest, Lu Xiaoyu focused his energy, surrounding himself with the 5 elemental auras. The pale yellow hue shone the brightest. As Uncle Nan had indicated, his strongest attribute was indeed earth, with the other 4 attributes being relatively balanced. After the break, Lu Xiaoyu continued to endure Uncle Nan's relentless onslaught. At dawn, he returned to the courtyard, satisfied with his progress. By midday, Lu Xiaoyu was back on the back mountain refining elixirs. On the 17th day, he successfully crafted foundational elixirs in a single session, a feat that previously required a break between attempts. Now, in just one afternoon, Lu Xiaoyu could produce 3 foundational elixirs, filling him with immense joy. Chapter 24. The picture of a handsome man bathing on the 18th day, amidst the helpless gaze of Uncle Nan, Lu Xiaoyu, after enduring for an hour, staggered to his feet, his face bruised but his spirit triumphant. "Old man, that was an hour, right? Does that mean I've passed?" Uncle Nan shot him a glare before retorting, "Tomorrow, the training will be intensified." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground, internally lamenting the indignity of his inadequate strength. As dawn approached, dragging his weary body, Lu Xiaoyu joyfully returned to his chamber. Originally, Uncle Nan had predicted that it would take him a month to endure an hour, yet he had accomplished it in just 18 days. It seemed he was indeed a talent worth nurturing. He prepared a basin of water, dropped in a cleansing elixir, and promptly disrobed, immersing himself in the warm water. He felt the comforting warmth enveloping his bruised skin, while a familiar tingling sensation spread across his body. So delightful. Lu Xiaoyu closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as the essence of the elixir seeped through his pores, nourishing his muscles and tendons. In this state of bliss, he gradually succumbed to slumber, lying still in the wooden basin. "Shaoyu." In the morning, Roland called out to Lu Xiaoyu twice in the courtyard. Not receiving a response, she smiled faintly and left. A moment later, a graceful figure approached, Lu Wushuang. Today, she donned a light red fitted dress that accentuated her stunning figure, leaning towards allure rather than elegance. With a curvaceous silhouette, slender waist, and long legs, her exquisite features and sparkling eyes enveloped her in an atmosphere of tranquility and grace. As she glided into the courtyard, Lu Wushuang carried a steaming basket filled with a sumptuous breakfast. "Shaoyu," she called out as she entered, but upon receiving no answer, she set the food down and approached Lu Xiaoyu's door. "Knock, knock." "Shaoyu." She gently tapped on the door again, but still no response. A slight frown creased her brow as she murmured, "Could he have left so early?" Lu Xiaoyu, too exhausted, remained oblivious to her arrival. confident that no one would intrude upon the courtyard. Had he been more vigilant, his current abilities would have alerted him to any approaching presence. Shaoyou. Disappointment crept into Lu Wushuang's expression. She had intended to bring him breakfast, but now he was absent, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Since the incident in the back garden, where her cousin had transformed from the pitiful figure she once knew, she found herself intrigued by him and yearned to see him whenever possible. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lu Wushuang unconsciously stepped back. What greeted her was a vision of a handsome man bathing, a strong chest, broad shoulders, a smooth abdomen, and unmistakable masculine features, all clearly visible. Stunned, Lu Wushuang gazed, her eyes wide, as if frozen in place. At that moment, Lu Shaoyou stirred awake, his eyes fluttering open to find Lu Wushuang staring intently at him. "I called you for breakfast, thinking you were out." Lu Wushuang, momentarily speechless, regained her composure but felt her cheeks flush like a ripe peach. Without another word, she hurriedly exited Lu Xiaoyou's room. "I was seen." Lu Xiaoyou was momentarily dazed, then hastily jumped out of the basin and dressed. After a brief hesitation, he made his way to the small hall. Inside, he found Lu Wushuang with her head bowed. Her face flushed as she set the breakfast basket on the table, avoiding his gaze entirely. "Let's eat," she murmured softly, her heart racing. "All right." Lu Xiaoyou felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Although he hailed from a different life, this embarrassment was unavoidable. He sat down and began to eat, the food losing its flavor amidst the tension. They sat in silence, stealing glances at each other, Lu Xiaoyou occasionally peeking at Lu Wushuang, who remained focused on her meal. Her face crimsoned to her neck, lost in thought. "Sister Wushuang, I'm done." After a moment, Lu Xiaoyou broke the silence. "I'm finished too, let me clean up." Lu Wushuang stood, still avoiding his gaze as she began to tidy up. "I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." The awkward atmosphere unnerved Lu Xiaoyou, and he seized the opportunity to exit, a wry smile forming as he mused, "It's just a glimpse of nudity, after all. What do I do now?" Watching Lu Xiaoyou's retreating figure, Lu Wushuang felt a mix of shyness and confusion. She had never encountered such a scene in her life. After leaving the courtyard, Lu Xiaoyou headed back to the back mountain, where his daytime task was to concoct the pinnacle elixir. Following a previous failure, he had not faltered again, and now he was capable of producing one elixir at a time. As night approached, he performed exceptionally well, managing to create 4 pinnacle elixirs, lifting his spirits immensely. Throughout the process, he noted his growing mastery over spiritual energy, which had become increasingly refined. After departing the back mountain, Lu Xiaoyou prepared to enter the secret chamber for more rigorous training. This period had been fulfilling, and he relished every moment, for such opportunities were rare and sought after by many. Time passed serenely in this manner, notably with Lu Xiaobai visiting Lu Xiaoyou far less frequently, dedicating his time to secretly practicing the firewolf technique. On the 9th day, Lu Xiaobai had visited once, having successfully mastered the firewolf technique. Yet he was still far from achieving the status of a true warrior. In the following days, Lu Xiaoyu made 3 trips to the Tianbao Gate, each time bringing with him a dozen pinnacle elixirs. Demand for the elixirs was high, as families sought them for the younger generation, eager for the remarkable effects they provided. On the afternoon of the 30th day, at his usual spot on the back mountain where he concocted elixirs, Lu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, a subtle smile gracing his face. Today, he aimed to break through to the warrior level. Having reached the pinnacle of the martial apprentice stage, he was now at the 9th level. Today, Lu Xiaoyu is prepared to simultaneously break through in the realm of spiritual martial arts. This time, Lu Xiaoyu is filled with confidence, believing that he will not be disturbed by others during this crucial moment atop the back mountain. Chapter 25. Breakthrough. Taking a slow, deep breath, Lu Xiaoyu retrieved a jade vial from his bosom, and soon a primordial essence pill appeared in his hand. He understood that if he could achieve a breakthrough in his true energy, he would ascend beyond the rank of a martial apprentice, and at that moment, his level as a spiritual practitioner would undoubtedly follow suit. Gazing at the primordial essence pill in his palm, Lu Xiaoyu smiled slightly. At this point, the process of refining the pill was no longer a challenge for him. Inhaling the refreshing and enchanting aroma, he exhibited no hesitation and tossed the pill into his mouth. As the pill dissolved, Lu Xiaoyu immediately sensed a warm, pure energy diffusing throughout his body. He promptly activated the yin-yang spiritual martial art. This pure energy was something he had grown accustomed to. Initially, it could facilitate a 2-tier breakthrough, but as he progressed, it would only enhance 1 tier, and eventually, it could merely augment half a tier. With this primordial essence pill, from the 1st rank of martial apprentice to the current 9th rank, Lu Xiaoyu recalled having consumed a total of 7 such pills, amounting to 350 gold coins. Fortunately, he had found ways to earn gold coins. Otherwise, it would have been a dire situation. 350 gold coins was certainly not a trifling sum. But if others were aware that this amount could elevate the younger generation of his clan from martial apprentices to martial warriors, every family would likely spare no expense to ensure their youth's advancement. As his expression gradually calmed, Lu Xiaoyu clasped his hands to form a seal, his breathing steadying. At this moment, the true energy within him began to refine the energy from the primordial essence pill. On a nearby mountain peak, the figure of his old servant, Uncle Nan, appeared, watching Lu Xiaoyu with murmurs of admiration. In just a month's time, he is set to break through to martial warrior. The yin-yang body is indeed remarkable. Time passed unmeasured, perhaps 3 or 4 hours, when suddenly, the tranquil air began to ripple. Waves of energy emanated from the atmosphere, encircling Lu Xiaoyu. As he refined the energy from the pill, it transformed into true energy, causing the scale of his internal energy to expand visibly, while subtle changes occurred within his dantian. The energy from the primordial essence pill continuously morphed into true energy, flowing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. Eventually, Lu Xiaoyu sensed that his dantian was reaching a state of fullness, his entire meridian system brimming with true energy. The energy of the primordial essence pill was not yet fully refined, and the process was ongoing. As the refinement neared its conclusion, Lu Xiaoyu felt his internal true energy swell to a peak. His face began to twitch as the expansion of true energy caused his meridians to contract painfully. Having experienced this when he initially became a martial artist, he inhaled sharply, altering the seal in his hands to channel the yin-yang spiritual martial art. The surging true energy within him erupted like a powerful suction, rapidly condensing towards the dantian. This influx of true energy surged into the already full dantian, causing it to expand dramatically, accompanied by excruciating pain that made Lu Xiaoyu break into a cold sweat. Yet, he persevered, recognizing this as the onset of his breakthrough, while simultaneously commanding all the true energy within his meridians to compress forcefully. A soft thud resonated within his dantian, and at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu felt an indescribable comfort wash over him as a force, vastly superior to his previous true energy, flooded through his meridians. With a smile gracing his lips, Lu Xiaoyu realized that under the influence of the extraordinary yin-yang spiritual martial art, he had finally ascended to the first rank of martial warrior. Is it time for another breakthrough? He mused, his lips curling into a smirk as he sensed the spiritual energy swirling in his mind, beginning to stir once more. He slightly altered the seal in his hands, and the vibrant spiritual energy in his mind began to transform, becoming increasingly solid. Moments later, Lu Xiaoyu distinctly felt the spiritual energy within his mind resonating with an invisible, profound wave from the surrounding space. An unseen force infused into his consciousness, which he sensed as a kind of power from the heavens and earth. Under its influence, the spiritual energy in his mind expanded rapidly. As the spiritual energy surged, Lu Xiaoyu felt a slight dizziness, yet simultaneously, his senses underwent a remarkable transformation, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with newfound clarity. A clear sound echoed within his mind, as a torrent of spiritual energy enveloped his entire being, retracting back in unison. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu felt his spiritual energy had multiplied several times, leaving him in a state of unparalleled bliss. Exhaling a long breath, he released the stagnant air within him, relishing the abundant true energy and the invigorating spiritual energy in his mind. A smile danced at the corners of his mouth. The breakthrough had indeed come swiftly. On a distant mountain peak, Uncle Nan smiled faintly before vanishing from sight, unaware to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu continued to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes and calming his mind. He gazed within, observing that his dantian had expanded significantly, with a luminous gas swirling slowly within his internal true energy. As he probed into his mind, he discovered a vast expanse akin to a sea of energy, where a spiritual power, immensely greater than before, resided. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Lu Xiaoyu commanded the true energy in his dantian, condensing a rich, earthy true energy in his right palm, while a faint flame flickered in his left hand. At last, he had achieved the breakthrough. A subtle smile graced his lips, his dark eyes sparkling momentarily before the light faded. Chapter 26. The Path Ahead, Old Fellow. Let us see what you have to say tonight. As Lu Shaoyu gazed at the darkening sky, a sly smile crept across his face. He tidied himself up and departed from the back mountain. As night fell, within the dimly lit confines of the Lu family's woodshed, two figures, a seasoned elder and a young man, engaged in a fierce battle. Over the course of a month, Lu Shaoyu's advancements had surpassed Uncle Nan's expectations. The open mountain palm was executed with such finesse that every move was both precise and powerful, demonstrating his mastery over the technique. Be careful, old man, Lu Shaoyu remarked lightly, leaping gracefully and evading Uncle Nan's punch, his palm strike generating a gust of wind as it aimed for Uncle Nan's waist. Uncle Nan, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, shifted his body to the left in an astonishing maneuver, altering his hand position to unleash a powerful punch. Azure spirit armor. Old man, let us go? Lu Shaoyu smiled subtly as a faint yellow scale armor materialized around him, absorbing Uncle Nan's punch. In the same instant, Lu Shaoyu unleashed a palm strike. At this moment, Lu Shaoyu's aura surged, reaching the first level of a warrior. The force of his open mountain palm erupted, stirring the air around him. Bang! Uncle Nan's punch landed on Lu Shaoyu's shoulder with tremendous force, causing a sharp pain. Yet, the Azure Spirit armor mitigated the impact, its defense bolstered by Lu Shaoyu's warrior-level strength, solidifying the scales. You little rascal, do you think I wouldn't notice your breakthrough into warrior status? Uncle Nan teased, his body inexplicably twisting away from Lu Shaoyu's palm strike, leaving only an afterimage behind. Bang! Almost instantaneously, Uncle Nan's punch collided with Lu Shaoyu's palm, resulting in a muffled thud within the room as Lu Shaoyu was sent staggering backward. Old man, you fell for it. At that moment, Lu Shaoyu had conjured a tangible flame with his spiritual energy in his left hand, launching it forward. Whoosh! The flames surged forward, extending several meters with an intense heat, enveloping Uncle Nan entirely. Hissed to Lu Shaoyu's dismay, a layer of tangible water enveloped Uncle Nan, dousing the flames in an instant. A mere trick. Uncle Nan shot a glare at Lu Shaoyu, though his expression bore a smudge of black, likely from the flames. Remember, the most potent attack with spiritual energy targets the soul directly, rather than the physical body. In close combat, a spiritual practitioner may find themselves at a disadvantage if not cautious, Uncle Nan advised earnestly. Understood, Uncle Nan, Lu Shaoyu replied, aware of the implications of his dual cultivation of spirit and martial prowess. However, surprise can sometimes yield results. But keep in mind, you must conceal your true strength. The moment you expose yourself is when you become most vulnerable, Uncle Nan continued. Lu Shaoyu nodded slightly, recognizing the wisdom in Uncle Nan's words. Fully revealing one's capabilities could be an extremely perilous mistake. One must always retain a hidden trump card. It has been a month. You have passed the test. You need not return here anymore, Uncle Nan stated with a serious gaze. Uncle Nan, I still have much to learn from you, Lu Shaoyu implored. Remember, true strength comes from self-discipline, not merely from instruction. You are now both a spiritual and martial practitioner, having entered the ranks of spiritual warriors. The path ahead is long, and you must walk it alone, Uncle Nan emphasized. I understand, Uncle Nan, Lu Shaoyu acknowledged. Though you are not my disciple, I will entrust you with this alchemical text. It contains my lifelong research and formulated recipes, which should aid you greatly in the future, Uncle Nan said, handing Lu Shaoyu a jade slip. Thank you, Uncle Nan. Lu Shaoyu accepted the jade slip, storing it in his storage ring. Exercise caution when concocting pills in the back mountain. There are 1 or 2 individuals within the Lu family with considerable strength. Frequent visits may draw attention unless you intend to be reckless. However, your strength is still insufficient. It is wiser to bide your time. As for the Tianbao sect, its influence is formidable, and you should approach any dealings with them with caution, Uncle Nan advised once more. Lu Shaoyu felt a jolt of realization. Everything he had done was under Uncle Nan's watchful eye. He nodded, knowing to remain vigilant regarding the Tianbao sect. From now on, your affairs are your own. You be the young master, and I will remain the servant. Remember, do not disturb me, or I shall strip you of your cultivation, Uncle Nan warned sternly. But Uncle Nan Lu Shaoyu began, but was interrupted. I must take my leave. From now on, you must rely on yourself, Uncle Nan concluded, exiting the chamber. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Shaoyu knelt on the ground, sincerely bowing 3 times, declaring, Old man, though you do not take me as your disciple, in my heart, you are my master. Uncle Nan's seemingly frail figure paused momentarily before stepping out of the chamber, and those who witnessed saw a glimmer of comfort in his eyes. After lingering in the chamber for a brief moment, Lu Shaoyu closed the door and returned to the courtyard. It was still early, only a little past midnight. Reflecting on the events of the past month since his arrival in this world, Lu Shaoyu felt a profound sense of accomplishment as he had become a martial practitioner, mastering both spirit and martial arts. The road ahead lay solely in his own hands. Within the Lu family, Lu Xiao mused. There would inevitably come a day when he would confront them directly. It was time to arrange for his mother's departure from all of this. Though he still required a little more time to plan, he then settled into a meditative posture and began his cultivation. The yin-yang spirit martial art was astoundingly profound, capable of cultivating both true energy and spiritual energy simultaneously. Streams of energy flowed into Lu Xiaoyu's body, transforming into true energy and spiritual energy. When comparing his cultivation of true and spiritual energies to the effects of the enlightenment pill, it was evident that the former was far more rudimentary. Now Lu Xiaoyu truly comprehended Uncle Nan's words. Under normal circumstances, it would take him a century to reach the rank of martial master. The progress he made through cultivation was painfully slow, akin to that of a snail. As the night wore on, approaching dawn, Lu Xiaoyu heard his mother heading to the laundry room, prompting him to cease his practice. He gradually exhaled the stagnant energy from his dantian. Though his night of cultivation had been slow, he had still made some minor gains, which was better than nothing. What shall I do today? Lu Xiaoyu mused, realizing that he had found little to occupy his time lately. Today, Shaoyu is hurrying to catch a flight back to Shenzhen. This is a pre-written entry. Unless my hands have developed frostbite, making it impossible to write. Once I return to Shenzhen, I will diligently prepare more content. As for the storyline, the initial groundwork has concluded. Starting tomorrow, the narrative will truly commence. Chapter 27. Walking with Beauty Master Lu. Xiaobai's voice came in a hurried tone, as if he were pressed by urgent matters. What is it? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, and at that moment, Lu Xiaobai rushed into the room, panting heavily. Lu Xiaoyu observed Lu Xiaobai's appearance with surprise. The tattered robe he had previously worn was replaced by a new blue one, adorned with a symbol indicating his new status as a junior steward of the Lu family. Master, I've been discovered. What should I do? Lu Xiaobai exclaimed hastily upon entering. Discovered? What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Lu Xiaobai replied, last night, while practicing the fire wolf technique, I broke through to the rank of a martial apprentice, but it also caught the attention of my uncle, who interrogated me all night. Lu Xiaoyu understood that Lu Xiaobai referred to his uncle in this world, the adoptive father of Lu Wushuang, who was generally kind and had looked after him during his childhood. What did he interrogate you about? Lu Xiaoyu asked anxiously, worried about revealing his own identity. He questioned how I became a martial apprentice and who taught me. However, I didn't disclose anything. I wouldn't betray you, master. I simply said I encountered a nobleman by chance who taught me, but instructed me not to tell anyone, Lu Xiaobai said, smiling slightly, seemingly pleased with his quick thinking. Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was not yet time for his identity to be exposed. If revealed, it could lead to complications. And then, Lu Xiaoyu continued, knowing that a lowly servant suddenly becoming a martial artist would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the Lu family. Later, the family head, second young master, and fourth master all came and asked who that nobleman was. In the end, I had to say he came and went without a trace, always seeking me out. Thus, my uncle and the family head did not inquire further. Eventually, I was promoted to junior steward and asked to move to the front courtyard, but I declined, saying I preferred to stay in the back courtyard. Lu Xiaobai explained. Isn't living in the front courtyard better? Besides, isn't that girl Chui also in the front courtyard? Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. Lu Xiaobai's elevation to the status of a martial artist was certainly valued by the Lu family, and his promotion to junior steward was a natural progression. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu thought to himself that he needed to be more cautious in his cultivation from now on. It was not the time for the Lu family to discover his true identity. Master, since you reside in the back courtyard, how could I possibly occupy the front? Unless we both move, but I just saw Chui, and she greeted me, Lu Xiaobai replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu refrained from saying much more and advised, be careful in the future. Here are 2 enlightenment pills for you. Consuming and refining them will greatly benefit your cultivation. If anyone discovers you possess these pills, do not mention they were given by me. Just say they were from your nobleman. Lu Xiaoyu smiled inwardly, genuinely wishing for Lu Xiaobai to advance quickly. Additionally, the Lu family would surely pay more attention to Lu Xiaobai during this period. If they discovered he had enlightenment pills, they would likely become even more interested in him, thus diverting attention away from Lu Shaoyou and allowing him to remain safe. Master, these pills must be quite valuable, Lu Xiaobai remarked as he accepted the pills. 50 gold coins each, and they are hard to come by. Do you think that's expensive? Lu Shaoyou replied with a glance at Lu Xiaobai. He had learned from Tianbao Gate that the market price for these pills had risen to 60 or 70 gold coins each, and he was contemplating raising the price. So expensive? To Lu Xiaobai, 50 gold coins seemed like an astronomical sum. Focus on your cultivation and don't slack off, Lu Shaoyou advised. By the way, master, the family had asked me to select a set of martial techniques at the Kangwu Pavilion, so I'll be going now, Lu Xiaobai stated. Although he had become a martial apprentice, it was essential to possess martial techniques as well. Go ahead, Lu Shaoyou gestured. The family head was, in fact, the father of this body, yet Lu Shaoyou had little memory of him. He pondered how someone could remain indifferent to their own flesh and blood. After Lu Xiaobai departed, Lu Shaoyou stood in a daze for a moment, then tidied up. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, intending to visit Tianbao Gate, he noticed Lu Wushuang arriving. Sister Wushuang, what brings you here? Lu Shaoyou asked, momentarily taken aback. The previous awkwardness faded as he realized it was inconsequential. After all, what harm was there in being seen by a woman? However, Lu Wushuang was different. Upon seeing Lu Shaoyou, memories of that day resurfaced, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, and her gaze dropped shyly. Shaoyou, there are only 7 days until the new year. Do you have time to accompany me to buy some things? Lu Wushuang spoke softly. I'm free. Let us go, Lu Shaoyou replied, recalling that the new year was approaching, and he needed to purchase some clothing and necessities for his mother. As for gold coins, he was not lacking. This past month, aside from the herbs for Tianbao Gate, he had earned quite a bit. All right, Lu Wushuang responded lightly, her graceful steps leading them outside the Lu family residence. This time, they exited through the front gate, with Lu Wushuang in the lead. The servants at the entrance dared not utter a word. Lu Shaoyou felt indifferent. To him, there was no distinction between the front and back gates of the Lu family. He paid no heed to the servants' gazes, knowing that once they learned of his martial artist status, they would soon fawn over him. Such sycophantic individuals were commonplace in his past life, and he found it unremarkable. Once they left the Lu family, they arrived at the bustling streets of the town, where the lively atmosphere temporarily alleviated Lu Wushuang's embarrassment, and her mood appeared buoyant. Navigating through the throng, her flowing long dress accentuated her graceful curves, and with her exquisite features and exceptional demeanor, she drew the attention of several men, leaving them speechless. Lu Shaoyou gazed at Lu Wushuang, momentarily captivated. Each encounter revealed a different facet of her beauty. Had she lived in his previous life, she would have eclipsed any beauty pageant contestant. Shaoyou, what do you think of these boots? Lu Wushuang asked as she entered a shop, holding up a pair of black boots for his opinion. Lu Shaoyou nodded slightly, noticing that the boots seemed to be designed for men. Do you like them? They should fit you well, Lu Wushuang remarked, assessing the boots in her hands. Then she addressed the shopkeeper. Please wrap these up. They will be delivered to the Lu family later. Of course, Miss Lu, the shopkeeper replied, who appeared to be quite familiar with her. A slightly portly middle-aged man approached, his gaze lingering on Lu Shaoyou. Filled with envy upon witnessing Lu Wushuang purchasing boots for him, Lu Shaoyou contemplated speaking but chose to remain silent. He indeed needed to buy a pair of shoes. Let us go, Lu Wushuang said, and after leaving the shop, they strolled through several more stores, purchasing garments and items for Roland. Each time Lu Shaoyou attempted to pay, Lu Wushuang swiftly interceded, leaving him feeling helpless. Tianbao Gate. Shaoyou, I was just thinking of buying a weapon. Will you accompany me to take a look? Unbeknownst to them, the two had already arrived at the Tianbao Gate. Sister Wushuang, does the Lu family not sell weapons? Inquired Lu Shaoyou. The Lu family cannot compare to the Tianbao Gate when it comes to weaponry. Let us take a look, replied Lu Wushuang, as she stepped through the gate. May I inquire what you wish to purchase? Asked the two attendants at the entrance of the Tianbao Gate, nodding in greeting upon seeing Lu Shaoyou and Lu Wushuang. In the past, when Lu Shaoyou visited alone, they would respectfully address him as young Master Lu, but today they feigned ignorance. Lu Shaoyou speculated that the individuals at Tianbao Gate had likely received instructions not to reveal their familiarity with his frequent visits. Over the past month, he had discerned that Tianbao Gate indeed harbored intentions of winning him over, often testing to see if he possessed any spiritual abilities and subtly inquiring about any spiritual beings associated with him. Having grown quite familiar with Tianbao Gate, the two proceeded to a dedicated area for weapon transactions. Lu Wushuang picked up a pale blue longsword. With a resounding clang, she drew the sword from its sheath, and a melodious resonance filled the air. The 3-foot sword glimmered with a chilling light, reflecting a dazzling array of brilliance that danced toward its tip. Impressive, thought Lu Shaoyou, having engaged in numerous discussions about weaponry with Uncle Nan. Although he had yet to forge weapons himself, he could discern quality, and this azure weapon was undoubtedly exceptional. I shall take this sword, Lu Wushuang declared. At that moment, a delicate voice interrupted, and a graceful figure appeared before Lu Wushuang and Lu Shaoyou. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Wushuang's expression subtly shifted. Chapter 28. A gamble of 8,600 gold coins at this moment. Lu Xiaoyu's gaze was drawn to a graceful figure who had just spoken. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, seemingly around the same age as Lu Wushuang, with skin as smooth as fine jade and a countenance that could be deemed lovely. Beneath her exquisite robe, her alluring curves were accentuated, exuding a mature charm that was utterly enticing. In comparison to Lu Wushuang, this woman appeared more sensual. Notably, she seemed to carry a hint of anger, her lips curling upwards, which only added to her allure. Lu Xiaoyu found himself momentarily entranced. Though she may not possess the ethereal beauty that could cause nations to fall, her allure was enough to capture the attention of every man present, stirring their imaginations. This woman radiated an aura as if she existed solely for the delight of men. Lu Xiaoyu could not help but steal a couple of glances, particularly at her legs. While they were not exceptionally long, they possessed a smooth, serpentine grace that, combined with her figure, created a mesmerizing temptation. What an enchanting creature! Lu Xiaoyu mused silently. At just 18 or 19, she had already reached such a captivating level of allure. If she were to mature further in the coming years, she would surely be irresistible to men. Behind this enchanting woman stood a young man in splendid attire, approximately 22 or 23 years of age. He was tall and slender, with a fair complexion that lent him a certain handsomeness. Yet, to Lu Xiaoyu, he bore the visage of a man reliant on others for sustenance. Young man, I have my eye on that sword. It shall be mine, Lu Wushuang declared upon noticing the woman, her expression darkening slightly, indicating that they were already acquainted. You may have set your sights on it, but you have yet to purchase it. I shall be the one to claim it. You can choose another, the woman, referred to as young man, retorted, her eyes sparkling with a teasing challenge directed at Lu Wushuang. Once the sword is in my possession, it is naturally mine, Lu Wushuang countered. Miss Wushuang, if you desire the sword, let us see who offers the higher bid. I believe it is priced at 160 gold coins. I will raise it to 200, the young man in splendid attire interjected, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Wushuang without any hint of respect. Wang Liang. Bid as much as you wish. I no longer want it, Lu Wushuang replied, her teeth clenched as she glared at the young man. Miss Lu, Miss Yang. Young Master Wang, it is you all. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. A voice interrupted, unmistakably belonging to the martial overseer of Tianbao Gate. As the overseer approached, he bent slightly to acknowledge the assembly. Upon spotting Lu Xiaoyu, he merely nodded discreetly before averting his gaze. Overseer, you have arrived just in time. I will take that sword, Wang Liang stated. The overseer hesitated, glancing at the unfolding situation, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Xiaoyu, let us depart, Lu Wushuang said softly. Setting down the sword on the counter, her eyes filled with disappointment as she regarded the blade, clearly reluctant to engage in a dispute with Wang Liang and young man. Miss Wushuang, how wise of you to recognize your place. Dream on if you wish to compete with me. You may have triumphed last time, but you shall not have another chance. Young man laughed lightly, relishing her victory. She then cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyu and remarked, Isn't this the worthless young master of the Lu family? A foster daughter and a wastrel from the Lu family. What a perfect match. What did you say? Lu Wushuang's face flushed red as she glared at young man. What I say is hardly erroneous. A foster daughter and a wastrel from the Lu family. Humph. Young man replied dismissively. Why concern yourself with the affairs of the Lu family, Miss Yang? This does not pertain to you. If you desire the sword, then take it and leave us be. No matter how lowly you behave, we shall pay you no mind, Lu Xiaoyu interjected, stepping forward to retrieve the sword that Lu Wushuang had just set down. He tossed it toward young man, stating lightly, how lowly indeed, truly lowly. You insolent brat. What do you mean by that? Young man exclaimed, instinctively catching the sword, her fury igniting at Lu Shaoyou's double entendre. "Did I insult you?" Lu Shaoyu replied, his previously indifferent expression now radiating a chilling aura. "You call me lowly." Young man's words faltered as she realized she had been outmaneuvered, her glare at Lu Shaoyu betraying a flicker of uncertainty. "The sword is in your possession. Take your lowliness home," Lu Shaoyu remarked casually, then pointed to a green sword hanging on the wall behind the counter. Addressing the overseer, "I will take that Qingyue sword. Charge it to my account." "Certainly." "Young Master Lu," the overseer responded promptly, swiftly retrieving the sword and presenting it to Lu Shaoyu. The wallet hung upon bore the inscription, "Qingyue sword. Crafted from a millennium of refined spirit stone, priced at 8,600 gold coins." The sword that Lu Wushuang had previously considered was merely forged from a century of cold iron, valued at a mere 160 gold coins. A staggering difference of over 50 times. "Wushuang, this is for you. That broken sword is unworthy of your prowess." Lu Shaoyu offered the Qingyue sword to Lu Wushuang. Witnessing this, Wang Liang and Yang Man's expressions soured instantly. They were well aware of the sword's exorbitant price. While they might manage a few hundred, or even 1,000 gold coins, 8,600 was an unattainable sum for them. Lu Wushuang was equally astonished. She had long desired the sword but could not afford it. In Qingyun town, individuals willing to purchase such a weapon were few, and even among the prominent families. It was unlikely anyone would be willing to part with such a fortune. For the younger generation, the prospect of affording it was even more remote. Despite being one of the favored descendants of the Lu family, Lu Wushuang's personal allowance rarely exceeded 300 gold coins, a substantial sum, indeed, equivalent to the yearly wages of 600 servants. "Shaoyu, let us be on our way," Lu Wushuang said, her gaze fixed on Lu Shaoyu. It was untrue that she did not desire the Qingyue sword. As a warrior, one could hardly claim indifference toward a weapon. Moreover, as a practitioner of sword techniques, she had an even deeper affinity for the Qingyue sword. "Take it, Wushuang," Lu Shaoyu pressed, placing the Qingyue sword in her hands. He then turned to the overseer. "Overseer, may I settle the account in a few days?" "Of course, young Master Lu. You may come by whenever you wish," the overseer assured. "Wushuang, let us depart," Lu Shaoyu said contentedly, his earlier tension alleviating. 8,600 gold coins. If Tianbao Gate were unwilling to extend credit, he would undoubtedly lose face. Today, there will be only 2 updates. This evening, I must organize the outline of this book for upload, leaving me little time to write. I have dedicated great effort to this work, and I assure you that I will write diligently. In my previous endeavor, my brothers showed me much understanding and patience, for which I am sincerely grateful. Chapter 29. Yunyang sect. A moment of silence enveloped Lu Wushuang as she grasped the Qingyue sword, observing Lu Shaoyu retreating ahead. With a tinge of confusion, she followed in his wake. "Next year, you shall learn who truly surpasses whom." Young Man's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness as she regarded Lu Wushuang. "Shaoyu, why did you purchase this Qingyue sword? It is far too expensive. How will you manage?" Lu Wushuang expressed her concerns as they exited the Tianbao Gate. The Qingyue sword cost a staggering 8,600 gold coins, an amount beyond her means. "Wushuang, I will find a way. Last time you lent me 50 gold coins. This time, I gift you the Qingyue sword as repayment. Please, do not worry about anything else. As long as you are pleased with the Qingyue sword, that suffices." Lu Shaoyu replied with a gentle smile. He had vowed to repay Lu Wushuang for her earlier kindness, yet beneath his calm demeanor, a sense of helplessness brewed. How would he ever repay the debt of over 8,000 gold coins? But this is too. Lu Wushuang gazed at the Qingyue sword in her hands, her heart filled with joy, yet concern for Lu Shaoyu lingered. However, upon hearing his assurance, her worries lessened. For she recognized that her cousin had evolved from the weakling he once was into a capable spirit user. "Wushuang," Lu Shaoyu interjected. Were those 2 individuals from the Wang and Yang families? He recalled that Wang Liang and Yang Man were indeed affiliated with the prominent families of Qingyun town, akin to the Lu family in stature. Indeed, they belonged to the Wang and Yang families, and they are now disciples of Yunyang sect. After the new year, I shall return to Yunyang sect, and it will be quite some time before I can return, Lu Wushuang explained. Yunyang sect, Lu Shaoyu pondered, his knowledge of the sect scant. He understood it to be the preeminent faction in the vicinity, with Qingyun town itself under its influence. Families such as the Lu, Wang, and Yang contributed substantial sums to Yunyang sect annually. "Shaoyu, will you participate in the martial arts competition after the ancestral rites in the new year?" Lu Wushuang inquired softly. How could I possibly participate? Besides, I lack the qualifications, Lu Shaoyu chuckled lightly. Each year, the Lu family hosted a competition for its young disciples, where those who excelled received special recognition. Yet, Lu Shaoyu had no desire to partake. He preferred to hone his skills in solitude and remain discreet about his capabilities. Let us proceed. We have arrived home. Lu Wushuang sighed softly, momentarily forgetting that her cousin intended to keep his identity as a spirit user concealed. She resolved to act oblivious. Indeed, Lu Shaoyu replied as they reached the grand entrance of the Lu family estate. A smile graced his lips as he beheld the imposing doors, and he retreated to his courtyard, noting the time was still early, just past noon. Suddenly, a slender yellow serpent slithered from his sleeve, its round eyes fixated on him, flicking its tongue curiously. Little dragon, are you hungry again? Very well. I shall find you something to eat, Lu Shaoyu remarked, having affectionately named the serpent Little Dragon, an appellation that exuded a certain grandeur. Little Dragon appeared to comprehend his words, nodding slightly and affectionately rubbing against Lu Shaoyu's palm. Accompanied by Little Dragon, he made his way to the back mountain. The serpent was quite particular, refusing to consume carrion, preferring only live prey. Thus, Lu Shaoyu allowed it to forage in the wild. Go ahead, he said, setting Little Dragon on the ground. Despite its small size, the serpent was remarkably swift, disappearing in an instant. Lu Shaoyu knew it would find sustenance and return once satisfied, so he settled into a secluded spot, retrieving a zhuangding pill for his cultivation. As he practiced the yin-yang spirit martial art, he realized that his previous method of cultivation was ineffectual. He relied solely on medicinal pills to elevate his abilities. Upon consuming the zhuangding pill, a wave of energy coursed through him, which he began to refine into true qi. After breaking through to the warrior level, Lu Shaoyu discerned that the impact of the zhuangding pill had diminished significantly, its benefits lessened considerably. It took him merely 2 hours to refine the energy into true qi, yet the increase felt insubstantial, leaving him still at the first level of warrior. With a gentle exhale, Lu Shaoyu released a breath of stale air, opening his eyes to reveal a flicker of frustration. The zhuangding pill, costing 50 gold coins, had offered him little advantage. Lu Shaoyu had long anticipated that advancing to the warrior level would necessitate higher-grade pills for further progress. However, he could not shake the feeling of discontent. Higher-grade pills meant greater expenses, and with his current debt of 8,600 gold coins to Tianbao Gate, the burden weighed heavily upon him. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence as Little Dragon sprang from behind him, landing in his palm, gazing affectionately at Lu Shaoyu. You've had your fill, I see, he remarked, noting the faint traces of blood on the serpent's mouth, evidence of its recent feast. Little Dragon nodded before curling back into Lu Shaoyu's sleeve, coiling around his arm. After tidying up, Lu Shaoyu departed the back mountain, planning to sell the remaining zhuangding pills the following day. He realized that retaining these pills served no purpose, and he needed to devise a method to concoct second-grade pills, as his current cultivation level required them to be effective. However, he had never attempted to create second-grade pills and was uncertain of his success. Upon returning through the back door to his courtyard, Lu Shaoyu noted that usually, his mother had returned from the laundry room by this time. A sense of concern crept over him. I should check on her, he resolved, deciding to visit the laundry room. The thought of his mother laboring there sparked a pang of pain within him. When would he be able to free her from such toil? The Lu family laundry room was situated in the left corner of the backyard, responsible for washing the garments of all the family members in the front courtyard, which numbered over 200. In contrast, the laundry staff consisted of only 10 individuals, making their work considerably arduous. Roland, ensure that the young Master Shaoyu's robe is impeccably clean. If it is not, or if it is damaged, you will have much to answer for. A haughty maid admonished as she watched Roland, who was crouched down scrubbing the garments. Chapter 30, Lowly Servant, do you think I lack courage? Xiaolon, the clothes of young Master Shaoyu have always been washed by you. I have such a large pile today. Could you possibly wash them yourself? Otherwise, I fear I shall be washing until dawn, Roland said, raising her head to gaze imploringly at the arrogant maid. Enough of your nonsense. If I tell you to wash, then wash. If you can't finish, then don't bother returning tonight. Do you really think you are the young mistress? You are merely a lowly servant, the maid scoffed, throwing a luxurious robe directly onto Roland's head. The other maids present lowered their heads in silence, casting sympathetic glances at Roland, yet they dared not speak. Xiao Chui, after all, was the lady's personal maid, and they did not wish to provoke her. Furthermore, Roland was not their concern. They were merely spectators of the unfolding drama. As Roland lifted the robe from her head, she observed her hands were already red and swollen, a consequence of having soaked them in cold water for too long during this frigid winter. Xiaolon, I truly cannot manage this alone. Perhaps I could assist you next time instead? Roland pleaded, as she faced a daunting pile of laundry, knowing that completing it all would take until very late. Just wash as you were told. If you refuse, then leave the Liu family. If you wish to stay, then do your duties properly and do not act like a mistress. A man in fine servant attire approached. He was the laundry overseer. Zhao, I will wash. I will wash. Roland nodded slightly, feeling a sense of grievance yet compelled to comply. If she left the Liu family, where else could she go? Shaoyou would be without a place to stay. Ensure you wash them thoroughly, or you will regret it, Zhao coldly remarked, then turned to Xiaolon with a patronizing smile. Miss Xiaolon, it is quite chilly. Why not rest by my side and warm yourself by the fire? That sounds good. Xiaolon replied with a satisfied smile and was about to leave when her expression abruptly changed. She turned furiously to Roland, exclaiming, lowly servant. Young Master Shaohu's clothes must be washed separately. How dare you mix them with the others? Do you seek punishment? Xiaolon, I did not do it on purpose. Roland hurriedly defended herself. You are just asking for a beating. Xiaolon glared at Roland, her eyes ablaze with anger, and raised her hand to strike her. Lowly servant. Cease this at once. The crowd's expression shifted slightly. Zhao's cold smile surfaced, but just then, a commanding voice rang out, and a figure appeared in front of Roland, grasping Xiaolan's wrist. Ah! Xiaolan screamed, her face contorting in pain as her wrist was seized by Lu Shaoyu. He had intended to visit his mother, but could no longer tolerate the scene before him. Lowly servant, get away from her. Lu Shaoyu thundered, flinging Xiaolan aside, sending her stumbling 2 meters back until she fell to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes in agony. Mother, are you all right? Lu Shaoyu disregarded Xiao Chui and crouched beside Roland, his heart wrenching at the sight of her swollen hand. Shaoyu, why are you here? I am fine. You must leave, Roland urged, realizing that both Xiao and Xiaolon would not let this incident slide. Shaoyu, are you rebelling? How dare you lay your hands on her? It appears the lesson you received last time was insufficient, Zhao bellowed, furious. Zhao-san, what did you just say? Lu Xiaoyu's anger surged as he turned to Zhao, coldness radiating from his gaze. He remembered Zhao as one of those responsible for the previous incident that had nearly cost him his life, the one who had carelessly thrown him into the abyss. Feeling the chilling intensity in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, Zhao Sen involuntarily recoiled, sensing a twinge of dread. You dare push me, you bastard born of a lowly servant? Are you seeking rebellion? Xiaolon, recovering from her fall, stood up, seemingly forgetting her pain, glaring at Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, the surrounding maids and servants retreated, not daring to intervene in the confrontation. Xiaolon, Xiaoyu did not mean it. You should let it go. I will wash the clothes right away, Roland anxiously interjected, positioning herself in front of Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, step back. Lu Xiaoyu gently pulled Roland aside and fixed his gaze on Xiaolon. Repeat what you just said. If you have the audacity. What? Do you think you can act against me? You worthless piece of trash. You dare speak to me like that? Xiaolon spat, her disdain evident. Though she lacked the talent to become a warrior, she was unafraid of most common men. Lu Xiaoyu's fury ignited. He could endure insults directed at himself, but he would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of his mother. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Xiaolon and smiled faintly. Do you truly believe I lack the courage? With a swift motion, Lu Xiaoyu closed the distance between them and struck Xiaolon across the face, the sound echoing as bloodied teeth flew from her mouth. Do you see that I dare? He exclaimed. You lowly servant. Do you think you are someone of importance? You are merely a maid in the Lu household. With a flurry of punches and kicks, Lu Xiaoyu unleashed his wrath upon Xiaolon, bringing her to the ground as her cries of anguish filled the air. The onlookers, including Roland and Zhao, stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Now, you lowly maid, do you see that I dare? Lu Xiaoyu continued, his fury unabated as he relentlessly kicked Xiaolon, finally jumping onto her with a forceful thud. Was it your hand that sought to strike? He sneered, bending down to grasp one of Xiaolan's arms, twisting it with a chilling smile. With a crack, her arm broke, and Xiaolon screamed in agony, her wails echoing through the laundry room. Was it your mouth that insulted me? Lu Xiaoyu then picked up a small stone from the ground and smashed it against her mouth. With a sickening crunch, her teeth shattered. leaving her bloodied and barely able to vocalize her cries. "You lowly servant, I shall spare your life today. Should you provoke me again, your miserable existence will be forfeit," Lu Shaoyu declared, discarding the stone and dusting off his hands with a composed demeanor. "Mother, let us depart," he said softly to the still stunned Roland, guiding her away as if the chaos that had just unfolded was not of his own making. Chapter 31. The dog servant seeks death at this moment. The maid Xiaolan lay on the ground, writhing in agony, her body stained with blood, emitting a mournful sound that sent chills down the spine of all who beheld her. The few maids in the distance were utterly horrified, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Xiaolan, having never witnessed such a scene before. Outside the laundry room, the echoes of Xiaolan's tragic wails had drawn a crowd of servants, their heads peering in, each one visibly shaken. "Brat, do you still wish to leave? Have you been emboldened by a lion's heart? You are courting death." At this moment, Zhao San, the laundry room supervisor, regained his composure, glaring at the fallen Xiaolan before fixing his fierce gaze on Lu Shaoyu, positioning himself defiantly in front of him. "Dog servant, if you do not step aside, you shall see who meets their demise." Lu Shaoyu glanced coldly at Zhao San. At this juncture, he no longer cared for anything. He could not allow his mother to endure such suffering any longer. Such audacity from a mere waste. Zhao San sneered, his fist launching forward with a gust of wind. "I intended to settle the score with you later, but now you have sought your own death," Lu Shaoyu remarked coldly, recognizing Zhao San's strength as merely that of a second-level martial apprentice. With old grievances and new resentments intertwined, a chilling light gleamed in Lu Shaoyu's eyes. As Zhao San advanced to strike, Lu Shaoyu bent slightly, swiftly dodging the blow while unleashing a powerful palm strike that surged forward like lightning. Bang! As Zhao San's punch missed its mark, he was taken aback as Lu Shaoyu's palm impacted his chest, a force beyond his imagination pouring into him, causing his insides to feel as if they were shattering. "Dog servant, perish." Lu Shaoyu retracted his palm, speaking coldly. Zhao San's eyes widened in horror before turning vacant. He had never anticipated that the so-called waste he had always looked down upon had suddenly transformed into a martial artist, far surpassing him in strength. But it was too late. His opponent had not left him a chance for survival. "You are actually a martial." Zhao San's words trailed off as he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he finally comprehended that the boy they had bullied since childhood was now a martial artist, his power eclipsing that of Zhao San. This sight left all the servants dumbfounded. Zhao San was a martial artist, yet he had been defeated in a single blow. Servants of the Lu family must know their place. To act against their superiors is to court death. Lu Shaoyu cast a cold glance at the surrounding servants before turning to his astonished mother. "Roland, mother, let us return home. From now on, we shall no longer visit this laundry room." Roland remained speechless, overwhelmed with astonishment as Lu Shaoyu supported her in leaving the laundry room. "There is a dead man," quickly informed the head steward. Once the remaining servants regained their senses, panic ensued. Those wishing to avoid trouble hastily departed. In the courtyard, Lu Shaoyu helped Roland sit down, his brow furrowed in contemplation. It seemed he needed to consider an escape plan that likely would not be long before the Lu family was in an uproar. However, since he had already exposed himself, he was curious to see how the Lu family would react. At worst, he could sever ties with them. He was confident he could provide for his mother on his own. Shaoyu, Roland, having caught her breath after their return from the laundry room, spoke softly. "Mother, do not worry. Everything will be fine," Lu Shaoyu reassured her, understanding her concerns. Roland, naturally anxious, urged, "Shaoyu, you must leave at once. Otherwise, they will not spare you. I am still here. You must go." "Mother, if I leave, what will become of you?" "Do not worry. They cannot harm me," Lu Shaoyu replied with a gentle smile. "It is my fault. I am useless, Shaoyu." Roland began to weep softly, lamenting that if she had a powerful family backing her, things would not have come to this. "Do not blame yourself, mother. Rest assured, I am now a martial artist, and they cannot touch me," Lu Shaoyu consoled her. Though in his heart, he mused that the blame lay with the Lu family. Despite being of their bloodline, they had treated him so harshly. The Lu family was indeed ruthless. A martial artist? "Shaoyu, you were not supposed to be able to become one. How could you?" Roland raised her head, astonished as she gazed at Lu Shaoyu. She had been taken aback when he defeated Zhao San. After all, Zhao San was a martial artist, though she herself was not. Her time within the martial arts family had afforded her some understanding of such matters. "I will explain everything later. For now, know that I am a martial artist and will be fine," Lu Shaoyu assured her. "But that is not enough. Shaoyu, You must leave. They will not let you go. Roland exclaimed, her worry deepening. Lu Xiaoyu understood whom she referred to. It was clear that his mother was aware that his father's original wife would not spare him. Shaoyou. A delicate voice rang out from beyond the courtyard, and soon Lu Wushuang appeared. Wushuang, what brings you here? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. I just heard someone say that you killed Zhao San and attacked Xiaolan. Is it true? Lu Wushuang asked, her gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyu. Indeed. They were bullying my mother, so I acted, Lu Xiaoyu admitted without reservation. Xiaoyu, you are in trouble now. Zhao San is from the Zhao family. If you had killed a different servant, it would not have been a major issue, Lu Wushuang expressed concern. Wushuang, you must help your brother. You have a good relationship with the master. Please plead for me. I need your assistance, Roland implored Lu Wushuang. Aunt, do not worry. I will ensure that Shaoyou is safe, Lu Wushuang assured her. Roland nodded slightly. Given Lu Wushuang's standing in the Lu family, if she could intervene, it would likely avert serious trouble, bringing some relief to Roland's heart. Shaoyou, what are your plans? Lu Wushuang asked. Having not pressed Lu Xiaoyu about his actions against Zhao San, as she already knew he was no longer the weak cousin he once was. I have no plans. At worst, I will leave the Lu family, Lu Xiaoyu replied softly. Leave the Lu family? Lu Wushuang was taken aback, then insisted, that is absolutely out of the question. You cannot leave the Lu family. Chapter 32. Just come at me, Shaoyou. Have you ever considered that your departure from the Lu family would render you in greater peril? At least within the Lu family. There are those who would think twice before acting against you. Lu Wushuang continued. Young master, Lu Xiaobai's voice emerged from the courtyard, followed by his breathless appearance. Xiaobai, what troubles you? Lu Wushuang inquired. Miss Wushuang, Lu Xiaobai greeted respectfully upon seeing her, then turned to Lu Xiaoyu. Young master, it's dire. I just saw the chief steward of the front courtyard coming to deal with you. Zhao De. Lu Xiaoyu's expression darkened, a chilling aura enveloping him. Zhao De was the very person who had inadvertently killed the original Lu Xiaoyu and was a favored servant brought in by the first wife. Zhao De, this is still the Lu family. Xiaoyu, fret not. Today I shall see who dares to harm you, Lu Wushuang declared with a huff. Are they here? Outside the courtyard. A cacophony ensued. Lu Xiaoyu discreetly peered out and discerned that Zhao De had arrived with over a dozen servants. After breaking through to the ranks of warrior and spirit master, his senses had sharpened considerably. He could sense any movement nearby with clarity. How audacious! Lu Xiaoyu dares to kill within the Lu family. What gall! Come with me at once. A commanding voice rang out, and soon, several servants entered the courtyard. At the forefront stood Zhao De and another man, Zhao Er, both of whom Lu Xiaoyu recognized, along with Zhao San, whom he had slain. They were the trio responsible for the original Lu Xiaoyu's demise. Zhao De, you are exceedingly bold. Before Lu Xiaoyu could speak, Lu Wushuang scoffed. Miss Wushuang, I did not expect you to be here. Zhao Da's expression shifted slightly, aware of the close bond between Lu Wushuang and Lu Xiaoyu. What is the meaning of this? Withdraw at once. Lu Wushuang's gaze fixed on Zhao De. Miss Wushuang. Lu Xiaoyu has slain Zhao San. We are here on the madam's orders to apprehend him. If you have any questions, you may inquire with her, Zhao De replied, his tone dark and dismissive, knowing full well that he could disregard Lu Wushuang's authority. Humph. This is the Lu family. Shaoyou is the young master here. I shall see who dares to defy that. I will not hold back, Lu Wushuang retorted, her gaze sweeping over Zhao De and his entourage. The servants, not belonging to the Zhao family, but merely working in the front courtyard under Zhao Da's command, lowered their heads, exchanging glances, afraid to make a move under Lu Wushuang's piercing gaze. Miss Wushuang, your stance makes my task difficult. I must take him. And for anything else, you may consult the madam. Zhao Da's expression darkened, his eyes now fixated on Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu regarded Zhao De. Assessing his strength at the second rank of warrior, he felt no fear. He had resolved to eliminate Zhao De, for the conflict had escalated to that point. If the opportunity arose, he would remove this threat. I shall see how you intend to take him, Lu Wushuang coldly declared, raising her delicate wrist to draw forth the Qingyun sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Do you dare to kill me? Lu Wushuang pointed her sword at Zhao De, her voice icy. Miss Wushuang would dare to kill me, but Zhao Da's complexion paled, retreating a few steps. He understood that Lu Wushuang had the advantage. Being at the level of master, she far surpassed his own skills as a mere warrior. He was aware that in the hierarchy of the Lu family, Lu Wushuang was the most gifted of her generation, and he could not provoke her without facing severe repercussions. Even from the madam, Consider your next move carefully, Miss Wushuang. Even if you were to kill me, the ensuing troubles would be considerable. After all, I am still a member of the Zhao family. You are aware of your affiliation, yet do not forget, this is the Lu family. Now begone, Lu Wushuang commanded. Just then, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. The foremost figure, dressed in splendid robes and adorned with an elegant hairstyle, exuded an air of nobility, her eyes holding a faintly cold glint. Flanking her were 2 maidservants in long dresses. Greetings, Mississippi Zhao De and Zhao Air immediately bowed, while the other servants also inclined their heads, addressing her as Madam Zhao Hui. A glimmer of icy disdain flickered in Lu Shaoyou's eyes. This was none other than the original wife of his father, the Zhao family's miss, the very one responsible for the original Lu Shaoyou's inability to cultivate. Third aunt. What harm is there in a young master of the Lu family taking the life of a servant? If there are any grievances, they should be addressed at the Lu family ancestral hall, Lu Wushuang gently suggested. Among the young masters of the Lu family, it seems there is no one named Lu Shaoyou. Wushuang, have you forgotten? Zhao Hui remarked, her cold gaze scrutinizing both Roland and Lu Shaoyou. Paying little heed to Lu Wushuang, Lu Wushuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Lu Shaoyou had never been recognized as a young master of the Lu family, a fact that had long been overlooked, the reasons for which she did not comprehend. Roland, you wretched servant. I allowed you to remain in the Lu family, yet you encouraged that wretched spawn to commit murder. This time, let us see who will protect you. Zhao Hui glared at Roland. Zhao Hui, how dare you insult my mother? The one who killed Zhao San was me. If you have the courage, come at me. Lu Shaoyou coldly interjected, stepping in front of his mother. Zhao De, seize this wretch. Zhao Hui commanded, her eyes burning with fury. Yes, miss, Zhao De replied, lunging toward Lu Shaoyou, his right hand poised to strike. As murder intent flashed in Lu Shaoyou's eyes, he prepared to act, but saw that Lu Wushuang had already made her move. Step back. Lu Wushuang cried, her Qingyun sword slicing through the air, launching a direct assault on Zhao De. The blade traced 3 arcs, each aimed at Zhao Da's chest and abdomen. Zhao Da's expression shifted dramatically as he scrambled to evade, but the sword's speed was overwhelming. While he narrowly avoided the strikes to his abdomen and left chest, one blade grazed his right side. With a rip, Zhao Da's garment tore, revealing a faint crimson line across his chest, causing his face to turn pale as cold sweat broke out. This is a warning. Next time, do not blame me for being ruthless, Lu Wushuang warned, her voice icy. Wushuang, you overstep your bounds. Do not think that just because you are a disciple of the Yunyang sect, you can act with impunity. Zhao Hui's expression darkened, her tone sharp. Third aunt, why must you be so aggressive? You are well aware of the situation regarding Shaoyou and my third aunt. The Lu family is fully aware. Why not show some mercy? Lu Wushuang countered. Such audacity. Zhao De, make your move. I shall see what you have learned at the Yunyang sect. Zhao Hui's expression hardened, her gaze fixed on Lu Wushuang. With Miss Zhao blocking Lu Wushuang, Zhao De felt no hesitation and lunged once more at Lu Shaoyou. Young master, be careful. Lu Xiaobai shouted, also rushing toward Zhao De Xiaobai. You are not yet qualified. Zhao Air, who had been watching, swiftly intercepted Lu Xiaobai. Chapter 33. Facing the enemy alone as Lu Wushuang attempted to confront Zhao De once more, Zhao Hui's expression darkened. With a swift gesture, she conjured a blazing wall of flames that instantly shielded her from Lu Wushuang's advance. With the strength of a martial artist, you are no match for me. Stay put. Zhao Hui commanded coldly. Lu Wushuang unleashed several sword strikes with her Qingyun sword, creating a whirlwind of energy that collided with the fiery barrier, only to dissipate in an instant. Her countenance shifted dramatically. She realized that she was far from Zhao Hui's level of prowess, as Zhao Hui had already attained the realm of martial spirits, a considerable gap between them. You little brat, let's see who can save you now, Zhao De sneered, his gaze fixed on Lu Shaoyou. As he spoke, he rapidly gathered earthy energy in his hands, his form lunging towards Lu Shaoyou. Zhao Da's palms curled into claws, aiming for Lu Shaoyou's chest, the earthy energy coalescing at his fingertips, resembling a pair of sharp gloves. The sound of wind being sliced filled the air as he struck with tremendous speed. Beside them, Roland was paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. As Zhao Da's claw approached, Lu Shaoyou narrowed his eyes. He discerned that Zhao De was also an Earth-type martial artist, albeit at the second level. While he felt confident from his training with Uncle Nan, who had kept his power at the first level, Lu Shaoyou had managed to withstand his attacks. and thus he was not intimidated by Zhao Da. With a sudden chill in his gaze, Lu Shaoyu formed his hand seals and swiftly evaded Zhao Da's claw by channeling an invisible force into the ground, propelling himself away. The claw narrowly missed, creating a fierce gust that tousled his hair. In that fleeting moment, Lu Shaoyu unleashed a palm strike, akin to an arrow released from its bow, infused with soft yellow energy, crashing into Zhao Da's abdomen. Realizing the impending danger as his claw missed its target, Zhao Da recalled the words of witnesses from the laundry room, deducing that Lu Shaoyu might have become a martial artist. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Zhao San, a seasoned martial apprentice? Though Zhao Da found it hard to believe, after all, just over a month ago, they had thoroughly beaten Lu Shaoyu. He now sensed the gravity of the situation. As he felt the impact on his abdomen, his face paled, and he retreated rapidly, employing some technique that distorted the air around him, causing several faint yellow ripples to appear. Lu Shaoyu's palm strike descended swiftly, passing through these ripples and losing some of its force, yet it still landed heavily on Zhao Da's abdomen. Zhao Da staggered back, his body reeling from the blow. Had he been more vigilant, Lu Shaoyu's strike would have been improbable, but Zhao Da had underestimated Lu Shaoyu from the start, leading to his downfall. At that moment, Lu Shaoyu's expression turned serious. He was prepared. Under Uncle Nan's training, his combat skills had surpassed expectations. Now, with unwavering determination, he adjusted his hand seals, twisting his wrist at a 45-degree angle, unleashing a torrent of yellow energy that surged with ferocity towards Zhao Da. Lu Shaoyu was now exerting all his strength. Observing Lu Shaoyu's formidable aura, Zhao Hui's expression shifted in alarm, and even Lu Wushuang, trapped behind the wall of flames, was taken aback. "You little brat, perish." Zhao Hui's voice trembled as she altered her hand seals, dissolving the wall of flames and conjuring a fireball the size of half a meter that shot towards Lu Shaoyu's back. A searing sound pierced the air as the fireball surged forth, withering the plants in the courtyard. "Sister, is it necessary to go this far?" A deep voice interrupted as a figure leaped into the courtyard, enveloping the fireball with a curtain of water. In that instant, Lu Shaoyu's palm strike landed with tremendous force against Zhao Da's chest, propelling him backward. Zhao Da's face turned ashen as he coughed up blood, fragments of what appeared to be internal organs mingling with it. Lu Shao showed no mercy. Under Uncle Nan's guidance, he had been trained to deliver lethal blows without hesitation, leaving no room for his opponent to retaliate. Although Zhao Da held a slight edge in strength, his initial carelessness led to his suppression, and in just one exchange, he was unprepared for Lu Shaoyu's lethal onslaught. As blood spewed forth, Zhao Da staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as they met Lu Shaoyu's. Despite Lu Shaoyu's overwhelming effort, he had not completely vanquished Zhao Da, who, as a martial artist, still possessed some resilience. In this unexpected confrontation, Zhao Da was severely injured but not entirely defeated. Boom, boom. The courtyard echoed with explosive sounds as flames and water vapor cascaded from above, dissipating into energy before reaching the ground. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai and Zhao Er ceased their skirmish, with Lu Xiaobai having been pressured throughout their encounter, sustaining a blow but emerging relatively unscathed due to his lack of combat experience. "It's late. Please lend your support and encouragement, and thank you for your generosity. There will be more updates tonight around 7. Chapter 34. Arrangements for updates have arrived. I humbly request your recommendations," a voice echoed softly. Zhao Hui's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze upon a newly appeared middle-aged man clad in a flowing azure robe. "Uncle," Lu Shaoyu acknowledged, observing this figure. The man, with his broad forehead and striking eyes, exuded an aura of nobility and strength, revealing that his prowess was at least on par with Zhao Hui's. He was Lu Dong, the elder of the Lu family. Lu Shaoyu assessed his uncle's capabilities, recognizing that he had reached the realm of martial spirit, a level of strength regarded as formidable throughout the spirit martial continent. "Sister-in-law, do you recall the promise you made? Now, you intend to harm Shaoyu. What is your intention?" Lu Dong's tone turned solemn as he addressed Zhao Hui. "He killed Zhao San and assaulted my maid, Xiao Lan. Shouldn't there be retribution?" Zhao Hui retorted. "Humph. Zhao San and that wretched maid wronged my mother first. Do they not deserve their fate?" Lu Shaoyu interjected coldly. "Sister-in-law, I have also heard of the events concerning Zhao San and Xiao Lan. They were indeed at fault initially, and the Lu family will provide compensation. Let this matter rest," Lu Dong suggested. "Zhao San and Xiao Lan are both of my Zhao family. Can we simply let this go? This bastard must die today." Zhao Hui glared at Lu Shaoyu, her voice icy. Sister-in-law, regardless of his status, he is still a member of the Lu family. Referring to him as a bastard, what does that imply? Do not forget, you are now part of the Lu family. Must we endure such disrespect? Lu Dong's expression hardened, his voice restrained yet firm. Zhao Hui fell silent, her gaze cold as she scrutinized Lu Shaoyu and Lady Roland. Are you planning to have this boy acknowledge his lineage? Do not forget the promises made to me, and do not overlook what you have vowed. If anything happens to Shaoyu, it will be unacceptable, Lu Dong replied. Humph, we are leaving. Zhao Hui's face darkened as she turned to exit the courtyard, supported by Zhao De, Zhao Er, and several servants. All is well now, Lu Dong remarked, turning to Lady Roland and Lu Shaoyu. Thank you, Elder, Lady Roland expressed her gratitude. It is my duty. The Lu family owes you much, Lu Dong stated, his gaze shifting to Lu Shaoyu. Lu Shaoyu remained quiet, pondering the exchange between his uncle and Zhao Hui, sensing that there were deeper implications at play. Shaoyu, when did you become a martial artist? Lu Dong inquired, observing him closely. I had forgotten. It has been some time, Lu Shaoyu replied softly, feeling no aversion towards his uncle, who had cared for him since childhood. Be cautious moving forward. Stay within the Lu family. Here, you are shielded from external dangers. Some matters you may come to understand in time, Lu Dong advised, sensing Lu Shaoyu's intent to leave. There are things I may never comprehend. I only know who owes a debt to my mother and me, Lu Shaoyu murmured, recalling the previous Lu Shaoyu, who perished due to the Lu family's affairs. He felt a responsibility to reclaim that debt, for he now bore the body of the former Lu Shaoyu. It seems you have been biding your time. Why not continue to do so? It may serve you better, Lu Dong suggested, noticing a shift in his nephew's demeanor. Some matters cannot be endured, Lu Shaoyu declared, remembering the indignities suffered by his mother at the hands of the servants. I must take my leave. Not everything is as it appears. Be vigilant, and do not stray from the Lu family. Some may wish for your departure, Lu Dong sighed as he stepped away from the courtyard. Shaoyu, do not leave the Lu family. Father will not harm you. Lu Wushuang approached Lu Shaoyu. Sister Wushuang, I understand, Lu Shaoyu replied, formulating his plans. It was clear that, based on the conversation between his uncle and Zhao Hui, an agreement existed between the Lu family and her, preventing her from taking any action against him. Otherwise, the former Lu Shaoyu would have met his demise long ago. Young master, what are we to do now? Lu Xiaobai asked. There is nothing to be done. We shall proceed as intended, Lu Shaoyu stated, turning to Lady Roland. Mother, cease your work in the laundry. I will provide for you. Soon, we shall leave the Lu family and venture far away. As night fell, Lu Shaoyu returned to his chamber, sitting cross-legged in contemplation of his future. With his identity as a martial artist now exposed, he anticipated that unforeseen challenges awaited him. To ensure his safety, he realized he must swiftly enhance his strength. Only through increased power could he navigate the impending troubles. Relying solely on cultivation would take an indeterminate time. He needed to refine medicinal pills. I require gold, an abundance of gold to bolster my abilities, Lu Shaoyu mused, recalling the dozen or so enlightenment pills in his possession. He planned to visit the Tianbao sect the following day to exchange them for materials to craft second-tier medicinal pills. Having resolved his course of action, Lu Shaoyu began his cultivation. Though slow, it was better than inaction. In a separate courtyard, Zhao Hui stood alongside Zhao Er, her expression darkening. What of Zhao De? She inquired. He is gravely injured, on the brink of death. He recently consumed a medicinal pill, which may have saved him, but his future cultivation will be severely hindered. It will take at least a year or more for recovery. Miss, shall we simply allow that boy to go unpunished? Zhao Er questioned. Humph. That bastard is a martial artist, having attained the level of a warrior. How could no one have discovered this over the years? He must die. I will not allow him to continue living, Zhao Hui asserted fiercely. However, miss, eliminating that boy may prove troublesome. He is now a martial artist. And if we attempt to kill him within the Lu family, it will not be easy. Others will undoubtedly learn of it, Zhao Er cautioned. Tomorrow, send someone to report back to the Zhao family. Inform them of the situation here. They will make arrangements. Unless that boy remains in the Lu family indefinitely, otherwise. Zhao Hui's eyes glinted with malice, resolute in her disdain for the mother and son duo. Outside a stone chamber, a figure in a long robe appeared. It was Lu Dong. How is the situation being handled? A frail voice emanated from within the chamber. Father, Shaoyu is indeed a martial artist, having reached the warrior level. As for other matters, there seem to be no significant issues on the surface. But I cannot ascertain the hidden circumstances, Lu Dong replied. Silence enveloped the chamber before the aged voice spoke again. So he is a martial artist. It appears Shaoyou has concealed his true self for quite some time. He understands the art of patience, which is commendable. Given the debts owed to him and his mother by the Lu family, he is likely in greater danger now. Chapter 35. Art Critique. Father, what shall we do? Lu Dong inquired. As for the Zhao family's intentions, even I am currently unaware. Zhao Hui is not a cause for concern. For the sake of the Lu family, we must first observe the situation. We owe a great deal to that mother and child. This time, we must protect them. The aged voice echoed within the stone chamber. I understand what must be done, Lu Dong replied. Go, do your utmost to assist them. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lu Shaoyou concluded his meditation, opening his eyes to expel a breath of turbid air from his dantian. A layer of earthy light retracted into his being. Despite the night of cultivation yielding little tangible benefit, he felt invigorated. It is time to visit Tianbao Gate, Lu Shaoyou reflected. Recalling his debt of 8,600 gold coins incurred the previous day. After finishing his breakfast, he made an excuse to his mother and departed towards Tianbao Gate, remaining vigilant along the way. Young Master Lu, you are quite early today, greeted the two burly men stationed outside Tianbao Gate. Where is Elder Wu? Lu Shaoyou asked. Please follow me. Elder Wu is on the second floor, one of the men replied, leading Lu Shaoyou upstairs. It was Lu Xiaoyou's first visit to the second floor of Tianbao Gate. Typically, he would only visit the ground floor to collect medicinal herbs. As he surveyed the lavish decor of the second floor, he was astounded. The flooring was made of a rare, polished material, and upon entering a small hall, he was even more impressed by the exquisite furnishings. The hall was adorned with valuable items, including paintings and antiques, and the several long benches indicated considerable worth. Young Master Lu, please wait. Elder Wu will arrive shortly, the guide announced before excusing himself. Lu Shaoyou examined the hall and noticed a mural that bore similarities to traditional landscape paintings from his past life. This world contained numerous elements reminiscent of his former existence. Young Master Lu, do you have an interest in art? Why not offer your critique on this painting? A voice interrupted his thoughts, and three figures emerged, Dugu Binglan, her maid Xiao Cui, and Elder Wu. I dare not presume to be an expert. My knowledge is quite limited, Lu Shaoyou replied with a slight smile. In his previous life, he had dabbled in modern art, but he felt ill-equipped to comment on such traditional works. Do not be modest. I implore you to share your insights, Dugu Binglan encouraged, a playful smile gracing her lips, as if insisting on his participation. Well, Lu Shaoyou hesitated, genuinely unsure about such paintings. Is it that young Master Lu looks down upon me? Dugu Binglan gazed at him intently, her expression earnest, compelling him to speak. Very well. Then I shall offer a few remarks, but I hope you do not mock me, Miss Dugu, Lu Shaoyou conceded, realizing he had no choice. He felt that he could at least provide some coherent commentary without being utterly nonsensical. Please, enlighten us, Dugu Binglan urged, while Xiao Cui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Shaoyou scrutinized the mural before him, depicting a young woman standing before a lotus pond, gazing into the distance. After a moment, he remarked, the technique displayed in this painting is exceptional. The brushwork is unpredictable, suggesting a unique style. It is evident that the artist worked without a preliminary sketch, allowing for spontaneous creativity. The dynamic strokes convey a sense of engagement with the medium, resulting in this remarkable effect. In terms of form, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Cui smiled slightly, though her expression soon turned curious. Young Master Lu, there must be more to your analysis. Lu Shaoyou chuckled softly. While the form is masterful, it does possess certain shortcomings that evoke a sense of regret. Oh, pray tell, young Master Lu, Dugu Binglan said, momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Xiao Cui before inquiring further. The woman's facial features are rendered somewhat rigid, lacking spirit. Furthermore, the brushwork on the lotus pond appears too sharp, lacking roundness and depth, which diminishes the overall vitality of the ink. The composition seems slightly unbalanced. The details are not as refined as one might hope. It is clear that the artist was burdened with thoughts while painting, and considering the expression of the girl, I surmise that the artist is indeed a woman. Lu Shaoyou concluded, adding, I hope my amateur observations do not offend you, Miss Dugu. You possess a keen eye. I am truly impressed, Xiao Cui remarked, her expression revealing a hint of surprise as she regarded Lu Shaoyou. Forgive my presumption, Lu Shaoyou replied. suddenly noticing a few small inscriptions on the edge of the mural. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the characters, Dugu Binglan. Ah, so this painting is the handiwork of Miss Dugu. I have overstepped my bounds, he thought, taken aback by the revelation. Young Master Lu, you are too courteous. Please, have a seat, Dugu Binglan invited, her surprise evident. Is there a particular matter that brings you to Tianbao Gate so early? Elder Wu asked as everyone settled down. I have incurred a significant debt to Tianbao Gate, and I must address it. Although I cannot repay it all at once, and will need to do so gradually, Lu Shaoyu admitted with a wry smile. A few thousand gold coins are hardly a concern. You need not worry, young Master Lu, Elder Wu reassured him. Yet, the debt weighs heavily on my heart. Lu Shaoyu replied. If young Master Lu is willing, perhaps you might consider joining Tianbao Gate, Dugu Binglan suggested with a gentle smile. Well, Lu Shaoyu's expression subtly shifted. Then he smiled again. Joining Tianbao Gate would only burden it further. I would not wish to cause any inconvenience. You jest, young Master Lu. Should you wish to join, Tianbao Gate would welcome you with open arms, Dugu Binglan replied. By the way, I have some enlightenment pills, Elder Wu. Please note them down as part of my repayment. Additionally, I would like 2 more of these pills and 50 portions of the previously requested medicinal materials, Lu Shaoyu said, handing Elder Wu a handful of enlightenment pills. Certainly, please wait a moment, Elder Wu replied, glancing over the list before departing the hall. You crafted these pills yourself? Dugu Binglan asked, her gaze fixed on Lu Shaoyu. Do I appear to be a spiritual practitioner? He responded, stealing a glance at Dugu Binglan. Today, she wore a flowing gown, her figure graceful and her features exquisitely refined, making her an undeniable beauty. Yet, Lu Shaoyu found his gaze drawn to Xiaozue, whose delicate visage was adorned with exquisite features. Her clear, penetrating eyes seemed to hold the depths of the world, while her petite nose and cherry-like lips formed a captivating face. However, the red birthmark on her cheek evoked a sense of sorrow, if only she were without it. Young Master Lu is difficult to fathom, Dugu Binglan mused softly. Your preparations are complete, young Master Lu, Elder Wu announced moments later, entering the hall with 2 bags of medicinal materials. Thank you. I shall take my leave now and return to settle the debt next time, Lu Shaoyu stated, rising to depart. Take care, young Master Lu, Elder Wu called after him. What do you think, Elder Wu? Dugu Binglan inquired once Lu Shaoyu had left. The news we received last night startled everyone. Lu Shaoyu had ambushed and killed a martial servant of the Zhao family, severely injuring another martial servant in the process. Mr. Wu remarked. Chapter 36. Enhancing pill. It appears that there is a secret behind this individual's actions, and we must remain vigilant in the future, remarked Dugu Binglan. The Tianbao sect has been trying to win me over. I wonder what they see in me. Throughout the journey, Lu Shaoyu pondered this matter, recalling that Uncle Nan had mentioned the formidable nature of the Tianbao sect. Ultimately, I should focus on settling my debts. Lu Shaoyu gazed at the 2 packets of medicinal herbs in his hands, intended for the creation of 50 enlightenment pills, which he planned to use to repay his debts. Additionally, he possessed 2 sets of ingredients for a second-tier pill, the enhancing pill, recorded in the jade slip that Uncle Nan had gifted him. Lu Shaoyu opened the jade slip, which contained numerous recipes and various herbal knowledge, akin to an entire history of alchemy, a treasure of immeasurable value. The second-tier enhancing pill not only enhances true energy, but also augments spiritual power, precisely what Lu Shaoyu required. His cultivation of the yin-yang spiritual martial arts demanded a simultaneous breakthrough in both spiritual and martial aspects. Otherwise, it would pose significant challenges. In the days to come, Lu Shaoyu resolved to remain at the Lu residence to concoct pills. The storeroom's secret chamber would serve as an ideal location. And since Uncle Nin had no need for it, he hoped to utilize it without issues. Within that hidden space, he could refine his pills with peace of mind. Little dragon, I shall enter seclusion for a few days. Stay in the back mountain to avoid hunger, Lu Shaoyu instructed before returning to the Lu residence. Placing Little Dragon in the back mountain, as the creature's appetite had grown considerably. Little Dragon seemed to understand Lu Shaoyu's words, stretching its tongue and gazing affectionately at him before scuttling off into the mountains. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Shaoyu encountered numerous servants in the backyard. Typically, they treated him as if he were invisible, but today, they parted ways, allowing him passage, bowing and expressing visible anxiety, as if fearing his wrath. I heard that Chief Xiao was severely injured. Indeed, Xiaolan was left in a deplorable state, and Chief Xiao was outright killed. It's shocking to learn he was a martial artist. No one knew all along. It seems inevitable that he will soon move to the front yard and become a true young master of the Liu family. Fortunately, I never crossed him. Just look at Xiaolan. She's unrecognizable now. I might have mocked him before. Will he seek revenge against me? I'm doomed. Listening to the gossip of the Liu family servants, Liu Shaoyu merely smiled, recognizing their servile mindset. No wonder they were destined to remain as mere servants. And there was no need for him to take offense. Upon entering the courtyard, Liu Shaoyu was surprised to find both Liu Wushuang and Liu Xiaobai present. Liu Xiaobai appeared to be moving large bundles. Xiaobai, have you finished moving everything? Liu Wushuang inquired. Miss Wushuang, everything has been brought over, Liu Xiaobai replied, drenched in sweat. Had I not become a martial artist, I would have been exhausted. Wushuang, what are you doing? Liu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Shaoyu, there is an empty room here. And Wushuang insisted on moving in. Came a voice from within, belonging to Roland. Moving in? Liu Shaoyu exclaimed, astonished. Wushuang, are you sure you want to stay here? Uncle knows, but this place is not as comfortable as the front yard. Father knows. I wish to help watch over you. With me here, it won't be easy for anyone to trouble you, Liu Wushuang replied, her beautiful eyes blinking softly. Rest assured, Wushuang, I can take care of myself. You should move back to the front yard. This place is not suitable for you, Liu Shaoyu insisted. What do you mean by not suitable? I find this place quite agreeable. Xiaobai, help me move my belongings into the room, Liu Wushuang said with a gentle smile. Passing by Liu Shaoyu and leaving a faint fragrance in her wake as she entered the courtyard. Yes, Miss Wushuang, Liu Xiaobai answered, lifting a large box and heading inside. Standing in the courtyard, Liu Shaoyu couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling reassured that with Liu Wushuang staying in the courtyard, he could focus on his seclusion and alchemical pursuits without worrying about his mother being alone. Shaoyu, it's good that your sister is here. Are you hungry? I can prepare something for you, Roland offered. Mother, I have matters to attend to outside, and I may be gone for 5 or 6 days, Liu Shaoyu replied. You're leaving for such a long time. With the new year approaching, where are you headed? Roland asked, her tone laced with concern. Shaoyu, where are you going? I'll accompany you, Liu Wushuang said, stepping out, equally worried. Wushuang, I want to be far, and there is no danger. I have some matters to attend to, and will return promptly. Please look after mother while I'm away, Liu Shaoyu reassured her. But going out now might be risky. Liu Wushuang insisted. Rest assured, I will be fine, Liu Shaoyu said, and with that, he departed the courtyard. The matters concerning the secret chamber and the spiritual practitioners would remain undisclosed. Shaoyu, my child Roland expressed her worries. Third aunt, Shaoyu has his plans. We need not fret too much, Liu Wushuang replied, her heart filled with trust despite her concerns as she watched Liu Xiaoyu's retreating figure. After traversing several corridors, Liu Xiaoyu arrived near the storeroom. He cautiously surveyed the area, ensuring no one was around before swiftly entering the storeroom. The storeroom was typically deserted, and Liu Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief as he opened the secret chamber and stepped inside. Liu Xiaoyu, what brings you here? A voice suddenly echoed as he entered the chamber. Uncle Nan, what are you doing here? Liu Xiaoyu exclaimed, startled to find Uncle Nan already present. I could ask you the same. I saw you sneaking around and was curious about your intentions. Did I not tell you not to come here again? Uncle Nan glared at Liu Xiaoyu. Uncle Nan, I need a place to concoct pills, and this is the only suitable location, Liu Xiaoyu explained. That is your concern. Find another place, Uncle Nan replied curtly. Old man, I merely need to borrow your secret chamber for a short time. No need to be so stingy, Liu Xiaoyu countered. Gazing at Uncle Nan, are you implying I should yield to you? Weren't you quite formidable yesterday? Now you're eager to enhance your strength? Uncle Nan remarked, somewhat amused. Chapter 37, Seclusion and Alchemy. It was inevitable. Liu Xiaoyu had long realized that the matters concerning the Liu family could not remain concealed from Uncle Nan. Given his awareness of yesterday's events, his reaction was hardly surprising. Pay more attention now. Do not recklessly throw away your life and waste my time teaching you, Uncle Nan admonished, casting a sharp glance at Liu Xiaoyu before departing the secret chamber. Watching Uncle Nan's retreating figure, Liu Xiaoyu settled into a meditative posture, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Clearly, Uncle Nan had come specifically to remind him to be cautious. From his storage ring, he retrieved the fire dragon cauldron, which emitted a resonant hum as it materialized in the chamber, exuding an aura of antiquity. Following this, he produced 2 sizable bundles of medicinal herbs obtained on credit from the Tiandao sect. After a moment's hesitation, He resolved to first refine the 50 pinnacle elixirs before attempting to concoct the enhancement elixirs. The latter were second-tier potions, and Lu Xiaoyu felt uncertain about his ability to successfully create them. Thus, familiarizing himself with the process of refining the pinnacle elixirs would likely aid him in the final endeavor. With a hand gesture, he channeled spiritual energy into the cauldron. Instantly, a tangible flame coalesced within. Lu Xiaoyu added the 3-star grass and 5-leaf lotus to the cauldron for initial refinement, followed by living qi grass and condensation dew powder among other herbs. As he became increasingly adept at concocting the pinnacle elixirs, he recalled a prior mishap that had occurred but had not been repeated since. Despite his newfound familiarity and having successfully crafted dozens of pinnacle elixirs, Lu Xiaoyu remained vigilant. The art of alchemy allowed no room for negligence. At this juncture, he could effortlessly produce a pinnacle elixir in a single attempt. With the potency of his spiritual energy having significantly increased, his speed, too, had improved considerably. Each time he exhausted his energy and took time to recuperate, he felt his spiritual essence becoming more refined. After approximately an hour and a half, the cauldron vibrated, and a single elixir emanated a rich aroma as it soared out, which Lu Xiaoyu deftly caught in his hand. 50 gold coins in the bag. Onward, he mused with satisfaction, promptly diving back into the process of refining more pinnacle elixirs. Upon creating the second pinnacle elixir, he found it necessary to pause and recuperate, having depleted a significant portion of his spiritual energy. After resting, Lu Xiaoyu resumed his work. As time passed slowly, the Lu family remained largely unchanged, yet the news of the once ineffectual young master had stirred considerable chatter among the servants, leading to a mix of astonishment and concern. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu continued his alchemical pursuits in the secluded chamber, and before he knew it, 5 days had elapsed. The atmosphere within the chamber was fiery and illuminated by the flickering flames. Bang! The lid of the cauldron flew open, and another elixir was secured in his grasp, filling the chamber with an intoxicating fragrance that was both invigorating and soothing. With the successful refinement of the 50th elixir, Lu Xiaoyu beamed at the glimmering potion in his hand. After 5 continuous days of labor, he had finally produced 50 pinnacle elixirs. These 50 elixirs represented a sum of 2,500 gold coins. Deducting the costs, he would still reap a hefty profit, though he was far from repaying his debts. With a rueful smile, he stored the pinnacle elixirs and retrieved the remaining 2 sets of herbs necessary for crafting the enhancement elixirs. It was now time to tackle the second-tier potions. After a brief period of recuperation, Lu Xiaoyu prepared himself and, with a series of hand gestures, infused spiritual energy into the fire dragon cauldron. As the energy flowed, it transformed into a fierce flame, engulfing the herbs within, generating an intense heat. The white attractalodes and 7-star leaves were meticulously added to the cauldron, their precise quantities guided by Lu Xiaoyu's acute spiritual perception as he controlled their refinement. As he embarked on the arduous task of refining second-tier elixirs, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Crafting second-tier elixirs was a vastly different undertaking from the first tier, presenting a far greater challenge. As time slipped away, Lu Xiaoyu continued to incorporate additional herbs into the mixture, remaining meticulously focused. His hand gestures shifted constantly, guiding each herb into the spiritual liquid required for the enhancement elixir. This process demanded a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy, and Lu Xiaoyu felt his own rapidly depleting. However, his spiritual essence had grown stronger than before. Within the cauldron, the herbs were incinerated into ashes, while the essence of some transformed into spiritual liquid, accumulating at the side. Lu Xiaoyu controlled the intensity of the flames. Adhering strictly to Uncle Nan's instructions inscribed on the jade slip, the temperature could not waver, it had to be exact. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu managed to maintain a reasonable degree of proficiency in flame control. Finally, the materials for the enhancement elixir were thoroughly refined. Lu Xiaoyu exhaled softly, feeling the weight within his dantian. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he altered his hand gestures, igniting the flames within the cauldron once more. Inside, nearly 20 varieties of herbal essences began to meld under the intense heat. As this fusion progressed, Lu Xiaoyu sensed his spiritual energy being consumed at an alarming rate. The precision required for the merging of the liquids demanding a heightened level of control. He surmised this overwhelming sensation stemmed from his soul's power, which now played a critical role in this fusion process. As time continued to drift by, the rich aroma of the herbs intensified, and Lu Shaoyou's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Damn it, this consumption is truly daunting. He grimaced, realizing that the toll of concocting second-tier elixirs surpassed his expectations. He felt his strength waning, and if he faltered now, all his efforts in creating the enhancement elixirs would be for naught, a prospect he dreaded. Gritting his teeth, he executed another hand gesture, summoning a surge of spiritual energy from his mind to counter the draining process. Chapter 38. The competition after the new year within the fire dragon cauldron. The flames did not intensify, yet they became increasingly tangible. At that moment, a low humming sound began to emanate from the cauldron. With a clang, the fire dragon cauldron opened, revealing a perfectly round azure pill before Lu Shaoyou. The rich aroma of the medicine instantly pervaded the chamber. "Come forth," Lu Shaoyou commanded, altering his hand seals as he concentrated his spiritual energy into two flames that shot forth, enveloping the azure pill. Simultaneously, another surge of flame erupted from the cauldron, enclosing the pill within. As the three flames surrounded it, the azure pill began to tremble violently. Lu Shaoyou's complexion grew increasingly pale. This exertion was life-draining. But there was no time for rest. One misstep could render all his efforts futile. "Concentrate," he urged, his voice firm. Under the embrace of the three flames, his soul power meticulously controlled every aspect, compressing the medicinal aroma back into the pill. The azure pill, under the assault of the three flames, grew increasingly volatile, and cracks began to appear on its surface, as if it were on the verge of splitting apart. Damn it, Lu Shaoyou thought, his heart sinking. Failure was not an option. Give it my all. He gritted his teeth, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy from his mind, his soul power surging forth in a frenzy. In that instant, the temperature of the three flames escalated rapidly. Finally, with a look of relief in his eyes, Lu Shaoyou enveloped the azure pill completely. The cracks on the pill's surface began to merge and vanish. The flames danced energetically within the cauldron. Unbeknownst to Lu Shaoyou, in another room, the old servant, Uncle Nan, sat cross-legged, worry etched on his face. At that moment, he opened his eyes, surprise flickering within them, followed by joy. This young man possesses remarkable talent. I never anticipated that after cultivating both spiritual and martial arts, his soul power would increase so significantly, allowing him to refine a second-grade pill independently. Such talent is indeed rare on the spirit and martial continent. Uncle Nan mused with a gentle smile, before reverting back to his usual elderly demeanor. In the secret chamber, the hand seals shifted, causing the azure pill to spin amidst the three flames, emitting a faint glow. "Form," Lu Shaoyou commanded, altering his hand seals once more. Spiritual energy swirled around him, creating invisible ripples. At that moment, the three flames constricted, merging the gentle luminescence into the azure pill. With a soft hiss, an azure pill, now radiating a pale yellow glow, fell into Lu Shaoyou's hand. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the chamber floor, gasping for breath as his chest heaved. "I succeeded, the vitality pill," he thought, gazing at the azure-red pill in his grasp. A smile crept across his face. The second-grade vitality pill typically fetched around 200 gold coins, significantly more than its first-grade counterparts. "One more, let's continue." Lu Shaoyou rose, stowing the vitality pill away before sitting cross-legged to recuperate. Despite feeling nearly drained, he sensed his internal spiritual energy not only enhancing, but also becoming more consolidated. Several hours later, Lu Shaoyou opened his eyes, which now shone with a deeper clarity than before. Time to continue refining. He chuckled bitterly. To bolster his strength and repay his debts, he had to push himself relentlessly. In Qingyan Town, as the new year approached, every household hung lanterns high, creating a festive atmosphere. The Lu family was no exception. With their courtyards meticulously cleaned and adorned with countless red lanterns, radiating joy. Beyond the celebratory New Year festivities, another exciting event loomed. After the ancestral rites, the younger generation of the clan would participate in a competition. The two strongest individuals would represent the Lu family in the triennial contest among the prominent families of Qingyan Town. The top 5 would gain entry into Yunyang's sect, becoming disciples of the esteemed sect. Yunyang's sect only recruited new disciples once every 3 years, precisely after the new year, heightening anticipation among many. Becoming a direct disciple of Yunyang's sect was a coveted dream. Their status far eclipsed that of ordinary disciples. Even a clan leader in Qingyan Town would treat them with utmost respect. As the new year drew near, The Liu family's direct and collateral relatives returned in droves. The elders were also summoned back, both to pay respects to their ancestors and to witness the upcoming competition, eager to see which two would emerge as representatives. With the return of numerous collateral relatives, the household servants were busily overwhelmed. Liu Xiaobai, now promoted to steward, found his burdens lightened, becoming the envy of many servants. Several maids in the front courtyard exchanged flirtatious glances, igniting a sense of yearning within Liu Xiaobai. However, he refrained from pursuing any frivolous antics. Having become a martial artist, his standards had risen considerably, and he suddenly found that the once charming Cui seemed less appealing than before. In the secret chamber, Liu Shaoyou was enveloped in a radiant aura, his hands continually shifting through various seals, his chest rising and falling steadily. Yet, within the chamber, the light surrounding him disrupted the tranquility of the space. Akin to a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples through the air. A visible stream of energy flowed from the glow, transforming into countless strands that surged toward Liu Shaoyou. These myriad strands of energy coiled around him, exuding an air of profound mystery. Within Liu Xiaoyou's body, under the refinement of the yin-yang spirit and martial formula, this energy transformed into true qi and spiritual power, entering both his dantian and mind. The true qi generated was significantly more abundant than the spiritual power, only slightly enhancing it. This energy coursed through Liu Xiaoyou's meridians, which were rapidly expanding, and he could even feel small fissures appearing within them, light seeping through. The pain was intense, but Liu Xiaoyou gritted his teeth, enduring it. Uncle Nen had previously warned him about the perils of consuming pills for refinement. The stronger the pill, the more potent the energy. If the meridians could not withstand the influx, they would expand, and if the energy exceeded their capacity, they would rupture, leading to death. Thus, even if he possessed a 5th or 6th grade pill, Liu Xiaoyou dared not consume it. That would be playing with fire. He also realized that, at some point, countless pores in his skin connected to the myriad energy strands, voraciously absorbing the energy. His aura began to swell imperceptibly. Chapter 39. The Liu family ancestral hall. As dawn broke the following day, Liu Xiaoyou exhaled a long breath, the glow surrounding him having dissipated. The yin-yang spirit martial technique proved formidable. A single essence-enhancing pill had elevated him to the 3rd level of a warrior. With a twinkle of joy in his eyes, he realized that as long as he had sufficient gold to procure medicinal herbs, he could continue to make breakthroughs. After refining the 2nd essence-enhancing pill, Liu Xiaoyou consumed one for his own cultivation. However, he hesitated to refine the remaining pill, knowing it would require time to assimilate. Otherwise, its effects would be significantly diminished, rendering it a waste. He contemplated selling the remaining pill to acquire more herbs for further refinements, estimating that within 3 months, he could clear his debts. Today seemed to be the new year. Liu Xiaoyou calculated that he had spent a full 7 days in the secret chamber, coinciding perfectly with the New Year celebrations in this world. The customs here resembled those of his previous life, prompting memories of the past. Although he had always regarded the new year with indifference, it was merely another day. His mother must be worried, Liu Xiaoyou thought as he tidied up, storing the fire dragon cauldron in his storage ring before exiting the chamber. Is something wrong with that boy? Why hasn't he returned yet? In the courtyard, Roland was filled with concern, having waited 7 days for Liu Xiaoyou's return. Aunt, Xiaoyou will be fine. Perhaps he encountered some delays, Lu Wushuang reassured her. Though she too felt anxious. Young master has returned, Liu Xiaobai exclaimed, spotting Liu Xiaoyou approaching slowly from a distance. Child, why have you returned only now? Today is the first day of the new year. Roland's frown eased upon seeing Liu Xiaoyou, though she couldn't help but voice her displeasure. I was delayed for a time, Liu Xiaoyou replied, feeling a warmth in his heart at his mother's concern. This was the essence of home. Xiaoyou, come eat. Anna's been waiting for you. After dinner, father wants me to take you to the ancestral hall, Lu Wushuang informed him. What purpose does the ancestral hall serve? Liu Xiaoyou inquired. To pay respects to our ancestors. Everyone from the Liu family will be attending, Lu Wushuang explained. Paying respects? I don't believe I've ever participated in such a ceremony. I don't wish to go, Liu Xiaoyou retorted, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. He had never set foot in the ancestral hall before, and now he felt no inclination to do so. You must go, Shaoyou, Roland insisted. Mother, what does it matter if I attend? The Liu family and I are not closely connected, Liu Xiaoyou countered. Shaoyou, how can you say that? You carry the blood of the Liu family. You grew up here. Please, for your mother's sake, enter the ancestral hall. It has always been my wish, Roland implored. Mother, will you go? Lu Shaoyu asked. Aunt won't be attending, Shaoyu. Some matters require gradual understanding. Lu Wushuang responded gently. Then I definitely won't go, Lu Shaoyu declared, a cold glint emerging in his eyes. It seemed the Lu family wished to acknowledge him only because he had become a warrior, but he held little regard for their recognition. Shaoyu, must I plead with you? You absolutely must attend. Roland's expression shifted to one of mild anger, tinged with a pleading gaze directed at Lu Shaoyu. Mother. Lu Shaoyu's heart quivered. Surely, she had long desired for him to enter the Lu family's ancestral hall, hoping one day he would recognize his heritage. Yet he felt little fondness for the Lu family. Very well, mother, I shall go. Unable to refuse his mother's earnest expression, Lu Shaoyu relented. That's wonderful. Now, let us eat. Afterward, we will proceed to the ancestral hall, Roland exclaimed, her joy radiating as Lu Shaoyu agreed. As they sat down, the table was laden with an abundance of delectable dishes, a feast like none Lu Shaoyu had previously experienced. During the meal, it was evident that Roland was in high spirits, serving dishes to both Lu Shaoyu and Lu Wushuang, while Lu Xiaobai also joined them. Shaoyu, after paying respects, there will be a contest among the younger generation. Would you care to participate? Lu Wushuang inquired as they finished dinner and began heading toward the Lu family ancestral hall. No, thank you, Lu Shaoyu replied, lacking interest in the family competition. I understand you feel some distance from the Lu family, but I must say, if you gain entry into the Yunyang sect, it would not be so easy for anyone to target you. They would think twice, Lu Wushuang remarked. Wushuang, I recall you are in the Yunyang sect, correct? Lu Shaoyu replied. I told you before, after the new year, I will return to Yunyang sect. This is the triennial recruitment period, and if you represent the Lu family in the competition, you may have a chance to enter the sect and accompany me. Lu Wushuang explained. What is the Yunyang sect like? Lu Shaoyu asked, having heard of it but knowing little. The Yunyang sect is one of the 3 sects and 4 schools in the Central Plains, where the strong ascend. Joining the Yunyang sect offers excellent training and learning opportunities. Everyone aspires to be part of it, Lu Wushuang elaborated. Then, entering the Yunyang sect must be quite challenging, Lu Shaoyu mused. Indeed, the sect does not accept those of mediocre talent. In Qingyun town, there are only 5 spots available, fiercely contested by the 5 prominent families, the Lu, Wang, Yang, Qin, and Luo families, along with a few lesser families. Each family can only select 2 representatives, and ultimately, those 5 spots are chosen from a pool of 30 to 40 candidates, Lu Wushuang explained, then smiled at Lu Shaoyu. Of course, if one possesses spiritual abilities, entry into the Yunyang sect is guaranteed, and they become direct disciples. It seems that those with spiritual abilities are indeed exceptional, Lu Shaoyu remarked with a slight smile. Shaoyu, have you decided to give it a try? Lu Wushuang asked. I have no interest. I prefer to stay by my mother's side rather than go to the Yunyang sect, Lu Shaoyu responded, feeling a flicker of curiosity about the sect's promise of superior training and cultivation. However, he sensed that practicing his yin-yang spirit martial technique in the sect would be restrictive. He valued his freedom too much. Young man, a visit to the Yunyang sect could be beneficial. There is something valuable within that could prove advantageous to you. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Lu Shaoyu's ears. Chapter 40. Preparing for ancestral worship, what are you looking at? Lu Wushuang inquired. Her brow furrowed in curiosity as she addressed Lu Shaoyu. Nothing, Lu Shaoyu replied. Sister Wushuang, how will the clan competition proceed today? Have you changed your mind? Lu Wushuang smiled faintly before continuing. Today, the family will first conduct assessments. Only those who have reached the martial artist level or higher can participate in the competition. The final 2 will represent the Lu family in Qingyun town against the other noble families, while other talented youths in our clan will remain here for further cultivation. Oh. Lu Shaoyu responded lightly. At this moment, they had arrived at a spacious courtyard. Along the way, servants who spotted Lu Shaoyu nodded respectfully, their demeanor markedly different from before. We've arrived, Lu Wushuang announced to Lu Shaoyu. The Lu family ancestral hall. Lu Shaoyu gazed at the 4 bold characters adorning the entrance, their strokes robust and powerful. Evoking his curiosity, Miss Wushuang, 2 servants outside the courtyard greeted respectfully, their eyes filled with intrigue as they glanced at Lu Shaoyu. Let us enter, Lu Wushuang suggested, leading the way into the ancestral hall. Before entering, they passed through a wide courtyard where hundreds had already gathered. Lu Shaoyu recognized that these individuals were direct and collateral descendants of the Lu family, all belonging to the younger generation. His attention was immediately caught by Lu Shaoyu and Zhou Haiming, who were surrounded by a throng of admirers. Maintaining his composure, Lu Shaoyu chose to ignore them. Upon noticing Lu Wushuang and Lu Shaoyu, the expressions of nearly everyone shifted. The members of the Lu family were all too familiar with Lu Shaoyu, whose status had long been a subject of ridicule within the clan. Why is he here? Isn't he an outsider who shouldn't be allowed in the ancestral hall? Whispers circulated, suggesting that Lu Shaoyu's recent ascension to the martial artist level had perhaps granted him entry. His martial prowess is commendable. Miss Wushuang only reached that level at 16 and is now a disciple of Yunyang's sect. You know nothing. I heard Lu Shaoyu and Zhou Haiming have both reached the martial artist level, while Lu Mei and Lu Shaoxiong are nearly there. Direct descendants have it easier. We collateral branches have already lost. Murmurs of discontent filled the air as the news of Lu Shaoyu's recent accomplishments spread among the clan members. Isn't this hall meant for the Lu family? Can just anyone waltz in? A mocking voice rang out, none other than Lu Shaoyu. Lu Shaoyu's expression darkened slightly. Lu Shaoyu's words were clearly directed at him. From his memories, he recalled the numerous times Lu Shaoyu had bullied the former Lu Shaoyu. Lu Shaoyu, I'm talking about you. What are you doing in the ancestral hall? Zhou Haiming sneered, having not forgotten the embarrassment he suffered when Lu Shaoyu overshadowed him in the backyard. And what are you doing here? Since when did the Zhou family become part of the Lu family? Lu Shaoyu replied with a calm smile. If it weren't for his mother's insistence, he would have had no desire to come. As for Zhou Haiming, Lu Shaoyu had little regard for him, as his maternal relatives were not worthy of his respect either. Zhou Haiming's anger flared, and he retorted coldly, I have no desire to stoop to your level. You little brat. Enough, Zhou Haiming. Shaoyu was invited by my father. What right do you have to speak? Lu Wushuang interjected sharply. Zhou Haiming glared at Lu Shaoyu but refrained from further comments, his frustration evident. Sister Wushuang, your uncle doesn't have the authority to summon him. He is not a member of the Lu family, Lu Shaoyu sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Shaoyu. Lu Shaoyu, this is grandfather's decision. If you have an issue, take it up with him, Lu Wushuang asserted firmly. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shaoyu's expression shifted, and he fell silent. The clan's patriarch commanded respect, and none dared to speak against him. Why are you so late? A voice broke through the murmurs. Lu Mei, clad in luxurious garments, approached Lu Wushuang. Though young, she exuded a captivating allure, her figure curvaceous and youthful. As Lu Mei joined Lu Wushuang, her gaze fell upon Lu Shaoyu. Her expression devoid of the usual disdain, replaced instead with a hint of curiosity. Lu Shaoyu regarded her with a discerning eye, concluding that she was a woman of considerable cunning. If she possessed such guile at a young age, one could only imagine what she would become as she matured. Better to keep a distance. Yes, it's not too late now, Lu Wushuang replied. The elder and the fourth elder have arrived. Look. A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd as several figures entered the courtyard. The foremost was a striking man clad in a long robe, Lu Dong, the head of the Lu family, whom Lu Shaoyu recognized. Beside him stood a graceful woman in simple attire, Huang Shi, Lu Dong's wife and Lu Wushuang's adoptive mother. To Lu Dong's left was a robust man in blue attire. Resembling Lu Dong to some degree, this was Lu Shaoyu's fourth uncle, Lu Shi, accompanied by his wife, Chen Shi. Lastly, a resplendent woman adorned in fine garments. Her hair styled elegantly, was Lu Shaoyu's second aunt, Lu Nan. Altogether, the Lu family, including an adopted son, numbered 5. Lu Dong, Lu Nan, Lu Zhong, Lu Shi, and Lu Bei, with Lu Shaoyu's father being Lu Zhong. At Lu Nan's side, a man in a brocade robe, Zhou Lixing, her husband, observed the gathering. Lu Shaoyu's expression shifted slightly upon spotting Zhao Hui among them, dressed regally and exuding arrogance as she cast a piercing glance at him. Lu Shaoyu pondered, wondering if Zhao Hui would attempt to prevent his entry into the ancestral hall. However, she remained silent, likely deterred by the authority of his uncle or their so-called grandfather. Among the Lu family members, Lu Shaoyu noted the absence of his biological father, as well as his fourth uncle and Lu Mei's father, Lu Bei. Besides them, he recognized several elders within the family, whose status was significant as they participated in major clan decisions. As Lu Dong and the others arrived, the crowd fell silent, standing still in anticipation. Please, come in, Lu Dong addressed the assembly, his gaze momentarily resting on Lu Shaoyu before he spoke to the crowd. One by one, they followed Lu Dong into the ancestral hall, with Lu Shaoyu being the last to enter. The ancestral hall was even grander than Lu Shaoyu had imagined, spacious enough to accommodate the gathering. At the center stood a row of spirit tablets inscribed with the names of the Lu family's ancestors. Lu Shaoyu glanced around. Feeling little interest, the hall was adorned with numerous cushions, and the direct descendants lined up in the front, while the collateral descendants took their place behind. Chapter 41. The examination. Lu Shaoyu was the last to enter, taking his place in the farthest corner, observing the scene before him. Lu Wushuang and Lu Mei, among others, stood at the forefront. At this moment, the members of the Lu family bore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed upon the ancestral spirit tablet, not daring to breathe too heavily. Lu Dong, Lu Nan, and others had also gathered in the front row. Once everyone had taken their positions, Lu Dong stepped forward, his gaze exuding authority as he surveyed the assembly. Instantly, the disciples of the Lu family fell silent. After a brief pause, Lu Dong's voice resonated, gradually filling the air. Since our ancestors established roots in Qingyun town, generations of the Lu family have remained here. His deep and resonant voice carried forth. Though not loud, every disciple listened intently. Lu Dong recounted the deeds of their ancestors, revealing that among them was a warrior king of exceptional prowess, a figure of rarity across the continent. This revelation left Lu Shaoyu somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated such a remarkable lineage within the Lu family. As Lu Dong spoke, the young disciples of the Lu family felt their spirits ignite with fervor, pride swelling within them as they absorbed the glorious tales of their forebears. However, Lu Shaoyu felt differently. The illustrious achievements of ancestors from countless generations had little bearing on him as a transmigrator. The ceremony was merely a formality, and he was there to pay homage to the past life of Lu Shaoyu. Now, let us rise, Lu Dong declared, his voice elevated after concluding the ancestral tribute. The assembly stood, their expressions now tinged with anticipation for what was to come, the long-awaited events for the younger generation of the Lu family. Now, to the martial arena for the examination, Lu Dong instructed the crowd. Excitement surged among the Lu family disciples as they rushed toward the martial arena. Eager for the competition that lay ahead, Lu Shaoyu maintained his composure, though his mind raced with thoughts of his uncle Nin urging him to join the Yunyang sect. He realized he needed to participate in this clan examination. Otherwise, entry into the sect would be unattainable. Shaoyu, you should also take part in the clan examination. Lu Dong's voice reached Lu Xiaoyu's ears just then. Xiyu, I'll accompany you, chimed Lu Mei, surprising Lu Xiaoyu as she approached him with a charming smile, her fragrance wafting toward him. Confusion filled his mind. Why was Lu Mei showing him such kindness? Shaoyu, let us go, Lu Wushuang added, joining Lu Mei at his side. All right, Lu Xiaoyu replied, accepting their company. With his uncle's encouragement, he felt compelled to find a way into the Yunyang sect, intrigued by the treasures it might hold. After Lu Xiaoyu and the others departed, Zhao Hui glared at Lu Dong, her tone filled with disdain. How can Lu Xiaoyu participate in the examination? Third sister, this is Father's directive. If you have questions, direct them to him, Lu Dong replied. I've already pushed the limits by allowing that boy into the ancestral hall. Is the Lu family intentionally making things difficult for me, as if my maternal family is of no consequence? Zhao Hui retorted. Third sister, don't speak like that. The Lu family promised you that Shaoyu would never be recognized as part of us, but you also agreed not to trouble them. Reflect on the years. Have you been kind to them? Let this matter rest, and let us see how the examination unfolds. Xiaohua has potential. He may indeed enter the Yunyang sect. Don't complicate things further, Lu Dong concluded before leaving the hall. Dear sister, you're overthinking it. It won't be easy for that boy to truly acknowledge his roots, Lu Nin interjected, standing beside Zhao Hui. I believe the Lu family wants him to recognize his ancestry. I absolutely oppose that notion, Zhao Hui huffed, storming out of the ancestral hall. Lu Nan and Zhou Lixing exchanged glances before departing for the martial arena as well. The Lu family's martial arena was quite expansive, typically a forbidden ground where only approved clan members could enter. Today, however, it had been prepared with a high platform, gathering numerous clan members and servants around it. This occasion was special. The servants had been granted a day off and generous red envelopes for the new year, and they were in high spirits. Everyone had gathered outside the arena to witness the annual clan competition, particularly as the two winners would represent the Lu family in the Yunyang sect's trials, an opportunity coveted by all. As Lu Xiaoyu arrived at the arena with Lu Wushuang and Lu Mei, he noted that it was his first time there, even in the past life of Lu Xiaoyu. Throughout their journey, Lu Mei had been flirting with him, but he merely smiled, puzzled by her intentions. Upon arriving, they found that the other disciples had already assembled, eager for the chance to showcase their talents. This was an excellent opportunity, even if they couldn't represent the Lu family against the prominent families of Qingyun Town. They could still gain recognition and support from their clan, significantly benefiting their futures. Lu Shaoyou surveyed the crowd, noting that the assembly consisted of several hundred clan members and servants. In the distance, he spotted Lu Xiaobai and his mother, who was waving enthusiastically. Everyone, take your places. Preparations for the examination are underway. We shall soon discern who among you is a dragon and who is a worm. Give it your all. The top two will each receive a second-grade elixir as a reward, and the ultimate victors will earn 2,000 gold coins each. From the high platform, Lu Dong, Lu Shi, Lu Nan, Zhao Hui, and several elder members of the Lu family took their seats. 2,000 gold coins and a second-grade elixir. If only I were a martial artist. Several young disciples lamented. Among the 100 or so youths, only a few had reached martial artist status. Yet, some, like Zhou Haiming and Lu Xiaohua, appeared eager and excited. Brother Shaoyou, you must already be a martial artist. Give it your best shot. I have faith in you, Lu Mei said with a flirtatious smile directed at Lu Xiaoyu. Chapter 42. Exceptional talent. Lu Xiaoyu nodded slightly, while Lu Mei intentionally exuded charm. At such a tender age, she was already irresistible. It was difficult to imagine how many hearts she would ensnare in the years to come. However, Lu Wushuang wore a puzzled expression. Within the Lu family, it was widely said that Lu Xiaoyu was a warrior-level fighter, yet she knew him to be a spiritual practitioner. Those who are to be tested, please gather here. A voice called out from the front, and many of the Lu family members preparing for the assessment began to converge. Brother Shaoyou, let us go. I want to be tested too, Lu Mei urged Lu Xiaoyu. Go ahead. I don't need to be tested, Lu Wushuang replied. Lu Xiaoyu followed Lu Mei to join the throng of Lu family members. Through the gaps in the crowd, he observed that some of the family members were already undergoing their assessments. An elder clad in a gray robe from the Lu family presented a small, palm-sized azure crystal ball. One of the younger members closed his eyes in concentration, his right hand resting upon the crystal. As the youth channeled his energy, a flash of red light erupted from the crystal. Lu Tao, fire system, 3-star martial apprentice, ordinary talent. Next, the elder announced loudly. Another member stepped forward to be tested. Lu Xiaoyu observed the recently assessed youth, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, a 3-star martial apprentice. His talent seemed quite average, and he bore a look of disappointment. The second youth approached, placing his right hand upon the crystal, which then glowed with a yellowish light. Lu Qing, Earth System, 5-star martial apprentice, medium talent. Next, the elder continued, as more members of the Lu family came forward for their evaluations. Lu Ming, Water System, 1-star martial apprentice, medium talent. Next, Lulu, Fire System, 8-star martial apprentice, above average talent. Next, Lu Bai, Earth System, 6-star martial apprentice, above average talent. Next, Lu Yun, Water System, 2-star warrior, exceptional talent. The elder was momentarily taken aback before announcing. A beautiful maiden, around 17 or 18 years of age, donned in a flowing blue gown, captured the attention of all present. Her breakthrough to warrior status indicated remarkable talent. As each Lu family member underwent the assessment, it became evident that even among the collateral branches, there were 1 or 2 individuals of exceptional talent, much to the delight of the family members. The talented youth among the younger generation represented the future prospects of the Lu family. Lu Xiaoyu keenly observed the assessments, realizing that talent was not merely gauged by power level but also by age. Comparing a 6-year-old 6-star martial apprentice to a 20-year-old of the same rank illustrated this disparity. The younger the age, the more pronounced the talent. After about half an hour, the assessments neared completion, leaving only a few direct descendants of the Lu family, including Zhou Haiming, Lu Xiaohu, Lu Xiaoxiong, and Lu Mei, alongside Lu Xiaoyu. The evaluations of these direct descendants always garnered significant attention, given the advantages they received in their upbringing. On the high platform, Lu Dong and Lu Shi exchanged serious glances, knowing full well that the strength of the direct descendants far surpassed that of the collateral branches. However, Lu Yun's performance had surprised them, filling them with joy, for he was still a talent of the Lu family. Fourth brother, Shaoxing's talent appears commendable, does it not? Lu Dong inquired, turning to the robust Lu Shi beside him. It is indeed commendable, though he is yet to break through to warrior status. He is so close. Lu Shi replied with a hint of pride, his expression softened by a smile. His son, Lu Shaoxiong, though not yet a warrior, was only 15, possessing the rank of a 9-star martial apprentice, a talent that was undoubtedly exceptional, rivaling even Lu Wushuang's in their early days. Shaoxiong is not yet 15. When the Yunyang sect recruits again in 3 years, he will surely succeed. His talent is comparable to Wushuang's. With proper cultivation, our younger generation in the Lu family is undoubtedly stronger than those in other families, Lu Dong remarked with satisfaction. A family must rely not only on its strong members, but also on a continuous influx of fresh blood. This is the essence of a lineage, he added. Eldest brother, which two do you think will ultimately represent the Lu family against the Wang and Yang families? Lu Shi posed a question. It's challenging to say at this point. Shaoyou has already reached warrior status, as has Haiming. It should have been their turn, but now Lu Yun has surprised us, along with Shaoyou. It seems our younger generation is indeed brimming with talent, Lu Dong replied with a grin. Eldest brother, isn't Lu Shaoyou not considered a true member of the Lu family? Zhao Hui interjected, her expression slightly discontented. Shaoyou is still of our bloodline. It is said that he has unconsciously reached warrior status. Such talent is indeed rare. Third sister-in-law should not be overly concerned for the sake of the Lu family. Lu Shi responded coolly, seemingly dismissive of Zhao Hui's opinions. Let us discuss this matter later. Look, Shaoxiong is starting his assessment, Lu Dong said, concealing his amusement behind a subtle smile as the crowd's attention turned to the stage. In the arena, Lu Shaoyu observed Lu Shaoxiong, adorned in splendid attire, exuding a certain gallantry as he placed his right hand upon the crystal ball. After a brief moment, a blue light began to emanate from the crystal. Lu Shaoxiong, 9-star water system martial apprentice, exceptional talent. The elder's excitement was palpable. If he were to break through to warrior status before turning 15, it would be nothing short of remarkable, signifying a promising future. As the results were announced, many collateral branch maidens and attendants gazed at Lu Shaoxiong with admiration, their expressions akin to infatuation. Such talent is truly commendable. In 3 years, the Yunyang sect will surely be his, Lu Dong rejoiced, pride swelling within him for his nephew and the future of the Lu family. Lu Shi and Chen also bore smiles, acknowledging the impressive talent displayed. Next, the elder called lightly, and Zhou Haiming strode forward with an air of confidence, his demeanor radiating self-assurance. Second sister, brother-in-law, to what level has Haiming's strength risen? Lu Shi queried from the platform. I haven't asked him recently, so I'm not entirely sure, Lunan replied with a gentle smile, a hint of confidence in her son evident. Haiming is 19 this year, and I've heard he has already broken through to warrior status, Lu Shi stated casually. Yes. 3 years ago Haiming was not present in the Lu family. Otherwise, he would have joined Wu Shuang on her trip to Yunyang sect, Zhou Lixing added with a chuckle. At that moment, Zhou Haiming placed his fingers upon the crystal ball, a faint smile flickering across his face as he channeled his energy into it. Instantly, a radiant light began to shine from the crystal. Lu Shaoyu observed with intrigue, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Zhou Haiming, who appeared to be the strongest among the gathered individuals. A dazzling golden light erupted from the crystal, shining brighter than any before it. Lu Shaoyu, however, could not decipher the significance of the display. Zhou Haiming, 7-star Earth System warrior, exceptional talent. Elder Lu proclaimed with great enthusiasm that in previous years, it was remarkable to identify even a single individual of exceptional talent. However, this year, the discovery of so many gifted individuals was enough to exhilarate him. Chapter 43. A stunning revelation. Please collect, please recommend, thank you. The recommendations were quite few yesterday, and I am rather disheartened, one voice lamented. The 7-fold warrior indeed was impressive. Lu Dong couldn't help but reflect that had he been able to join the Yunyang sect back then, his current cultivation level would likely have reached the realm of a martial master. Congratulations to second sister. It seems that Haiming's entry into the Yunyang sect will not be difficult this time, Lu Shi remarked. That's still uncertain. We do not know if there are any strong contenders from other families, Lunan replied with a smile, her concern more about the emergence of talents from rival families than about those from the Lu family. Based on previous years, a 3-fold warrior should suffice for entry into the Yunyang sect. As the results were announced, several young women from the Lu family cast their attentive gazes towards the stage. Zhou Haiming also wore a smug smile, for among the younger generation of the Lu family, none possessed strength surpassing his own. He was certain that his entry into the Yunyang sect was assured, and his future appeared bright. Next, The elder in gray robes continued. At that moment, Lu Shaoyu, clad in magnificent attire and radiating confidence, stepped forward, a glimmer of assurance in his eyes. On the viewing platform, Zhao Hui also wore a smile. "Begin," said the elder in gray robes. Lu Shaoyu placed his right hand on the crystal ball, his smile fading as he began to channel his true energy, causing invisible ripples to surge through the surrounding space. Earth attribute and wood attribute, Lu Shaoyu, being a practitioner of all elemental systems, swiftly sensed the presence of both attributes in the air. Could he be a dual-element warrior? A thought flashed through his mind. A dazzling light erupted from the crystal ball, displaying a striking blend of green and earthy yellow, captivating the attention of Lu Dong, Lu Nan, Lu Shi, and the assembly of elders. Lu Shaoyu, earth and wood attributes. A dual-element warrior, threefold warrior, exceptional talent, the elder in gray robes exclaimed, astonished. The rarity of dual-element warriors on the spirit martial continent was akin to finding a phoenix among chickens, especially considering Lu Shaoyu was not yet 16 and had already reached the threefold warrior stage. His innate talent was remarkable, surpassing even Lu Shaoxiong, marking him as a prodigy with a promising future. Heavens! A dual-element warrior. The Lu family members were equally astonished, fully aware of the significance such a talent represented for a martial arts family like theirs. "Third sister, how could you have kept this from us for so long? Lu Shaoyu is a dual-element warrior. Why didn't you inform us earlier?" Lu Dong exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. "Indeed, third sister. How could you not tell us that Shaoyu is a dual-element warrior?" Lu Shi echoed, equally taken aback. "I didn't think it mattered. Now everyone knows, don't they?" Zhao Hui replied with a slight smile, her gaze subtly lingering on Lu Shaoyu. "Our Lu family has truly produced a genius this time. If father were to find out, he would surely be delighted," Lu Nan remarked. "Indeed, a dual-element warrior," Lu Shaoyu mused, somewhat surprised, though not overly so, as he himself was a practitioner of all elemental systems, which felt rather unremarkable in comparison. Next, the elder in blue robes resumed, regaining his composure. Lu Mei stepped forward gracefully, her alluring figure drawing the attention of many young men, yet everyone in the Lu family knew of her high standards. Few could approach her. Lu Shaoyu observed her closely. Lu Mei appeared to be merely at the level of a martial apprentice. While her talent was commendable, it paled when compared to Lu Shaoxiong and Lu Shaoyu. Lu Mei placed her delicate hand on the crystal ball, and moments later, a blue light emerged. Lu Mei, water attribute, eightfold martial apprentice, exceptional talent, the elder in blue robes announced. Lu Mei's talent is commendable, Lu Dong and the others on the platform praised, noting her standing among the recently tested youths. However, Lu Mei appeared dissatisfied, her expression heavy, overshadowed by the brilliance of Lu Shaoyu and Zhou Haiming. Last but not least, "Lu Shaoyu, please step forward," the blue-robed elder called, regarding Lu Shaoyu with a hint of curiosity. Many in the Lu family were familiar with him. Without hesitation, Lu Shaoyu approached, feeling no nervousness in front of the younger crowd, being well into his 20s. Zhao Hui scoffed from the viewing platform, offering no other reaction. Lu Shaoyu has reached the level of a warrior. His talent must be commendable, Lu Shi commented. Without guidance, how far can he truly go? Lu Nan added softly. Little Bai, what do you think of Xiaoyu's talent? In the crowd, Roland felt a flutter of anxiety. Her son was participating in the ancestral ceremony and now in the family's assessment. While she was pleased, her concern for his talent lingered. Rest assured, madam. The young master will not disappoint, Lu Xiaobai replied confidently. His ability to become a warrior is thanks to the young master's help. His own talent speaks for itself. Is that so? Roland clutched her arms, her expression still fraught with worry. Channel your true energy, clear your mind, and awaken your inner attributes. The elder advised Lu Shaoyu gently. Raising his right hand, Lu Shaoyu placed it on the crystal ball, settling his thoughts as he gradually infused his true energy. This was a task he found effortless. Instantly, 5 colors, blue, red, yellow, white, and green, began to swirl around him, forming a small whirlwind centered on Lu Shaoyu as the surrounding space began to ripple. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of several elders, including Lu Dong and Lu Shi, shifted dramatically. Young man, temper your display. As a practitioner of all elemental systems, this is not the time to reveal such prowess. Uncle Nan's voice echoed in Lu Xiaoyu's ear. I had almost forgotten. Lu Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, realizing he had inadvertently showcased his full elemental attributes. He quickly focused on controlling them. What is happening? Lu Shaoyu was surprised to find that the crystal ball seemed to act as a devouring machine, consuming his attributes, making it difficult to withdraw others. Conceal. Lu Xiaoyu's expression darkened as he focused on controlling his attributes, hastily retracting his elemental power. In his rush, he managed to withdraw only 2 of the 5 attributes. The surrounding colors diminished to 3, and the crystal ball reflected 3 hues. The earthy yellow was the most prominent, accompanied by white and red. Good heavens! The elder in gray robes staggered back, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Lu Xiaoyu, his chest heaving as if struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Wushuang also bore a look of astonishment. She seemed to grasp the significance of what the crystal ball represented. Lu Xiaoyu withdrew his hand, realizing he had unintentionally displayed his full range of elemental attributes. Lu Xiaoyu. Earth, fire, and water attributes, a threefold warrior. The elder in the azure robe gazed at Lu Xiaoyu, then shifted his attention to the spectators, including Lu Dong and others. Talent, exceptional. Goodness, he is a tri-element warrior. Legends speak of tri-element warriors as the epitome of genius, and Lu Xiaoyu is indeed one of them. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, their astonished eyes fixed upon Lu Xiaoyu. In that moment, no one dared to regard him with skepticism or disdain. If a tri-element warrior of such extraordinary talent could be deemed worthless, then they themselves would be nothing but refuse, mere detritus. Chapter 44, Lu Yun vs. Lu Xiaoyu, second update. Please collect and recommend. Thank you. My lady, young master is a triple system warrior. This is extraordinary, how impressive. Lu Xiaobai exclaimed, leaping up in joy. Even more thrilled than if he himself were a triple system warrior. A triple system warrior. Roland, having been with the Lu family for so long, understood what this title represented. Tears of excitement streamed down her face. In that instant, all her past grievances seemed to vanish, making every hardship worthwhile. Lu Dong, Lu Shi, and several elders from the Lu family who were in the stand stood up in shock, their eyes fixed on Lu Xiaoyu in disbelief. They had witnessed everything firsthand. There was no room for doubt. A triple system warrior, the legendary triple system warrior, had emerged from the Lu family. Lu Dong was astonished beyond measure. Yet his face broke into a wide smile. If a dual system warrior is a genius, then a triple system warrior is a genius among geniuses, incomparable to any dual system warrior. If the prominent families were to learn of the Lu family's emergence of a triple system warrior, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to court them. A triple system warrior is far rarer than a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. They're the stuff of legends. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui's expression darkened considerably. If Lu Xiaohu's revelation as a dual system warrior had her heart soaring to the heavens, then Lu Xiaoyu's status as a triple system warrior plunged her heart directly into the abyss. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, seemingly forgetting the earlier commotion caused by Lu Xiaoyu being a dual system warrior. The brilliance of a triple system warrior completely overshadowed it. A dual system warrior is a rarity, but in the presence of a triple system warrior, they become insignificant. Roland, no, Madame Roland, you are truly fortunate. Shaoyu is indeed a triple system warrior. Madame Roland, your suffering has finally come to an end, and you shall enjoy the fruits of your labor from now on. At this moment, many onlookers gathered around Madame Roland, each wearing a flattering smile. A triple system warrior. Is it really that remarkable? Lu Xiaoyu mused, sighing slightly at the crowd's reaction. He had hurriedly concealed 2 of his attributes. In truth, he was an all-system warrior, and a triple system warrior was hardly extraordinary. Brother Shaoyu, you are incredible, a triple system warrior. Lu Mei approached Lu Xiaoyu, her gaze now fixed on him after having been focused on Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu shuddered slightly. This girl was indeed extraordinary, akin to a dynamo. A triple system warrior could rival that enchantress within Yunyang's sect, but in terms of strength, Shaoyu still had much to learn. Everyone, please quiet down. Those at the warrior level, prepare for combat. Lu Xiaoyu, Zhou Haiming, Lu Yun, and Lu Xiaoyu, you 4 prepare yourselves. The rest may step back. The elder in the gray robe commanded, observing the murmuring Lu family members. The gathered Lu family members gazed at Lu Xiaoyu in astonishment, no longer daring to underestimate him. Upon hearing the elder's words, they slowly retreated, leaving only Lu Yun, Zhao Haiming, Lu Xiaoyu, and Lu Xiaoyu in the arena, all possessing warrior-level strength. Lu Xiaoyu assessed the strength of the 3. Lu Xiaoyu was a triple system warrior of earth and wood attributes. Zhou Haiming was a 7-fold earth warrior, and Lu Yun was a 2-fold water warrior. Among them, Zhou Haiming was undoubtedly the strongest, while Lu Yun was relatively weaker. You four will draw lots. One will face one, and the last two will compete against each other. The final two victors will represent the Lu family to compete for the slots at Yunyang's sect, while also earning 2,000 gold coins and a second-grade elixir. The losers will receive a second-grade elixir as well. Remember, no lethal force is permitted during the match, otherwise you will be disqualified and imprisoned in the Lu family's secret chamber for reflection, the gray-robed elder announced, presenting a wooden box containing the lots. After casting a cold glance at Lu Shaoyou unhesitatingly drew a lot from the box, followed by Zhou Haiming and Lu Yun. Lu Shaoyou had already devised a plan in his mind. Uncle Nen wanted him to enter Yunyang's sect, so he needed to secure one of the top two positions. However, facing Zhou Haiming would pose a challenge, as Zhou was a sevenfold warrior, while he was only at the threefold level, a significant gap. If he encountered either Lu Shaohu or Lu Yun, he should be able to manage. Lu Shaoyu drew the last lot from the gray-robed elder's hands and saw that it was number 3. Now, let the duel between number 1 and number 4 commence. The victor will represent the Lu family in the competition for slots at Yunyang's sect, along with 2,000 gold coins and a second-grade elixir. The loser will also receive a second-grade elixir. Begin, said the elder. As the elder's voice fell, Lu Yun and Lu Shaohu stepped onto a wide stone platform, leaving Lu Shaoyu and Zhou Haiming behind. Such ill fortune, to face Zhou Haiming, Lu Shaoyu thought, his expression betraying nothing. Among the three, Zhou Haiming was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent. You two may begin, the elder announced as Lu Shaohu and Lu Yun took their positions. I shall not hold back, Lu Shaohu declared softly, a surge of true energy swirling around him, emanating a faint glow, as if forming a protective shield around his body. Come, young Master Shaohu. Lu Yun replied calmly, her own true energy surging forth to create a faint blue aura before her. Lu Shaoyu observed Lu Yun. She was a distant relative he had only seen a couple of times in childhood, and he was taken aback by her transformation. Clad in a striking red silk dress with a low neckline that hinted at her curves, she resembled a delicate hibiscus, her brows like willows, her skin as fair as snow, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, and her lips slightly curled upwards. Compared to Lu Mei, she exuded a quieter charm. Distinctly different yet equally captivating. Be careful now, Lu Shaohu warned, his demeanor serious. With their fates intertwined in this competition for a coveted slot at Yunyang's sect, neither would show mercy. Both participants were somewhat renowned within the Lu family, especially Lu Shaohu, whose fame was greater, prompting many servants and younger members of the clan to cheer for them from the sidelines. Lu Shaohu scrutinized the two. Lu Shaohu was a dual-system warrior, a rare combination of wood and earth attributes, which complemented each other and greatly enhanced his strength. With Lu Shaohu at the threefold warrior level, he held an advantage over Lu Yun, indicating that she was in a perilous position. Chapter 45, Lu Shaoyu vs. Zhou Haiming. First update. In the midst of Lu Shaoyu's distraction, Lu Shaohu and Lu Yun had already engaged in combat. As they clashed, Lu Yun transformed into a blue shadow, seemingly aware that a head-on confrontation would yield no advantage. Instead, he relied on seizing opportunities to secure victory. Conversely, Lu Shaohu remained at ease, confident in his superior strength, employing a strategy of stillness to counter movement. Their sporadic exchanges left neither able to gain the upper hand, as both opted for precise attacking techniques, earning nods and smiles from the elders of the Lu family and Lu Dong in the audience. Meanwhile, the cheers from the crowd resonated through the martial arts arena, creating a lively atmosphere. Even Lu Shaoyu felt a surge of adrenaline. Realizing that he would finally face his opponent today, he observed the duel intently, recalling what Uncle Nen had advised. In battle, careful observation could reveal the opponent's weaknesses. Every attack would expose a flaw, for no martial technique was flawless. In a contest where strengths were evenly matched, identifying the opponent's vulnerability could mean half the battle won. Lu Yun was in a precarious situation. Although he was relying on his swift agility to look for openings, he was depleting his energy reserves. In contrast, Lu Shaohu remained steady, conserving his strength while occasionally exchanging blows. He utilized the earth element's attributes to channel his power underground, a strategy that, while not particularly sophisticated, proved quite effective. Lu Shaohu was indeed cunning, Lu Shaoyu mused. Sensing that prolonging the fight was disadvantageous, Lu Yun's expression shifted. Youthful impatience overtook him, and with a fierce shout, he unleashed a martial technique. His hand seals transformed, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, exuding a fierce aura. Surrounding him, blue light swirled as his energy coalesced into a massive wave of water, crashing toward Lu Shaoyu. Earth shield, Lu Shaoyu shouted, his hand seals shifting as his energy formed a swirling dust barrier. The colossal wave could not overwhelm it. As the water rose, so too did the earth shield. Vines of the wood. From within the earth shield, several thick green vines erupted, darting through the water wave and charging toward Lu Yun. Alarmed, Lu Yun recoiled, hastily changing his hand seals to shoot forth several water arrows. The arrows struck the vines, causing them to wilt slightly, yet the remaining vines ensnared Lu Yun completely, immobilizing him. Apologies, Sister Yun, Lu Shaoyu remarked lightly, his demeanor exuding pride as he cast aside his elegant robe amidst the crowd. A dual-element practitioner, he seamlessly combined two disparate martial techniques, amplifying their potency and leaving his opponent defenseless. Lu Shaoyu reflected inwardly, recognizing Lu Shaoyu's remarkable abilities. He possessed both earth and wood element techniques, whereas Lu Shaoyu was limited to the foundational earth-shattering palm, feeling somewhat disheartened by his lack of diverse skills. He had previously inquired with Uncle Nan about other elemental techniques, but was advised to seek them on his own, as it was not yet the right time to pursue multiple disciplines which would only dilute his focus. With Lu Shaoyu emerging victorious and Lu Yun defeated, the elder in gray robes announced the result, appearing unsurprised. Instantly, the supporters of Lu Shaoyu erupted in cheer, while several young maidens gazed at him with admiration. In the stands, Zhao Hui, who had previously worn a grim expression, now displayed a hint of a smile. After the announcement, the two combatants, with their contrasting emotions, exited the arena under the watchful gaze of hundreds, making way for the next match featuring Lu Shaoyu and Zhou Haiming. Zhou Haiming and Lu Shaoyu, please step forward, the elder in gray commanded. Zhou Haiming chuckled lightly before nimbly leaping onto the stone platform, prompting a wave of applause from the young women. Lu Shaoyu, however, ascended the platform with measured steps, hands clasped behind his back, for he understood that this was not a spectacle of agility, but a contest of skill. Shaoyu is quite composed. His temperament has been well honed, Lu Dong remarked, observing Lu Xiaoyu's demeanor. However, Lu Nan and Zhou Lixing, buoyed by their son's recent victory, felt a tinge of discomfort at Lu Dong's words. As Lu Xiaoyu surveyed the platform, he noted that Zhou Haiming possessed significantly greater strength, leaving him with little chance of success beyond relying on surprise. His only technique was the earth-shattering palm. Lu Xiaoyu, so what if you are a tri-element practitioner? You'll soon learn the consequences of provoking me, Zhou Haiming declared, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyu, a blend of jealousy and resentment in his eyes. He was eager to teach Lu Xiaoyu a lesson. Lu Xiaoyu ignored Zhou Haiming's glare, refusing to engage in petty banter. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This was his first direct confrontation against a stronger opponent, and he could not afford to be careless. You may begin. Remember, do not inflict lethal harm. Otherwise, you will be disqualified, the elder in gray announced, surveying the arena before his voice rang out. As his words fell, the previously raucous crowd fell into a brief silence, their attention swiftly pivoting toward Lu Xiaoyu, curiosity evident in their gazes. Lu Wushuang, Roland, and Lu Xiaobai felt a wave of nervousness, while Lu Dong and the other elders scrutinized the unfolding events. Young master, you must win. This is a matter of face, Lu Xiaobai urged, clenching his fists in determination. I'll show you my strength. Zhou Haiming's expression darkened, his energy surging as he formed a yellowish palm seal and unleashed a powerful strike toward Lu Xiaoyu's chest, mercilessly fast and fierce. Sensing the formidable energy radiating from Zhou Haiming, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. With the training imparted by Uncle Nan, his reflexes had reached a remarkable level, allowing him to leap aside just in time. Is running all you can do? Zhou Haiming sneered, and with that, a tremendous force erupted from his body, enveloping him in a pale yellow glow. His speed surged, and a palm strike swiftly followed in pursuit of Lu Xiaoyu. Chapter 46. Victory. Lu Xiaoyu focused his mind, feeling the surge of true energy within him. He leapt upward, avoiding a direct confrontation, aware that matching strength with his opponent would yield no advantage. His only martial skill, the mountain-splitting palm, would not suffice against such formidable power. Boom! A palm imprint erupted behind Lu Shaoyu, the tremendous force cleaving a deep pit into the stone platform, sending dust swirling into the air. The two combatants moved with blinding speed, their figures mere blurs to the onlookers, as the fierce energies tore through the atmosphere, creating a sharp sound of rushing wind. Roland watched anxiously from the sidelines, eyes glued to the duel, fearing for Lu Shaoyu's safety. "Stand your ground, boy," shouted Zhou Haiming in fury. "Come on, I'm waiting for you." Lu Shaoyu feigned a cold laugh, deliberately provoking Zhou Haiming. He now understood the painstaking efforts of Uncle Nan. His reaction speed far surpassed that of Zhou Haiming, granting him a distinct advantage in this regard. "Humph, you will regret this," Zhou Haiming bellowed, launching a vicious strike. "You are far too slow," Lu Shaoyu replied with a light chuckle, further inciting Zhou Haiming as he swiftly darted away. The sound of air being torn was deafening as Zhou Haiming's palm strike failed to reach its target, the force causing the ground to splinter and crack beneath the impact. Lu Shaoyu, observing from a distance, felt a surge of astonishment at the sheer power displayed. "That clever lad, maintaining composure while being astute. Well done," Lu Dong remarked approvingly. "Is merely running considered skill? You are bringing shame upon the Lu family," Lu Nin retorted indignantly. "Elder sister, we must not speak so hastily. Zhou Haiming possesses considerable strength, albeit with a touch of impatience. If our father were to learn of his mercilessness towards family, he would surely be displeased," Lu Shi interjected calmly, acknowledging the tension in Zhou Haiming's confrontational approach. In this contest, if one were to concede entirely, there would be no need for a match at all. Lu Nan's expression soured, but he refrained from further comment. As figures darted across the arena, true energies clashed violently, waves of earthy energy coalescing from Zhou Haiming's palms, crashing forcefully into the ground and leaving numerous deep pits and cracks in the square. Lu Wushuang furrowed her brow. Perceiving that Lu Shaoyu's strength was indeed inferior to Zhou Haiming's, a disparity of 4 levels in power was significant. "Do not run," Zhou Haiming shouted, growing increasingly impatient as he failed to catch Lu Shaoyu. "Come and chase me if you can. Your speed is akin to that of a tortoise." Lu Shaoyu called back with a grin, provoking laughter from the crowd. "You will not escape me," Zhou Haiming roared, unable to tolerate the taunts as his true energy surged violently around him. Is he finally going to unleash his full strength? Lu Shaoyu thought, feigning a stoic expression. He knew he needed to bide his time for the perfect opportunity to strike decisively. "Mountain-piercing palm," Zhou Haiming shouted, manifesting numerous palm imprints infused with earthy energy before him. His complexion paled as he prepared to unleash a torrent of strikes, sealing off the space around Lu Shaoyu. "Come forth." In that moment, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Shaoyu's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his previously suppressed true energy now erupting forth like a deluge. Soon, he was enveloped in a shimmering layer of light yellow scales, his speed accelerating to an astonishing degree. Zhou Haiming's astonishment was palpable as he witnessed Lu Shaoyu's transformation. As their paths crossed, Lu Shaoyu formed a palm imprint in an instant, a radiant yellow energy coalescing into a powerful strike aimed squarely at Zhou Haiming's abdomen. To the astonishment of all, Lu Shaoyu's palm imprint pierced through Zhou Haiming's protective aura, crashing into his midsection. Meanwhile, Zhou Haiming retaliated, landing 2 strikes on Lu Shaoyu's shoulder and chest, causing him to stagger backward, blood surging painfully within him. With a sudden cough, Lu Shaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, a bittersweet taste reminding him of the stakes involved. A 3-element martial artist. A difference of 4 levels in power. "It seems I have lost," he mused as whispers of disappointment rippled through the crowd. Bang! At that moment, Zhou Haiming was sent flying, crashing heavily several meters away, blood splattering across the ground. A pained scream escaped him as he struggled to rise, unable to recover from his injuries. Lu Shaoyu has won. The realization swept through the crowd, revealing the extent of Zhou Haiming's injuries, confirming Lu Shaoyu's victory. "Haoming!" Lu Nan and Zhou Lixing rushed down from the stands to Zhou Haiming's side. "Your strikes are truly ruthless," Lu Nan remarked, helping Zhou Haiming up, the bitterness palpable in his tone, momentarily overlooking Zhou Haiming's own lack of mercy towards Lu Shaoyu. "Learn from you all," Lu Shaoyu replied, fully aware of the dynamics at play. "Elder sister, have you not noticed that Zhou Haiming has always held nothing back against Lu Shaoyu?" Lu Wushuang quickly joined Lu Shaoyu's side. "This match belongs to Lu Shaoyu," the elder of the Lu family announced, astonished by the outcome. His heart swelled with joy at the emergence of a three-element martial artist within their ranks. "How remarkable, young Master Shaoyou! I had not realized your true capabilities," exclaimed the onlooking maidens, their admiration evident. Far off, Lu Yun, who had just faced defeat against Lu Xiaohu, gazed in awe at Lu Xiaoyu. "Brother Shaoyou, you are truly impressive. What technique was that?" "It was incredible," Lu Mei chimed in, seizing the moment to approach Lu Xiaoyu. "Second brother, take Haoming away to recuperate," Lu Nin instructed, the atmosphere alive with excitement following the unexpected turn of events. At this moment, Lu Dong had also arrived at the stone platform, his gaze fixed upon Lu Xiaoyu, filled with astonishment. Defeating a seven-fold warrior with a mere three-fold warrior's strike is undoubtedly no trivial feat. Furthermore, the armored martial technique and offensive skill that Lu Xiaoyu had just demonstrated were not known to the Lu family, especially that defensive technique, the intricacies of which eluded even him. "Humph, Lu Nan," Zhou Lixing furiously assisted Zhou Haiming down from the stone platform. Chapter 47. The Unfortunate Child. Please consider collecting recommendations. "Thank you. Mu Shuang, please escort Shaoyou down to rest. Here is a Guasian Dan for him to take to heal his wounds," Lu Dong instructed as he handed a pill to Lu Mu Shuang. "Shaoyou, let us go," Lu Mu Shuang said to Lu Xiaoyu, gently supporting him down from the stone platform. Although Lu Xiaoyu's injuries were not severe enough to require assistance, he did not refuse the support from Lu Mu Shuang. "Shaoyou, are you all right? Is your injury serious?" Lu Mei hurriedly approached, linking arms with Lu Xiaoyu, as the two girls supported him on either side. The intoxicating fragrances of their distinct youthful essences enveloped Lu Xiaoyu. The proximity of their bodies, one exuding noble elegance and the other alluring temptation, stirred a response within Lu Xiaoyu, a normal male in both past and present, eliciting a sense of double temptation. "Young master, well done. Are you gravely injured?" As Lu Xiaoyu descended from the stone platform, Lu Xiaobai rushed forward. "I'm fine," Lu Xiaoyu replied gently, considering that if he claimed his injuries were minor, the two girls might release their hold on him, and he secretly wished to enjoy their company a bit longer. "Let me take a look," Lu Xiaobai said anxiously, turning to Lu Mu Shuang. "Miss Mu Shuang, allow me to carry the young master back." "All right, but be careful." Both Lu Mu Shuang and Lu Mei transferred Lu Xiaoyu to Lu Xiaobai. "Young master, I will carry you back," Lu Xiaobai volunteered. "Enough, I can walk on my own." Lu Xiaoyu shot a glare at Lu Xiaobai, feeling frustrated that this unfortunate child had disrupted his moment, wishing he could kick him in jest. "Xiaoyu, how are you? Is your injury serious?" Lady Roland approached, her worry palpable as she gazed at Lu Xiaoyu with concern. "Mother, I'm fine, don't worry," Lu Xiaoyu assured her, believing his injuries were trivial. Soon, they returned to the courtyard, with Lu Mei accompanying for the first time, feeling somewhat out of place as she had never been to the backyard before. "Xiaoyu, take this Guasian Dan to heal your wounds. Also, here are 2,000 gold coins and a chi-boosting Dan, which you have won. Take them." Lu Mu Shuang handed Lu Xiaoyu a white and a green pill, the former given to her by Lu Dong. Along with these, there was a yellow jade card, which Lu Xiaoyu recognized as a common form of jade crystal card used in the Lingwu continent, allowing one to store coins without the need to carry them around. 2,000 gold coins, Lu Xiaoyu thought, knowing he needed them, as he was still burdened by debts. Although this amount was less than a quarter of what he owed, it was still considerable. The Guasian Dan, a second-grade healing pill, was valued at around 300 gold coins. Lu Xiaoyu observed the Guasian Dan given to him by his uncle Lu Dong and deemed it quite valuable. The chi-boosting Dan was also of second-grade quality, known for enhancing true energy, though it appeared inferior to the Xingyuan Dan he had concocted, which not only increased true energy, but also enhanced spiritual energy, something the chi-boosting Dan lacked. With injuries to attend to, Lu Xiaoyu returned to his room in the courtyard to prepare for healing. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he retrieved the Guasian Dan and swallowed it. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, it transformed into an energy that dispersed throughout his limbs and bones. Lu Xiaoyu activated the Yin-Yang Lingwu technique, beginning his recuperation. Moments later, he was enveloped in a mysterious glow, indicating his injuries were gradually healing. Although the Yin-Yang Lingwu technique was notoriously slow in cultivation, it remarkably accelerated recovery of both injuries and true energy. With the Guasian Dan aiding his recovery, Lu Xiaoyu felt his minor injuries healing rapidly, accompanied by an indescribable sense of comfort. As night descended, Lu Dong stood respectfully outside a stone chamber of the Lu family. What was the outcome this time? Were there any promising talents? A low, ancient voice resonated from within the chamber. This time, the Liu family has witnessed numerous exceptionally gifted youths. Liu Mei has reached the 8th rank of Water System Martial Disciple. Zhou Haiming is a 7th rank Earth System Warrior. And Liu Yun has unexpectedly become a 2nd rank Water System Warrior. Most astonishingly, Shaoyou is a Triple System Martial Disciple, a talent of the highest caliber, Lu Dong reported. Triple System Warriors? The Liu family has produced a Triple System Warrior? We must nurture him well, the ancient voice replied, revealing a hint of excitement. Indeed. But there is an even more significant matter at hand, Lu Dong continued. Is it about that child Shaoyou? The low, aged voice inquired. Correct. Shaoyou has been assessed as a 3rd-rank warrior, Lu Dong stated. At such a young age, to achieve this level of cultivation is remarkably exceptional. He must be around 16, perhaps not yet 17, the ancient voice replied. Father, the issue is that Shaoyou, Lu Dong hesitated, then added. Shaoyou has been identified as a triple system warrior, earth, fire, in the rare wind systems. His talent is extraordinary. Even Zhou Haiming was severely injured by a single strike from him, and he possesses a defensive martial technique that I cannot comprehend. A silence fell within the chamber. Lingering for a while. Father, Lu Dong inquired, puzzled, before softly continuing, we must promptly allow Shaoyou to recognize his lineage. A triple system warrior in our Liu family must be protected and cared for diligently, ensuring nothing goes amiss. But what about the 3rd sister-in-law? We had made promises to her. Lu Dong gently reminded. Did she not also make promises to the Liu family? There are matters you're unaware of that I know. If she disagrees, let her approach me. I am curious to hear her reasoning. In the past, I refrained from confronting her for the sake of the Liu family. But now with Shaoyou being a triple system warrior, my old self must stand firm, the ancient voice insisted. However, I fear for Shaoyou's safety, Lu Dong expressed concern. Let Shaoyou move to the front courtyard immediately, the ancient voice commanded. It seems that Shaoyou does not hold the Liu family in high regard and may even wish to leave. He might be reluctant to acknowledge his lineage, Lu Dong, familiar with Shaoyou's character, surmised. This child is owed to us by his mother and son, as long as he acknowledges his lineage. We must fulfill any conditions he accepts. If necessary, we can appeal to Lady Luo. With her nature, she will surely persuade Shaoyou. However, this would further bind us to her, the ancient voice cautioned. Father, I understand what needs to be done, Lu Dong replied. By the way, I suspect that there is a powerful figure behind Shaoyou. Do not concern yourself too much with his other matters, he added. A powerful figure? That seems unlikely. Shaoyou has never left the Liu family, Lu Dong exclaimed in surprise. Shaoyou's ability to become a warrior is not something an ordinary person can achieve. I could not accomplish it myself. The figure behind him is no simple matter. Perhaps this is part of Shaoyou's fortune. From what I can see, this figure does not harbor malice towards our Liu family, so we need not intervene, the ancient voice concluded. Understood, Lu Dong softly replied, his astonishment evident. Chapter 48. Assassination. From this moment forth, Shaoyou may freely enter the Liu family's hidden martial pavilion. This child has reached this point without our intervention, so we shall not interfere any longer. However, during this period, we must ensure his safety until he enters the Yunyang sect. I estimate that his strength will pose no significant issues upon entry, even if he lacks sufficient power. The 3 system martial artists will be eager to recruit him into their ranks. Once within the Yunyang sect, Shaoyou will be secure. A low, aged voice echoed within the stone chamber. Father, I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements, Lu Dong replied. By the way, has the 3rd brother been informed? The elderly voice inquired. He has been informed. I spoke with him just now. He has been in seclusion for years and has not emerged, Lu Dong responded. This child has truly been put through trials. The voice sighed gently, before falling into silence. The following morning, Lu Shaoyou slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flickering within them, lingering for quite some time. The radiance enveloping him receded completely, and his aura returned to its pristine state. Thanks to the yin-yang spirit martial arts and the return to essence pill, his injuries had fully healed overnight. This return to essence pill is quite remarkable, Lu Shaoyou mused. Without it, my recovery would not have been so swift. After tidying himself, Lu Shaoyou exited his room and entered the small hall, where Lu Wushuang, Lu Xiaobai, and Roland were gathered. Shaoyou, how are your injuries? Lu Wushuang was the first to notice him and inquired. I am completely healed, Lu Shaoyou replied. So soon? Lu Wushuang exclaimed in surprise. She had witnessed the severity of his injuries firsthand the previous day. Although not grave, they were not trivial either. His rapid recovery was indeed astonishing. Young master, to think you are a three-system martial artist. How splendid. Lu Xiaobai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Following you, the future looks bright. Shaoyou, your uncle wishes for us to move to the front courtyard. What are your thoughts? Roland stated. Move to the front courtyard? Why? Lu Xiaoyou's expression shifted slightly. He had been quite comfortable in the rear courtyard. Shaoyou, the clan has deliberated and agreed to allow you to acknowledge your ancestry and move to the front courtyard. Lu Wushuang explained. Agreed to let me acknowledge my ancestry? Lu Xiaoyu scoffed coldly. Should I then express gratitude? I owe nothing to the Lu family and have no interest in it. Shaoyou, but... Lu Wushuang furrowed her brow, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Sister Wushuang. No need to elaborate. If I were not a three-system martial artist, would the Lu family treat me this way? I have no interest in the Lu family. I shall step out for a while and return later. With that, Lu Xiaoyu left the courtyard. This child, Roland sighed. The Lu family truly perceives others as fools, acknowledging my ancestry, yet I am not one of them. Lu Xiaoyu pondered silently as he made his way, paying little heed to the matter, for he had no interest in the Lu family. Upon leaving the Lu family, Lu Xiaoyu headed towards the Tianbao gate. With 50 enlightenment pills, 2,000 gold coins, a yuan-enhancing pill, and an energy-boosting pill acquired yesterday, he planned to sell them to repay his debts. A three-system martial artist. I never expected such a one to emerge, exclaimed Duga Binglan in a small hall within the Tianbao gate. Miss, it seems Lu Xiaoyu has concealed his strength for quite some time, and the Lu family has yet to discover it. He appears to be a martial artist rather than a spirit practitioner, the martial affairs officer observed. However, there must be a spirit practitioner backing him. As a three-system martial artist, he will undoubtedly seek the opportunity at the Yunyang sect in Qingyun town. The maid Xiyu contemplated, her lovely eyes sparkling. What shall we do then? Dugu Binglan seemed to seek the maid's opinion. Martial affairs officer, please arrange for Miss to attend the Yunyang sect's event as well. It would be beneficial for her to observe, the maid Xiaoyu suggested. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements, the martial affairs officer replied. Miss, martial affairs officer. Lu Xiaoyu has arrived, a man from Tianbao gate announced from outside. Quickly, invite young master Lu in. Duga Binglan and maid Xiu exchanged glances before speaking. Lu Xiaoyu entered the Tianbao gate, where business remained brisk even on the second day of the new year. Many patrons were selecting items at the counter. Young master Lu, our miss requests your presence. A burly man from Tianbao gate escorted Lu Xiaoyu to the elegantly decorated upper hall. Duga miss, martial affairs officer. Lu Xiaoyu greeted upon spotting them. You are quite early, young master Lu. Please, take a seat. First, allow me to congratulate you, Duga Binglan smiled. Congratulations for what? I still owe you a considerable debt. Lu Xiaoyu chuckled as he took a seat. Martial affairs officer remarked. Now the entire Qingyun town is aware that Lu Xiaoyu is a three-system martial artist. Is that not worthy of congratulations? Just luck, that's all, Lu Xiaoyu replied lightly, realizing how well-informed Tianbao gate was. He then produced the 50 enlightenment pills, 1 yuan-enhancing pill, 1 energy-boosting pill, and a jade crystal card. Here, let us settle the debt first. I would also appreciate it if you could prepare 100 portions of the herbs I initially requested and 10 portions of the last batch. Certainly, the martial affairs officer replied, his gaze suddenly fixating on the yuan-enhancing pill in Lu Xiaoyu's hand, his expression shifting to astonishment. Young master Lu, is this truly a yuan-enhancing pill? Indeed, it is, Lu Xiaoyu confirmed. The pills in young master Lu's possession are exceptional. Though the yuan-enhancing pill is a second-tier pill, its quality approaches that of a third-tier pill, significantly enhancing true energy and even possessing the ability to bolster spiritual energy. The market price for an energy-boosting pill is around 200 gold coins, yet the yuan-enhancing pill can reach 350 gold coins. It is quite rare to find one in a shop, the martial affairs officer exclaimed, astonished. Lu Xiaoyu was also surprised to learn that the yuan-enhancing pill he refined was worth a good deal more than the average second-tier pills. Please hold on a moment. I will prepare the herbs for you, the martial affairs officer said before departing the hall. Young master, it seems you will be participating in the Yunyang sect's trials in Qingyun town, Duga Binglan noted. You are quite well informed, indeed. I have heard that the Yunyang sect is one of the 3 sects and 4 factions. I wish to see it for myself, Lu Xiaoyu replied. Please, just call me Binglan. There is no need for such formality, Duga Binglan smiled gently. Binglan, Lu Xiaoyu responded, feeling a bit awkward. In his previous life, addressing a woman in such a manner could lead to a slap. However, here, he had to adapt to local customs. Then I shall call you Shaoyou in return, making it less formal. I hope you do not mind, young master. Dugu Binglan smiled lightly. Feel free, Lu Shaoyou replied, not minding in the slightest. Your requested herbs are ready. The martial affairs officer returned with 2 large bags filled with various herbs. Then I shall not disturb you further. I will return to settle my debt next time. Upon concluding his words, Lu Shaoyou hefted 2 large bags of medicinal herbs and departed from Tianbao Gate. Having just relinquished 50 Ganding pills and 2,000 gold coins, he reflected on the debts owed to Tianbao Gate, which now seemed manageable. The fellow had mentioned the Xingyuan pill and the Tiki pill, along with the several Ganding pills from his previous transaction. After accounting for the principal, his outstanding debt should amount to no more than 4,000 gold coins. With the herbs he was about to refine, he estimated he could settle his obligations entirely. Reaching a secluded spot, Lu Shaoyou swiftly stored the herbs into his storage ring and made his way to the back mountain, where Xiao Long had been residing for quite some time. As he approached the rear mountain, Lu Shaoyou felt an instinctive awareness of Xiao Long's presence. In a secluded valley amidst the trees, he gazed forward, when suddenly, he sensed undulating waves of energy rippling through the surrounding space. Chapter 49. The little dragon displays its might. Please collect and recommend. Thank you. Young man, you are doomed. In an instant, a shadow descended from the sky. The newcomer was cloaked in black, even his face concealed by a piece of black cloth. His piercing gaze fixed upon Lu Shaoyou, emanating a chilling, overpowering aura that spread from his being. Judging by his voice, he appeared to be a middle-aged man. Such formidable strength. Sensing the opponent's prowess, Lu Shaoyou felt as though the energy within him was being suppressed. Who are you? Lu Shaoyou retreated a few steps, realizing that the man was clearly here to confront him. He had no enemies, save for Zhao Hui, a harbinger of death. The man in black spoke coldly, his aura exuding an extreme chill. Are you afraid to reveal your name? Lu Shaoyou inquired, aware that he could not fathom the opponent's strength. Clearly, he was outmatched and could only buy time to escape. The man had likely mastered water-based martial arts, capable of transforming his energy into icy blasts, reaching a terrifying level of cultivation. You are not worthy to know. Do you think you can delay me? Humph. A trace of scorn flickered in the black-clad man's eyes as he sneered. Without hesitation, Lu Shaoyou turned to flee, his instincts screaming for him to escape. He propelled himself backward, desperately seeking a way out. Dream on. Observing Lu Xiaoyou's retreat, the man in black surged forward with chilling intent, his foot striking the ground like lightning as he charged towards Lu Xiaoyou. As the black-clad figure pursued, he formed a hand seal, unleashing a wave of frigid air that enveloped the surroundings in a dense fog, obscuring Lu Xiaoyou's vision with a bone-chilling coldness. Caught in the icy mist, Lu Xiaoyou's expression shifted. He realized he was in grave danger. His strength was no match for the man in black, and escape seemed impossible. In this icy haze, he felt disoriented, a sense of dread washing over him as he found his speed restricted, preventing him from advancing. The opponent's power was overwhelming. A feeling of impending doom engulfed Lu Xiaoyou's heart. You inexperienced brat, it is a waste of talent for me to deal with you, but it is necessary to eliminate future threats. The man in black appeared before Lu Xiaoyou, radiating an oppressive force that rendered Lu Xiaoyou's energy stagnant, unable to coalesce. Lu Xiaoyou's expression darkened. This was a matter of hierarchical pressure. The gap in their strengths left him without the means to resist. Prepare to die, the black-clad man sneered, altering his hand seal as he unleashed a palm strike. The air around them froze, and a sharp blast of icy energy surged towards Lu Xiaoyou. At that moment, amidst the thick fog, a pale yellow light burst forth. It was the little dragon, who had been resting in the mountains for several days. The little dragon's diminutive form shone brightly, and a searing flame coalesced atop its small head. As it exhaled the flame, the icy energy surrounding it dissipated into nothingness. Oh! The sudden appearance of a tiny serpent surprised the black-clad man, who quickly recovered and scoffed, "A mere little beast, you shall perish alongside him." As he unleashed another palm strike, the icy energy surged forth, rapidly enveloping the space and crashing toward the little dragon. With a flick of its tongue, the little dragon darted forward like a brilliant flash of yellow lightning, evading the black-clad man's attack and lunging directly for his neck. What kind of beast is this? The black-clad man was taken aback, his gaze darkening as he swiftly retreated. He unleashed a freezing claw strike aimed at the little dragon. With a loud thud, the little dragon was sent flying, crashing several dozen meters away. Little dragon. Lu Shaoyou's heart raced with concern, unsure of the little dragon's condition. Just then, the black-clad man charged forward again, releasing another icy palm strike. You shall die? Summoning the Qingling armor, Lu Shaoyu knew he had to fight back, even though he was aware he was outmatched. Suddenly, the little dragon reappeared behind the black-clad man, its small head displaying a fierce expression, and its body ignited with golden flames. What kind of creature is this? The black-clad man was utterly astonished. He knew that even a martial artist would struggle against his strikes, yet this diminutive beast had survived and exhibited such strange transformations. Retreating, the black-clad man abandoned his attack on Lu Shaoyu, redirecting his focus toward the bizarre little serpent, altering his hand seal to launch another claw strike. As the claw descended, it struggled against the golden flames on the little dragon's back before dissolving into nothingness. The little dragon surged forward once more. Ice fist, the black-clad man exclaimed in shock, changing his hand seal to unleash a massive fist of icy energy that shot out with incredible speed, crashing down upon the little dragon. With a thunderous impact, the little dragon was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. You still refuse to die? The black-clad man's expression hardened as he altered his hand seal again, conjuring a spike of icy energy that hurtled through the air toward Lu Shaoyu with astonishing speed, enveloping him in a frigid aura that seemed to freeze time itself. Who dares to be so audacious in my Lu family? At that moment, a voice rang out, and a figure clad in white appeared. With a flick of his fingers, a flame erupted from his palm, coalescing into a blazing fireball that enveloped the icy spike, causing it to melt away completely. This is... Lu Shaoyu had braced himself for imminent injury or death, now gazing at the newcomer. Clad in a white robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes, the man exuded an air of nobility, yet his countenance bore a hint of restraint. Lu Shaoyu recognized him as his father, Lu Zhong, the current patriarch of the Lu family. In an instant, the little dragon affectionately nestled against Lu Shaoyu, rubbing against him. Little dragon, are you all right? Lu Shaoyu carefully examined the little dragon, who had been struck twice by the black-clad man. To his relief, the little dragon bore no visible injuries and appeared slightly larger than 7 days prior. Lu Zhong, the black-clad man, glared at Lu Zhong, his expression turning solemn. How cowardly of you to hide your identity, Lu Zhong remarked coolly, fixing his gaze on the black-clad man. Humph, the Lu family is impressive. The black-clad man sneered. Since you refuse to reveal your true self, I shall take matters into my own hands. With a soft utterance, Lu Zhongqing transformed into a swift white shadow, surging forth with a ferocity akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly approaching the cloaked figure. The speed was astonishing, rivaling that of a flash. Let us see if your strength is sufficient, the black-clad figure remarked, instantly retreating, while an aura of frigid ice emanated from him, quivering incessantly. Chapter 50. A condition with a faint hum, Lu Zhong unsheathed a dark red longsword, its blade slicing through the frigid air with unrelenting force as he struck at the cloaked figure before him. As the oppressive wind howled alongside the sword's trajectory, the black-clad man swiftly formed a hand seal, exclaiming, "Ice rain." Suddenly, the white mist of icy air before him surged violently, shaking the very space around them, and a barrage of hailstones descended upon Lu Zhong like a relentless storm. The shrill whistle of the hailstones filled the air, and the temperature plummeted, encasing the surrounding valleys in a blanket of ice. Break! Lu Zhong grunted, furrowing his brow. He stomped his foot against the ground, unleashing a surge of energy that propelled him skyward, radiating a searing heat. In midair, he executed a sword technique, releasing the longsword from his grasp. The sword's brilliance tore through the icy aura, transforming into hundreds, even thousands of shards of light that shot towards the black-clad man, tinged with a faint flame. A series of collisions echoed through the air as the hailstones met the sword's light. A burst of flames illuminated the sky, and in an instant, both the hail and the sword's shadows vanished into thin air. Impressive, indeed, third of the Lu family. Once more, the black-clad man, visibly taken aback, altered his hand seals, unleashing a torrent of shattered ice that enveloped Lu Zhong in an overwhelming wave. The shards glimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, yet they were deadly weapons, their sharp edges honed by the man's formidable energy. Come forth, but you still lack a bit, Lu Zhong declared. The temperature around him surged dramatically as flames enveloped his form, rendering the icy aura around him null. The fire danced and swelled into a blazing inferno that consumed the space, creating a mesmerizing interplay of ice and fire. As Lu Zhong's hand seal shifted, the flames intensified, incinerating the icy mist into nothingness, dispersing it into vast clouds above. "Go," he commanded, launching himself with a fiery blaze towards the black-clad man, his sword shadow slicing through the air. The black-clad figure staggered back, summoning a massive shield of ice to defend himself. "Shatter." Lu Zhong swung his sword downward, flames licking at the blade. The clash resonated as the ice shield shattered, tiny fragments raining down before evaporating into mist. At that moment, the black-clad man coughed up blood, the veil over his face staining crimson as he stumbled back. "The third of the Lu family is no mere rumor. Farewell." With that, he vanished in an instant. Lu Zhong regarded the retreating figure without pursuit. His strength was merely slightly superior. Chasing him would not be a trivial endeavor. His gaze shifted to Lu Shaoyou, wary of the possibility that this was merely a ploy to draw him away. "Are you all right?" Lu Zhong finally managed to ask after a prolonged silence. "I'm fine. Not dead yet," Lu Shaoyou replied lightly, harboring little fondness for the father he had lost. "Next time you go out, be more cautious. It's best not to stray from the Lu residence." Lu Zhong sighed, as if having anticipated his son's reaction. "Is everything all right? If so, I shall take my leave." After speaking, Lu Shaoyou departed the rear mountain with Little Dragon, feeling no need to acknowledge a father who had never fulfilled his paternal duties. Watching Lu Xiaoyou's retreating figure, Lu Zhong's expression darkened. After a moment, he too vanished into the mountain's depths. "Little Dragon, are you unharmed?" Lu Xiaoyou inquired anxiously, cradling the creature in his hands. "Chirp, chirp." Little Dragon playfully flicked its tongue on Lu Xiaoyou's palm, its round, dark eyes gleaming with joy as it nodded, seemingly comprehending Lu Xiaoyou's words. "Are you truly unscathed?" Lu Xiaoyou pondered, recalling the black-clad man's formidable power. Little Dragon had been struck twice, yet remained unharmed. Its defenses were indeed remarkable. "Young Master Shaoyou." Several servants greeted him respectfully as he returned from the rear courtyard, acknowledging him as the once ineffectual young master who had now reclaimed his family lineage. Lu Xiaoyou nodded slightly, dismissing any need for contention, and proceeded to the courtyard. "Quickly, put in more effort. This is what the young master cherished most. Do not break it." Lu Xiaoyou overheard the voice of Lu Xiaobai as he approached the courtyard, startled to see a dozen servants moving numerous items. "What is the meaning of this, Xiaobai?" Lu Xiaoyou asked, his expression darkening in surprise. "Young master, the lady has decreed we must move to the front courtyard," Lu Xiaobai replied. "Move to the front courtyard? Stop at once. Return everything," Lu Xiaoyou commanded, hastening into the courtyard. "Mother, I do not wish to relocate to the front courtyard. We are quite well here," Lu Xiaoyou interjected as he entered the small hall, finding his mother and Lu Wushuang sorting through various items. "Xiaoyou, I too find this place quite agreeable. But your uncle just visited and made a valid point. For your safety, you must move to the front courtyard," Luo Launcher stated. "Mother, we should remain here," Lu Xiaoyou urged, gently guiding Luo Launcher to sit, realizing that the Lu family was attempting to persuade her to accept his return to the clan. "You foolish child. Your uncle insists it is dangerous here. You will be much safer in the front courtyard. Furthermore, you know that your return to the family has always been my wish. Please, for my sake, comply," Luo Launcher implored, grasping Lu Xiaoyou's hand. "Mother, how can you support the Lu family after all they have done to you?" "We need not rely on them. I shall care for you in the future," Lu Xiaoyou replied, recognizing the influence the Lu family had exerted on his mother. "Xiaoyou, I understand your grievances towards the Lu family, but the situation is complex. For your safety, please move to the front courtyard. Remember, you carry the blood of the Lu family. Returning is only right. Consider it fulfilling your aunt's wish," Lu Wushuang interjected softly. "And what of my mother's status?" Lu Xiaoyou pressed, gazing intently at Lu Wushuang. At a loss for words, Lu Wushuang hesitated. Their father had not yet disclosed the matter of the aunt, and she knew it was a delicate subject. "Xiaoyou, it matters not to me. I only wish to see you well. Moreover, I shall accompany you to the front courtyard, and we will enjoy a life of comfort together," Luo Launcher said with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with contentment. "Mother," Lu Xiaoyou, uncertain of what the Lu family had said to his mother, looked at her expression and wished not to disappoint her. He then turned to Lu Wushuang, stating, "Sister Wushuang, please convey to my uncle that if he wishes for my return to the family, he must agree to one condition." Chapter 51. A bit humble, please collect and recommend. Thanks to the brothers who rewarded me these past 2 days, Lu Wushuang said. Lu Jia could certainly handle any issues that arose, she assured. Lu Shaoyou gazed at Lu Wushuang and stated, if I am to acknowledge my ancestry, my mother must have a formal title. She cannot merely be the second wife. Otherwise, it would be of no consequence. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Wushuang replied, I will discuss this matter with Father Shaoyou. You should move to the front courtyard for your safety. Additionally, you may now access the Lu family's hidden martial pavilion. In a month, there will be competitions among the various families in Qingyun town. Observing these may prove beneficial for you. Lu Shaoyou pondered the recent assassination attempt he faced on the back mountain. If not for his good fortune, he would have perished. Thus, staying in the back courtyard was indeed precarious. In the front courtyard, any disturbance would quickly alert the powerful members of the Lu family. After much contemplation, he recognized that beyond his own safety, his mother's well-being was also at stake. Zhao Hui might target her as well. Fury filled Lu Shaoyou at the thought of Zhao Hui, yet he felt helpless. Zhao Hui's strength was formidable, and he was not yet her match. Otherwise, he would have eliminated her to prevent future threats. Very well, I will move to the front courtyard, but the condition regarding my mother's title is non-negotiable, Lu Shaoyou asserted. It is her rightful due. Understood, I will speak to Father, Lu Wushuang replied, a smile gracing her face upon his agreement. This courtyard is magnificent, truly beautiful, exclaimed Lu Xiaobai, admiring the spacious courtyard adorned with a rockery and a fish pond, where goldfish swam merrily. Lu Shaoyou surveyed the courtyard, reminiscent of a villa, surrounded by vibrant flora, fresh and inviting. A stark contrast to the back courtyard, showcasing the Lu family's wealth. How do you find it, Shaoyou? I personally selected this for you. I live next door, Lu Wushuang remarked. It's quite nice here. Thank you, Wushuang, Lu Shaoyou replied. By the way, Shaoyou, you should select a few servants to maintain the courtyard and assist you and your aunt, Lu Wushuang suggested, noting that as a direct heir of the Lu family, he was entitled to a small steward and 5 servants. Xiaobai, I entrust this task to you. You will remain here from now on, Lu Shaoyou instructed. Yes, young master. Lu Xiaobai responded, pleased to be by his side. Mother, I will enter seclusion for about 10 days and will be going out for a while. Please stay here, Lu Shaoyou informed her. With Lu Xiaobai to care for her in the front courtyard, he felt a sense of security. Be careful during your seclusion, Lady Roland advised, not prohibiting him. As a martial artist, it was natural for him to seek solitude for cultivation, especially with the upcoming competition in Qingyun town requiring thorough preparation. Where will you seclude yourself? The Lu family has designated places for that, Lu Wushuang inquired. Wushuang, I have my own location for seclusion. Please manage things here, Lu Shaoyou replied, preferring to concoct medicinal pills in Uncle Nan's secret chamber. Very well, just be cautious, Lu Wushuang said, refraining from further comment. With the competition in a month, preparation was indeed crucial. As night fell, Lu Shaoyou made his way to the secret chamber in the back courtyard. He resolved to work tirelessly over the next 10 days to repay his debts. Ensuring no one was around, he slipped into the chamber, astonished to find Uncle Nan already there. Surprised you're still alive. You must have luck on your side, the old servant remarked. Uncle Nan, scaring someone can be deadly, Lu Shaoyou said lightly, then curiously asked, how did you know I was ambushed? I know more than you think. Just be cautious moving forward. You were fortunate this time, Uncle Nan replied. Yet you did not intervene when you knew I was in danger. That is rather unfeeling, Lu Shaoyou retorted. Didn't he, your father, intervene? What need was there for me to act? Besides, you and I are not related. Why are you here? Uncle Nan shot back, eyeing Lu Shaoyou. I'm here to concoct medicinal pills. You're my only option. Don't be stingy, Lu Shaoyou grinned, knowing Uncle Nan would not truly expel him. Now that you've revealed yourself as a tri-elemental martial artist, it could be both a boon and a bane. Exercise caution when you go out. You should learn some martial techniques within the Lu family. Relying solely on the mountain-pushing palm is rather inadequate, Uncle Nan advised before turning to leave. Pausing, he added, you should seek out some martial skills to practice. Having just the mountain-pushing palm is somewhat lacking. At least you acknowledge it, Lu Shaoyou muttered, making a face but keeping his voice low. Indeed, being a tri-elemental martial artist, but knowing just the mountain-pushing palm was insufficient. After Uncle Nan departed, Lu Shaoyou closed the chamber and retrieved the fire dragon cauldron, placing the 2 bags of herbs from his storage ring inside. From that moment on, he would dedicate himself to refining medicinal pills. Let us start with the foundation pill. Although it is less expensive, my speed in crafting it is swift, with minimal risk of error. Thus, I will begin with the foundation pill to repay my debts. Sitting cross-legged, he formed hand seals, channeling his spirit energy into the fire dragon cauldron, igniting the flames within as he expertly added the ingredients for the foundation pill. For Lu Shaoyou, crafting the foundation pill was now quite manageable. However, producing 100 of them was no trivial task. He calculated that once he crafted these 100 foundation pills, he would clear his debts. In a separate courtyard, Shaoyou seethed with fury, her eyes sharp with anger. I cannot believe that wretch survived. Damn it. He must not be allowed to join the Yunyang sect. Otherwise, he will become even more difficult to handle. Miss, there is little we can do now. If the Lu family decides to have him acknowledge his ancestry, it seems they are prepared to confront us directly, Shaoyou replied. Of course. That boy has been fortunate enough to become a tri-elemental martial artist. The Lu family will not let go of this opportunity. Unfortunately, we have lost our chance this time. Shaoyou stated coldly. Miss, we had an agreement with the Zhao family not to allow him to acknowledge his ancestry, Shaoyou reminded her. Indeed. But we tampered with that boy and were discovered by that old man from the Lu family. He silenced me, leaving me powerless. That wretched boy must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity to undo our manipulations. Otherwise, how could he have become a martial artist? Shaoyou replied, her voice dripping with disdain. What should we do now? That boy has already moved to the front courtyard. It becomes even more challenging to deal with him, Shaoyou noted. Wait for the right moment. He must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, our entire plan will be jeopardized, Shaoyou declared with a chilling expression. Madam, the master requests your presence in the hall. A swollen-faced maid, who had previously been beaten by Lu Shaoyou, slowly entered. Her face was still bruised, and her eyes bore dark circles, shocking Shaoyou. Do you know what is happening? Shaoyou inquired, her demeanor shifting. The master is convening an elder meeting tonight. It appears there is significant news, the maid relayed. Xiaolan spoke softly, her voice bearing a noticeable change compared to before. Likely a consequence of having endured a severe beating from Lu Shaoyou, which had affected her vocal cords. A significant matter. Zhao Hui's expression subtly shifted, and she promptly exited the room. In the grand hall of the Lu family, a considerable assembly of individuals was present, numbering approximately 20 or so. Among them were Lu Dong, Lu Shi, Lu Nan, and Zhou Lixing, along with several elderly figures who, during the ancestral rites, were familiar faces, esteemed elders of the Lu clan. Chapter 52, 108 Enlightenment Pills. When Zhao Hui arrived in the hall, she concealed her perplexity and took a seat at the upper end on one side. Inquiring, Elder brother, is there a significant matter requiring the assembly of the clan elders at such a late hour? Indeed. Since you have consented to Xiaoyou's acknowledgement of his ancestry, I have just conferred with the clan elders. Roland deserves a title as well. She shall henceforth be regarded as the second lady. You both shall stand on equal footing. I trust you have no objections? Lu Dong replied, casting a calm gaze at Zhao Hui. What? This is preposterous. That wretched maid seeks to stand alongside me and become a matron of the Lu family? I vehemently oppose this. Zhao Hui erupted in fury, utterly unable to accept the notion. Roland has already endured considerable injustice. Now that Shaoyou is a tri-element warrior, it is only fitting that Roland be granted her rightful status, a lower-ranked elder in a blue robe from the Lu family stated, his aura suggesting he was on the verge of attaining the martial soul level. This is also one of Xiaoyou's conditions. With such remarkable talent as a tri-element warrior, the Lu family cannot afford to disregard it. Another elder in a long robe concurred. Nonsense. Do not forget the conditions your family promised me. Do you intend to bully the Zhao clan simply because you believe us to be insignificant? I will never agree to this. Zhao Hui glared at the two Lu elders. Third sister-in-law, whether you agree or not, this matter is settled. The patriarch has given his personal consent. If you have objections, you may discuss them with him. As for the rest, our decision stands. Even if the Zhao and Lu families come to blows, this cannot be altered. I hope you can understand, Lu Dong stated. How dare you, Lu family? Zhao Hui seethed, yet felt utterly helpless. She held leverage over the patriarch due to her past actions against Lu Shaoyou, leaving her with little room to argue further. Sister-in-law, let it go. Even if Roland stands equal to you, she remains merely a servant, Lu Nan said gently. Humph. Zhao Hui scoffed. What of Lu Zhong? Why has he not come to see me since emerging from seclusion? Third brother has entered seclusion once more, Lu Dong replied lightly. Xiaoyu's expression darkened considerably as she surveyed the assembly. For the sake of the clan's plans, she had to endure. Now was not the time to confront the Lu family. Humph, Xiaohui coldly huffed again, then declared, since you have all made your decision, why summon me? The Lu family can decide amongst itself. With that, she exited the hall. Time slipped away like sand, and before long, 5 days had passed since Lu Shaoyou began his alchemical seclusion. Meanwhile, Qingyun town was abuzz with activity. As martial artists from nearby towns and small families flocked to the area, the streets bustled with an unprecedented throng of people. Within the taverns and shops, conversations revolved around a singular topic, the triennial recruitment of new disciples by the Yunyang sect. In Qingyun town, the name Yunyang sect was synonymous with renown. For martial artists and spiritual practitioners alike, it held a legendary status. The Yunyang sect, one of the 3 sects and 4 gates, boasted thousands of disciples and immense power. Qingyun town served as its territory, a sacred ground for all martial artists in the vicinity. Every 3 years, the Yunyang sect would recruit disciples, accepting only those with exceptional talent. With only 5 coveted spots available, the entire town vied for them, particularly the 5 prominent families who competed fiercely. Historically, these 5 families, the Yang, Qin, Lu, Luo, and Wang families, had monopolized the recruitment slots, leaving little opportunity for smaller families. The disparity in disciple cultivation between small families and the 5 prominent families was significant. Among the 5, their influence was comparable, each maintaining a delicate balance of power while secretly striving to surpass the others. Speculation surrounded which family members would gain entry into the Yunyang sect this time. Of course, it will be someone from the 5 families. Others would find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry, one remarked. Not necessarily. Those with decent talent may still have a chance, especially since strong practitioners from the Yunyang sect will personally select disciples, another countered. However, the younger generation from the 5 families has been groomed since childhood. Unless one is a prodigy, competition is steep, another added. Indeed, based on previous years, those 5 slots almost always go to the 5 prominent families, a voice echoed. Rumor has it that the Lu family has struck gold this time, boasting a dual-element warrior and a tri-element warrior, both at the warrior level. Their talent is astonishing, someone exclaimed. They say the tri-element warrior is Lu Shaoyou, the former waste of the Lu family, who was once deemed unable to become a warrior. Who would have imagined he would suddenly become a tri-element warrior? Overall, the Lu family's fortunes appeared to be on the rise, with a dual-element warrior and a tri-element warrior. Soon, their influence would undoubtedly swell. Throughout the streets, discussions regarding the Yunyang sect's recruitment echoed, and news of Lu Shaoyou's emergence as a tri-element warrior spread, leaving many astonished. In the secret chamber of the Lu family's storage room, Lu Shaoyou continued his relentless alchemical pursuits. His spiritual energy surged into the fire dragon cauldron, transmuting into searing flames, enveloping the chamber in intense heat. After 8 days of tireless effort, Lu Shaoyou, exhausted, took a moment to recuperate before resuming his alchemical work. His dedication bore fruit as he neared completion of the enlightenment pills. With a resounding clang, the fire dragon cauldron opened, releasing a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. A single pill, exuding a faint glow, materialized within the chamber. Collect, Lu Shaoyou commanded lightly, and the pill appeared in his palm. The 108th. He murmured with a smile. This batch of 100 enlightenment pills had yielded 108. A testament to his significant progress in controlling the materials and enhancing the quality of the pills compared to his previous attempts. Unbeknownst to Lu Shaoyou, if other spiritual practitioners were to learn of his accomplishment in producing 108 pills from 100 materials, they would be utterly astounded. For such mastery in alchemy was extraordinary. Typically, even spiritual practitioners at the soul realm level would find it challenging to achieve similar results with second-tier pills. Yet here was Lu Shaoyou, merely at the spiritualist level, accomplishing the remarkable feat, indicative of not only exceptional talent, but also extraordinary control over spiritual energy. With a rustle, Little Dragon emerged from Lu Shaoyou's sleeve, eyeing the enlightenment pill in his hand, its tongue flicking greedily as it fixated on the pill. Ah, Little Dragon, I had forgotten you were hungry. Alas, there is nothing here for you to eat, Lu Shaoyou realized, noting that Little Dragon had not fed in 8 days. Little Dragon squirmed, its eyes greedily locked on the pill in Lu Shaoyou's hand, as if attempting to communicate something. Chapter 53. The Fourfold Warrior. Today is New Year's Eve. Wishing my brothers a happy new year. May prosperity and joy fill your homes. and may you enjoy good health. You expressed your desire for the enlightenment pill. Lu Shaoyu inquired, seemingly aware of Little Dragon's thoughts through their connection. With a slight nod, Little Dragon wagged its tail, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the medicine. Unable to contain its anticipation, fixating on the enlightenment pill. You seem hungry too. If you can eat, go ahead. Lu Shaoyu regarded Little Dragon with the affection one would show a family member, for a single enlightenment pill was of little consequence to him. With a flick of its tongue, Little Dragon promptly swallowed the pill, its tiny head, initially matching the size of the pill, effortlessly accommodating it. It then slipped back into Lu Shaoyu's sleeve, disappearing from sight. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment, then smiled, as a spirit royal beast. Little Dragon might derive some benefits from the enlightenment pill. To him, one pill was inconsequential. He had 10 enhancement pills remaining. He carefully stored the 108 enlightenment pills he had prepared in several jade bottles. After Little Dragon consumed one, only 107 remained. He then resumed the refinement of enhancement pills. After the ambush on the back mountain, Lu Shaoyu was determined to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, he felt a profound sense of insecurity, having narrowly escaped death last time. Only through strength could he guarantee his safety, and the path to enhancement lay in the continuous consumption of medicinal pills. As he commenced the refinement, he settled his breathing, formed seals with his hands, and infused his spiritual energy into the fire dragon cauldron. Flames surged forth. The materials for the enhancement pills were meticulously added under Lu Xiaoyu's guidance. As a second-tier pill, he approached this endeavor with utmost seriousness, fully immersing himself in the process. Having successfully refined enhancement pills twice before, Lu Xiaoyu had accumulated some experience. Yet the pressure was significantly greater than when he had begun with the enlightenment pill. Time passed slowly, and throughout the days dedicated to pill refinement, Lu Xiaoyu remained oblivious to the happenings outside, wholly consumed by his task. Meanwhile, the Lu family had recently experienced a significant event. The Roland family had finally been acknowledged by the Lu family, becoming the second and first ladies. A matter that puzzled many servants, particularly as the first lady had not objected, which was uncharacteristic of her. Some optimistic servants speculated that with Lu Xiaoyu being a tri-system warrior of exceptional talent, even the first lady's opposition would be futile. Regardless of the circumstances, Roland had become the envy of all servants, finally reaping the rewards after years of hardship and grievances, unlike them, who would never see the same fortune. Rather than envying Roland, many servants were more practical, envying Lu Xiaobai for inexplicably becoming a warrior and bonding closely with young Master Shaoyou. A bright future laid out before him. 3 days later, the fire dragon cauldron opened, releasing a rich medicinal aroma as an enhancement pill soared forth, one that Lu Xiaoyu had painstakingly refined. A faint glow enveloped the pill, its enticing scent wafting through the air. Lu Xiaoyu formed seals with his hands, enveloping the enhancement pill in a soft yellow light before accepting it into his grasp, at which point the glow dissipated. Finally done, Lu Xiaoyu's complexion paled, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. After 3 days, he had successfully refined 10 enhancement pills. Gazing at them, a smile crept across his face. Curious about how much these pills could elevate his strength, which he desperately needed. I'll consume one before exiting this state, Lu Xiaoyu murmured softly, tossing one enhancement pill into his mouth. As it entered his abdomen, it transformed into a surge of astonishing energy. Lu Xiaoyu felt this immense energy coursing through him, prompting him to activate the yin-yang spirit martial art to begin refining it. Waves of energy transformed into pure true qi under his cultivation, and his spiritual energy steadily increased. However, while the enhancement pill enhanced his spiritual power, it was comparatively weaker than the true qi it generated, merely serving as a relative boost to his spiritual energy. Moments later, a soft yellow glow enveloped Lu Xiaoyu, swirling around him in an enigmatic display. The energy of the enhancement pill was considerable, and he refined it slowly and methodically, as haste would yield no benefit. Throughout this refining process, he remained cautious. Uncle Nen had warned him that if the energy exceeded his capacity, his meridians could suffer irreparable damage, jeopardizing both his physical state and mental clarity. He was acutely aware of the dangers and remained vigilant against any missteps. Under Lu Xiaoyu's careful refinement, the energy from the enhancement pill transformed into true qi, circulating through his meridians before entering his dantian. As time passed, the true qi within his dantian grew increasingly abundant, resembling a swirling ocean of energy. The fuller it became, the faster it rotated, enhancing his overall aura. Thus, it continued until the dawn of the third day, when the last remnants of energy transformed into true qi and surged into Lu Shaoyou's dantian. In an instant, he felt a tremendous wave of energy rise within him, culminating in a powerful eruption. Meanwhile, within the confines of the chamber, Lu Shaoyou, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. A blinding brilliance shot forth from his gaze, radiating with an almost piercing intensity. Moments later, this luminous energy receded, leaving Lu Shaoyou's once dark eyes seemingly more profound than before, subtly altering his entire demeanor. He had ascended to the 4th level of martial prowess. As he sensed the robust energy coursing through his body, Lu Shaoyou recognized that it was significantly more potent than during his previous state as a 3rd-level warrior. It was no wonder that he had been utterly outmatched by Zhou Haiming during their encounter. The disparity between his former 3rd-level strength and Zhou Haiming's 7th-level prowess was insurmountable. Chapter 54. Seeking Lu Wushuang. Again, the disparities between each level are substantial, and the difference becomes even more pronounced when one is separated by 4 levels. It was only by provoking Zhou Haiming and exhausting his energy that I narrowly succeeded in the end, relying on the Qingling armor. Otherwise, I would have had no chance at all. Having just broken through to the next level, though my strength has indeed improved, I furrow my brow. When I consumed my first yuan-enhancing pill, I surged from the 1st rank of warrior to the 3rd in one go. Yet now, the 2nd yuan-enhancing pill barely suffices for a single level up. If this trend continues, the energy required for each subsequent breakthrough will only increase. If I were to take another yuan-enhancing pill now, I would still struggle to reach the 5th rank of warrior. Moreover, I have only just refined a yuan-enhancing pill. The process of internal refinement requires time. Taking another pill immediately would indeed be a waste. Relying solely on yuan-enhancing pills to ascend to the rank of warrior master would necessitate a considerable quantity of them, representing a significant financial burden for me. Simultaneously, I realize that although I am now a 4th rank warrior, my mastery of spiritual energy remains at the 1st rank of spirit master. The yuan-enhancing pill does not substantially increase spiritual energy like true energy does. To truly enhance my spiritual energy, I must engage in alchemy. Relying on yuan-enhancing pills alone will not allow for simultaneous breakthroughs in spiritual and martial prowess. It is time to prepare for my visit to Yunyang sect. I must inquire about the treasures there. I almost forgot to ask Uncle Nan. I pondered, knowing that Uncle Nan had sent me to Yunyang sect. Yet I remain unaware of what I should seek. I must ask him about it another day. After storing the fire dragon cauldron and the pills, I left the secret room in the woodshed and headed towards the front courtyard. Having been in seclusion for 13 days, I presumed my mother must be quite anxious by now. Greetings, young master. As I walked, the servants I encountered greeted me with respect, their demeanor a far cry from the disdain they once held for the former wasteful young master. Many of the maidservants even eyed me with a spark of hope, as if their fates would alter drastically should I take notice of them. Upon entering my courtyard, I noticed several servants and maidservants tidying up the area. Greetings, young master. 5 servants, 2 men and 3 women in their 20s, bowed upon seeing me. Under the arrangement of Lu Xiaobai, all who addressed me as young master were now required to call me young sir. I nodded slightly. Lu Xiaobai was clever. While I could not control how others addressed me, I could certainly influence the maidservants in my courtyard. The title young master felt rather awkward to me. Finally, you have returned. The madam has been terribly worried about you, Lu Xiaobai exclaimed. Xiaobai, where's my mother? I had anticipated her concern. I'm organizing some things. You've been gone for so long. It worried me sick. My mother, Luo Lanshi, emerged from within. She had been quite anxious during my absence, and upon seeing me, she finally sighed in relief. Mother, it's fine. Let the servants handle it. There's no need for you to do it yourself, I said gently, noticing her improved complexion. She donned a simple garment, yet her aura had subtly transformed. I'm not old yet. I can still manage a few tasks. Besides, I'm sorting through your childhood belongings. I can't trust anyone else with them, she replied. I then learned that the Lu family had agreed to my request, allowing my mother to become a matron of the Lu family. Observing her current demeanor filled me with happiness, not for the title of Lu family matron, which I held little regard for, but for its significance to her. Most importantly, I felt joy in having improved her situation, sparing her from further indignities and hardships. After conversing with my mother for a while, I resolved to visit Lu Wushuang. I intended to go to the Lu family's hidden martial pavilion, but I was uncertain of the way. I needed Lu Wushuang to guide me, as I had no memories of it, only knowing it was a place strictly forbidden to enter without permission, even for Lu family disciples. Lu Wushuang's courtyard was adjacent to mine. Many such courtyards existed within the front yard, designated for direct descendants of the Lu family, each having their own space. Upon arriving at Lu Wushuang's courtyard, I found no servants present. She had returned from Yunyang's sect not long ago and typically stayed there, hence the lack of attendance. Wushuang, I called out a couple of times, but received no response. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped into the courtyard. Wushuang, are you there? I called gently. Shaoyou, what brings you here? Please wait outside for a moment. Lu Wushuang's slightly flustered voice drifted from within, followed by the sound of water. Is she bathing? The rustling sounds reminded me of the time I had been seen by Lu Wushuang while in the backyard. If I were to open the door now, would that be fair to myself? Shameless, I internally scolded myself and settled down in a small hall. My thoughts drifting to the alluring image of a beauty emerging from her bath, stirring a reaction within me. Shaoyou, why are you here? A graceful figure soon appeared before me. This is adding fuel to the fire, I thought as I beheld Lu Wushuang, clad in a blue palace dress. Her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an enchanting charm. The ends of her hair barely grazed her bosom, the dampness of her attire revealing enticing curves beneath the fabric. It seemed she wore little beneath. I mused. Perhaps this world lacks the undergarments of my previous life, allowing me an unfiltered glimpse of beauty. At this moment, Lu Wushuang appeared refreshingly natural, devoid of excessive adornments. Yet even more captivating. I never anticipated that she could possess such a sensual side. Her skin as smooth as cream, droplets of water cascading down her delicate form, accentuating her alluring silhouette and exquisite features, all of which beckoned to my youthful desires. I swallowed hard, finding her irresistibly tempting, muttering, her fragrant face half revealed. Enchanting in the courtyard, a beauty emerges from her bath. Perhaps fate itself has conspired, allowing the bright moon to shine upon us. Let us revel in this moment. For this flower stands unmatched among the blooms. What are you saying? Lu Wushuang blushed, lowering her head. Unintentionally, she noticed my gaze lingering on her chest, causing her face to flush from neck to ear as she hurried into her room. Shaoyou, you truly are shameless. Observing her reaction, I scolded myself once more. Yet I smiled faintly, thinking it didn't seem so bad after all, especially since I had been seen in a similar manner. Recalling that fleeting glimpse of purity, I struggled to suppress my burgeoning desires. Truly, it was a tantalizing sight. Chapter 55. The Fiery Fist. Shaoyou, what did you just see? Moments later, Lu Wushuang reappeared in front of Lu Shaoyou, now adorned in a pale brocade robe, her hair half-dried, exuding an enchanting fragrance that filled the air. Her cheeks flushed as she softly inquired. What did I see? I saw nothing, Lu Shaoyou replied lightly. By the way, did you come looking for me for something? With a hint of skepticism, Lu Wushuang cast a glance at Lu Shaoyou. I wish to visit the Zongwu Pavilion, but I have never been there before, Lu Shaoyou expressed. Then allow me to accompany you, Lu Wushuang suggested. In just over 10 days, you must prepare for the selection within the Yunyang sect. Accompanied by Lu Wushuang, Lu Shaoyou traversed several lengthy corridors until they reached a courtyard that bore the marks of age. Before the courtyard stood 2 guards from the Lu family, middle-aged men whose auras indicated they were at the warrior level. Observing their presence, Lu Shaoyou noted the strength they emanated. Above the courtyard, bold characters inscribed Zongwu Pavilion exuded an ancient charm, suggesting that this place had a long history. Miss Wushuang, what brings you here? One of the middle-aged men inquired upon seeing Lu Wushuang. I have accompanied Shaoyou to the Zongwu Pavilion. Please open the door, she replied. The entrance to the Zongwu Pavilion requires the consent of the family elder and the clan, the other guard interjected. Please open the door. My father has decreed that Shaoyou may freely enter the Zongwu Pavilion from now on. Lu Wushuang produced a green jade tablet, seemingly a token of the Lu family. Understood. Miss Wushuang, young master Shaoyou, please enter, the first guard said, opening the courtyard and gesturing for them to proceed. Following Lu Wushuang, Lu Shaoyou stepped into the Zongwu Pavilion, arriving in a spacious chamber. Shaoyou, this is the Zongwu Pavilion of the Lu family, but here you will find only techniques of the Chun and Xing levels. The Huang level techniques are in the hands of the family elders. Additionally, there are numerous insights left by our esteemed ancestors. If you study them earnestly, you may greatly benefit. Only Qin and Xing level techniques? Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback but felt no surprise. Techniques were precious, especially those of the Huang level, which were exceedingly rare and thus securely held by the family to prevent theft. Shaoyou, you may choose any technique here, but you can only select one at a time. As per the rules of the Lu family, you may do so once a year. However, you are free to peruse the insights left by our ancestors. Having too many techniques can lead to confusion and lack of mastery, Lu Wushuang continued. Is there any information on spiritual practitioners here? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. The Lu family currently has only 2 spiritual practitioners, while other families possess only 1, all of whom are engaged in business elsewhere. As for information on spiritual practitioners, there is none available. They are inherently rare, and understanding comes primarily from personal insight. However, there is some information within the Yunyang sect, Lu Wushuang explained. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu acknowledged, then began to observe the surroundings, where various jade tablets and handwritten materials were displayed. Moreover, there were introductions to various attributes of martial artists, detailing the strengths and weaknesses of each type. The materials also provided comprehensive descriptions of techniques at various levels. Techniques were classified into 6 categories: Tian, Di, Xian, Huang, Xing, and Chun. On the Lingwu continent, Xian-level techniques were immensely valuable, capable of monumental destruction. Regarding D-level techniques, the records indicated they were exceedingly rare, while Tian-level techniques were almost mythical, only existing in legends. Among the 5 categories of martial artists, wind-type practitioners were the most scarce, followed by wood-type, while fire, earth, and water-type practitioners were relatively equal in number. The wind-type martial artists had a distinct advantage in speed, making them the most challenging to contend with. In addition, Lu Xiaoyu discovered information on demon beasts and spirit beasts, noting that certain martial artists, with the aid of spiritual practitioners, could tame demon beasts as mounts, while spiritual practitioners typically sought to subdue spirit beasts for their own use. However, the process of taming these creatures was complex and fraught with difficulty, far beyond Lu Xiaoyu's current understanding. Nonetheless, he committed it all to memory. Shaoyou, with just over 10 days until the Yunyang sect competition, you should select a technique. Lu Wushuang urged. Other families reportedly have several talented individuals participating, so be cautious. What technique should I choose? Lu Xiaoyu hesitated, uncertain of his decision. Sister Wushuang, are there any wind-type techniques? He asked, recalling the detailed descriptions of the various martial artist attributes. Wind-type techniques held significant advantages in speed. There are none, Lu Wushuang replied, shaking her head slightly. Wind-type practitioners are already scarce, and consequently, the techniques are fewer. The Lu family does not possess any wind-type techniques. Such a pity, Lu Xiaoyu said, feeling disappointed. If he could wield wind-type techniques, he would undoubtedly gain a considerable advantage in battles. The fiery fist, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, picking up a jade tablet that detailed the star-level technique. It was on par with his current foundational technique, suitable for his cultivation at this stage. He also noticed a variety of water-type and wood-type techniques, but was reluctant to pursue them, as he had only revealed his fire, wind, and earth attributes to the Lu family. Pursuing wood or water techniques would seem inconsistent. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaoyu resolved to practice the fiery fist. At this point, training in this technique would pose no detriment to him. He could always seek more advanced techniques from Uncle Nan later. He was certain Uncle Nan had something worthwhile. Sister Wushuang, shall we depart? Lu Xiaoyu said, having decided on the fiery fist. He had little interest in the insights left by the Lu family's ancestors. He felt that Uncle Nan's teachings were superior. Overindulgence in various materials could lead to confusion and lack of mastery, which was not beneficial. Let us go. You may visit the Zhongwu Pavilion at any time in the future. However, if you gain entry to the Yunyang sect, their Wanwu Tower is far grander than the Lu family's, Lu Wushuang remarked. With the fiery fist in hand, the two made their way back through the courtyard. With just over 10 days until the competition in Qingyun Town, Lu Xiaoyu was determined to heed Uncle Nan's advice and ensure his participation in the Yunyang sect. Sister Wushuang, how do you assess the strength of the other family's participants in this Yunyang sect selection? Lu Xiaoyu inquired during their journey. Chapter 56. The mysterious martial arts. The emergence of a spirit user surprised Lu Xiaoyu. It appeared that the Qin family had long concealed this information, only to reveal it at this moment. The atmosphere in Qingyun Town became quite lively, with the presence of several notable individuals. It was rumored that an elder from Yunyang sect would personally select new disciples this time. a stark contrast to previous occasions when only a steward would arrive. Lu Wushuang remarked with a smile that a fierce competition was undoubtedly on the horizon. Lu Shaoyou pondered to himself that he must hasten his cultivation of the Fury Flame Fist. Otherwise, securing a place in the top 5 would be exceedingly challenging. Upon returning to his room, he informed his mother, Luo Lanshi, and instructed Lu Xiaobai not to allow anyone to disturb him. He also entrusted Lu Xiaobai with 2 enlightenment pills for diligent practice. Once everything was prepared, Lu Shaoyou sat cross-legged in his room, forming hand seals that enveloped the jade slip containing the Fury Flame Fist technique. He slowly closed his eyes, employing his soul force, a skill he had not often utilized. A surge of soul power was injected into the jade slip. While Lu Shaoyou had mastered the control of true qi and spiritual energy, soul power, which arose from the combination of the two, was less familiar to him. Uncle Nan had repeatedly emphasized its paramount importance. As Lu Xiaoyou's breathing stabilized, tranquility enveloped the room. At that moment, a radiant light suddenly surged from the jade slip into Lu Xiaoyou's forehead. Information regarding the Fury Flame Fist flooded his mind, which he quickly memorized. After a protracted silence, Lu Xiaoyou's eyes shot open. He transformed his hand seal, clenched his right fist, and a wave of true qi erupted from within him, transforming into a faint red hue, causing the temperature in the room to rise significantly. With a sizzling sound, true qi surged around Lu Xiaoyou's fist, manifesting as a delicate flame. This was not a flame born of spiritual power, but rather one formed through the fire attribute of true qi. However, the moment the flame appeared, it vanished from Lu Xiaoyou's fist. Undeterred, he continued to alter his hand seals, diligently practicing the Fury Flame Fist. It was natural to encounter failures. Martial arts were not mastered in an instant. Days passed, and on the 3rd day, Lu Xiaoyou sat cross-legged in his room, his hand seals shifting as true qi pulsated around him, enveloped in a gentle red glow. With precision, true qi traversed a specific meridian in his body, culminating in a mighty eruption from his right fist. With a resounding boom, his fist shot forward, enveloped in a fiery imprint that struck the wall with immense force. The impact echoed like thunder, creating a small crater in the thick wall, which subsequently cracked like a spider's web. "Young master, are you all right?" Lu Xiaobai's anxious voice echoed from outside the room, the tremendous noise resembling a demolition. "I'm fine. I'm practicing martial arts," Lu Xiaoyu gasped, relieved that his punch had not completely succeeded. Otherwise, he might have been buried under the collapsing courtyard. "What a commotion," Lu Xiaobai murmured as he walked away, faintly conversing with other servants. "It's nothing. Everyone retreat. The young master is practicing martial arts." Lu Xiaoyu reflected that it would be wiser to find a more secure location for training, as his room lacked the fortitude of the concealed chamber crafted by Uncle Nan. "I'll rest for now. I have made some progress with the Fury Flame Fist," he mused, acknowledging that his 3 days of training had yielded significant results. Suddenly, a gentle movement on his arm caught his attention as the little dragon crawled out of his sleeve and into Lu Xiaoyou's palm. "Did I wake you?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, noticing the thin layer of scales adorning the little dragon, its once pale skin now glistening. The dragon had grown from approximately 12 centimeters to about 15, its eyes deepening in color, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu with affection. "Are you hungry again?" Lu Xiaoyu sensed the little dragon's desire, as it seemed to crave the enlightenment pill it had consumed previously. "All right, I'll give you another one, but this will be the last," he decided, retrieving another enlightenment pill from his storage ring. Upon seeing the pill and catching the alluring scent, the little dragon opened its mouth and quickly swallowed it, contentedly stretching its tongue. It then nestled back into Lu Xiaoyou's sleeve, coiling around his arm. "Has your skin shed? Have you made a breakthrough?" Lu Xiaoyu wondered, observing the thin layer of shed skin left in his palm, still bearing traces of fresh blood. He discovered that the delicate skin was remarkably resilient, impervious to his attempts to tear it. He carefully stored it in his storage ring, realizing that the little dragon's possessions were likely extraordinary. While handling the shed skin, Lu Xiaoyu was reminded of the mysterious martial art technique Uncle Nan had entrusted to him. Despite numerous attempts, he had been unable to unlock it. He once again held the jade slip, examining it closely. It bore an ancient azure hue, appearing quite old with traces of dirt along its edges, perhaps unearthed from some hidden place. Had he not trusted Uncle Nan, Lu Xiaoyu might have doubted the origins of the jade slip, suspecting it to be taken from an ancient tomb. He attempted to use his soul power to unlock it once more, but despite previous efforts, he found it futile. the jade slip remained sealed. As even Uncle Nen had claimed, its intricacies were beyond his comprehension. As he absent-mindedly played with the jade slip, Lu Xiaoyu was unaware that the blood from the little dragon's shed skin had inadvertently marked the slip. As the blood touched the jade, a faint glow began to emanate from it. What is happening? Lu Xiaoyu observed the transformation of the jade slip, puzzled. He injected another wave of soul power into it. And suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from the ancient azure slip, penetrating Lu Xiaoyu's forehead and flooding his mind with a vast array of information. Chapter 57. The Four Divine Techniques. The entire room was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, within which several beast-like forms could be faintly discerned, roaring and charging with fervor. After a moment of wonder, the light gradually receded, restoring the room to its normal state. Lu Xiaoyu opened his eyes, astonished. The information relayed by the azure jade slip far exceeded his expectations. This is the Four Divine Techniques, Lu Xiaoyu murmured, realizing from the knowledge in his mind that this martial art was profoundly intricate. The azure jade slip he possessed was merely a fragment, representing only a quarter of the complete technique, known as the vermilion bird technique. The Four Divine Techniques comprised 4 parts: the azure dragon technique, the white tiger technique, the black tortoise technique, and the vermilion bird technique. Mastering all 4 would allow one to rival the legendary celestial grade martial arts. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu felt a thrill of excitement. Indeed, the items belonging to Uncle Nan were treasures. However, he soon found himself disheartened upon learning that the vermilion bird technique alone was only comparable to yellow grade martial arts. It was only by mastering all 4 techniques that one could aspire to the fabled celestial grade. The thought of locating the other 3 techniques seemed daunting, perhaps even impossible within his lifetime. Nevertheless, the vermilion bird technique was still a commendable achievement, surpassing the prowess of his current techniques, the fury fist and mountain-shattering palm. Cultivating the vermilion bird technique, Lu Xiaoyu contemplated, is extraordinary. If I can master it, I will have a greater chance in the upcoming contest and bolster my strength for future endeavors. Without further hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu commenced his training. Moments later, he formed hand seals, a soft glow enveloping him as his vital energies surged around him. Time passed slowly, and as the selection period for new disciples at Yunyang sect approached, Qingyun town grew increasingly vibrant. The streets were teeming with people, bustling with activity in taverns and merchant stalls, all thriving with business. Amidst this, another thriving enterprise emerged. Numerous betting spots appeared throughout the town. With the contest looming, various families registered their disciples for participation. In total, 52 contestants were entered from the various families in Qingyun town. As names surfaced, betting commenced, and 4 individuals had the lowest odds: Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaohua from the Lu family, along with Qin Tianhao from the Qin family and Yang Miao from the Yang family. Their odds of breaking into the top 5 were merely 10 to 1. Despite being the favorites, no bookmakers were willing to accept bets on them. The reason was simple: their backgrounds were thoroughly investigated. Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaohua were a tri-system and dual-system martial artist respectively, while Yang Miao was also a dual-system martial artist, and Qin Tianhao was a spiritual practitioner. Their talents were evident, and even if they chose not to compete, it was likely that Yunyang sect would recruit them. Despite their low odds, many placed bets, as they were the current favorites, particularly Qin Tianhao and Lu Xiaoyu, whose exceptional talents were rare. One was a spiritual practitioner, while the other was a tri-system martial artist, both possessing unparalleled potential. Their entry into Yunyang sect seemed assured. However, skepticism lingered among some, as true talent could only be validated through Yunyang sect's own evaluations. Some even speculated that various families might manipulate bets, spreading rumors of their prodigious talents. The sudden emergence of so many exceptional talents in Qingyun town raised doubts in many minds. As time passed, Lu Xiaoyu continued his arduous training of the vermilion bird technique. Compared to the fury fist, it was significantly more challenging to master. After numerous failures, he reflected on his experiences and persevered. 10 days elapsed within his room. Yet he had yet to successfully cultivate the vermilion bird technique, with only 3 days remaining before the contest at Yunyang sect. Truly difficult to cultivate, Lu Xiaoyu sighed, recognizing that haste would not yield success. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take a break and clear his mind. Although he had not perfected the vermilion bird technique, he had gained valuable insights and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, would achieve mastery. Exiting his room, Lu Xiaoyu first visited his mother to alleviate her concerns. He then instructed Liu Xiaobai to repair the walls of his room, as a collapse would spell disaster. After some deliberation, he resolved to visit Tianbao Gate to sell his elixirs and settle his debts. Despite his apprehensions about potential threats, he reasoned that it was improbable anyone would wait idly for him to leave the Liu family. Furthermore, after the failed assassination attempt, he believed Zhao Hui would likely exercise caution. Finding an excuse, Liu Shaoyou left the Liu family, aware that revealing his intentions to his mother would only cause her undue worry. As he traversed the bustling streets of Qingyun town, he was struck by the extraordinary liveliness of the scene. Inside Tianbao Gate, the throngs of people contributed to a vibrant atmosphere, bustling with commerce as patrons eagerly browsed and selected their purchases. Observing this, Liu Shaoyou reflected on his own elixir production, realizing it could never rival the profits of Tianbao Gate. The production class would never surpass the bourgeoisie, and given the demands of cultivating the yin-yang spirit martial technique, a strong financial backing was imperative. It appeared that he must pursue this path, for even if his individual strength grew formidable, his influence would remain limited. In any circumstance, being a lone hero was fraught with challenges. Young Master Liu, welcome. Please, proceed to the second floor, greeted the staff at Tianbao Gate, already well acquainted with him. They guided Liu Shaoyou to a small hall upstairs. Shortly after he took a seat, two graceful figures approached, their delicate fragrances wafting through the air. Without needing to look, Liu Shaoyou recognized them as Dugu Binglan and her maid, Xiyu. Shaoyou, with only 3 days left until the Yunyang sect contest, shouldn't you be preparing? Are you overly confident? Dugu Binglan remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips. Alas, I cannot feel at ease when in debt, Liu Shaoyou replied lightly, producing several prepared jade vials containing 100 enlightenment elixirs. Could you assist me in calculating how much I still owe? No rush. The martial affairs deacon will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment, Dugu Binglan assured him. Very well. I am not in any hurry, Liu Shaoyou replied. By the way, my young mistress will also be participating in the Yunyang sect contest here in Qingyun town. Young Master Liu, I hope you will provide her with ample support. Added the maid, Xiyu. Chapter 58. Betting Miss Donggu Binglan is also participating in the Yunyang sect competition? Liu Shaoyou gazed at Donggu Binglan, taken aback. He recalled that Uncle Nan had mentioned the formidable reputation behind the Tianbao sect, so what could Donggu Binglan possibly seek at the Yunyang sect? Indeed, I too wish to witness the event. It would be delightful to enter the Yunyang sect alongside you. Are you not welcoming? Donggu Binglan smiled sweetly, her dimples showing, as she fixed her gaze upon Liu Shaoyou. Miss, young Master Liu, I have arrived. At that moment, the steward Wu entered the small hall. Steward Wu, please calculate for me. How much debt do I still owe? Liu Shaoyou handed over 100 insight pills to Steward Wu and inquired. Steward Wu accepted the pills and replied, after deducting the cost of purchasing medicinal materials. Young Master Liu originally needed to pay 8,600 gold coins for the Qingwei sword. However, as a distinguished guest of our Tianbao sect, you receive a 20% discount, bringing the total to 6,880 gold coins. Additionally, you have presented 166 insight pills, 1 qi enhancing pill, and 1 essence increasing pill. After costs, the Tianbao sect owes you 300 gold coins. So, I am finally free of debt. A faint smile graced Liu Shaoyou's lips, and he felt a lightness envelop him. No wonder others often said being debt-free feels liberating. It truly is. Here is your 300 gold coins, young Master Liu. Steward Wu produced a jade crystal card and handed it to Liu Shaoyou, then hesitantly asked, May I discuss a matter with you? Liu Shaoyou accepted the card and replied, Please, Steward Wu. I wonder if you still possess any essence-increasing pills from your last batch. I have heard that the Tianbao sect has them for sale, and many families in town are placing orders. While I can refuse most, there are 3 regular customers I cannot turn away. I need just 3 essence-increasing pills. I am currently selling them for 450 gold coins each, and naturally, the price would be the same for you. Liu Shaoyou hesitated slightly. He had concocted 10 essence-increasing pills, consumed 1, and had 9 set aside for himself. However, refusing the Tianbao sect's request felt inappropriate. That is no problem, Liu Shaoyou finally said, producing 3 essence-increasing pills. The Tianbao sect had treated him well, and he felt he had nothing to lose, especially not realizing how sought after his pills had become. Thank you, young Master Liu. Steward Wu accepted the pills and handed Liu Shaoyou 1,350 gold coins in return, a significant sum indeed. Liu Shaoyou recognized the substantial profit in these pills, The material cost for an essence-increasing pill was less than 80 gold coins. Yet they commanded a price of 450. The staggering profit was somewhat alarming. I shall consider selling pills in the future, Lu Shaoyou mused internally. Shaoyou, we shall meet again in 3 days. Please take good care of me then, Donggu Binglan remarked. I believe Miss Binglan's strength is more than sufficient to secure a place in the Yuyang sect, Lu Shaoyou replied with a gentle smile. He had never fully grasped the depth of her abilities, but he was certain she was no weakling. He sensed that her entry into the top 5 would be assured. After leaving the Tianbao sect, Lu Shaoyou felt unburdened, having cleared all his debts. As he made his way back to the Lu family, he remained vigilant of his surroundings to avoid any ambushes. Come and place your bets. The results will be revealed in 3 days. The stakes are high, so don't miss out. Lu Shaoyou from the Lu family, odds 15-1. Qin Tianhao from the Qin family, odds 15-1. Wang Guang from the Wang family, odds 8-1. Hurry and place your bets. A voice calling out captured Lu Shaoyou's attention. He noticed a group of people huddled in a shop, their heads bent over something. Curiosity piqued, he stepped inside. Young master, would you like to place a bet? Feel free to browse. We have detailed introductions of the participants from various families. The more you bet, the more you stand to win. A burly man of second-tier martial artist cultivation approached Lu Shaoyou. Lu Shaoyou surveyed the shop, noting numerous documents hanging on the walls. Prominently displayed were details about the competitors. Qin Tianhao, age 18, 4th-tier spirit practitioner, odds 15-1. Lu Shaoyou, age 16, 3rd-tier warrior, a tri-elemental martial artist with wind, fire, and earth attributes, odds 15-1. Yang Miao, age 17, 3rd-tier warrior, dual-elemental martial artist with fire and water attributes, odds 10-1. Lu Xiaohua, age. The wall featured information on all the competitors, and Lu Shaoyou wondered how they had procured such data. It struck him that each faction had its own methods of gathering intelligence, revealing that his competitors were numerous. Donggu Binglan, age 18, strength undetermined, attributes unknown. Odds 10-1. Upon reaching the last entry, Lu Shaoyou noted the scant details regarding Donggu Binglan, indicating that others had also failed to uncover her capabilities. 10-1, Lu Shaoyou smiled faintly. While others might be unaware of Binglan's true prowess, he recognized it as an opportunity. There was no doubt she would secure a place in the top 5. I shall wager 1,500 gold coins on Donggu Binglan entering the top 5. Lu Shaoyou declared at the counter, producing his jade crystal card. 1,500 gold coins? Many nearby stared at Lu Shaoyou in astonishment. Among bettors, there were often high-stakes gamblers, and it was not uncommon for some to lose everything in previous years. A wager of this magnitude certainly placed Lu Shaoyou among the elite gamblers, as few could afford such a sum. Certainly, here is your receipt, young master. A portly middle-aged man said, providing Lu Shaoyou with a receipt while extracting a jade box. He marked Lu Xiaoyou's card and withdrew 1,500 gold coins. At odds of 10-1, that will amount to 15,000 gold coins in 3 days, Lu Shaoyou mused, leaving the betting shop with a smile, feeling no apprehension. Given the Tianbao sect's strength, if Donggu Binglan lacked the ability to enter the top 5, she would not even attempt it. Upon returning to the Lu family, he encountered no dangers and entered through the front door. Greetings, young Master Shaoyou. 2 servants at the entrance immediately bowed nervously upon recognizing him, trembling slightly. Humph. Lu Shaoyou scoffed lightly. These 2 were the same servants who had barred him from entering through the front door upon his return to the Lu family. While he felt it unworthy to hold a grudge against them, a flicker of irritation remained within him. Not wishing to trouble the servants further, Lu Shaoyou proceeded to the courtyard, where his mother had prepared dinner, filling him with warmth. After the meal, he chatted with her for a while before returning to his room. Lu Xiaobai's efficiency was commendable. The cracked walls had already been restored. Back in his room, Lu Shaoyou took out another essence-increasing pill to consume. Having previously reached the 4th-tier warrior level after refining one, he was now fully depleted and ready to refine again. The higher his strength, the greater his chances of entering the top 5. Chapter 59. The strength of Lu Wushuang as the elixir entered his mouth. It immediately transformed into a surge of energy that dispersed throughout his body. Lu Shaoyou skillfully invoked the yin-yang spirit martial arts, commencing the refinement of this energy into true qi. Moments later, a radiant aura enveloped him, casting him in a resplendent glow. The following morning, as the luminescence around Lu Shaoyou dissipated, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes with a light sigh. Indeed, A single enhancement pill cannot elevate one to the 5th rank warrior. The energy required only grows with each ascent. Stepping out of his room and finishing his breakfast, he encountered Lu Wushuang and Lu Mei in the courtyard. Shaoyou, the competition is merely 2 days away. How is your preparation? Lu Wushuang inquired. Not much preparation. I'll see how it goes when the time comes. I prefer to go with the flow, Lu Shaoyou replied lightly. You seem quite relaxed. How about I accompany you for some practice today? Lu Wushuang suggested with a smile. That would be splendid. I shall trouble you, Sister Wushuang, Lu Shaoyou responded. With someone to practice with, he would not refuse, as his Fury Flame Fist required diligent honing to avoid potential setbacks against his opponents. In the Lu family's martial arts arena, Lu Shaoyou, Lu Wushuang, Lu Mei, and Lu Xiaobai gathered to train. Be cautious, Shaoyou. Sister Wushuang is exceedingly powerful, Lu Mei remarked with a smile, having remained close to Lu Shaoyou since their first meeting. Use your full strength, do not hold back. This is the only way to truly showcase your abilities, Lu Wushuang advised. Sister Wushuang, I shall not be polite then, Lu Shaoyou replied lightly. Acknowledging that Lu Wushuang had attained the master level, he did not feel the need to restrain himself. With a surge of true qi, Lu Shaoyou's figure shot upwards, his palms slicing through the air with a force that created a deafening sound as the surrounding atmosphere parted. Lu Wushuang's expression shifted slightly as her supple body twisted gracefully. She tilted her jade neck, astonishingly evading Lu Shaoyou's strike, feeling the rush of air pass just before her nose. In that instant, she formed a hand seal. Her elegant steps shifting, and a surge of azure true qi enveloped her hands, sending forth a sharp energy toward Lu Shaoyou. Impressive, Lu Shaoyou thought, hesitating not a moment before retreating swiftly, his true qi erupting forth as he sensed Lu Wushuang's strength. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. Speed is vital, but one must also anticipate the opponent's preparations. Calculating where they might dodge, Lu Wushuang's voice reached Lu Xiaoyou's ears, and in a flash, her graceful figure appeared before him, seemingly predicting his escape route. With a deft movement, Lu Wushuang positioned herself in front of Lu Xiaoyou, leaping gracefully. Her foot aimed fiercely at him. The swiftness of her reaction astonished Lu Xiaoyou. It was evident that her combat experience far surpassed his. He sank slightly, rotating his hand. A flicker of crimson flame igniting upon his fist. Fury Flame Fist. Lu Xiaoyou unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Lu Wushuang's foot, the two forces colliding with a resounding impact. Bang! The ferocious energies burst forth from their contact, rippling through the air as flames erupted. Lu Xiaoyou staggered backward several steps, a sharp pain radiating from his fist. Though Lu Wushuang had not exerted her full strength, it was clear he could not withstand her might. To have reached this level of Fury Flame Fist in just over 10 days is commendable, Lu Wushuang noted, seemingly familiar with the technique. Lu Xiaoyou's progress exceeded her expectations. Regaining his balance after the staggering retreat, Lu Xiaoyou immediately surged forward, an abundance of true qi boiling within him. He conjured the Azure Spirit Armor, a faint yellow hue enveloping his body. Lu Wushuang had previously witnessed this armor in Lu Xiaoyou's battle against Zhou Haiming. Although surprised, she was not taken aback. Having donned the Azure Spirit Armor, Lu Xiaoyou lunged forward once more, his right foot striking the ground as he rapidly advanced, executing the Mountain Splitter Palm. The ground beneath him cracked, sending forth a howling gale. Earth-based martial techniques inherently favored strength. Come on, Lu Wushuang exclaimed, her hand seal shifting as her delicate wrist extended, simultaneously forming a palm print adorned with numerous sharp spikes. Bang! Lu Wushuang evidently chose to withstand Lu Xiaoyou's attack. Their palm prints collided, unleashing a wave of force that swept through the surroundings, the air swirling as if caught in a tempest. Lu Xiaoyou staggered backward once more, a searing pain radiating from his palm, akin to being pricked by needles. It was astonishing that Lu Wushuang possessed such techniques. Does it hurt? Lu Wushuang smiled slightly. I am a wood-type warrior. Such abilities are not unexpected. Take care when encountering wood-type warriors in the future. Again, Lu Xiaoyou declared, realizing there was much for him to learn. His true qi surged, propelling him once more toward Lu Wushuang. Come, give it your all, Lu Wushuang replied, her figure vanishing like lightning, her speed evidently surpassing Lu Xiaoyou's. In an instant, she reappeared before him, her slender fingers flicking lightly, summoning 5 threads of pale azure wind that surged forth toward Lu Xiaoyou. The azure energy sliced through the air, reminiscent of tearing space itself, producing a cacophony of wind sounds. Fury Flame Fist. Lu Shaoyu shouted, transforming his palm into a fist as flames enveloped his hand. The temperature soaring dramatically as a powerful scorching wind erupted, colliding with Lu Wushuang's 5 azure winds. Boom! With a resounding explosion. Lu Shaoyu's flaming fist scattered as he staggered back, each step leaving deep impressions on the stone floor. The back of his hand reddening from the force of the 5 strikes. Truly formidable, Lu Shaoyu mused inwardly, recognizing he was no match for her. Even in terms of speed. I just employed a speed technique, enhancing my attack power. You must be mindful of this in 2 days. Although it is unlikely they possess speed techniques, it is better to be prepared, Lu Wushuang explained to Lu Shaoyu after each of her strikes. Chapter 60. The Yang and Lu families each day offers only 2 updates, which is rather scarce. Brothers, bear with it a little longer. Once the story is published, there will be a tremendous surge. After it is published, Shaoyu will deliver 5 chapters daily, ensuring that no one is disappointed. Lu Shaoyu slightly nodded in acknowledgement, and then leaped into action once more. Let us continue. Lu Mei and Lu Xiaobai could only observe the sparring between Lu Shaoyu and Lu Wushuang from the sidelines. Even Lu Mei's prowess was insufficient. Although her talent was exceptional, she remained merely a martial apprentice. After 3 hours of intense practice, Lu Shaoyu was left gasping for breath, utterly exhausted yet enriched with invaluable knowledge. Conversely, Lu Wushuang was astounded. Typically, a martial apprentice could not sustain such endurance, yet Lu Shaoyu seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of vital energy, continuing until she herself felt fatigued. Enough, Shaoyu. It is time to rest. The competition is only 2 days away. You must not overexert yourself and should conserve your strength, Lu Wushuang advised. Understood, Lu Shaoyu replied softly, acknowledging his limits. After a brief respite, he returned to the courtyard, initiating a meditative practice to restore his internal energy. The following day, Lu Shaoyu proceeded to the training ground for another 3 hours of sparring with Lu Wushuang. He made significant advancements in both the angry flame fist and the mountain-shattering palm techniques, particularly mastering the former. Shaoyu, prepare well. Tomorrow is the day of the competition, Lu Wushuang remarked, fatigue evident in her tone. Yes, Lu Shaoyu responded lightly, recognizing the importance of the upcoming event. I have received word that an outer elder from the Yunyang sect, accompanied by several stewards, has arrived in Qingyun town. I intend to pay them my respects. It appears the Yunyang sect is placing great importance on the competition here. Perhaps you will have a genuine opportunity to become a direct disciple of the Yunyang sect. Make every effort to excel in the competition, as this will significantly enhance your chances, Lu Wushuang encouraged. What distinguishes a direct disciple from an ordinary disciple? Lu Shaoyu inquired. The differences are quite substantial, but it would take a while to explain. You will understand the advantages once you arrive at the Yunyang sect, Lu Wushuang replied. Lu Shaoyu refrained from pressing further. Given Lu Wushuang's insistence, it was clear that the benefits of being a direct disciple were considerable. The slots for ordinary disciples were fiercely contested, making the direct discipleship even more coveted. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Shaoyu meditated once more before spending time conversing with his mother, feeling relatively calm about the impending competition. As night fell, after dinner, Lu Shaoyu retreated to his room, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts in anticipation of the significant day ahead. Meanwhile, the Lu family had already made the necessary arrangements. That night, for many in Qingyun town, was destined to be one of tension. In a secluded courtyard, 3 figures occupied a chamber. One of them, if Lu Shaoyu were present, he would recognize as Yang Man from the Yang family, with whom he had previously clashed at Tianbao Gate. The other 2 figures included a middle-aged man clad in a long robe, whose deep-set eyes and imposing aura indicated he was no weakling. The third was a youthful girl, around 16 or 17, dressed in fitted attire that accentuated her graceful figure, her face rosy and plump like a freshly bloomed peach blossom, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Meower, you must be cautious tomorrow. After concealing your talents for so long, you must secure a position in the top 5. If you can become a direct disciple of the Yunyang sect, it would be even better, the middle-aged man advised, pride evident in his gaze directed towards the beautiful girl. This man was none other than Yang Xiangfeng, the head of the Yang family, one of the 5 prominent families in Qingyun town, a figure whose influence resonated throughout the region. Father, I understand. Securing a place in the top 5 will not pose a problem, the enchanting girl, Yang Miao, replied with a playful smile, exuding a blend of innocence, charm, and a hint of allure. Yang Miao was none other than the recent rising star of the Yang family. A dual-element martial artist who had reached the third level of martial prowess at the age of 17, an exceedingly rare talent. Be wary, sister. The Lu family has emerged with Lu Shaoyou and Lu Shaohua, while the Qin family has Qin Tianhao. They are formidable opponents, Yang Man cautioned. I know, sister. I will remain vigilant, Yang Miao responded with a light laugh. In another grand estate in Qingyun town, a brightly lit room housed several figures, including Wang Liang. Wanger, you must remain alert tomorrow. I did not expect other families to present their talents. After hiding for so long, you must outshine them all. A man in a yellow robe advised. Father, I will give my all tomorrow and will not bring shame to the Wang family, a young man resembling Wang Liang said, confidence shimmering in his eyes. Humph, the Lu and Qin families are currently basking in their glory. When my younger brother makes his move tomorrow, they will surely be left dumbfounded, Wang Liang chuckled softly. This night was poised to be one of anticipation for many in Qingyun town. As dawn broke, individuals began to make their way to the town square, where the competition among the prominent families was to unfold. Arriving too late could mean losing out on a good viewing spot. By the time the sun barely illuminated the sky, the square was already teeming with people. With estimates suggesting tens of thousands present, a diverse crowd of men, women, and children, many still en route. Lu Shaoyu exhaled deeply, expelling any lingering tension from his body. He focused his mind and opened his eyes, determination flickering within them. Today will determine whether I can enter the Yunyang sect, he murmured, feeling the robust energy coursing through him. As time progressed, sunlight streamed down from the azure sky, a warm yet gentle radiance enveloping the day. A soft breeze carried the fresh scent of spring, signaling the earth's revival after the harsh winter. The crowd surrounding the square was immense, yet surprisingly quiet, all eagerly awaiting the competitors' entrance, especially those who had heavily invested in the event, consumed by anticipation for the outcome. Amidst the spectators, a discerning eye could easily spot numerous martial artists intermingled, with even a few spiritual practitioners present. Chapter 61. Departure. The ordinary populace gazed upon the warriors and spiritualists with eyes brimming with awe and envy. To become one of these two types of individuals was to be destined for greatness. Even the weakest warrior enjoyed a far superior life compared to an ordinary person, for in this world, strength reigned supreme. Today, all the shops in Qingyun town opened earlier than usual. Early in the morning, the 5 prominent families of Qingyun town, the Qin, Lu, Yang, Wang, and Luo families, dispatched numerous members to the square to maintain order. Undoubtedly, this was the most bustling and vibrant day in Qingyun town, a rare event occurring only once every 3 years. Shaoyou, hurry and have breakfast. Mother has prepared your favorite dish, called out Lu Shaoyu's mother, Roland, as he stepped out of his room. Thank you, mother, Lu Shaoyu replied, a wave of happiness washing over him. This was undoubtedly the most cherished aspect of his journey in this new world. Be cautious during the competition today. I believe in you. Like your father, you will also become a formidable force, Roland encouraged. Lu Shaoyu chose not to elaborate on his thoughts, recognizing that his mother's heart still held a profound love for his father. As a descendant, he felt it inappropriate to comment further. Master, you must do your best today. If you don't place in the top 5, I'm finished, exclaimed Lu Xiaobai. What does my not placing in the top 5 have to do with you? Lu Shaoyu asked, perplexed. I've told many servants in the manner that your strength is indisputable. We gathered 300 gold coins to secure your spot in the top 5. If you fail, won't I be doomed? Lu Xiaobai explained. You fool, Lu Shaoyu shot him a glare. The notion of 200 servants pooling their entire wealth to bet on him was absurd. If 300 coins were wagered on the enchanting Dugu Binglan instead, the payout could reach 3,000 gold coins. Betting on himself was hardly a prudent endeavor. What does fool mean? Lu Xiaobai inquired, his eyes wide with confusion. Lu Shaoyu replied, it means you are exceptionally wise and astute. At once, Lu Xiaobai chuckled bashfully, scratching the back of his head. I can't compare to you, master. You are the true embodiment of wisdom. Lu Shaoyu promptly sputtered his breakfast, his face flushing a deep shade of crimson. Shaoyu, are you ready? It's time for us to depart. 2 graceful figures entered the room. The fragrant aromas of their presence confirmed that it was Lu Mei and Lu Wushuang. Both women had clearly put great effort into their appearances today. Lu Mei exuded an irresistible allure, her figure subtly accentuating her enticing curves, while Lu Wushuang radiated elegance. her exquisite beauty and noble demeanor rendering her somewhat aloof, an object of distant admiration. Nearly ready, Lu Shaoyu murmured, letting out a contented burp, having eaten his fill. Brother Shaoyu, you must give it your all, Lu Mei said sweetly, her intoxicating fragrance almost overwhelming. Go forth, my son. I await your good news, Roland urged Lu Shaoyu. After a brief exchange with his mother, Lu Shaoyu exited the courtyard, where other members of the Lu family appeared to be waiting at the main gate. Upon arriving at the Lu family entrance, Lu Shaoyu spotted dozens of people gathered, including Zhao Hui and Lu Xiaohu, as well as his uncle Lu Dong, fourth uncle Lu Shi, and second aunt Lu Nan, along with several elders from the Lu family. Humph, Lu Xiaohu snorted disdainfully upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu, while Zhou Haiming cast a dark glance at Lu Mei, revealing a hint of admiration in his gaze. Xiaoyu, relax. No need to be overly tense, Lu Dong reassured him. Secretly pleased that both Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaohu stood a good chance of placing in the top 5. Lu Xiaoyu nodded slightly. He felt no anxiety. After all, he had lived 2 lives, and maintaining composure was essential. Even if he did not secure a top 5 position, he could always devise another plan. Take this. Lu Dong handed him 2 jade tokens with white ribbons, inscribed with Lu Xiaoyu's name and age. Let us proceed, Lu Shi declared, and the Lu family members began to move forward. As they walked through the streets, many cast curious and reverent glances at them. Along the sides of the street, several graceful young women observed Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaohu, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes occasionally glancing up with shyness and admiration. Seeing this, Lu Mei stood tall, pressing closely against Lu Xiaoyu, causing disappointment among the nearby young women, whose beauty paled in comparison to hers. Numerous young men also gazed enviously at Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaohu. There are more people this time than ever before, Lu Dong remarked. Indeed, many talented individuals have come to Qingyun town, drawing crowds from surrounding towns, Lu Shi added. I wonder if any dark horses will emerge in this competition. If they do, it would be quite entertaining, an elder from the Lu family mused. Given the abundance of talents already present, it seems unlikely for another dark horse to appear. Though we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility, Lu Dong replied. A faint smile graced Lu Xiaoyu's lips. As far as he knew, Dugu Binglan was indeed one such dark horse, and he anticipated her performance would astonish many. Moments later, Lu Xiaoyu and the Lu family reached the entrance of the square. Approaching the nearly congested entrance, Lu Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation. Like his previous life, the world was filled with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Let us enter from the back, Lu Dong suggested. As one of the 5 prominent families of Qingyun town and a participating family, they had secured an entry at the rear. Greetings, esteemed guests, greeted the Lu family disciples as they reached the back entrance. The group passed through the rear entrance to the edge of the square, where it was considerably quieter. However, the sea of people outside the square was overwhelming, and even Lu Xiaoyu, who had initially felt calm, found it difficult to remain so. The crowd was immense, reminiscent of a star-studded concert in his former life, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. Lu Dong, why did you arrive so late? Just then, a figure emerged before the Lu family. A rugged middle-aged man dressed in a long robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. His strikingly white eyebrows drew attention, and behind him stood 4 others, 3 men and 1 woman, all of mature appearance, their formidable aura unmistakable. Chapter 62. The Gathering of Geniuses Seeking Recommendations and Collections. Thank you. Elder Bai Mei, you have arrived rather early, Lu Dong remarked with a slight smile. It is you who arrived late. This is Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaohu from the Lu family, the sons of Lu Zhong. Truly remarkable, the man known as Bai Mei observed Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaohu. Disciple pays respects to Elder Bai Mei. At this moment, Lu Wushuang stepped forward and bowed to Bai Mei. Wushuang, have you been diligent in your studies these past few months? This time upon your return, you have a substantial opportunity to become a direct disciple. Make sure to put in the effort. I have high expectations for you, Bai Mei remarked with a gentle smile. I would not dare to slack off, Lu Wushuang replied. Xiaohu, quickly greet Elder Bai Mei. He is the elder of Yunyang sect, and is responsible for escorting you to the sect this time, Lu Dong instructed. Greetings, Elder Bai Mei, Lu Xiaoyu said as he bowed, realizing that he was indeed an elder of Yunyang sect, which explained the extraordinary aura surrounding him. Lu Xiaohu also paid his respects, and the other members of the Lu family dared not act presumptuously, bowing in deference to the elder of Yunyang sect. You must be Lu Xiaoyu, a tri-element martial artist. Impressive. Your talent is merely a shade below that girl's. I have high hopes for you, Bai Mei remarked, observing Lu Shaoyu intently. The young man responded calmly, his demeanor both humble and confident. Noticing Lu Xiaoyu's composure, Elder Bai Mei inwardly nodded in approval. Hearing the elder praise Lu Xiaoyu, both Lu Xiaohu and Zhao Hui's expressions soured, yet they dared not voice their discontent. Elder Bai Mei, have the other families arrived? Lu Dong inquired. Some have come, but it is only your Lu family from the 5 great families that is present, Bai Mei replied. Lu Xiaoyu scanned the plaza, noting that outside the square, several members of the 5 great families were maintaining order. With so many people, including numerous martial artists, any unrest could spell trouble. Thus the 5 great families were not taking any chances. The individuals ensuring order possessed strength of at least first-tier martial artists, all genuine warriors. Lu Xiaoyu also observed several martial masters among the members of the Lu family and other families, representing the formidable influence of the 5 great families. Shaoyu, you may enter now. Remember to remain vigilant, Lu Dong advised the 2, directing them toward a narrow entrance where only participants in the contest were permitted entry. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and stepped through the entrance, officially entering the plaza. He surveyed the area. The plaza was circular, with thousands of seats on either side, most of which were already occupied by prominent figures from Qingyun town. The remaining seats were likely reserved for the members of the 5 great families, and behind him, on a stone platform, there were about 10 richly adorned guest chairs, presumably the judges' seats. Along the way, Lu Wushuang had informed Lu Xiaoyu that the judges would consist of elders from Yunyang's sect, stewards, and individuals from the 5 great families of Qingyun town. At that moment, 30 young men and women stood quietly in a designated corner of the plaza, seated on arranged stone chairs, awaiting the competition. The arrival of Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaohu drew only a few fleeting glances from the others. Lu Xiaoyu focused on the auras emanating from the gathered individuals. Over half of them possessed first-tier martial artist strength, while a few were merely at the 8th or 9th tier. Those with martial artist capabilities were mostly around 19 or 20 years of age, hailing from smaller families. At that moment, several young men and women entered through the entrance, presumably participants in the contest. Lu Xiaoyu disregarded Lu Xiaohu beside him and found a place to sit in the corner. Have you arrived? He noticed a familiar figure. Elegantly clad in a long dress, her figure graceful, it was Dugu Binglan from Tianbao Gate. Shaoyu, you truly arrived early, Dugu Binglan greeted with a playful smile, approaching him. An enchanting fragrance enveloping the air. Miss Dugu, what brings you here? Please, take a seat, Lu Xiaohu exclaimed in surprise, eager to flatter her. There is no need for such formality. I shall sit beside Shaoyu. It's a perfect opportunity for us to converse, Dugu Binglan replied with a serene smile, taking a seat next to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaohu glared at Lu Xiaoyu, puzzled as to how he knew Dugu Binglan, a cold demeanor washing over him. Miss Binglan, where is Zueyu? Lu Xiaoyu inquired softly, noting that the maid Ziyu was typically inseparable from Dugu Binglan, yet today she was conspicuously absent. She is ahead, over there. Dugu Binglan replied with a slight smile, gesturing toward a nearby seat. Following her gaze, Lu Xiaoyu spotted Ziyu alongside a martial steward. At that moment, a figure caught Lu Xiaoyu's attention. Outside the entrance, a young man in a blue robe was observing their corner intently. Lu Xiaoyu recognized him as a member of the Qin family. That is Qin Tianhao from the Qin family, a spiritual practitioner who rarely leaves the family grounds. Dugu Binglan remarked. Lu Xiaoyu scrutinized Qin Tianhao, noting his pale complexion and slender build, yet his deep-set gaze suggested he was not to be trifled with. Several individuals from the Qin family whispered in his ear, after which Qin Tianhao entered with another young man, who also appeared to possess considerable strength. Miss Dugu, I heard you are competing as well. I initially doubted it, but now it seems to be true. Qin Tianhao approached, bowing slightly. Young Master Qin, you are quite well informed. Dugu Binglan replied with a smile, her demeanor toward Qin Tianhao markedly warmer than her treatment of Lu Xiaohu. Miss Dugu, you flatter me, Qin Tianhao said with a faint smile, casting a courteous glance at Lu Xiaoyu before sitting down nearby with the other young man from the Qin family. Once more, 2 figures entered through the entrance, a girl and a boy. Lu Xiaoyu observed intently. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, with delicate features. Clad in a light red outfit that accentuated her youthful curves, her large eyes and dark hair radiating an air of confidence, a quintessential beauty. Chapter 63. The dark horse emerges. The young man, around 18 or 19 years of age, adorned in luxurious attire, bore a hint of arrogance in his gaze, though his martial prowess was rather mediocre. This is Shaoyou, the prodigious young Miao, a dual-element martial artist, also your rival, remarked Dugu Binglan lightly. Binglan, what brings you here? The enchanting young maiden approached Dugu Binglan with alacrity upon seeing her. I'm merely here to join the festivities. Allow me to introduce you to Master Lu Shaoyou of the Lu family, Dugu Binglan said, pulling Yang Miao into a cheerful introduction. So, you are the renowned tri-element martial artist of the Lu family? I would indeed like to witness the prowess of a tri-element martial artist, should the opportunity arise. Yang Miao replied, her gaze fixed on Lu Shaoyou, her large eyes betraying little change in emotion. If the chance presents itself, I shall not hold back. Lu Shaoyou responded lightly, noting the stark contrast in personality between Yang Miao and her sister, Yang Man, from that day. Moments later, two more figures appeared at the entrance. Both young men around 17 or 18 years of age, dressed in elegant garments, their faces displaying signs of nervousness. These are members of the Luo family. Distant relatives. One is Luo Jin and the other Luo Fei, Dugu Binglan introduced once more. Lu Shaoyou cast a brief glance at the two, contemplating the depth of Dugu Binglan's knowledge regarding the 5 prominent families. Such insight was indeed remarkable. Now, these are individuals from the Wang family, Wang Guang in the front and Wang Qing behind, Dugu Binglan continued. At that moment, behind the Luo family members, 2 more young men emerged, and Lu Shaoyou found himself unintentionally drawn to Wang Guang. With his sharp brows and striking eyes, Wang Guang, clad in black, emitted no discernible aura. Yet Lu Shaoyou sensed an air of confidence emanating from him, his gaze unabashedly surveying the crowd. Wang Guang appears to possess a certain depth. Lu Shaoyou mused, relying solely on his instincts. Meanwhile, at the elevated judges' table, a procession of figures approached, led by the white-browed elder of the Yuyang sect, accompanied by 4 other stewards, followed closely by Lu Dong of the Lu family and other prominent leaders from various clans. Lu Shaoyou recognized these individuals, aware that the heads of the families had arrived, though his own father, the so-called family head, was conspicuously absent. Let the proceedings commence, the white-browed elder announced, surveying the assembly with a discerning gaze. Yes, elder, replied a middle-aged steward from the Yunyang sect, who then descended from the judging platform clutching a crystal ball. The contest begins now. All participating youths, pay attention and come forth. The first round will assess not your strength, but your innate talent. Only those with superior talent will advance to the second round, the steward declared. The participants moved forward, trepidation evident among many. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers, with members of various families vocally supporting their contestants, creating a frenzy of excitement. Amidst this atmosphere, Lu Shaoyou felt a surge of enthusiasm. He was aware of the stringent standards set by the Yunyang sect. Only those with superior talent could even be considered for entry. And this first round was a talent assessment based on age and ability. As the contestants stood, one by one they advanced, each youth vibrant with potential. The presence of these competitors, coupled with their prestigious backgrounds, incited wild cheers from onlookers, many of whom were enamored admirers. Among the throng, Yang Miao drew the loudest acclaim, with young heirs from lesser families fervently shouting her name. Standing before the Yunyang sect steward, the middle-aged man continued, "We shall now commence the talent assessment. Those with superior talent may remain. Those deemed inferior must withdraw. First up, please step forward." The steward placed the crystal ball upon a stone pedestal. The first contestant, a young man in blue, approached nervously, placing his right hand upon the crystal. As he infused it with his energy, a warm, earthy glow emanated from the sphere. Chen Tao, Earth Element first-level martial artist, age 20, talent rated as average. "You may withdraw," announced the steward, and the young man, disheartened, retreated. The second contestant, dressed in green, approached the crystal ball, and a vibrant red light burst forth. Zhai Qingfeng, 16 years old, Fire Element 9th level martial artist, talent rated as superior. Bai Shaoqing, 18 years old, Water Element 2nd level martial artist, talent rated as superior. As each participant underwent evaluation, it became evident that most possessed commendable talent, though some with mediocre abilities were swiftly dismissed. Lu Shaoyou observed the rigorous standards of the Yunyang sect's assessment, noting it was far more demanding than that of the Lu family. Soon, Qin Tianhao from the Qin family stepped forward, placing his hand upon the crystal ball. Eyes closed as he channeled his spiritual energy. Instantly, the crystal ball erupted with radiant light, and a palpable aura rippled through the air. Qin Tianhao, age 18. Third-level spiritualist, qualifies for direct entry into the Yunyang sect, the steward proclaimed, a newfound respect evident in his gaze. According to the sect's regulations, any confirmed spiritualist could gain immediate admission and even become a direct disciple. Oh my, he is directly entering the Yunyang sect and becoming a direct disciple. The crowd erupted in frenzied applause, particularly among the female spectators, some declaring their affections audibly. Lu Shaoyou couldn't help but note the extroverted nature of these women. Congratulations to the Luo family. The heads of other clans congratulated the Luo family, acknowledging the significance of having a direct disciple within the Yunyang sect, which would undoubtedly bolster their family's prominence. Yang Miao, 17 years old, dual-element water and fire third-level martial artist, talent rated as exceptional. The audience erupted once more into a frenzy, the mention of exceptional talent rare in past years. Wang Guang, 17 years old, earth element 9th level martial artist, talent rated as exceptional. Chapter 64. The turn of events as the voice of the elder from Yunyang sect resonated. All eyes turned in astonishment towards Wang Guang of the Wang family, who had previously gone unnoticed. At just 17 years of age, he was already a 9th level martial artist, merely a step away from becoming a martial master. Such talent, though not as dazzling as that of a spirit user or a 3rd level martial artist, was nonetheless formidable. 17, a 9th level martial artist. This aptitude is indeed remarkable. Among those present, it seemed Wang Guang held the highest prowess. The crowd erupted into a clamorous buzz of surprise. A 17-year-old 9th level martial artist was truly a rare sight. With such strength, securing a place in the top 5 should pose no challenge. Patriarch Wang, your family has concealed its strength well, remarked a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, his expression one of astonishment. Patriarch Wang, you have indeed surprised us, added Yang Xiangfeng, the head of the Yang family. Patriarch Yang, your daughter Yang Miao has also kept her dual elemental abilities hidden until now. It seems I have no choice but to humbly accept your praise, the man in yellow retorted, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. For his son had long concealed his brilliance for this very moment. Wang Guang had emerged as a dark horse in this competition. Few would stand a chance against a 9th level martial artist. Lu Shaoyou mused that, superficially, Wang Guang appeared to possess the strongest capabilities among the attendees. Lu Shaohu, aged 16, was a tri-elemental martial artist, earth and wood, of the 3rd level, boasting exceptional talent. Upon verification, his results aligned perfectly with the tests conducted by the Lu family. The revelation of a tri-elemental martial artist with top-tier talent caused quite a stir, prompting cheers from many Lu family members gathered around. Zhao Hui, Lu Nan, and Zhou Lixing, seated in the audience, could not suppress their smiles. Lu Dong, your family is indeed impressive this time, remarked several individuals from the judging panel. Finally, it was Lu Xiaoyou's turn. He approached slowly, placing his right hand on the crystal orb. This time, he was well prepared, rather than calling upon all 5 elemental attributes. He only summoned the already revealed wind, fire, and earth attributes. As his vital energies surged into the orb, it illuminated with 3 distinct glows. It is wise to conceal some of one's strength, Lu Shaoyou thought to himself. Now at the 4th level, he had previously been tested as merely a 3rd level martial artist. He could easily mask his true capabilities. The difference between the 3rd and 4th levels was substantial. Controlling his vital energy, Lu Shaoyou maintained it at the level of a 3rd level martial artist. As Uncle Nen had mentioned that those practicing the Yin-Yang spirit martial art would remain undetectable to others regarding their cultivation. Lu Shaoyou, aged 16, a tri-elemental martial artist, earth, fire, and wind, 3rd level, with top-tier talent, the middle-aged elder from Yunyang sect declared, visibly moved. He had only known one tri-elemental martial artist in his lifetime, a prodigy within Yunyang sect. Once again, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The excitement rivaled that surrounding the Qin family's spirit user, for tri-elemental martial artists were exceedingly rare. Lu Dong, your family has truly outdone itself this time. Both of Lu Zhong's sons are exceptionally gifted, the heads of the various families commented, astonished by the implications of a tri-elemental martial artist. Seeing the commotion stirred by Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Xiaohu's expression darkened, a chill emanating from his gaze. Lastly, there remained only Dugu Binglan. Now, we have only Dugu Binglan left to verify, the elder announced. Lu Shaoyu felt curious, unable to discern Dugu Binglan's true level. With elegant steps, Dugu Binglan approached the crystal orb, her delicate wrist emerging from her sleeve as she gently placed her hand upon it. Instantly, a dazzling blue light radiated from the orb. Dugu Binglan, 18 years old, a 9th-level water element martial artist, with exceptional talent, declared the Yunyang sect elder. 9th-level martial artist. Lu Shaoyu felt a twinge of surprise. He had sensed Dugu Binglan's extraordinary nature. With her 9th-level prowess, she stood on par with Wang Guang, and few present could rival her strength. Another 9th-level martial artist. The competition for the top 5 seems quite intense, murmured the crowd. The talent displayed was impressive, and among the 5 spots available within Yunyang sect, Qin Tianhao had already secured one, leaving only 4 to contest. Yet, the number of highly gifted individuals present far exceeded 4, making the competition inevitable. Elder Baimei, why did the Tiandao sect not participate in previous years? What brings Dugu Binglan to compete this time? Yang Xiangfeng inquired from the judging panel. I am unsure. Miss Dugu's participation was a directive from within the sect. There are many promising talents in Qingyan Town, and my visit here is certainly worthwhile, Elder Baimei replied, a smile brightening his face. Especially with the presence of a spirit user, a tri-elemental martial artist, and 2 dual-element martial artists. These individuals were indeed extraordinary. Lu Shaoyu surveyed the participants. After the first round, only 38 remained from the original 52, with 14 eliminated. The remaining 38 possessed at least above-average talent, but their strengths varied widely. High talent did not guarantee formidable power. Let the second round commence. You see the stone platform behind me. You may ascend and engage freely, but remember, do not resort to lethal force or you will be disqualified. We will narrow it down to 8 for the third round. Now, step forward. The elder from Yunyang sect announced. The audience had already noticed the elevated stone platform, standing over 2 meters tall and spanning approximately 200 square meters. With the elder's words, several figures leapt into action, dashing towards the stone platform. It seemed everyone was aware that occupying a central position would significantly increase their chances of survival. I'm going up, Yang Miao exclaimed, gracefully launching herself into the air. Clad in a light red outfit that accentuated her youthful form, she landed in the center of the stone platform, enveloped in a crimson aura. Wang Guang's gaze shifted to Yang Miao, his expression darkening as he gathered his vital energy and leapt onto the platform with a snowflake-like elegance, landing silently, which drew gasps from the onlookers. Shaoyou, let us go up too, Dugu Binglan said with a gentle smile, her vital energy swirling as she ascended gracefully, her long hair flowing and her dress fluttering, earning her a round of applause. With no clear path to the platform, Lu Shaoyu planned to leap up, gathering his vital energy as he propelled himself off the ground. At that moment, Lu Shaoyu, his eyes glinting with cold intent, shot up like lightning, intentionally colliding with Lu Shaoyu. Chapter 65. Perfect control in midair. As Lu Shaoyu brushed past Lu Shaoyu, he suddenly sensed an invisible force sweeping towards him. In that fleeting moment, Lu Shaoyu had already struck out with a palm aimed at Lu Xiaoyu's chest. Caught off guard and suspended in the air, Lu Shaoyu had no choice but to evade by twisting his body. However, his reaction was too slow. A gust of wind struck his shoulder. Fortunately, Lu Shaoyu had only secretly aimed to embarrass him and did not exert too much force, merely wishing to see Lu Shaoyu humiliated. This gust merely knocked Lu Shaoyu down towards the ground. Damn it, Lu Shaoyu cursed as he plummeted under the gaze of countless spectators. The stone platform was only 2 meters high, and to the onlookers, it appeared as though Lu Shaoyu had made a blunder and was about to fall headlong, landing on his back. At that critical moment, just as his head was about to hit the ground, a palm imprint was forcefully struck against the stone slab, unleashing a visible surge of pale yellow energy that instantly spread a crack across the surface. Concurrently, a rebound force surged forth, utilizing the momentum of the energy. Lu Xiaoyu's rapidly descending body came to an abrupt halt. He then executed a second palm strike, creating another fissure in the stone before propelling himself upward, performing a sudden 360-degree rotation in midair to regain his stance. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu extended his arms, his energy vibrating with precision. Using the balance of his arms, he descended like an eagle, his fierce gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyu. Yet, this was merely a fleeting instant. With impeccable control over his body, Lu Xiaoyu landed gracefully in the center of the platform, while the astonished crowd remained in awe. Unexpectedly, he had also gathered a pale yellow palm imprint in midair. "Make way," he declared, directing the imprint toward a youth of a minor clan who possessed the strength of a first-tier warrior. This boy, surprised by Lu Shaoyou's agility, sensed the impending danger and hastily countered with his own palm imprint. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided. The youth staggered backward, losing his footing and tumbling to the ground, while Lu Shaoyou effortlessly reclaimed the advantageous position, brushing off the dust from his hands and standing with nonchalance. His mastery of energy control is remarkable. This young man is not to be underestimated, Elder Bai Mei remarked, visibly impressed by the scene. On the judging platform, Lu Dong smiled subtly, fully aware of Lu Shaoyou's performance. The other 30 contestants were equally astonished. Impressive. Simply marvelous. How handsome. Amidst the onlookers, many martial artists recognized Lu Shaoyou's talent and erupted in cheers, with some young women screaming in excitement. Lu Shaoyu had not anticipated that his plan to embarrass Lu Shaoyu would backfire spectacularly, leaving his expression darkened with frustration. Yet, all of this transpired in an instant. As numerous figures began to move across the stone platform, engage, dozens of participants launched into action. The steward of Yunyang's sect had previously stated that combat was permitted on the platform, and without hesitation, only 8 individuals remained, believing that initiating confrontation would yield greater chances of victory. Martial disciples, know your limits. Withdraw. Yang Miao's voice rang out as she darted across the platform, her jade hand ablaze with a fiery palm imprint aimed at a youth of 9th-tier martial disciple strength. The boy, realizing he was outmatched, attempted to counter, but was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground just shy of the platform's edge. The disparity between martial disciples and warriors was immense. Despite the boy's decent talent, potential did not equate to strength. As chaos erupted on the platform, participants clashed, energy rippling through the air. In the midst of this melee, an intriguing phenomenon emerged. Figures such as Duga Binglan, Wang Guang, Lu Shaoyu, and Yang Miao were notably left undisturbed. During the talent verification, everyone recognized their levels of strength, and none dared provoke them. However, Yang Miao, undeterred by others' reluctance, sought to engage, swiftly dispatching a second opponent, a first-tier warrior from the Luo family, down from the platform with a single kick. The resounding crashes of energy collisions filled the air, and amidst the turmoil, several participants found themselves unexpectedly hurled off the platform, each lamenting their misfortune. Lu Shaoyu, having repelled a first-tier warrior upon entering, made it clear to all that he was a triad martial artist of 3rd-tier strength. Consequently, no one dared to provoke him, allowing Lu Shaoyu to remain leisurely, preserving his strength for the 3rd round. With another crash, yet another contender fell from the platform, eliciting mixed reactions from the crowd, some rejoicing, others cursing. Bets had been placed on various participants, and the loss of anyone meant defeat. In this chaotic battle, no one could remain isolated. Ultimately, Lu Shaoyu, Duga Binglan, Wang Guang, and others found themselves embroiled in the fray. As they joined the fray, the lower-tier combatants continuously fell from the platform. Lu Shaoyu weaved through the crowd, evading confrontation while observing Wang Guang and Duga Binglan, who similarly refrained from engaging, with no one daring to challenge them. Moments later, only 10 individuals remained on the platform: Lu Shaoyu, Lu Shaohu, Duga Binglan, Wang Guang, Yang Miao, along with 2 members of the Luo family, Luo Fei and Luo Jin, and Wang Qing from the Wang family. The last 2 were used for minor clans, both of warrior rank, one at 1st tier and the other at 2nd tier. 2 more, step down, Wang Guang remarked coolly, casting a glance at Yang Miao, Lu Shaoyu, and Lu Shaohu before positioning himself before the 2nd-tier warrior. Your strength is inadequate. Withdraw, Wang Guang declared with a cold gaze as he formed a hand seal, unleashing a palm imprint. The youth, startled, recognized his inferiority and had no intention of resisting, retreating immediately. However, he did not anticipate Wang Guang's speed. A sharp gust announced the arrival of the palm imprint, and he was sent spiraling downward. Chapter 66. The power of Dugu Binglan. Your strength is insufficient. Step down, commanded Yang Miaojiao, her gaze fixed upon the young warrior of the 1st tier. I shall withdraw myself, the youth acknowledged, having observed Yang Miaojiao's prowess and realizing he was outmatched. With no chance of survival amidst the formidable opponents remaining, he wisely leaped from the stone platform. At least you possess some sense, Yang Miaojiao remarked with a faint smile after clapping her hands. This 2nd round proved to be remarkably straightforward. Lu Xiaoyu felt astonished, for he had hardly lifted a finger, and Dugu Binglan had merely evaded amidst the chaos, not truly engaging. Yet, only 8 remained upon the platform, a result of the considerable disparity in strength among the contestants. Now, the remaining 8, please descend, instructed the steward of Yunyang sect to the last 8 competitors. With grace, they leaped from the stone platform, their figures descending almost in unison, adding a touch of elegance to the scene. You shall now enter the 3rd round, where only 4 will remain, and 4 will be eliminated. The 4 who succeed in joining Yunyang's sect will depend solely on your strength and luck. The middle-aged steward of Yunyang's sect announced, his gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals. Before me lies a box containing 8 jade tokens inscribed with your names. I shall draw 2 at a time. Those chosen will compete on the stone platform. The victor will gain entry into Yunyang's sect. If you encounter an opponent you dread facing, do not lament, for it is merely a matter of chance. I will select randomly. This time, the young talents from Qingyun Town are indeed impressive. Yet if they had encountered each other under normal circumstances, some of the defeated might have had the opportunity to join Yunyang's sect, remarked the elder with white eyebrows seated at the referee's table. Indeed, this time, the caliber of gifted individuals is unparalleled, nodded the heads of various clans, acknowledging the exceptional youth present. In the 1st round, Dugu Binglan faces Luo Fei. At this moment, the steward of Yunyang sect retrieved 2 jade tokens from the small box, revealing that Dugu Binglan and Luo Fei would be the next to compete. Instantly, the expression of the Luo family at the referee's table shifted. Luo Fei was merely a 2nd-tier warrior, while Dugu Binglan had already reached the 9th tier. The disparity was indeed significant. Proceed to the platform. Falling off signifies defeat, the steward commanded. With a resigned expression, Luo Fei ascended the stone platform. Fully aware that as a member of the Luo family, he could not display weakness before the crowd despite knowing he was outmatched. Dugu Binglan's demeanor remained unchanged as she gracefully ascended the platform, her figure creating an elegant arc that stirred the hearts of many young men. Let us begin, she said softly, her aura vibrating as she enveloped herself in a shimmering barrier of energy. Miss Dugu, forgive me, Luo Fei murmured, gripping a blue longsword. The energy coursing through the blade creating a fierce edge that commanded respect. Come forth, Dugu Binglan responded lightly, her energy rising as the atmosphere around the platform thickened. The thousands of spectators fell into a hushed silence, all eyes riveted upon the 2 contenders, eager to discern who among them would secure a place within Yunyang's sect. Lu Xiaoyu observed Dugu Binglan and Luo Fei atop the platform, sensing the inevitable outcome, yet his gaze wandered to the distance. Where the maid Tiu seemed to be watching him closely, nodding slightly in reassurance regarding her mistress. Taking a deep breath, Luo Fei unleashed his sword, creating a trail of sparks as he charged toward Dugu Binglan. Dugu Binglan remained unfazed. As Luo Fei drew within 5 meters, she sprang into action, her foot barely grazing the ground as she evaded like a leaf caught in a tempest, slipping past Luo Fei's advance. In that fleeting moment, Dugu Binglan formed a hand seal, her azure energy radiating as she elegantly extended her arm, conjuring 5 slender water blades that sliced through the air and surged toward Luo Fei. Luo Fei's expression darkened as he hastily countered with 5 sword strikes aimed at the incoming water blades, the clash producing a cacophony of sound as the air around them vibrated. Though the water blades were shattered by his strikes, Luo Fei was sent staggering back, struggling to regain his balance. Seizing the moment, Dugu Binglan swiftly conjured a half-meter diameter water sphere, brimming with formidable energy, and hurled it toward Luo Fei with unyielding force, the pressure causing ripples in the air. Luo Fei's expression grew grave once more. He raised his sword, channeling energy into it as he leaped, aiming to pierce through the impending attack. With a flurry of brilliant light, dozens of radiant arcs emerged from his sword, clashing violently with the water sphere in a breathtaking collision, the force of their meeting resonating throughout the arena. The water sphere overpowered the blade, bending Luo Fei's sword at an alarming angle, prompting him to retreat in sheer panic. Witnessing this exchange, many in the crowd felt a chill of apprehension for Luo Fei. The disparity in strength was painfully evident. In that instant, Dugu Binglan appeared before him once more, her wrist flicking gracefully as she unleashed a blue palm strike. The torrent of water energy surged forth, crashing onto Luo Fei's shoulder with devastating force, shattering his protective aura and sending him plummeting to the ground like a marionette severed from its strings. With a resounding thud, Luo Fei fell from the platform without question of defeat. Dugu Binglan prevails, declared the steward of Yunyang sect. According to the rules, falling from the stone platform constituted a loss. In this first match, Dugu Binglan successfully secured her place within Yunyang sect. Chapter 67. Lu Xiaohu's victory. Dugu Binglan gracefully descended from the stone platform and approached Lu Xiaoyu, offering a slight smile, as if everything had unfolded precisely as she had anticipated, devoid of any surprise. A sum of 15,000 gold coins. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu felt a subtle smile emerge. Dugu Binglan's triumph meant that his investment of 1,500 gold coins had multiplied tenfold in just 3 days. Had he known, he would have gathered more funds to bid even further. In the second match, Lu Xiaohu faced Yang Qing. The middle-aged steward of the Yunyang sect retrieved 2 jade slips from a small box, announcing the participants. Lu Xiaoyu observed Yang Qing, a young man of 18 from the Yang family, following behind Yang Miao, clad in splendid attire, his eyes betraying a hint of arrogance. His cultivation, merely at the second level of a warrior, was decent but did not stand out among the crowd, comparable to the recently defeated Luo Fei. Lu Xiaohu smiled inwardly, feeling fortunate to face Yang Qing. Had he encountered Wang Guang, it would have been disastrous. With a swift leap, Lu Xiaohu ascended the stone platform, his cultivation at the third level of a warrior providing him a distinct advantage. Yang Qing's expression darkened, sensing the unfavorable odds, yet he gracefully climbed onto the platform. Yang Qing, you should step down, Lu Xiaohu declared coldly. As Yang Qing ascended, Lu Xiaohu's voice, imbued with true energy, resonated, causing Yang Qing's body to tremble. A wave of earthy true energy enveloped him, forming a protective barrier before him as he bellowed, "Earthly barbarian fist." With his command, Lu Xiaohu shaped a fist imprint that cleaved through the air, a powerful force rushing towards Yang Qing. Yang Qing, taken aback by the opponent's prowess, felt a surge of alarm as his complexion shifted. He swiftly countered, unleashing a fierce, invisible force from his palm. The two energies collided violently, creating a vortex of energy that swirled around them, akin to a miniature tornado. Yang Qing staggered back, realizing the disparity in their levels of strength. Yang Qing, you are no match for me. Step down, Lu Xiaohu asserted with a cold tone, launching himself forward and delivering another fist imprint. Lu Xiaohu, there's no need for arrogance, Yang Qing retorted, dodging Lu Xiaohu's punch with a nimble sidestep. Arrogance, indeed, but your strength simply falls short, Lu Xiaohu replied coldly. As Yang Qing retreated, Lu Xiaohu propelled himself forward once more, his hands shifting to conjure numerous vines that erupted from a green glow, surging towards Yang Qing with a sharp, whistling sound. Realizing the imminent danger, Yang Qing's expression grew grave. The dual-element warrior possessed a significant edge over ordinary fighters, making it challenging to defend against. A dual-element warrior indeed, exhibiting strength beyond that of a typical opponent, remarked Yang Xiangfeng from the judge's table, anticipating Yang Qing's predicament. Yet your Yang family also boasts a dual-element warrior, don't they? Lu Dong interjected with a smile. That pales in comparison to the Lu family, which has a tri-element warrior, Yang Xiangfeng replied lightly. Meanwhile, atop the stone platform, ensnared by the multitude of vines, Yang Qing pivoted, retreating swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, he had gripped a large blade in his right hand, its edge glimmering ominously as he swung it towards a vine. With a swift slash, the vine was severed, yet several more remained perilously close. Cut them down, Yang Qing shouted, unleashing a surge of true energy as flames enveloped his blade. The air around him pulsated with an invisible force, and he appeared visibly pale. This attack seeming to be his trump card, potent yet demanding considerable energy. As the blade cleaved through the air, the surrounding vines were consumed by the flames, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Now, you should descend, Lu Xiaohu declared, his figure materializing before Yang Qing. He unleashed a palm imprint, the space around them vibrating with energy as it surged toward the astonished Yang Qing, the air crackling with the sound of its passage. Yang Qing's pupils contracted in terror, realizing escape was impossible. His true energy surged as he infused it into his blade, yet it was a moment too late. Lu Xiaohu's palm imprint pierced through Yang Qing's protective barrier, striking his right shoulder. With a resounding explosion, Yang Qing was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed his disheveled landing. Lu Xiaohu wins, announced the steward of the Yunyang sect, confirming Yang Qing's defeat. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Hui and several members of the Lu family exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Dong, filled with delight, recognized their success in entering the Yunyang sect. Yet a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Among the remaining four, should Lu Shaoyu face Wang Guang, it could spell trouble. Meanwhile, Yang Xiangfeng, the head of the Yang family, wore a grim expression. Witnessing his kin's loss to the Lu family was hardly a cause for celebration. Humph. Lu Shaohu leapt down from the stone platform, casting a cold glance at Lu Shaoyu. Brat, relish your moment of pride. When the opportunity arises, I shall have my reckoning with you. Lu Shaoyu silently mused that although they shared the same father, the past versions of themselves were hardly relevant to his current self. As Lu Shaohu departed the platform, the remaining four turned their attention to the middle-aged steward of the Yunyang sect. Tension filled the air as Lu Shaoyu, Yang Miao, and Luo Jin hoped fervently to avoid Wang Guang, fully aware of the perilous strength he possessed. Chapter 68. The spark ignites the prairie blade in the third match. The middle-aged steward of the Yunyang sect extracted 2 jade tokens from a small box. He cast a glance at the 4 individuals below and remarked, Luo Jin, your luck is indeed unfortunate. Lu Xiaoyou's expression darkened. He felt disheartened by the disparity in strength. With Wang Guang at the 9th level of martial prowess and himself at the 4th, the gap was formidable. 1 level represented a significant hurdle, let alone 5. It appeared he would not have the opportunity to engage in a proper contest with this tri-element warrior. Yang Miao turned to Lu Shaoyu and gracefully leaped onto the stone platform. Luo Jin, with a resigned expression, followed suit, at least on the surface. He felt more confident facing Yang Miao than he did against the likes of Wang Guang or Lu Shaoyu. Below the platform, only Lu Shaoyu and Wang Guang remained. Lu Dong, Lu Wushuang, and Lu Shi exchanged concerned glances. Although they recognized Lu Xiaoyou's extraordinary abilities, the 6-level difference in their martial ranks was daunting. To them, Lu Xiaoyu still appeared to be merely a 4th-level warrior, concealing a hidden strength. Only Zhao Hui and Lu Shaohu revealed smiles at this turn of events, while Zhou Lixing and Lu Nan, along with Zhou Haiming, wore faint, cold smirks, eagerly anticipating Lu Xiaoyou's defeat. Luo Jin, you are merely a 2nd-level warrior. You cannot hope to be my opponent. Surrender, Yang Miao declared, her voice firm yet playful. Whether I am your match or not will be determined in battle. My Luo family does not yield, Luo Jin replied with calm resolve. His words elicited a slight smile from the patriarch of the Luo family seated at the judges' table, garnering him favorable regard from the onlookers. Very well, I shall allow you to make the first move, Yang Miao said, pouting her rosy lips. Then I shall not hold back, Luo Jin replied. As his words fell, he recognized his inferior strength and wasted no time. He leaped into action, unleashing a surge of crimson true energy. In that moment, as he soared through the air, he formed a hand seal, summoning a curved blade approximately half a meter long into his grasp. The blade gleamed with a dark red light, featuring a groove that twisted along its tip, exuding an aura of coldness that indicated its extraordinary nature. The blade sliced through the air, hurtling towards Yang Miao with deadly intent. Come at me, Yang Miao giggled, her laughter light and airy. She formed her own hand seal, conjuring a long red sword from its sheath, which she drew with remarkable swiftness. The sword spun in a dazzling display, creating numerous sword shadows that danced like agile serpents, skillfully intercepting Luo Jin's curved blade. The clash of blade and sword in the air was a mesmerizing spectacle, moving too swiftly for the eye to follow. As they separated, Luo Jin's face paled slightly. With a mere flick of his blade, faint sparks erupted, and he struck again at Yang Miao. With a sudden burst of energy, Yang Miao transformed into a blurred shadow, darting toward Luo Jin with astonishing speed. At the same time, she infused her sword with true energy, igniting it in flames as she aimed a fierce strike at Luo Jin. Luo Jin, unfazed, understood the limitations of his strength. He could not withstand Yang Miao's assault directly. In an instant, he sprang backward, utilizing his true energy to propel himself as he swung his curved blade in a powerful arc, generating a faint glow of fire and a sharp whistling sound that pierced the air. Yang Miao deftly sidestepped, forming another hand seal. Her sword changed direction seamlessly, unleashing a torrent of fiery sword shadows that enveloped the space, crashing down upon Luo Jin. In a flash of light and fire, both combatants were forced back, though it was clear that Luo Jin was at a disadvantage, stumbling as he retreated. Once more, Yang Miao pressed her advantage, driving her sword's tip into the stone platform. Stabilizing herself. With a swift push, she leaped into the air, executing a graceful flip, her feet aimed at Luo Jin's head. The sword in her hand traced several arcs, raising the temperature of the surrounding air dramatically. Patriarch Yang, your daughter is truly remarkable. Her talent is extraordinary, and her mastery of combat techniques is sublime. This level of responsiveness in battle is just as crucial as innate talent, Elder Bai from Yunyang's sect praised as he observed the duel. He noted that true strength is forged through countless battles, not merely through cultivation. Indeed, I look forward to Elder Bai's guidance for my daughter. Yang Xiangfeng remarked with a satisfied smile, proud of his daughter's performance. As it should be. With her talent and current display, she will surely make her mark within Yunyang's sect, and the opportunity to become a direct disciple is highly likely, Elder Bai replied. The prospect of a dual-element warrior becoming a direct disciple was nearly assured. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoyou watched the fierce contest unfold, his mind preoccupied with strategies to confront Wang Guang. Knowing the disparity in strength was vast, it seemed he would have to seize an opportunity to strike when Wang Guang was unprepared, much like he had with Zhou Haiming. The battle on the stone platform intensified, and Luo Jin found himself pushed to the edge. Starfire Prairie Blade, he shouted, unleashing a torrent of fiery true energy that enveloped him in a blazing aura. The curved blade whirled before him like a fan, coalescing into a fiery sphere that distorted the air around it. With a powerful thrust, the fireball surged toward Yang Miao. But Luo Jin's face had turned pale from the exertion. This technique consumed a significant amount of true energy, and he was reluctant to reveal his trump card unless absolutely necessary. Fire Shadow Sword, Yang Miao cried, undeterred by the approaching fireball. She summoned her own true energy, wrapping the stone platform in a searing aura as her sword sliced through the air, unleashing dozens of sword beams that converged upon the fiery sphere. Chapter 69. Formidable strength. At that moment, Yang Miao's expression darkened, and a surge of blue true energy expanded from her left hand, culminating in a massive blue orb of light that spun and swelled as if it were brewing something extraordinary. The surrounding space was enveloped in an oppressive aura. The clash of sword shadows and fireballs erupted in a dazzling display, akin to a grand fireworks show on the stone platform. The air crackled with compression and explosive sounds, forcing two figures to stagger back. Get down. As Yang Miao retreated, the blue orb reached several meters in size before she flung it toward Luo Jin. With a resounding crash, the blue orb exploded midair, transforming into a colossal water column that struck Luo Jin, who was already staggering backward, with tremendous force. The impact sent him flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he fell towards the edge of the platform. With a thud, Luo Jin hit the ground hard, unable to withstand the disparity in strength, especially as Yang Miao was a dual-element warrior. After a mere 10 exchanges, he succumbed to defeat. The third match goes to Yang Miao, announced the middle-aged steward of Yunyang's sect. As Yang Miao emerged victorious, a chorus of cheers erupted from the onlookers, revealing that she had garnered many admirers. If you can defeat Wang Guang and enter Yunyang's sect, we might have a chance to compete, Yang Miao said, leaping off the stone platform to join Lu Shaoyou. Wang Guang, Lu Shaoyou, it's your turn for the fourth match, the steward instructed, casting a complex glance at Lu Shaoyou, contemplating the unfortunate luck he had in facing Wang Guang, whose strength was vastly superior. Kid, show me what a tri-element warrior is capable of, Wang Guang said with a slight smile as he jumped onto the stone platform, clearly dismissing Lu Shaoyou, a mere third-level warrior. Lu Shaoyou, feeling the weight of the challenge, steadied himself and leaped onto the platform, realizing he had to adapt quickly. Watching from the sidelines, Zhao Hui, Lu Shaohu, and Zhao Haiming exchanged knowing smirks. The consensus was that Lu Shaoyou stood little chance against Wang Guang. Any knowledgeable observer recognized the vast gulf between a third-level and a ninth-level warrior. In the audience, the maid Ciyu's gaze flickered with a glimmer of intrigue as she fixated on the stone platform. Come on, make your move. I want to see what a tri-element warrior can do, Wang Guang taunted. Very well, I suppose it's your turn first, Lu Shaoyou replied, maintaining a calm demeanor while internally strategizing to conserve his strength. Arrogant little brat, Wang Guang sneered, swiftly forming a true energy barrier with his hands before launching himself at Lu Shaoyou with explosive speed. Lu Shaoyou instinctively retreated, aware that any sign of hesitation could be disastrous. Wang Guang closed the distance rapidly, his body radiating a faint yellow aura as he prepared to unleash a powerful assault. Lu Shaoyu braced himself, knowing he could not withstand a direct confrontation. He needed to wait until Wang Guang had exhausted himself before seizing an opportunity. You think you can escape? Your speed is lacking, Wang Guang taunted, propelling himself forward with renewed vigor. Lu Shaoyu felt the ground tremble beneath him as Wang Guang surged closer. His heart raced. He had no choice but to confront the oncoming threat. With a determined expression, Lu Shaoyu summoned his true energy and unleashed a fierce counterattack, shouting, "Furious Flame Fist!" As his fists ignited with intense heat and energy, the fiery force collided with Wang Guang's advancing fists, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The shockwave reverberated through the air, and Lu Shaoyu felt an overwhelming force cascading down his arms, causing him to stagger backward, grappling with the surge of energy within him. After several unsteady steps, he managed to anchor himself, suppressing the internal turmoil caused by the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Impressive, you managed to withstand 80% of my power. But that is still far from sufficient, Wang Guang remarked, revealing that he had only exerted a fraction of his true strength. Just 80%, and yet so formidable. Lu Shaoyu mused inwardly, realizing the significant challenge ahead. Prepare yourself, Wang Guang declared, his foot striking the ground with renewed intensity, propelling him forward at an even swifter pace, creating a whirlwind of energy in his wake. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Shaoyu pivoted slightly, narrowly avoiding Wang Guang's powerful punch that cut through the air. Your speed is insufficient, Wang Guang's voice echoed ominously as he launched a devastating blow toward Lu Xiaoyu's abdomen. In a moment of sheer desperation, Lu Xiaoyu channeled his energy, conjuring a protective barrier of earth-yellow light around him. The ethereal armor of Qin Ling enveloped him, its intricate scales shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Wang Guang's eyes widened in surprise. Yet he did not relent, continuing his relentless assault as Lu Xiaoyu, now clad in armor, braced himself for the impending collision. Chapter 70. Is there still power to compete? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu uttered a sharp exclamation, deploying the star-level martial technique, the mountain-splitting palm. The force surged dramatically as his fist collided with Wang Guang's. With a resounding bang, the air was visibly disrupted, and a tangible wave of energy radiated outward. Lu Xiaoyu staggered back several steps, his complexion paling as the internal energy within him surged uncontrollably. Wang Guang, equally astonished, took a slight step back. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiaoyu would withstand the blow. It was unexpected that the Lu family possessed a defensive martial technique, which appeared to be extraordinary. Observing from the judging platform, Elder Bai Mei of the Yunyang sect wore a look of great surprise. Defensive martial techniques were rare and immensely valuable. With his discerning eye, he recognized that Lu Xiaoyu indeed wielded a defensive technique of considerable caliber. Lu Dong smiled subtly. Yet he was aware that the Lu family did not possess such a defensive technique. The one Lu Xiaoyu displayed was not of the Lu family's making. The elder had mentioned that Lu Xiaoyu had a powerful mentor, and it seemed that this defensive technique stemmed from that individual. In the audience, the maid Yu and the martial affairs steward from the Tianbao sect exchanged glances of astonishment, sensing that Lu Xiaoyu's defensive technique was remarkable and not of ordinary quality. You have some skill, Wang Guang remarked, astonished that his opponent possessed a defensive technique. His internal energy surged again as he leapt toward Lu Xiaoyu. Propelled by a fierce force, Lu Xiaoyu dared not underestimate him. His internal energy trembled as he unleashed the fiery fist, meeting the oncoming assault head-on. The overwhelming power of Wang Guang's attack cascaded toward him. Indeed, he was a 9th-level warrior. Lu Xiaoyu shook his numbed fist, feeling the impact push him back once more. After donning the azure spirit armor, he distinctly sensed that only a fraction of Wang Guang's formidable force reached him, as the armor absorbed a significant portion of the impact. I wonder how many more of these you can withstand. Your strength is lacking. Relying on other means will yield little effect, Wang Guang sneered, his internal energy vibrating as he formed a peculiar hand seal, causing his hair to stand on end. Instantly, the stone platform was engulfed in a tempest of ferocious energy. Lu Xiaoyu noticed that Wang Guang's aura was expanding, enveloped in a hue of earthy yellow. Child, it's time to go down, Wang Guang bellowed, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy. The stone platform cracked beneath him, forming spiderweb-like fissures as a massive palm print, 10 meters high and imbued with oppressive force, soared toward Lu Xiaoyu. Feeling the ferocity of the attack, Lu Shaoyou's expression shifted. He realized that Wang Guang was now exerting his full strength, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. Gritting his teeth, he altered his hand seal. His aura rapidly escalating as he broke through from a third-level warrior to a fourth-level warrior. Until now, he had concealed his true strength as a third-level warrior. In his palm, energy erupted violently, and a radiant palm print was thrust forward, accompanied by the sound of air being violently displaced. A fourth-level warrior. This boy has hidden a level of strength. As Lu Shaoyou revealed his fourth-level warrior status, the spectators at the judging platform took note, marveling at his ability to conceal his power right under their noses. However, amidst their astonishment, they lamented the stark difference in levels. Even as a fourth-level warrior, he still could not contend with Wang Guang, a ninth-level warrior. Many had already resigned themselves to the conclusion that Lu Shaoyou was destined to lose, given the vast disparity in strength. As the two palm prints collided in the arena, the surrounding air shattered visibly. A thunderous sound erupted on the stone platform, which widened the cracks further as debris was sent flying. At that moment, Lu Shaoyou was forcefully thrown back, landing heavily and staggering away. His face turned pale as a low groan escaped his throat, blood spurting forth. He retreated until he reached the edge of the stone platform, where he finally managed to come to a halt. Even the light yellow armor on him began to dim. To have withstood a full-force strike from a ninth-level warrior is indeed impressive. Your defensive capabilities are commendable. It seems your physical training is exceptional. And this defensive technique is no ordinary feat, Elder Bai Mei of the Yunyang sect remarked, astonished. For a fourth-level warrior to endure such an attack from a ninth-level warrior left everyone in disbelief. Among the spectators, many felt a chill for Lu Shaoyou, relieved that he had managed to withstand the blow. The disparity in strength is too great, Lu Wushuang murmured, her expression tinged with a sigh. The gap of 5 levels in power was an insurmountable chasm. To withstand that last strike was already a miracle. You have astonished me, boy. But now, do you still possess the strength to compete? Wang Guang asked, gazing at Lu Shaoyou, who had retreated to the edge of the platform. After swallowing a mouthful of blood and suppressing the turbulent energy within him, Lu Shaoyou glanced back. He was now barely 2 meters from the edge of the platform. If he endured another blow, defeat was inevitable. Whether I have the strength to compete, we shall see when I try, Lu Shaoyou replied lightly, embodying an unwavering spirit of resilience. How could he concede? Very well, let me see if you possess that strength, Wang Guang sneered, forming another hand seal as his internal energy surged violently. His entire being was shrouded in a brilliant yellow glow, and the stone platform swirled with fierce winds, creating a piercing sound as the surrounding space trembled under the weight of his ferocity. Stone-splitting technique. As the air around them became stifled under this pressure, Wang Guang thrust his arms outward. His pupils glowed a fierce yellow as 2 massive palm prints thunderously struck the stone platform before him. With a cacophony of explosions, the platform shattered, unleashing a torrent of debris that surged toward Lu Shaoyou, who found himself with no place to escape. Chapter 71. The power of the vermilion bird technique, such formidable strength. This level of power is already approaching that of a martial master. The judges were equally astonished by Wang Guang's prowess. Among the younger generation, such capability is exceedingly rare. Many sensed the fate that awaited Lu Shaoyou. With such formidable strength, he would not stand a chance, even if he were uninjured. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, the patriarch of the Wang family, a middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, smiled inwardly. His son had concealed his abilities for so long for this very moment, and he had not disappointed him. Lu Dong sighed softly, recognizing Lu Shaoyou's exceptional talent, yet lamenting the vast disparity in their strengths. Had he been nurtured from a young age within their clan, Wang Guang would not have been a match for him. Alas, it seemed merely a matter of misfortune that among the 7 contestants, Lu Shaoyou encountered Wang Guang. On the stone platform, Lu Shaoyou's expression turned grim. He realized he could not contend against his opponent's overwhelming power. I must give it my all. Failure is not an option, he gritted through clenched teeth. He swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals, enveloped in a dazzling light. As these enigmatic gestures unfolded, radiant beams of energy erupted before him, causing his aura to undergo a peculiar transformation. As the brilliant light began to coalesce, a rumbling sound resonated, and in that moment, Lu Shaoyou spat out a mouthful of blood. His attempt at fusion had once again failed. Why can't I succeed? What is missing? A heavy sense of despair settled over him. The opponent's attack was imminent. leaving no time for contemplation. He formed new hand seals, and once more, the ethereal light began to gather around him. This radiant light now shimmered with a spectrum of colors, revealing a terrifying energy that twisted the very fabric of space around it, emanating an aura that instilled dread. The sheer force of this energy was overwhelming, creating a repulsive force that hindered Lu Shaoyou from successfully gathering his own inner energy, which felt like a torrent being consumed by this terrifying power. Why can't I do it? I must be missing something. His face grew pale as he felt his inner energy being drained away, yet he still could not consolidate his attack. Suddenly, he sensed a pull within his mind, as if his spiritual energy was being drawn towards the vibrant light. Could it be that I need spiritual energy? Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from his mind, directing it towards the radiant light before him. As the spiritual energy poured in, the colorful brilliance reacted violently, and the oppressive aura surged upwards from the stone platform. The previously elusive light began to merge seamlessly, transforming into a magnificent crimson energy bird towering 3 meters in height. This crimson avian figure radiated a fiery hue, adorned with a crown of multicolored feathers atop its head and trailing vibrant plumes from its tail. Its wings unfurled, surrounded by flames that rippled through the space, reminiscent of a phoenix. In mere moments, the chaotic power unleashed by Wang Guang surged towards Lu Shaoyou. Come forth, vermilion bird technique. He bellowed, exhausting his inner energy and executing one final hand seal. The crimson energy bird surged forward with ferocity, expanding to a staggering 40 meters. Flames roaring as it released an overwhelming presence. Feeling the terrifying energy, Wang Guang, previously brimming with confidence, felt a chill run down his spine. The elder with white brows from Yunyang sect was equally taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. "Stop, young man," he cried, leaping towards the stone platform with tremendous force. Above the stone platform, the fiery energy bird flapped its wings vigorously, incinerating everything in its path. As it barreled towards Wang Guang, the phoenix-like figure dissipated, coalescing instead into an enormous and searing fireball. The fireball erupted, sending shockwaves across the platform. Flames engulfed the entire area, extending at least 300 meters, as the oppressive aura surged skyward. Just then, a figure dashed through the flames from the judge's platform, raising a protective barrier around the stone stage. The flames roared, creating ripples in the air as the stone surface disintegrated into oblivion. The fiery explosion scattered debris, threatening the audience nearby. Chapter 72. Treasures of the Lu family. The ferocious and terrifying aura dissipated momentarily, and everything began to restore itself. At this juncture, the entire stone platform lay in utter disarray, its uneven surface starkly visible to all. The once majestic platform, measuring 200 meters in width and 2 meters in height, had completely collapsed, reduced to a heap of rubble. Amidst the chaos, Elder Bai Mei appeared, encircled by a protective barrier, shielding the pale and horrified Wang Guang, whose lips were stained with blood. After a brief moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Shaoyou slowly rose from the debris. His complexion ashen and his demeanor weakened, looking utterly disheveled. All eyes were fixed upon this scene, a mixture of shock and disbelief overtaking everyone present. The leaders of the prominent families seated at the judging panel, along with the 3 stewards of the Yunyang sect, stood in unison, for the recent turn of events had entirely surpassed their expectations. The martial skills displayed by Lu Shaoyou were overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond what a mere warrior could achieve. In the audience, spectators were left speechless, their minds ablaze with the spectacle before them. "Well done, my boy. You've won this match," Elder Bai Mei remarked, his gaze filled with astonishment as he retracted his protective barrier. Having been enveloped in the chaotic force moments prior, he was acutely aware of its destructive potential. Had he not shielded Wang Guang, the latter would surely be a lifeless corpse now. "Bravo, my lord. You have triumphed," Lu Xiaobai exclaimed from the stands, his voice ringing out in celebration. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Wang family wore a dark expression, his son's victory all but assured until the unexpected twist led to defeat. Lu Dong, too, appeared incredulous, grappling with the reality that Lu Shaoyou's mysterious martial technique had decisively vanquished a 9th-level warrior. The judges recognized the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for Elder Bai Mei's intervention, Wang Guang's fate would have been dire. A yellow-grade martial technique, perhaps even a high-level yellow grade or an initial-level Xian grade technique, whispered a maid named Shaoyou among the audience. Lu Xiaoyu turned his gaze toward Elder by Mei and inquired softly, "Did I truly win?" "Indeed, you have triumphed. You have genuinely surprised me," Elder by Mei replied with a light tone. Finally victorious, a faint smile graced Lu Xiaoyu's lips. But soon darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed weakly to the ground, having completely expended his vital energy after executing the vermilion bird technique. Shaoyou, Lu Dong, and Lu Wushuang rushed to the stone platform. "He is fine. He is merely exhausted and will recover with rest," Elder Bai Mei reassured them after examining Lu Shaoyou. A day later, in the courtyard of the Lu family, as Lu Shaoyou lay in bed, Roland was filled with concern. "Wushuang, is Shaoyou all right? Why hasn't he awakened?" she asked anxiously. "Third aunt, do not worry. Shaoyou is merely fatigued from overexertion. He will be fine," Lu Wushuang replied. Her gaze fixed on Lu Shaoyou, the same boy who had left an indelible impression on countless young maidens in the square just the day before. "Is he truly all right? Why hasn't he woken yet?" Lu Xiaobai echoed her concerns. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open to see his mother, Lu Wushuang, and Lu Xiaobai before him. "Xiaoyu, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Roland immediately inquired. Lu Xiaoyu, feeling weak, managed to sit up slightly. "Mother, I'm fine. You need not worry," he assured her. Gently channeling his vital energy, he assessed his condition. Aside from some moderate injuries, he deemed himself largely unharmed and believed he would recover in a day or two. "Shaoyu, it's good to see you awake. Here are 3 returning essence pills. Take them and rest," Lu Wushuang said, presenting him with the pills. "Thank you," Lu Xiaoyu responded, accepting the pills. He knew he needed to recuperate, otherwise, the repercussions of his injuries could be severe. "Rest well. Now that you're fine, I can finally relax," Roland stated, her worries easing as she witnessed her son's recovery. With that, the 3 exited the room, and Lu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, consuming a returning essence pill and beginning his recovery process. As Lu Xiaoyu recuperated, the results of the various family competitions in Qingyun town became the focal point of conversation, particularly the final match between Lu Xiaoyu and Wang Guang, which was discussed with great fervor. The astonishing outcome of a 4th-level warrior defeating a 9th-level warrior left everyone astounded, while the mysterious martial skill Lu Xiaoyu had employed left an indelible impression on all witnesses. Who would have thought that little wretch possessed such capabilities? Zhao Hui mused darkly within her courtyard, reflecting on the outcome she had dreaded. Now that he has entered the top 5, he will soon join the Yunyang sect, making him even more difficult to deal with, Zhao Er remarked. I too will enter the Yunyang sect, and with my cousin there. It will be far easier to deal with him, Lu Xiaohua retorted coldly. Xiaohua, that little wretch must not be allowed to live. If he dies, the Lu family will be yours, along with that treasure of the Lu family, which must not fall into anyone else's hands. You must find a way to eliminate him within the Yunyang sect, Zhao Hui commanded coolly. Mother, what treasure does the Lu family possess? I've never heard of it before, Lu Xiaohua inquired. Even I do not know, but it is undoubtedly extraordinary. Your grandfather was explicit that this treasure must not fall into the hands of others, Zhao Hui replied. As a day and night passed, on the following morning, a brilliant light enveloped Lu Xiaoyu, the radiance gradually fading as his complexion regained a hint of vitality. With a deep exhalation, Lu Xiaoyu opened his eyes, their depths revealing a newfound clarity. Thanks to a day and night of recuperation combined with a returning essence pill, he had regained 70% of his strength. The complete exhaustion from the battle, compounded by pre-existing injuries, had made his rapid recovery seem almost miraculous. The vermilion bird technique is indeed formidable, Lu Xiaoyu reflected, recalling the immense destructive power he had unleashed during the final moments of the battle. I must exercise caution in its application moving forward, he resolved inwardly. The technique wielded tremendous power, yet it demanded an equally formidable amount of vital energy to execute. Should he fail to incapacitate his opponent in one strike, his own safety would be at stake. Chapter 73. Eternal red copper. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Xiaoyu was immensely pleased at this moment. The power of the Zhuke technique had far exceeded his expectations. Such might was undoubtedly formidable. Alas, each time he invoked it, he found himself utterly drained. Moreover, the Zhuke technique required spiritual energy to activate, which puzzled Lu Xiaoyu. Typically, martial skills bore no connection to spiritual practitioners, yet this particular technique necessitated spiritual energy. If an ordinary martial artist were to obtain the Zhuke technique, it would be of no use to them, as they would be incapable of mastering it. At present, Lu Xiaoyu could not fathom this phenomenon. From the jade slip containing the Zhuke technique, he learned that the 4 divine techniques were not typical martial skills and could not be assessed by common logic. The 4 divine techniques comprised 4 distinct methods, and he had only acquired the first, the Zhuke technique. The whereabouts of the other 3 remained unknown, leaving him uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to obtain them in the future. If he were to acquire the other 3, he would surely prosper. Uniting the 4 divine techniques would allow him to rival the heavenly extreme martial arts, undoubtedly amplifying their terrifying power. First, he needed to retrieve the winnings. Gazing out at the bright sunshine, Lu Xiaoyu did not forget the 1,500 gold coins he had wagered. With Dugu Binglan emerging victorious, he had won a total of 15,000 gold coins, no small sum indeed. After tidying himself, Lu Xiaoyu informed his mother and set off with Lu Xiaobai to the shop where he had placed his bet. Moments after entering the shop, Lu Xiao emerged with a smile. His jade crystal card now reflected a balance of 16,500 gold coins, a sum that would render him a small fortune in Qingyan town. Young master, why didn't you tell me? Had I known, I would have bet on Miss Dugu alongside you, lamented Lu Xiaobai on the street, his face a picture of despondency. They had pooled 300 gold coins, but after deducting their initial stake, they had only 120 gold coins. Had they known to bet on Miss Dugu, they would have secured 3,000 gold coins, a significant amount indeed. Who told you not to ask me first? You deserve it, Lu Xiaoyu replied lightly. You truly have foresight. Young master, knowing that Miss Dugu would win, Lu Xiaobai remarked. You're the one who lacks foresight, Lu Xiaoyu shot back, giving Lu Xiaobai an exasperated glare. I'm not the one lacking foresight, young master, Lu Xiaobai insisted earnestly. Lu Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation, soon inquiring, how is your training progressing? I've consumed 2 enlightenment pills, and I'm currently at the 3rd level of martial disciple. Naturally, I cannot compare to you, young master, Lu Xiaobai replied with solemnity, assuring that he had not been negligent in his training. Lu Xiaoyu paused. When he had consumed 2 enlightenment pills, he had broken through to the 4th level of martial disciple. It seemed that his mastery of the Yin-Yang spirit martial technique played a significant role in this. Make sure to train diligently and avoid any laziness, Lu Xiaoyu advised. Yes, young master, Lu Xiaobai affirmed, noting that he practiced every night and would not dare to be remiss. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Xiaoyu observed the front gate and said, You may return now. I need to speak with Uncle Nan. I'll be back shortly. Do not tell anyone. Yes, young master, Lu Xiaobai replied before entering through the gate. As a junior steward of the Lu family, his status was markedly different now, granting him entry to the residence. Lu Xiaoyu made his way to the back gate, eager to inform Uncle Nan about his training in the Zhuke technique and his imminent journey to Yunyang sect. He was also curious about the treasure Uncle Nan had mentioned. Arriving at the back gate, Lu Xiaoyu found no sign of Uncle Nan and surmised he might be in his small courtyard. Thus, he proceeded toward Uncle Nan's quarters. Uncle Nan had been with the Lu family for a long time, residing in a small courtyard conveniently located near the back gate, which Lu Xiaoyu vaguely remembered visiting in his childhood. Entering the courtyard, he noted its somewhat dilapidated yet tidy condition, adorned with numerous potted plants. He walked directly to the inner room, scanning his surroundings, but found no trace of Uncle Nan. Do you think your meager abilities can allow you to spy on me? How foolish, a voice resonated, and suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Lu Xiaoyu. Uncle Nan, how do you appear and vanish so mysteriously? Lu Xiaoyu turned and smiled. The newcomer was indeed Uncle Nan. The old servant, Uncle Nan, still bore his frail appearance. He swiftly formed hand seals, and an invisible aura enveloped the room, causing his aura to shift. The murky light in his eyes brightened. What brings you here? What martial skill did you employ yesterday? Uncle Nan, I wanted to discuss this matter with you, Lu Xiaoyu began, recounting in detail how he had inadvertently unlocked the Zhuke technique with the aid of the 4 divine techniques. The 4 divine techniques, Uncle Nan pondered, seemingly unaware of their origins. Indeed, the 4 divine techniques are extraordinary. You are fortunate to have unlocked it. If you can find the remaining 3, you will be truly remarkable. From now on, it will depend on your luck. The Zhuke technique alone, as I observed yesterday, is likely at the high tier of the yellow level and may even approach the Xian level. For you, it is still a burden. If you use it without defeating your opponent, it could cost you your life. Henceforth, it should only serve as a trump card. Use it sparingly, Uncle Nan advised. Uncle Nan, I am about to go to Yunyang sect. What exactly am I supposed to retrieve? Lu Shaoyu inquired. The Yunyang sect possesses considerable strength, and within it lies a piece of eternal red copper, the sect's prized treasure. If you can obtain it, you could forge a divine weapon. You must find a way to secure that eternal red copper, Uncle Nan instructed lightly. How could I possibly obtain the sect's prized treasure, Uncle Nan? Surely you jest. Lu Shaoyu replied, fully aware of the improbability. What a joke. If it were so easy to acquire, would it still be the sect's treasure? Figure it out yourself. The eternal red copper cannot be refined by the spiritual practitioners within Yunyang's sect. There are very few, myself included, who can refine it. Many years ago, an old oddity from the sect sought my assistance several times, but he was too miserly, so I declined, Uncle Nan stated mildly. Chapter 74. The Flickering Shadow Technique. 2 updates. Uncle Nan, this is truly challenging. As a novice disciple, it would be quite difficult for me to locate the whereabouts of the 10,000-year-old red copper, said Lu Shaoyu. This is your responsibility, not mine. Furthermore, within the Yunyang sect, there exists a martial technique known as the Flickering Shadow Technique, which is quite commendable and should be classified as a profound-level martial art. Since you lack a martial technique, you should cultivate that one. As for everything else, you shall manage it on your own, Uncle Nan replied lightly. Lu Shaoyu rolled his eyes in response. It seemed as though Uncle Nan regarded the Yunyang sect as his personal domain, treating it as if it were his own property. I will do my best, Uncle Nan. Lu Shaoyu said helplessly. Such a lack of ambition. What do you mean by doing your best? Whether you must steal or seize, you must obtain it. Once you arrive at the Yunyang sect, it is time for you to undergo some serious training. Now, off you go, Uncle Nan declared, signaling the end of their conversation. With no other option, Lu Shaoyu took his leave and returned to his own courtyard. Upon returning, he found little to occupy his time, so he entered his room to continue his meditation. His injuries had not yet fully healed, which was somewhat concerning. After consuming another Guizhen Dan, Lu Shaoyu gradually entered a state of meditation, his surroundings enveloped in a faint luminescence. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Lu family was one of elation. 2 members had successfully entered the Yunyang sect, and particularly notable was Lu Xiaoyu's impressive performance during the competition, which brought great honor to the Lu family. The elders of the Lu family were in high spirits these days. The various families in Qingyun town were well aware that those aspiring to grow stronger could only rely on the Yunyang sect. Otherwise, their ambitions would be unattainable. Given the power and status of the Yunyang sect, it would not meddle in the affairs of a mere Qingyun town. Thus, the more disciples a family had within the Yunyang sect, the greater their influence over the dynamics of the families in Qingyun town. Furthermore, if one could become a direct disciple of the Yunyang sect, their status would rise significantly, further affecting the power structure in Qingyun town. Therefore, all families hoped their members could attain the position of direct disciple within the Yunyang sect. Recently, the Qin family had produced a spirit user who became a direct disciple of the Yunyang sect, achieving remarkable success and inciting envy and concern among other families. Now, with the emergence of a tri-system martial artist within the Lu family, possessing top-tier talent, the members were calculating that it might not be too difficult to become a direct disciple of the Yunyang sect, which would yield immense benefits for the Lu family in the future. The Roland clan's status within the Lu family had also risen, with some elders stopping to greet them, a courtesy that had never occurred before. The next morning, Lu Shaoyu concluded his meditation, finding his injuries nearly healed. 2 Guizhen Dan and his unique physique had facilitated a remarkably swift recovery. As he stepped out of his room, a faint fragrance wafted toward him. Lu Wushuang's presence was also felt in the courtyard. Shaoyu, how are your injuries? Lu Wushuang inquired. They are completely healed, Lu Shaoyu replied with a serene smile, briefly pausing his gaze on Lu Wushuang before shifting his attention elsewhere. Is that possible? Your injuries were quite severe. Are you truly fully recovered? Lu Wushuang asked, scrutinizing Lu Xiaoyu's aura. After sensing that he indeed appeared much better, she remarked, you are truly extraordinary. Such serious injuries healed so quickly. Sister Wushuang, did you come for something? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a slight smile. I almost forgot to mention. Elder Bai Mei and several stewards have arrived at the Lu family and wish for you to join them. We may soon depart for the Yunyang sect. Lu Wushuang informed him. Elder Bai Mei? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, slightly puzzled. He recalled Elder Bai Mei's formidable strength from their encounter in the square, but the specifics of his rank eluded him. Lu Xiaoyu followed Lu Wushuang to the Lu family hall, where several elders, along with Lu Dong, Lu Nan, Lu Shi, Shaoyou and Lu Shaohu were present. At the head of the hall, Elder Bai Mei, accompanied by 3 male and 1 female steward from the Yunyang sect, was seated. The Lu family servants had already presented fresh fruits, pastries, and hot tea. Upon Lu Xiaoyou's arrival, Elder Bai Mei was conversing with Lu Dong, and immediately turned his gaze toward Lu Xiaoyu. "Greetings, Elder Bai Mei," Lu Xiaoyu said as he entered the hall, deliberately ignoring Zhao Hui and Lu Nan as he passed by. "There's no need for excessive formalities," Elder Bai Mei replied lightly, his expression revealing surprise as he sensed Lu Xiaoyu's aura. "Your recovery is remarkably swift. Wang Guang from the Wang family is still confined to his bed. Your recovery truly is rapid. It seems your physique has been well trained," Elder Bai Mei remarked. Lu Xiaoyu offered a faint smile, but chose not to respond. For he had undergone a month of training under Uncle Nan and consumed a month's worth of the cleansing elixir personally crafted by him, resulting in his superior physique compared to others of similar cultivation levels. "Shaoyu, Elder Bai Mei has informed me that you will depart for the Yunyang sect the day after tomorrow," Lu Dong stated. "The day after tomorrow? I did not anticipate such a swift departure to the Yunyang sect," Lu Xiaoyu mused, but ultimately thought it inconsequential, as he had no pressing matters to attend to. "Is there anything else you need to take care of?" Elder Bai Mei inquired. "No, I simply did not expect it to be so soon," Lu Xiaoyu replied. "That is good. The 5 individuals from Qingyun town are all exceptionally talented, particularly you and Qin Tianhao, one being a spirit user and the other a tri-system martial artist. I wish to bring you to the sect as soon as possible. Traveling to the Yunyang sect by flying beasts will take about a month and a half," Elder Bai Mei explained. "Elder Bai Mei, may I ask if it is possible to return home at any time while at the Yunyang sect?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired. "Are you feeling homesick?" Elder Bai Mei chuckled softly. "Once you enter the Yunyang sect, both direct and ordinary disciples must remain for 3 years, with only a 4-month period for family visits. During the remainder of the time, you must stay within the sect." After a brief pause, Elder Bai Mei continued. "If you wish to return before that, there is another way. Ordinary disciples can leave once they reach the martial soul level, and direct disciples can leave upon reaching the martial general level. However, for you new disciples, that is still quite a ways off. Is that so?" Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, but considered it no great issue. 3 years would pass as they would. "Rest assured, your mother will be safe in the Lu family. You can trust your uncle on this matter," Lu Dong reassured him, seemingly aware of Lu Xiaoyu's underlying concerns. "I shall take my leave now. I initially hoped to see Lu Zhong, but it seems he is in seclusion again," Elder Bai Mei said lightly. "Tomorrow's update will be around noon. I won't waste everyone's time. Brothers who have flowers, please leave them for Shaoyou. The 11th will see the scheduled release, and I promise a grand display for my brothers to enjoy. For those reading pirated versions, do come to Zhu Lang to collect and cast a few recommendation votes daily. It is also a way to support Shaoyou. Thank you." Chapter 75. The Night Wanderer. After bidding farewell to Elder Bai Mei, Lu Xiaoyu returned directly to his courtyard. In 2 days, he would embark on a journey to Yunyang sect, and he wanted to spend these last moments with his mother. Once he arrived at the Yunyang sect, it would mean 3 long years without seeing her, and he knew she would miss him dearly. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Xiaoyu informed his mother, Mrs. Roland, about his impending departure. Although she felt a pang of reluctance, her heart brimmed with joy. Entering the Yunyang sect signified a promising future, and she would no longer need to worry about her son's well-being. Contemplating the 3 years without her son, Mrs. Roland hastily instructed the servants to procure a variety of delicious ingredients, hoping to prepare sumptuous meals for Lu Xiaoyu during his last days at home. For these 2 days, Lu Xiaoyu chose not to venture anywhere and remained in the courtyard, cherishing the warmth of maternal love, feeling an unprecedented sense of contentment. During this time, Lu Mei visited the courtyard twice, and her alluring demeanor was somewhat overwhelming for Lu Xiaoyu. It was prudent for him to avoid provoking her further. From Lu Wushuang, Lu Xiaoyu learned that she, along with Wang Liang and Yang Man, whom he had encountered at Tianbao Gate, would also be heading to Yunyang sect. Their previous visit had merely been for familial reunions, but the time had come for them to return. The following day marked his journey to Yunyang sect. As night fell, Lu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on his bed, intending to rest. He gradually began to regulate his breathing, and soon, a faint luminescence enveloped him. In the deep of night, a subtle sound reached Lu Xiaoyu's ears from outside the window. The footsteps were incredibly faint. Had he not been in a heightened state of awareness while adjusting his breathing, he might have missed it entirely. Who could be wandering about at this hour? Lu Shaoyu abruptly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion crossing his face. It was unusual for anyone to be traversing his courtyard at such a late hour. Could something be amiss? His curiosity piqued. Lu Shaoyu rose and leaped out of the window, his eyes gleaming with determination as a shadowy figure darted past him. Who could it be at this hour? With a heavy heart, he followed the figure cautiously. The Lu family estate was silent, the moonlight casting a hazy glow that enhanced the tranquility of the night. The figure ahead seemed oblivious to being followed, gliding through several corridors before entering a courtyard. Lu Shaoyu trailed at a distance, recognizing the familiar silhouette of the cloaked figure. But he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen it before. The courtyard the figure entered belonged to Shaoyou. This figure feels eerily familiar. Lu Shaoyu mused, his instincts alert. He dared not approach too closely, merely observing from afar. With his current prowess as a fourth-tier warrior and adept spiritual practitioner, his vision in the darkness was significantly enhanced. It was the same mysterious individual who had attempted to assassinate him on the back mountain, indeed, connected to Shaoyou. Lu Shaoyu suddenly recalled that the figure was the formidable adversary he had encountered previously, from whom he had narrowly escaped thanks to the timely arrival of Xiao Long and his father, Lu Zhong. Cautiously, he kept his distance. That mysterious individual possessed formidable strength, and being discovered could spell danger for him. It was wiser to observe for the moment. "Brother, why have you come so late?" Shaoyou inquired, her expression betraying a hint of alarm as she addressed the cloaked figure in her room. "Rest assured, the old man of the Lu family is in seclusion. No one here should be able to detect my presence," the black-clad figure responded lightly. "What have you discovered?" "Still the same. The Lu family remains vigilant against me, and I have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of that item," Shaoyou replied softly. "We need to expedite our search. We have already squandered a considerable amount of time waiting," the cloaked figure insisted. "I understand, and I will intensify the search. However, with Lu Shaoyu suddenly emerging, it is likely that the Lu family will place their focus on him, and our efforts may be in vain," Shaoyou remarked. "We had a chance last time. But alas, Lu Zhong appeared unexpectedly. His strength surpasses mine, allowing that brat to evade capture," the cloaked figure noted. "What shall we do now? That brat has entered Yunyang's sect, a tri-system warrior. It won't be difficult for him to become a direct disciple. If we take action, we will have to be even more cautious," Shaoyou said. "Humph, sister, have you forgotten? In Yunyang's sect, that boy will need to have the means to leave alive. The Lu family believes that entering the Yunyang sect will ensure his safety, but little do they know, Yunyang sect is also within the Zhao family's domain." The cloaked figure scoffed. "Indeed, yet the old man from the Lu family is rather formidable," Shaoyou conceded. "His strength is indeed considerable, but our Zhao family has ways to deal with him. For now, focus on locating that item," the cloaked figure instructed. "Understood," Shaoyou replied softly. "I shall take my leave now," the cloaked figure said before silently departing the courtyard, disappearing without a trace from the Lu family estate. Hiding in the shadows of a nearby courtyard, Lu Shaoyu watched as the cloaked figure vanished, his expression darkening as he resolved to return to his own courtyard. He was acutely aware that the cloaked figure and Shaoyou were undeniably connected. "Who goes there?" Just then, Lu Shaoyu detected a faint sound of footsteps behind him. He turned just in time to evade, his body moving like a shadow. "Lu Shaoyu, what are you doing here?" A figure appeared before him, revealing it to be Zhao De discovered. Lu Xiaoyu's heart sank. He had just uncovered the identity of the cloaked figure. If Shaoyou learned of this, trouble would surely follow. Without hesitation, he channeled his inner energy and struck out with a palm. "Brat, you dare!" Zhao Da's face changed as he shouted. But before he could finish, he slumped to the ground, unconscious. "Uncle Nan." From behind Zhao Da, another figure emerged, and Lu Shaoyu was taken aback to see it was Uncle Nan. "Take care next time," Uncle Nan advised lightly. "Uncle Nan, what are you doing here?" Lu Shaoyu asked in astonishment. Chapter 76. The first devouring of true qi. I had heard that a formidable individual had arrived at the Lu family estate, and curiosity compelled me to witness the event. To my surprise, you were also present, remarked the old servant, Uncle Nan. "Uncle Nan, do you know who that person was?" Lu Shaoyu inquired. "A nameless character. How could I possibly recognize him? His strength was rather mediocre," Uncle Nan replied lightly, then cast a glance at Lu Shaoyu, saying, "You will be heading to Yunyang sect tomorrow, correct? Once you arrive, exercise caution and do not reveal your cultivation of the Yinyang spirit martial arts. Strive to obtain the 10,000-year red copper and the floating light shadow. From now on, your path must be tread alone. I shall remember your teachings, Uncle Nan, Lu Xiaoyu said, and then a thought seemed to strike him. Uncle Nan, I have a favor to ask of you. Is it to take care of your mother? Worry not. You are now viewed as a tri-system martial artist by the Lu family, and they will ensure your mother's safety. I will also lend a hand, Uncle Nan assured him. By the way, Uncle Nan, I must take my leave. If you find yourself bored, perhaps you could offer some guidance to Lu Xiaobai. If anything arises, let him assist you to spare you from undue fatigue, Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a glint of mischief in his eyes. You rascal, after having taught you, do you wish for me to teach another? Uncle Nan glared at Lu Xiaoyu, then added, your journey ahead is long. Even if you reach a certain level of strength, without backing, you will always be vulnerable. I shall exert myself a bit to guide Lu Xiaobai when time permits. Though he may not possess your innate talent, with my guidance, he could prove to be a supportive ally in the future. Thank you, Uncle Nan, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. I do not know if I owe you from a past life. Regardless, I am simply bored. Offering him guidance occasionally is of no consequence, Uncle Nan said lightly. Uncle Nan, I am leaving now. Please take care of yourself, Lu Xiaoyu expressed, having long regarded Uncle Nan as both a mentor and a family member in his heart. I am no longer a child. Just take care of yourself. Yunyang sect is not the Lu family. Be cautious in all matters. As for Zhao De, handle him as you see fit. I have sealed his true qi, and he will awaken in half an hour, Uncle Nan noted, casting a final glance at Lu Xiaoyu before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at Zhao De on the ground, then lifted him and departed swiftly to his room. Zhao De groggily regained consciousness, only to behold the very person he least wished to see. Boy, what do you intend to do? He asked, his expression darkening as he recognized Lu Xiaoyu. Panic was evident in his eyes. The once derided Lu Xiaoyu was no longer the feeble individual they had bullied. It was he who had been grievously injured by Lu Xiaoyu, and had it not been for the few healing pills given by the young lady, he would still be bedridden. What do you think? Not long ago, it was you who sent someone to kill me, wasn't he it? Lu Xiaoyu interrogated, fixing his gaze upon Zhao De. He had already assessed Zhao De's injuries. He had only recovered about 50% from their last encounter, and had likely consumed several healing pills. I do not know what you are speaking of, Zhao De stammered, a hint of panic in his demeanor. Enough, I can't be bothered to question you further. After all, you are destined to die, Lu Xiaoyu remarked lightly, deciding that Zhao De must not be allowed to live. What do you intend to do? If you dare to harm me, my lady will not spare you. Zhao De retorted coldly, yet instinctively recoiled. Is that so? Very well, I shall await that moment, Lu Xiaoyu replied, a chilling glimmer in his eyes as he approached Zhao De. Boy, I will fight you to the end. Zhao De shouted defiantly, retreating to a corner with nowhere left to run, and launched a palm strike toward Lu Xiaoyu. Come, let me show you the true might of the Yin-Yang spirit martial arts, Lu Xiaoyu said lightly, forming an unusual hand seal as a palm imprint descended toward Zhao De's strike. A faint yellow light flickered between their palms. Zhao De's countenance changed dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force pulling at him from Lu Xiaoyu's palm, his true qi being uncontrollably siphoned away. Alarmed, Zhao De had never encountered such a phenomenon before, and he hurriedly attempted to retreat. Yet, no matter how he struggled, his true qi was being forcibly extracted from his meridians, leaving him utterly helpless. This depletion of true qi was not the result of exhausting his own energy. Rather, it was a tangible loss flowing from his very being. The true qi within his dantian was rapidly vanishing. Boy, what kind of wicked technique is this? Stop. You must stop. Zhao De's complexion turned pale, his pupils dilating in horror. It is too late, Lu Xiaoyu coldly snorted, activating the Yin-Yang spirit martial arts. He was astonished to discover that he could directly absorb Zhao De's true qi, which transformed into a form of energy residing within him, awaiting refinement. This energy was extraordinarily pure, rivaling that of the true qi in his dantian, and far surpassing the efficacy of the enhancement pills he had consumed. Moments later, Zhao De trembled, his facial muscles convulsing, rendered speechless. It was visibly evident that his veins were engorged and pulsing as if he were undergoing excruciating torment. After a brief period, Zhao De appeared to shrink before Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. His robe fell to the ground, his skin tightened against his bones. His eyes sunk deep into their sockets, and a ghastly pallor overtook his face, devoid of vitality, as Lu Xiaoyu drained him to a mere husk. Exhaling a deep breath, Lu Xiaoyu felt a massive surge of energy within him, all derived from Zhao De's true qi. However, This energy could not be immediately utilized. It required refinement to become his own. The yin-yang spirit martial arts possessed the extraordinary ability to devour another's strength, thereby augmenting one's own. In that moment, Lu Shaoyu truly comprehended the formidable nature of the yin-yang spirit martial arts. Shaoyou was merely a first-level warrior, and with his injuries still unhealed, his strength was significantly diminished. Yet, the sheer volume of true qi within him was immense. Lu Shaoyu estimated that the energy acquired from devouring Zhao Da's true qi far exceeded that of 5 enhancement pills. Chapter 77. The Mighty Yin-Yang Spirit Martial Art. 1 update. Feeling the immense energy coursing through his body, Lu Shaoyu estimated that once he completely refined it, he would easily break through from the 4th-rank warrior to the 6th-rank warrior. The yin-yang spirit martial art devours the strength of others, yet it cannot completely absorb it for his own use. Ultimately, after refinement, he would only obtain 1/10 of the opponent's power. Nevertheless, this was already quite formidable. At this moment, Lu Shaoyu merely absorbed Zhao Da's true energy into himself, which would require further refinement before it could be utilized. Akin to medicinal pills that necessitate personal refinement after ingestion. Absorbing a person's true energy was significantly more potent than consuming medicinal pills. Lu Shaoyu could not help but exclaim in awe, a faint crimson hue flashing in his eyes. A sinister aura hovered around him as he absorbed Zhao Da's true energy, for the first time unleashing the devouring power within the yin-yang spirit martial art. Unbeknownst to him, this also added a layer of malevolence to his being. Gazing at Zhao Da, who had now become a mere desiccated corpse, Lu Shaoyu felt no pity. He understood that he could not afford to show mercy to his adversaries. He discovered a latent, bloodthirsty nature within himself. Perhaps in this other world, he could fully express this aspect of his character. Vanish. With a cold snort, Lu Shaoyu formed a hand seal, gathering spiritual energy into a flame in his right hand. He then enveloped Zhao Da's corpse with it. In less than a minute, the desiccated body was reduced to ashes, which Lu Shaoyu shrouded in a sphere of light before casting into the flower bed outside the window. As the 3rd watch of the night passed, Lu Shaoyu continued to sit cross-legged, commencing the refinement of the powerful energy within him. He crossed his hands in intricate formations, placing them upon his knees, and began to refine the massive energy using the yin-yang spirit martial art. Refining this energy was significantly easier than refining medicinal energy, as the energy absorbed from Zhao Da was already true energy, possessing a certain degree of purity. Yet, the yin-yang spirit martial art seemed to demand a higher level of purity, necessitating further refinement. Moreover, the true energy from Zhao Da was inherently different from Lu Shaoyu's own, resulting in a natural repulsion between the two energies. It had to be refined before it could merge into his Dantian's qi. During this refining process, impurities would be eliminated, leaving only 1/10 of the original energy for Lu Shaoyu to absorb. As calm settled around him, Lu Shaoyu felt a surge of excitement at the formidable nature of the yin-yang spirit martial art. However, he understood that he must not recklessly display the devouring power. Should anyone learn of his possession of such an extraordinary technique, he would undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of all spirit practitioners and warriors across the continent. I shall not fear once I attain absolute power, Lu Shaoyu thought to himself, vowing to protect his mother and himself. He was determined to become a formidable warrior swiftly. Only by achieving strength could he safeguard all that he cherished and obtain everything he desired. Time passed slowly. As dawn approached, Lu Shaoyu ceased his refinement of true energy, exhaling a breath of turbid air from his Dantian's qi before opening his eyes. He sensed that after merely 2 watches of refining, he was already on the verge of breaking through to the 5th-rank warrior. Lu Shaoyu could not help but marvel at the extraordinary power of the yin-yang spirit martial art. To refine all the energy within him would likely only require a few days, after which breaking through to the 6th-rank warrior would not pose a significant challenge. However, cultivating spiritual energy was quite troublesome. Both spiritual and martial arts needed to progress simultaneously. Lu Shaoyu mused that although he had reached the 4th-rank warrior, ascending to the 6th-rank warrior would not take long. Yet, in terms of spiritual cultivation, he remained at the 1st-rank spirit practitioner. Even if he became a 9th-rank warrior, without corresponding spiritual prowess, he would be unable to advance, risking a catastrophic reverse in his meridians. At this moment, Lu Shaoyu began to worry about his spiritual cultivation. To rapidly enhance his spiritual prowess, he could only absorb spiritual pills from spirit practitioners and spirit beasts. However, only 4th-rank spirit beasts possessed such pills, and given his current strength, encountering a 4th-rank spirit beast would undoubtedly spell disaster. Furthermore, the price of spiritual pills had reached exorbitant levels. A 4th-rank demon pill cost at least 50,000 gold coins, while 4th-rank spiritual pills were even pricier. In the realm of spirit martial arts, both demon and spiritual pills consistently commanded high prices and were in great demand. Many warriors and spirit practitioners formed teams to hunt for demon and spiritual pills, while sizable mercenary groups specialized in trading these precious commodities. The exorbitant value of demon and spiritual pills stemmed from the immense energy they contained. Once refined by spirit practitioners, this energy could be transformed into costly medicinal pills or infused into weapons, significantly enhancing their quality. However, demon and spiritual pills could not be absorbed directly, as their overwhelming energy could rupture meridians and lead to death. After being refined by spirit practitioners and combined with various herbs, they could transform into medicinal pills that enhance true and spiritual energy. These pills were extraordinarily expensive, but prominent families and powerful factions were unperturbed by the cost, purchasing them to cultivate young talents within their clans. Thus, the younger generations outside these influential families found it nearly impossible to compete. Given the high value of demon and spiritual pills, their prices remained consistently elevated. The higher the rank of the demon or spiritual pill, the more exorbitant the cost, making them immensely sought after. It was not uncommon for a high-ranking demon or spiritual pill to be contested by thousands of individuals simultaneously. Nevertheless, obtaining demon and spiritual pills was no easy task. Demon and spirit beasts were formidable adversaries. 4th-rank demon and spirit beasts possessed a degree of intelligence and high bloodline quality, rivaling that of humans. Moreover, both types of beasts were favored by the heavens, endowed with unique talents and abilities far superior to those of humans, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. Chapter 78. Departing for Yunyang's sect, some demonic beasts and spiritual creatures possess an extraordinary ferocity. For instance, a practitioner of martial arts at the level of martial spirit would be on par with a 4th-tier demonic beast, yet the latter is undoubtedly stronger. For humans to hunt such beasts of equal rank, unless they possess exceptional strength, they often find themselves in peril, risking their very lives in the process. Similarly, while humans hunt demonic and spiritual creatures, the latter also hunt humans, and within the territory of these beasts, the dynamics of predator and prey can become quite ambiguous. Generally, humans dare not venture deeply into the territories of demonic and spiritual creatures. Once a demonic beast or spiritual creature reaches a certain level of power, it can transform into a human form. However, if their strength is insufficient, even when such a creature is nearby, it may not be easily identifiable. It is worth noting that only those demonic and spiritual beings that have reached at least the 7th tier can take on a human guise. 7th-tier beasts and creatures are exceedingly rare in the spirit martial continent, perhaps even non-existent at that level. Their power is capable of moving mountains and shifting seas with but a gesture, instilling a sense of terror. For now, Shaoyou has no intention of using spiritual pills to enhance his spiritual energy, as his financial resources are limited, and he lacks the strength to hunt spiritual beasts. As for devouring spiritual practitioners, it seems there will be no opportunity for that at present. After much contemplation, Shaoyou has resolved to concoct more elixirs to augment his spiritual energy in the future. He must maintain a balance between his true energy and spiritual energy. In the coming period, he should prioritize enhancing his spiritual energy over progressing in his martial cultivation. Today, he is to set off for Yunyang's sect. After tidying up, Shaoyou exited his room to find his mother, Roland, already serving a fragrant breakfast in the small hall. As he savored the meal prepared by his mother, warmth filled his heart. Once he arrives at Yunyang's sect, he would not return for 3 years, a span that, while not excessively long, is certainly significant. Master, take good care of yourself at Yunyang's sect, Lu Xiaobai, who had risen early, said, his eyes glistening with moisture at the thought of his master's departure. Xiaobai, when you have time, go help Uncle Nan with his tasks. Make sure to visit him often, Lu Xiaoyu advised, knowing that under Uncle Nan's guidance, Xiaobai's strength would surely progress swiftly. I understand, Master, Xiaobai replied, mistakenly believing that his master was concerned about Uncle Nan and wanted him to provide more care. Shaoyou, Take care of yourself at Yunyang sect. There is no need to worry about me at home, Roland said, her eyes betraying a hint of moisture, filled with reluctance, as her son had never been so far from her side since he was born. Mother, I will take good care of myself, Lu Shaoyou reassured her. Shaoyou, are you ready? We should be on our way, Lu Wushuang called from the courtyard, her red dress accentuating her graceful figure, her long black hair cascading down her back, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. All right, we can depart now. Lu Shaoyou stood up, casting an admiring glance at Lu Wushuang. Shaoyou, let me carry your bundle in my spatial bag. There's no need for you to hold it, Lu Wushuang suggested, noticing the large package in his hand. Sure. With a gentle smile, Lu Shaoyou handed over the bundle, which contained only some inconsequential clothing, avoiding any suspicion regarding his own storage ring. After receiving the bundle, Lu Wushuang produced a small silk pouch resembling an aromatic sachet. As she opened it, a radiant light flickered, and the bundle was miraculously drawn into the small pouch. Lu Shaoyou was familiar with the spatial bag. It was a precious item in this world, akin to his storage ring, able to hold a considerable amount of items. However, this spatial bag was inferior to his ring, with a capacity of only a few square meters, while his ring could hold hundreds of square meters. The larger the storage space, the greater the value. Furthermore, his storage ring could be integrated into his body, making it exceedingly precious, unlike the spatial bag, which, while costly, valued at least as much as a second-tier pill, was still not comparable. Let us proceed. Everyone is waiting for us outside, Lu Wushuang said. As the Lu family members gathered at the entrance, ready to send off 3 of their own to Yunyang sect, a moment of pride for the family. Shaoyou, let me see you off, Roland said. Lu Shaoyou accepted, understanding his mother's desire to steal a few more glances at him. As they reached the entrance of the Lu family estate, Lu Shaoyou noticed Lu Dong, Lu Nan, Lu Shi, Zhao Hui, Lu Laohu, Zhou Lixing, Zhou Haiming, Lu Mei, and several elders of the Lu family waiting outside. Before them stood 5 carriages and 10 magnificent black horses, each immaculate, symbolizing the Lu family's stature in Qingyun town. The carriages were elaborately decorated, their edges adorned with precious jade pieces, glimmering brilliantly. Casting a glance at Zhao Hui, Lu Shaoyou surmised that she likely remained unaware of Zhao Da's demise, the body having been reduced to ashes. Even if she were to discover it, she would not know it was he who was responsible. Shaoyou, it is time for us to set off, Lu Dong remarked upon seeing Lu Shaoyou, clearly in high spirits. As it was a rare occasion for 2 members of the Lu family to enter Yunyang sect, Lu Shaoyou nodded slightly, assisting his mother, Roland. As they boarded one of the carriages, which was elegantly furnished, lined with an unknown animal's fur that offered a soft and comfortable seating arrangement, accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. It was the first time for Roland and Lu Xiaobai to ride in such luxury, and they were both taken aback by its opulence. Roland had been with the Lu family for 20 years, yet had never experienced riding in one of their carriages. Soon after, Lu Mei, Lu Dong, Lu Shi, and Lu Wushuang also joined them in the carriage. Once everyone was settled, the horses whinnied, and clouds of dust rose as the 5 carriages set off. Shaoyou, there are no outsiders here. Once we reach Yunyang sect, be cautious. I will not beat around the bush. There are members of the Zhao family within Yunyang sect. So be vigilant, Lu Dong advised quietly. This chapter also marks the conclusion of the first volume of this tale, The Useless Young Master. Tomorrow, we shall commence the second volume, Foggy Mountains. In this volume, our protagonist, Lu Shaoyou, will undergo significant training in the Foggy Mountains, encompassing both mental and physical development. As for martial and spiritual techniques, there will be plenty, along with unexpected encounters and, of course, women. Brothers, let us gather our recommendations as we embark on this journey of growth. Chapter 79, Flying Beast, the second volume of the Fog City Mountain Range commences, where our protagonist will undergo ample trials and numerous fortuitous encounters. The plaza of Qingyun town is bustling today, filled with a crowd of over 10,000. Although not as many as during the previous major family competitions, the top 5 from the last contest are likely heading to Yunyang sect today. Upon entering Yunyang sect, a bright future awaits them, which is truly enviable. Alas, we cannot join them. Look, the Yang family has arrived. A cloud of dust billowed as 4 carriages approached in unison, their horses a deep crimson hue, unmistakably belonging to the Yang family. The carriages came to a halt, and 20 individuals disembarked. At the forefront was Yang Xiangfeng, the head of the Yang family, followed closely by the enchanting sisters, Yang Man and Yang Miao. Draped in a splendid robe, Yang Man's alluring figure captivated the onlookers, her curvaceous silhouette evoking a potent allure. In contrast, Yang Miao donned a fitted outfit that accentuated her youthful grace, exuding a blend of charm and innocence that rendered her irresistible to men. The mere presence of the Yang sisters sent many into a frenzy. They were the talk of the town, with numerous suitors yearning for their affection, yet few dared to approach. Moments later, another 4 carriages raced into view, equal in grandeur to those of the Yang family. The townsfolk quickly recognized them as belonging to the Qin family. As the carriages came to a stop, Qin Tianhao and the head of the Qin family emerged, drawing attention from the crowd. Suddenly, 5 more carriages appeared, stirring a ripple of excitement among the spectators. The arrival of the Liu family, renowned for their recent notoriety, shifted the atmosphere. As the carriages halted, Liu Shaoyou stepped down, assisting his mother. "Look, that's Liu Shaoyou, a triad martial artist who triumphed over a 9th-level warrior. His formidable skills nearly cost Wang Guang his life during their last duel, had it not been for the intervention of an elder from Yunyang sect." "Which one is Liu Shaoyou?" "He's the one in the blue robe, accompanied by a stunning beauty. I thought he was once deemed a waste. How has he suddenly become a triad martial artist?" "You're unaware, are you? It's said that the Liu family orchestrated this all along to prevent other families from taking notice. And now he's made a remarkable entrance." The commotion in the crowd intensified at the sight of Liu Shaoyou, as memories of his fierce battle with Wang Guang lingered. "Liu Dong, you've arrived with great fanfare," Yang Xiangfeng remarked lightly. "You too. It's a mutual display," Liu Dong replied with a slight smile. "Your Liu family has achieved something remarkable. With 2 members entering Yunyang sect, it's only a matter of time before you become the leading family in Qinyan town." A member from the Qin family chimed in. "Not at all. Your Qin family has a spirit practitioner. How could we compare?" Liu Dong responded with a chuckle. Liu Xiaoyou's gaze wandered among the Qin and Yang families, momentarily resting on Qin Tianhao, who returned his scrutiny. Eventually, his attention shifted to the enchanting Yang sisters, whose contrasting charms captivated him, one a perfect blend of allure and purity, the other an embodiment of seduction. In a couple of years, Yang Miao's beauty would likely eclipse that of her sister. Suddenly, a carriage approached, seemingly less imposing, yet drawn by 4 striking tall horses. The distinctive decorations revealed it to be the Wang family's carriage. As it came to a stop, Wang Liang, clad in fine attire, stepped down. Unlike the Yang and Qin families, the Wang family had not sent anyone to Yunyang sect, especially after Wang Guang's humiliating defeat at the hands of Liu Shaoyou, which had turned them into a subject of ridicule in Qinyan town. Wang Liang intended to join the journey to Yunyang sect, and upon disembarking, his icy gaze immediately locked onto Liu Shaoyou before he shifted his focus toward the Yang family, greeting Yang Xiangfeng before positioning himself beside Yang Man. No one found this peculiar. The Wang and Yang families had long maintained a cordial relationship, and it was common knowledge that Wang Liang was pursuing Yang Man, with both families secretly hoping for a union that would strengthen their combined power against the other 3 families. "Where is Duga Binglan?" Liu Xiaoyou pondered, noticing that while Qin Tianhao and Yang Miao had arrived, Duga Binglan was still absent. Just then, a series of piercing bird calls resonated from above, and as a gust of wind swept through, the crowd looked skyward to behold 2 enormous birds circling overhead. With wings spanning nearly 8 meters and bodies measuring over 10 meters in length, these majestic creatures boasted a brownish-green hue, sharp beaks, and fierce eyes. Flying beasts. The plaza erupted in excitement, for such creatures were rarely seen in Qinyan town, leaving many in awe. Liu Shaoyou, too, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the flying beasts. Though impressive, he quickly recalled the 2 spirit beasts he had encountered beneath the cliff, which were far larger and more formidable. Chapter 80. The distinction of direct disciples. At this moment, 2 figures upon a demon beast caught Liu Shaoyou by surprise. They were none other than Duga Binglan and Suyu. Liu Shaoyou had not anticipated Duga Binglan's presence atop the demon beast, while on another beast was the white-browed elder from Yunyang sect, accompanied by 4 stewards, 3 men and 1 woman. "Shaoyou, this is a flying demon beast, the rock vulture, raised by Yunyang sect. It is currently a 2nd-tier earth-type demon beast, possessing remarkable speed and formidable attack power. A 1st-level martial artist must exercise caution when encountering it, as they would find little advantage," Lu Wushuang whispered in Liu Xiaoyou's ear, noting his curiosity. Liu Xiaoyou gazed at the rock vulture soaring above. A second-tier flying demon beast posed a significant challenge even for a 9th-level warrior. He was astonished to learn that Yunyang's sect reared its own demon beasts, a testament to its grandeur and status. With a loud caw, the 2 demon beasts descended in the central square, folding their expansive wings that spanned several meters in width and stood 2 meters high. Duga Binglan, the white-browed elder, and the others gracefully leaped off the beasts' backs, joining their respective families. Greetings, Elder by Mei and esteemed stewards. The families bowed in respect. Dugu Binglan approached slightly, and Lu Shaoyou nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone has arrived. It is time for us to depart, the white-browed elder stated, casting a glance at Lu Shaoyou and Qin Tianhao. We appreciate your assistance, Elder by Mei, Lu Dong responded. It is no trouble at all. Serving the sect is my duty, the elder smiled, then continued. Qin Tianhao, Lu Shaoyu, Lu Xiaohua, Yang Miao, Duga Binglan, and Xiu. You will accompany me on one rock vulture. Wang Liang, Yang Man, and Lu Wushuang will ride with the 4 stewards. Let us set forth. Understood, Elder, Lu Wushuang. Wang Liang and Yang Man replied, proceeding towards the stewards. Let us move swiftly. We must reach the sect without delay, Elder by Mei urged, emitting a sharp whistle. The 2 rock vultures flapped their wings vigorously, stirring a powerful gust of wind that sent curious onlookers stumbling. The massive creatures circled at a height of 4 meters, their wings creating a torrent of air. With a swift motion, the 4 stewards and Lu Wushuang, Yang Man, and Wang Liang channeled their true energy and leaped onto the backs of the rock vultures. Elder by Mei followed suit, effortlessly landing atop the beast, a height of 4 meters being trivial for him. However, this height proved challenging for ordinary martial artists. Lu Xiaohua concentrated, his true energy vibrating as he propelled himself upward, landing deftly on the rock vulture's back. Yang Miao, unwilling to be outdone, summoned her energy, radiating a faint glow as she gracefully ascended onto the beast. Qin Tianhao employed an unknown technique, enveloped in a luminous aura, and also leaped onto the rock vulture's back. Shaoyou, let us ascend, Dugu Binglan urged, her toes barely touching the ground before she elegantly soared onto the rock vulture. Shaoyou nodded slightly at Lu Shaoyou, her body emanating a gentle glow as she too ascended onto the beast. Witnessing this, Lu Shaoyou could not help but marvel at Shaoyou's impressive strength, suspecting it surpassed even Duga Binglan's. Mother, I am leaving. Lu Shaoyou turned to his mother, then addressed Lu Xiaobai. Xiaobai, take care of my mother. Rest assured, young master. I will look after madam diligently, Lu Xiaobai replied. Lu Shaoyou nodded. Then without hesitation, he harnessed his true energy, propelling himself upward with a powerful leap, landing on the wide back of the rock vulture. Let us depart, Elder by Mei declared softly. With a caw, the 2 rock vultures took flight, ascending higher and higher until they vanished from sight above the square. As Lu Shaoyou gazed down, watching his mother's figure blur and fade, he silently vowed to become a formidable warrior and return swiftly. Perched upon the demon beast, Lu Shaoyou felt a twinge of apprehension. Should he fall, the consequences would be dire, as they were likely soaring thousands of meters above the ground. Make sure you are all settled. Though you have become disciples of Yunyang's sect and possess commendable talents, you must exert effort once we arrive. Within Yunyang's sect, many disciples boast exceptional abilities. Only through talent and strength can you secure more opportunities for cultivation, Elder by Mei instructed. Elder by Mei, how long until we reach Yunyang's sect? Duga Binglan inquired. Approximately a month and a half. By then, the sect will select 10 among the new disciples to become direct disciples. Should you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 3 years for the next chance. Each cohort of new disciples is granted 2 opportunities, and whether or not you become a direct disciple depends on your own efforts, Elder by Mei explained. Elder, what is the distinction between a direct disciple and an ordinary disciple? Lu Shaoyou asked, eager to understand the significance of direct disciples within Yunyang's sect. Are you truly unaware of the difference between direct and ordinary disciples? Elder by Mei regarded Lu Shaoyou with mild astonishment, then remarked, it seems no one has enlightened you on this matter. Hearing Lu Xiaoyou's question, Lu Xiaohua shot him a derisive glance, while Yang Miao and Qin Tianhao appeared somewhat surprised. Lu Xiaoyu shook his head slightly. No one in the Lu family had discussed such matters with him, and Lu Wushuang had not clarified them during their previous conversation. Elder by Mei continued, in Yunyang's sect, there are many ordinary disciples, yet direct disciples are exceedingly rare. To become a direct disciple, one must possess extraordinary talent. while ordinary disciples receive superior training compared to the outside world. They remain limited in accessing the sect's most crucial martial arts and mental techniques. These constitute the very heritage of Yunyang's sect. Only by becoming a direct disciple can one attain such knowledge. Moreover, direct disciples require only to focus on their cultivation, receiving direct mentorship from the inner sect elders. A direct disciple's status will not be inferior to mine, and there are numerous additional benefits. Though I need not enumerate them, you can surely imagine. In contrast, ordinary disciples must also attend to various menial tasks beyond their cultivation, lacking the privileges afforded to direct disciples. Chapter 81. Unintentionally breaking through the true inheritance of the Yunyang sect is reserved for direct disciples. Lu Shaoyou has come to understand that there exists a significant distinction between direct disciples and ordinary disciples. The former are undoubtedly regarded as the true members of the Yunyang sect, while the latter are merely peripheral figures. Only direct disciples have the opportunity to become core members of the Yunyang sect, and the nature of their training is certainly to be anticipated. Esteemed elder, how does one become a direct disciple? Lu Shaoyou inquired further. He was not particularly interested in the distinction itself, but he realized that should he attain the status of a direct disciple, acquiring the coveted techniques of the everlasting red copper and the floating light shadow movement would likely be much more attainable. In a month and a half, there will be a competition within the sect. If you new disciples can place in the top 10, you will be recognized as direct disciples. As for spiritual practitioners, they will be granted direct disciple status without contest, Elder Bai Mei explained. How many new disciples will there be this time? Yang Miao asked. There are typically 3,000 direct disciples each session, Elder Bai Mei replied with a faint smile. 3,000. Lu Shaoyou felt a jolt of surprise. 3,000 new disciples, all of whom are exceptionally gifted. Securing a position in the top 10 will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. He also contemplated the immense power of the Yunyang sect. With 3,000 new disciples entering every 3 years, the sect's influence must have reached a staggering level over the years. Each batch of exceptionally talented youth is absorbed into the Yunyang sect, leaving little opportunity for other factions to grow. The Yunyang sect is indeed remarkably astute. Very well. Dedicate yourselves to your training for the next month and a half. Whether you can become direct disciples will depend on your fortune, Elder Bai Mei concluded. Then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the back of the rock, seemingly entering a meditative state. Qin Tianhao, Lu Shaohu, and Yang Miao also closed their eyes to recuperate. Duga Binglan and her maid Xiyu exchanged nods with Lu Shaoyu, and given the presence of others atop the rock, they too began to meditate. Lu Shaoyu pondered for a moment, gazing down at the ground below. The height was indeed somewhat intimidating. However, knowing the rock had been trained by the Yunyang sect, he felt assured of its safety. He then formed a hand seal, channeling the Yinyang spiritual martial arts technique, and began to refine the energy he had absorbed from Zhao. Moments later, Lu Shaoyu lost awareness of his lofty surroundings, entering a state of deep concentration. His breathing became slow and steady, surrounded by a faint, earthy glow. Within his body, he was fervently refining the energy he had consumed, causing ripples in the surrounding air. Fortunately, the turbulence generated by the rock's flight completely masked the fluctuations caused by Lu Shaoyu's refining, leaving even Elder Bai Mei unaware of his transformation. Inside Lu Shaoyu's body, the absorbed true qi was gradually refined and prepared for his own use, continuously flowing into his Dantian's energy sea. He could feel his Dantian swelling, with the breakthrough to the 5th level of warrior status seemingly imminent. As he continued refining, streams of pure true qi entered his Dantian, resembling clusters of clouds within. With this endless influx of energy, Lu Shaoyu sensed his Dantian expanding at a visibly rapid rate. After a day of refining the true qi, his Dantian became nearly full, with the energy progressively filling most of his meridians, while the refining process continued. An hour later, Lu Shaoyu realized he had reached a critical point. Any additional influx of energy would likely lead to an explosion. Compress break, he commanded inwardly, and instantly summoned a surge of energy from his lower abdomen, creating tremendous waves that erupted forth. Suddenly, Lu Shaoyu's eyes flew open, and a brilliant light emanated from them, only to recede moments later. At last, he had broken through to the 5th level of warrior status. Sensing the robust true qi within him, Lu Shaoyu was astonished. The energy he had refined from his absorption far surpassed that of conventional elixirs. The The prospect of voraciously consuming others' true chi to enhance his power was indeed formidable. In just a day and a night, he had ascended a level, which was nothing short of terrifying. Lu Shaoyu, have you broken through to the 5th level of warrior status? Elder Bai Mei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the disturbance caused by Lu Shaoyu's breakthrough. I was on the verge of breaking through and, in my practice, unintentionally succeeded. Lu Shaoyu replied, mentally prepared with his explanation. Although he could conceal his power level, a breakthrough would be impossible to hide from Elder Bai Mei. Upon hearing the exchange between Lu Shaoyu and Elder Bai Mei, Qin Tianhao, Yang Miao, Lu Xiaohu, and Duga Binglan also opened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Lu Shaoyu. Unintentionally succeeded in breaking through? Elder Bai Mei was taken aback. 5th-level warrior, a tri-elemental practitioner. With such talent, becoming a direct disciple should be effortless. I fear that once you arrive at the sect, inner gate elders will seek you out. Lu Xiaohu glared at Lu Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Yet he was powerless against the newfound strength of Lu Xiaoyu. Let us eat something before we continue our training. We have ample time ahead of us. And a long journey remains before us to reach the Yunyang sect, Elder Bai Mei suggested, producing some provisions. It was renowned that only those at the rank of martial commander could forego sustenance for extended periods. Martial spirits and martial generals could manage only a few months without food, while the current group of warriors could not achieve such feats. As everyone consumed the provisions provided by Elder Bai Mei, Lu Xiaoyu observed the surrounding area, noticing that the rock ridden by Lu Wushuang was not far ahead, where others also appeared to be engaged in their training. After finishing their meal, the group resumed their practice. Witnessing Lu Xiaoyu's breakthrough inadvertently placed pressure on everyone. It seemed all were eager to enter the ranks of direct disciples of the Yunyang sect. Lu Xiaoyu then immersed himself once more in refining the energy within his body, aware that the true qi from his recent breakthrough was still not fully refined. Chapter 82. A culinary display. 2 updates daily may leave us wanting more, but brothers, bear with me for just 5 more days. After that, the floodgates will open. Little Yu's speed is absolutely reliable. By the way, I hope you've all saved your flowers. Haha. Moments later, a shimmering aura enveloped him, with essence flowing continuously into his dantian. Time passed slowly. Each day, everyone consumed only a single meal, then resumed their cultivation. Lu Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to refine the true energy within his body. After 7 days, Elder Bai Mei instructed the rock to land in a secluded mountain range. As a mere second-tier beast, the rock required rest and could not carry everyone continuously to the Yunyang sect. They landed in a deserted area surrounded by towering trees, with the occasional sound of unknown beasts echoing through the air. Everyone, take note. While there are no demon beasts in this mountain range, wild animals abound, including some venomous snakes. Be cautious. We will rest for 2 hours before setting off again, Elder Bai Mei advised. After spending 7 days atop the rock, they were eager to stretch their limbs. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Lu Xiaoyu slipped away to a secluded corner and retrieved the little dragon. The pitiful creature had gone 7 days without food and gazed up at Lu Xiaoyu with a look of grievance. Little dragon, go find something to eat and remember to return shortly, Lu Xiaoyu instructed, watching as the little dragon ventured deeper into the mountains. Since the little dragon had suffered no injuries from the black-clad assailant's previous attacks, Lu Xiaoyu felt much more at ease. Once the little dragon was out of sight, Lu Xiaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief. As of yet, no one knew of the little dragon's presence. Uncle Nan had warned him that the little dragon's identity was special, and should a powerful being recognize it, trouble would ensue. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle rustling in the grass ahead. A wild beast, approximately 1.5 meters in size, leaped out. A wild boar. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback. This creature stood about 1/2 meter tall, over 1 meter long, with thick black fur and sharp tusks protruding from its mouth. The wild boar, upon spotting Lu Xiaoyu, let out a furious squeal and charged at him. Its aggression surpassed that of a wolf. Lu Xiaoyu's expression darkened slightly. This wild boar was neither a demon beast nor a spirit beast. It was merely a common wild animal. A competent hunter could easily capture it, and he had no reason to fear a single wild boar. Come at me. Lu Xiaoyu grinned. After days of consuming only dry rations, he was eager for a feast. Channeling his true energy, he summoned a pale yellow palm imprint, which he unleashed with force. Bang! The palm strike collided with the charging boar, sending it flying several meters before crashing into a towering tree. causing its trunk to sway and leaves to rain down. The boar let out a muffled grunt, blood and foam spilling from its mouth as it fell to the ground, twitching briefly before becoming still. What just happened? Elder Bai Mei appeared beside Lu Shaoyou. The boar's roars had been audible to everyone nearby, and upon seeing the lifeless creature, they understood the situation. Elder, I merely encountered a wild boar. It's nothing to worry about, Lu Shaoyou replied. There are some formidable wild beasts in this mountain range. Everyone should remain vigilant, Elder Bai Mei warned, as Duga Binglan, Lu Wushuang, Yang Miao, and several other Yunyang sect disciples gathered around. Lu Shaoyou surveyed the area and gathered firewood, breaking 2 1-meter-long branches and driving them into the ground with his true energy. Shaoyou, what are you up to? The others inquired, puzzled by his actions. Wushuang, may I borrow your Qingwei sword? Lu Shaoyou asked with a slight smile. Of course, Lu Wushuang replied, handing him the sword. Clang. Lu Shaoyou approached the wild boar, drew the Qingwei sword, and with a swift motion, sliced open the creature's belly, expertly extracting its entrails. All done. He picked up a prepared long stick and skewered the boar from mouth to tail, propping it on the 2 branches. Beneath the makeshift spit, he placed dry twigs and ignited them with his fire attribute energy, flames erupting instantly. Shaoyou, what are you doing? Elder Bai Mei could not help but inquire. Elder, this is barbecue. Soon, this wild boar will be a delectable treat, Lu Shaoyou replied with a smile. From his memories, he recalled that barbecuing did not seem to exist in this world. Cooking the boar was not particularly difficult. A moment's focus with spiritual energy would suffice. However, Lu Shaoyou, a seasoned barbecuer, knew that the best flavors came from cooking over an open flame. Other flames simply could not compare, as firewood imparted a unique aroma. Barbecue? Is that truly appetizing? Elder Bai Mei questioned, while the others looked on with growing curiosity. You will see soon enough, Lu Shaoyou remarked lightly. Naturally, a touch of seasoning was essential for flavor, but in this place, there were no other condiments available. Fortunately, he remembered that wild boar naturally possessed a hint of saltiness. With that thought, Lu Shaoyou activated his true energy, leaping onto a nearby tree to gather a handful of leaves, which he stuffed into the boar's abdomen. He had inadvertently discovered that these leaves were from a fragrant tree, perfect for barbecuing, as they released a subtle aroma. After preparing everything, Lu Shaoyou focused intently on roasting the boar. The others watched him with a mix of confusion and intrigue. Before long, the wild boar transformed into a golden-brown delicacy, juices bubbling and dripping into the flames, intensifying the heat and releasing a mouth-watering aroma. The scent grew stronger, drawing forth an irresistible meat fragrance that wafted through the air, captivating the senses of those who had endured 7 days of dry rations. How delightful! Yang Miao could not suppress a gulp. The aroma was simply too enticing. Shaoyou, is it ready? Has it cooked through? Elder Bai Mei swallowed hard. Despite his cultivation level allowing him to go months without food, the tantalizing aroma had awakened his appetite. Chapter 83. You truly have a skill, it's not done yet. We must ensure all the grease is rendered out for it to be delectable, Lu Shaoyou remarked. If the meat is too oily, the flavor will undoubtedly be compromised. Surrounded by a throng, Lu Shaoyou caught the disdainful glances of Wang Liang and Lu Shaohu. Yet their eyes involuntarily gravitated towards the enticing wild boar. After a brief interval, the wild boar had shrunk by a fifth, its aroma intensifying to an exquisite level, wafting through the air and igniting appetites. The entire boar had taken on a tantalizing golden-brown hue, making it irresistibly alluring. Lu Shaoyou swallowed hard. The naturally wild boar meat was indeed fragrant, such a delicacy he had never encountered in his past life. Here, Elder, give it a try, Lu Shaoyou said, tearing off a foreleg of the boar. The savory scent emanated from the freshly torn meat, steaming and utterly irresistible. Naturally, he intended to offer this first piece to Elder Bai Mei, an esteemed elder of the Yunyang sect with considerable influence. Flattering him could only yield benefits. All right, let me taste it. Elder Bai Mei, unable to contain his anticipation, raised a foreleg to his nose, inhaling its aroma before disregarding the heat and taking a hearty bite. The flavor enveloped his palate, with a delightful chewiness that did not stick between his teeth. The texture was firm yet tender, and with each bite, savory juices burst forth. Elder Bai Mei's eyes widened in delight as he exclaimed, "Well done, young man. I had no idea you possessed such talent. This is delicious, exquisite. Esteemed stewards, let us all partake." Lu Shaoyu encouraged the 4 stewards of the Yunyang sect, subsequently tearing off 2 hind legs. He handed one to Lu Wushuang, saying, "Sister Wushuang, you should try it. The taste is exceptional." He then offered another to Dugu Binglan. "I have never tasted food prepared in this manner. I must give it a try." Dugu Binglan replied with a gentle smile, accepting the offering. "Dear stewards, please, eat with your hands. This dish truly demands it," Lu Shaoyu suggested. Noticing the 4 stewards standing hesitantly before the wild boar, with a slight smile, he seized a rib and bit into it. The flavor lingered on his lips, and he felt a surge of pride in his culinary skills. Seeing everyone relishing the feast, the stewards abandoned their reservations and eagerly tore into the meat, savoring the rich aroma. "I shall not be polite any longer," Qin Tianhao said with a faint smile, stepping forward to seize a piece of roasted meat, which he devoured without hesitation, the juices trickling down his chin. "This is truly delightful, so fragrant." "Then eat your fill," Lu Shaoyu said, handing a generous portion to Qin Tianhao, who, though quiet, exuded sincerity, a trait Lu Shaoyu appreciated. "Thank you," Qin Tianhao replied, relishing his share. Yang Miao observed the others with a rumbling stomach. However, she felt somewhat shy to approach Lu Shaoyu, given her unfamiliarity with him. The rivalry between Yang Man and Lu Wushuang made her even more hesitant. Yet both women's gazes were irresistibly drawn to the tantalizing wild boar. "Here, give it a try. It tastes wonderful," Lu Shaoyu noted, tearing off another foreleg and tossing it to Yang Miao. Though the sisters had contrasting personalities, Lu Shaoyu bore no ill feelings towards Yang Miao and even admired her forthrightness. "Thank you," Yang Miao expressed gratefully as she caught the wild boar's leg. She then approached Young Man, who did not refuse. The 2 sisters took a small bite, and upon tasting the succulent meat, they quickly abandoned all pretense and devoured it eagerly, oblivious to the grease dripping from their fingers. Lu Shaoyu smiled slightly. After 7 days of bland rations, indulging in roasted meat felt like a timely blessing. His gaze shifted to Lu Shaohu and Wang Liang, and he smirked, choosing to ignore them. "Shaohu, I can't finish all this. Please help me out a bit," Lu Wushuang remarked, noticing the bounty. She approached Lu Shaohu and offered him half of a hind leg, recognizing that the portion was indeed ample. Although she was not fully aware of the tension between Lu Shaohu and Lu Shaoyu, she understood enough to care for her cousin, not wishing to neglect him. Lu Shaoyu observed quietly, choosing to remain silent while enjoying his own sizable piece of roasted meat. Confronting Lu Shaohu was not his priority at that moment. "Thank you, Sister Wushuang," Lu Shaohu replied, glancing at Lu Shaoyu, who remained indifferent in the distance. Unable to resist the delicious aroma, he accepted the piece and began to eat. The enticing scent soon attracted a multitude of wild beasts, their growls echoing in the surroundings. However, the creatures dared not approach the group, sensing the presence of humans. "Delicious. It has been ages since I've enjoyed such a hearty meal," Elder Bai Mei said, patting his stomach in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is exquisite. It seems our appetites will be well catered to in the days to come," commented a middle-aged female steward of the Yunyang sect with a soft smile. At this moment, everyone was thoroughly satiated, their hands and faces glistening with grease. All except Wang Liang, who stood awkwardly aside, his stomach grumbling in protest. "All right, we should be on our way," Elder Bai Mei declared. "Elder, I need to relieve myself," Lu Shaoyu said, swiftly moving into the forest. As Lu Shaoyu stood behind a towering tree, a flash of faint yellow light suddenly landed on his shoulder. It was Xiaolong. Sensing the lingering aroma of meat on Lu Xiaoyu's lips, Xiaolong began searching eagerly. Such a delightful scent was impossible to hide from him. "Stop looking. I saved some for you," Lu Xiaoyu chuckled, producing a piece of roasted meat. With a quick flick of his tongue, Xiaolong devoured the palm-sized morsel, his tiny form seemingly swallowing it whole, leaving Lu Xiaoyu to ponder how such a small creature could manage it. "We should depart," Lu Xiaoyu stated, and Xiaolong promptly nestled into his sleeve, disappearing from sight. Upon returning to the group, Lu Xiaoyu noticed 2 rock eagles circling above. The group mounted the eagles and continued their journey, leaving behind a portion of the wild boar uneaten. As they departed, several wild beasts rushed forth to finish the remaining roasted meat. Chapter 84. The Misty Mountain Range upon the back of the Rocky Griffin. The group settled into a tranquil silence, while Lu Xiaoyu resumed the cultivation of the true energy within his body. Gradually, strands of energy, under the refinement of the yin-yang spiritual martial art, transformed into true energy and flowed into his Dantian Sea. Time passed slowly, accustomed to their surroundings. A subtle glow enveloped Lu Shaoyu as he continuously absorbed the refined true energy. As the amount of refined energy diminished, the true energy within his dantian increased significantly, a pace unmatched by the consumption of medicinal pills. Lu Shaoyu mused to himself. Devouring the true energy of others was at least twice as effective as consuming pills. If only he could consistently absorb true energy, his cultivation speed would reach terrifying heights. However, he realized that revealing his techniques would lead to considerable trouble. Another 7 days elapsed, and after the last trace of true energy was refined, the dense mass of true energy in Lu Xiaoyu's dantian reached a critical point. A slight breakthrough would elevate him to the 6th rank martial artist. Yet, he did not achieve this breakthrough. Opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lu Xiaoyu was astonished to discover that the energy required to ascend to the 6th rank was far greater than he had anticipated. Not overly disappointed, Lu Xiaoyu recognized that he had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. With a single enhancement pill, ascending to the 6th rank would be effortless. However, he decided to hold off on the breakthrough for now. If he were to ascend to the 6th rank once again in front of Elder Baimei, it would raise eyebrows, as achieving such a feat in less than half a month would undoubtedly stir up a considerable amount of trouble. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu pondered how he could rapidly enhance his spiritual energy cultivation, realizing that both his martial and spiritual ranks needed simultaneous breakthroughs. Even if he reached the 9th rank martial artist, his spiritual rank would still remain at the 1st rank, making further advancement impossible. "Let us continue to rest for a while," Elder Baimei announced, his eyes opening as he whistled, causing the 2 rocky griffins to screech and gradually descend into a mountainous area. "There are plenty of wild beasts in this mountain range. Let us work hard to gather some game. We shall depart once we are well fed," Elder Baimei instructed, his gaze lingering on Lu Xiaoyu with an inscrutable expression. The group dispersed, and Lu Xiaoyu found a secluded spot, allowing his small dragon to search for food. Soon after, he captured a wild rabbit weighing several pounds. Moments later, the others returned with their own catches. Among the 4 stewards, 3 male stewards each held several pieces of game, while Yang Miao carried 2 wild chickens. Lu Xiaohua, Wang Liang, Lu Wushuang, and Dugu Binglan also returned with their hands full. Observing the variety of game collected, Lu Xiaoyu noted the assortment was impressive. This time, Lu Xiaohua and Wang Liang directly emulated Lu Xiaoyu's method of roasting wild boar and began to grill their finds, successfully cooking 2 wild chickens and a rabbit, complemented by an array of fragrant leaves they had gathered. Encouraged by Wang Liang, the sisters Yang Man and Yang Miao also joined in, grilling 2 wild chickens with his assistance, sparing them the effort of doing it themselves. Lu Xiaoyu smiled gently, taking his time while instructing Qin Tianhao to clean the innards of the game without removing the fur, and asked the 3 stewards to gather firewood while he searched for something nearby. After a short while, Lu Xiaoyu crouched down at a spot, scooping up a handful of moist, yellow soil, a smile appearing on his face. This was precisely the type of earth he sought. He proceeded to collect a substantial amount of this yellow soil and brought it back to the group, prompting astonished reactions from all. "Shaoyou, what do you need all this soil for?" Elder Baimei inquired, his expression puzzled. "Master, this is yellow clay. You will understand shortly," Lu Xiaoyu replied. Exuding a sense of intrigue, the group watched as Lu Xiaoyu wrapped the fragrant leaves around the wild chickens and rabbits, subsequently coating them in yellow clay, forming several clay bundles. As they witnessed his actions, their bewilderment only deepened. "All right," Lu Xiaoyu declared, digging several pits in the ground to place the clay-covered game inside, then igniting a fire on top. "Shaoyou, this method is quite different from last time," Lu Wushuang remarked. Lu Xiaoyu explained, "The wild boar had a salty flavor, which allowed for direct roasting. These wild chickens and rabbits lack salt, and since we have none, we cannot proceed in the same manner. The yellow clay, I found, has a salty taste, which will integrate into the game as it cooks." Understanding dawned upon the group, and they busied themselves gathering firewood. After a few minutes, Lu Xiaoyu turned the game to ensure even cooking, maintaining a robust flame. In the distance, the delightful aroma of the game being grilled by Wang Liang, Lu Xiaohua, Yang Man, and Yang Miao wafted through the air, their excitement palpable as they started to sample their creations. However, their expressions soured as they realized that despite the enticing scent, the game was utterly tasteless. Confused, they wondered why the flavor was so different despite following Lu Xiaoyu's previous method. Having grown up in privileged households, they were unfamiliar with the intricacies of grilling. All right, everyone, it's time to eat, Lu Shaoyou announced when he felt the game was ready, extinguishing the fire and uncovering the clay bundles. The bundles had hardened, forming numerous cracks, releasing a faint but inviting aroma. With a decisive motion, Lu Shaoyou smashed the bundles onto the ground, causing them to shatter and reveal a tantalizing wild chicken, its feathers and the wrapping of fragrant leaves and yellow clay falling away. Delicious. The group, emulating Lu Shaoyou, eagerly smashed their bundles, unveiling an array of wild game, the air thick with delightful aromas, prompting their mouths to water as they dug in without reservation. Who would have thought this method would yield such scrumptious results? You truly have a knack for this, Elder Baimei remarked, his mouth watering as he praised Lu Shaoyou. The stewards wasted no time, relishing the fruits of their labor without hesitation, while even Dugu Binglan, Lu Wushuang, and Shaoyou forgot their decorum, indulging in the feast with gusto. After a while, their stomachs full and satisfied, they found themselves unable to eat another bite, while Wang Liang, Lu Xiaohua, Yang Man, and others remained disheartened after a few bites of their tasteless game. Humph, Yang Man huffed at Wang Liang, her eyes blazing with frustration. If it hadn't been for his coaxing, she would not have gone hungry. Once satiated, Lu Shaoyou seized the opportunity to once again tuck the small dragon back into his sleeve, knowing it could find food on its own during its outings. It's time for us to set off. After half a month, we shall reach Yunyang sect in another month, Elder Baimei declared. Elder Bai, ahead lies Misty City. Should we not rest within the city to prepare for our journey through the Misty Mountain Range? A female steward suggested to Elder Baimei. Chapter 85. The Heavenly Silkworm Armor. No, we are pressed for time. Let us proceed directly to the Misty Mountain Range, Elder Bai declared. Elder Bai, will going directly be dangerous? The middle-aged female steward inquired further. At our Yunyang sect, no one dares to provoke us. We shall be fine. Moreover, nothing significant has occurred in Misty City over the years, Elder Bai replied, summoning 2 rock griffins. The group mounted the griffins and set forth towards the Yunyang sect. Lu Shaoyou, however, was filled with curiosity regarding the Misty Mountain Range. If even the stewards of the Yunyang sect were apprehensive about dangers, what could be the nature of this place? Elder, what exactly is the Misty Mountain Range? Lu Shaoyou asked. The Misty Mountain Range connects to the ancient domain. At its edge lies Misty City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Yunyang sect. However, the mountain range is vast and chaotic, occasionally inhabited by demonic beasts. Generally, ordinary individuals do not dare to enter the Misty Mountain Range, Elder Bai explained. Ah, I see, Lu Shaoyou thought to himself. He had heard tales of the ancient domain, which were recorded in the Lu family's armament pavilion. Surrounding the Spirit Martial continent were 4 other continents, comparable in size. To the east of the Spirit Martial continent lay the Donghai city of Moyun, to the west the Sichuan ancient domain, to the south the Nanyuan ancestral demon forest, a territory of demonic beasts from which humans rarely return alive, and to the north lay the Lingwang cliff, a domain of spirit beasts that similarly posed great peril to humans. At the center resided the largest Spirit Martial continent, home to the Yunyang sect, one of the 3 sects and 4 factions. Although the power of the 3 sects and 4 factions was formidable, they could not venture into the surrounding ancient domains or Mayan city, let alone the ancestral demon forest and Linghuang cliff, where the demonic and spirit beasts were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a pair of explosive sounds echoed from the distant horizon, followed by 2 bursts of fiery smoke shooting skyward, scattering in the daylight, though they were still somewhat blinding. Elder, that is a distress signal from our Yunyang sect, one of the stewards shouted from another griffin. At that moment, several stewards, including Elder Bai, Lu Wushuang, Wang Liang, and Yang Man, all changed their expressions dramatically. Someone from our sect has encountered trouble ahead. We must hurry, Elder Bai declared, urging the griffin to soar into the sky, his demeanor turning grave. This was indeed the territory of the Yunyang sect. A distress signal would not be raised lightly unless a significant crisis had arisen. Have they encountered trouble? Lu Shaoyou pondered, noting Elder Bai's serious expression. It seemed that this predicament was far from trivial, and he needed to exercise caution. Within the mountains, the gnarled branches swayed in the wind, resembling restless specters, while withered leaves danced downwards. Nearby, a steep and towering cliff loomed, a pungent scent of blood hanging in the air. On the ground lay the bodies of over 30 individuals, blood-stained and indicating a clash between 2 factions. Wang Mingwe, Do you believe there will be Yunyang sect members arriving soon? Surrender the heavenly silkworm armor, and I shall spare your life. A 50-year-old man in black robes coldly addressed a man in his 40s. The middle-aged man, clad in a white robe now stained with blood, could not distinguish whether the blood belonged to him or his victims. Clutching a large knife, blood trickled from its edge, and he exuded a sense of weariness as he stared fiercely at the elder in black. Behind the elder stood 3 middle-aged men, all clad in battle gear. Their eyes sharp and brimming with murderous intent, an aura cultivated through years of bloodshed, one that was decidedly uncommon among ordinary folk. Behind the middle-aged man, 7 young individuals and another middle-aged man appeared, all exhibiting signs of fatigue following a fierce battle. The middle-aged man, if seen in Misty City, would surely be recognized as Wang Mingyue, the outer sect elder of the Yunyang sect, with the others being his disciples. Fiery Shadow Demon. This is the territory of the Yunyang sect. If you steal from us, we shall not let you go easily. Those with sense should depart swiftly. I may overlook this matter, Wang Mingyue warned, his gaze firmly fixed on the elder in black. Using the Yunyang sect to intimidate me? Do not forget, the ancient domain is not under your sect's control. Even within the Misty Mountain range, what power does the Yunyang sect hold? The black-robed elder sneered coldly. The heavenly silkworm armor is not your sect's possession. Whoever obtains it claims it. Surrender it willingly, or face death. You wish to acquire the heavenly silkworm armor? Dream on. I will part with it only upon my death, Wang Mingyue retorted coldly, brandishing his blade with determination. There was no way he would relinquish the heavenly silkworm armor so easily. Then prepare to die, the black-robed elder scoffed, his eyes glinting with malice as a surge of fiery energy erupted from his hands, launching directly at Wang Mingyue. As the black-robed elder initiated his attack, the 3 middle-aged men behind him surged forth, their murderous intent palpable as they charged at the Yunyang sect disciples. In that moment, the energies clashed violently. The disciples had attained the level of martial masters, yet the 3 men seemed vastly superior in strength. Seeing the fiery shadow demon charge, Wang Mingyue leaped into the air, narrowly evading the attack. The fiery shadow demon, however, appeared to be prepared, and as Wang Mingyue soared, he formed a hand seal and unleashed a torrent of flames towards him. As a fire-based warrior, the flames bore a distinct and foul odor, unlike ordinary fire. In midair, Wang Mingyue swiftly spun, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind the fiery shadow demon, delivering a powerful slash that cut through the air with a sharp sound, causing ripples in the surrounding atmosphere. Stand back. The attack seemed anticipated by the fiery shadow demon, whose body twisted slightly as he altered his seal, summoning a blazing palm imprint that shot toward Wang Mingyue's blade, causing the temperature in the vicinity to surge to an unbearable heat. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted, and Wang Mingyue's blade was rendered null. In the air, Wang Mingyue was sent reeling backward, landing unsteadily on the ground. It was evident from their encounter that he was at a disadvantage. You have exhausted your strength. You are no match for me, the fiery shadow demon taunted, launching himself forward with renewed vigor. Only 3 days remain until the launch. I implore my brothers to reserve their flowers. On the 11th, let us ascend the rankings together. Chapter 86. Intense battle threat Wang Mingyue. Let us see how many moves you can endure. The fire shadow monster's scorching true energy coalesced into countless fist imprints, swiftly engulfing Wang Mingyue. This is bad. Wang Mingyue's expression darkened. The fire shadow monster's strength already surpassed his, and now, having exhausted his energy, he was no match for his opponent. Although he had just sent out a distress signal, there were no other members of the Yunyang sect nearby. Even if help from Fog City were to arrive, it would be too late, and Fog City lacked the power to contend with the formidable fire shadow monster. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from above. Upon hearing it, Wang Mingyue's eyes gleamed with joy. It was the cry of the rock griffin from their sect. I wondered who it was. So it is you, fire shadow monster. A loud voice rang out from above. It was Elder Bai Mei. As his words fell, a figure plummeted down, accompanied by a yellow long sword that seemed to materialize out of thin air, silently slicing through the air with dozens of sword beams. The fierce sword energy shattering the atmosphere as it rushed towards the fire shadow monster. Sensing the penetrating sword energy, the fire shadow monster's expression shifted in alarm. The fist imprints transformed, and the searing imprints were quickly enveloped in front of the sword energy as it retreated rapidly. With the fist imprints held at bay, Elder Bai Mei altered his hand seals, and the sword energy transformed again. The sword energy trembled repeatedly, rippling like waves in water, dispersing in circles, shattering the attacking fist imprints of the fire shadow monster in an instant. At that moment, two rock griffins soared overhead, and the onlookers leaped down, with several stewards from the Yunyang sect rushing towards the three middle-aged men. The fire shadow monster staggered back a few steps, locking eyes with Elder Bai Mei, his expression darkening. Bai Mei, I did not expect you to be here as well. Bai Mei, you arrived just in time. The fire shadow monster aims to seize the celestial silkworm armor. If you had come any later, it would have been troublesome. Wang Minghua finally felt relief as he stood before Bai Mei. Though both were outer sect elders, Bai Mei's strength far exceeded his, matching that of the fire shadow monster. The celestial silkworm armor? Elder Bai Mei inquired, puzzled. It is a long story. I personally led many into the Fog Mountain range and had just acquired the celestial silkworm armor when I was unexpectedly entangled by this fire shadow monster, Wang Minghua explained. Nonsense. The celestial silkworm armor belongs to the capable. Why should I not obtain it? The fire shadow monster retorted coldly. You, audacious fire shadow monster, dare to covet what belongs to the Yunyang sect? Let me see if your strength is sufficient. Elder Bai Mei bellowed. Upon noticing the corpses of Yunyang sect disciples on the ground, his gaze turned icy. He formed a hand seal, and the yellow long sword shot forth, crackling with energy. The sword radiated a yellow light, resembling a yellow spirit snake darting about. Bai Mei, I fear you not. I want to see just how formidable your Yunyang sect is. The fire shadow monster coldly declared, unleashing a series of fiery orbs the size of fists toward the yellow long sword. In an instant, a torrent of true energy filled the air, and debris flew as dust rose. Lu Shaoyou observed the clash from a distance. Both Elder Bai Mei and the fire shadow monster were formidable beings at the martial spirit level, likely surpassing the 6th rank. Truly powerful adversaries whose every move could trigger explosive reactions. Under Elder Bai Mei's orders, the onlookers kept their distance, only able to watch from afar. Meanwhile, in the battle between the 4 stewards of the Yunyang sect and the 3 burly men, the stewards held the upper hand, their strengths ranging from the 8th to the 9th rank of martial masters, while the 3 burly men seemed slightly weaker and were in a perilous position. Lu Shaoyou's interest remained fixated on the duel between Elder Bai Mei and the fire shadow monster, for they were the true powerhouses, and their confrontation had escalated to a fever pitch. In an instant, the fire shadow monster's gathered fireballs were shattered by Elder Bai Mei's yellow sword, which sliced through the air, sending forth a fierce sword energy that obliterated the fireballs before the long sword swept horizontally. Elder Bai Mei utilized his agility to enhance his strikes, and with a change of hand seals, several slender sword energies darted forth, aiming to sever the fire shadow monster's neck. The fire shadow monster's expression grew grim. It dared not linger and swiftly retreated, enveloped in a protective barrier. The sword energies struck the barrier and dissipated entirely. Having defended against the sword energies, the fire shadow monster's expression was now grave. With a powerful swing of its arm, it unleashed a fierce fist imprint towards Elder Bai Mei, the force creating a series of sonic booms in the air. Elder Bai Mei did not dare to underestimate the threat. Sensing the oppressive force from behind, he changed his hand seals once more, launching the yellow long sword with a piercing thrust that left a pale yellow arc in the air, its sharp tip seemingly penetrating the atmosphere as it collided with the fire shadow monster's fist imprint. The collision erupted with a tremendous force, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air, culminating in a deafening explosion. Boom, boom. The air resonated with massive sonic booms, and within a range of dozens of meters, debris was sent flying, forming a deep crater as both figures were thrust backward. Bai Mei, your strength is indeed commendable, but I must possess the celestial silkworm armor. Surrender it, and I shall depart immediately, the fire shadow monster proclaimed. A jest. Do you possess the strength to demand such a thing? Elder Bai Mei retorted. Heh. Very well. Those new disciples of your Yunyang sect, their talents should be quite promising. It would be a shame if they were to perish. If you do not relinquish the celestial silkworm armor, do you think I cannot eliminate them? The fire shadow monster cackled ominously, fixing its gaze on Lu Shaoyou, Lu Wushuang, Yang Man, and the others in the distance. You dare. Even if you flee to the ancient domain, the Yunyang sect will not spare you, Elder Bai Mei shouted, fully aware that the fire shadow monster was not much weaker than himself. If it truly set its mind on targeting the new disciples, he could not protect them all. I shall ask you one last time. Will you surrender the celestial silkworm armor? The fire shadow monster demanded. In your dreams. The celestial silkworm armor is a treasure you are not worthy of. Elder by May coldly replied. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. The fire shadow monster hissed ominously, its figure darting toward Lu Shaoyou and the other new disciples. You dare! Elder by May shouted fiercely, and Wang Mingyue moved like lightning. Both of them striking toward the fire shadow monster, their weapons cutting through the air with a sharp sound. Chapter 87. Captured in despair, the ominous figure of the fire shadow monster furrowed its brow slightly, and with a light stomp of its foot, a torrent of crimson, searing energy erupted forth. In an instant, its form accelerated, launching 2 fireballs, each half a meter in diameter, towards Elder by May and Wang Mingyue. The duo, wielding their respective weapons, effortlessly sliced through the fireballs. However, in that fleeting moment of delay, the fire shadow monster had already advanced, charging towards Lu Shaoyou and the others. Be cautious, retreat quickly, Elder by May bellowed, his figure darting forward as he altered his hand seals, the space around him brimming with energy. His yellow sword flew from his grasp, transforming into a streak of yellow light that shot towards the fire shadow monster with the speed of lightning. The sword's aura surged with a fierce wind, causing the surrounding air to ripple and resonate. Elder by May had poured all his strength into this strike. Flee! We are no match for it. Lu Wushuang shouted urgently, as everyone present witnessed the unfolding chaos and swiftly retreated. Lu Shaoyou was no exception. He had not anticipated that the fire shadow monster would target the new disciples of Yunyang's sect. His figure hastily retreated, knowing that being captured by such a formidable foe would spell certain doom. A powerful force erupted from his palms, but the vast blades of wind dispersed it before it could even approach. Fire shadow finger. Upon seeing Elder by May's sword strike, the fire shadow monster called out sharply, lightly tapping the air with its toes. A wave of intense energy rippled around it as it altered its hand seals, suddenly flicking its fingers. 5 phantasmal energy finger imprints surged forth, aimed directly at Elder by May's sword light. Simultaneously, the fire shadow monster darted back and forth with incredible speed, leaving behind 5 shimmering energy imprints in the air that quivered momentarily before colliding with Elder by May's sword light. Clang! Clang! In the blink of an eye, the sword light was obstructed by the 5 finger imprints, unable to pierce through, but redirected away, thwarting any further attack on the fire shadow monster. Let me deal with you first. The fire shadow monster's figure appeared behind Qin Tianhao, who, among the group, was the slowest due to his status as a spirit user. Naturally falling at the back, a finger imprint gathered in front of the fire shadow monster, crashing down with tremendous force. Allow me to protect. At that moment, Wang Mingyue's blade aura descended once more, shielding Qin Tianhao. I wonder how many you can protect, the fire shadow monster sneered, swiftly forming hand seals. Multiple energy finger imprints, infused with flames, tore through space and attacked Lu Shaohu, who was not far from Qin Tianhao. Be careful. Elder by May changed his hand seals, sending his yellow sword slicing through the air towards the fire shadow monster. Humph! The fire shadow monster scoffed, altering its hand seals once more. 5 scorching energy fingers, imbued with a force that could rend space, shot out. As the monster retreated to the left, 4 of the energy fingers were entangled and trapped by Elder by May's sword, while one narrowly grazed Lu Shaohu's body, causing a sharp, searing wind that stung his skin and forced him to stumble backward, collapsing to the ground in a cold sweat. Jia by May. Let us see how you can save anyone now. The fire shadow monster cackled ominously, spinning in the air like a whirlwind, surrounded by a swath of crimson heat. Its agile form landing gracefully on the ground. With a surge of energy, it lunged forward, targeting Lu Shaoyu. Lu Shaoyu, seizing the opportunity to retreat, was taken aback as the fire shadow monster charged towards him. He realized all too well that his current strength was insufficient to contend with such a powerful adversary. As his energy surged to its limits, his only option was to flee. Shaoyu, be careful. Not far ahead, Lu Wushuang's delicate features paled. Without hesitation, she gracefully moved, channeling her energy, and with a sweeping motion of her jade hand, the azure moon sword sliced through the air towards the fire shadow monster. Overestimating yourself? The fire shadow monster retorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the approaching sword light. In midair, it unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, a massive wave of heat erupting, forming a claw imprint that crashed down upon the azure moon sword. Boom! The impact resonated through the air, causing the azure moon sword to plummet to the ground. In that instant, before the fire shadow monster landed, it hurled a blazing fireball toward Lu Wushuang. Wushuang, watch out. Lu Shaoyou's expression turned grave. Lu Wushuang had drawn trouble in her attempt to save him, and her strength was nowhere near sufficient to face the fire shadow monster. Azure Spirit Armor. Without a moment to spare, Lu Shaoyou activated his Azure Spirit Armor, his body enveloped in countless pale yellow scales as he darted away. Mountain Crushing Palm. A surge of energy erupted, and a pale yellow palm imprint swept forth, although it generated a gust of wind. Its might paled in comparison to the assaults of the fire shadow monster and Elder by May. Sensing the palm imprint approaching from behind, the fire shadow monster turned with a cold laugh, dismissing it entirely. To it, Lu Shaoyou was merely an ant, unworthy of concern. In an instant, the fire shadow monster's expression darkened as Elder by May had already surged forward. Boy, come here. The fire shadow monster's demeanor shifted, vanishing in a flash. The mountain-crushing palm that Lu Shaoyou had gathered cleaved through the air, and he felt a sense of foreboding. Just as he was about to retreat hastily, a voice echoed in his ear, "Behave yourself." At that moment, Lu Shaoyou felt several finger imprints penetrate his body, and his energy was abruptly obstructed, rendering him immobile. Fire shadow monster, release him at once, or the Yunyang sect will not let this matter rest. Elder by May shouted, his expression grave. Shaoyou. Lu Wushuang's face blanched in panic. At this juncture, Qin Tianhao, Duga Binglan, Shaoyou, Yang Miao, and the others also wore solemn expressions, watching as Lu Shaoyou fell into the clutches of the fire shadow monster. Only Lu Shaoyou's eyes flickered with a hint of a cold smile. Lu Shaoyou, too, felt a rush of anxiety. He had no desire to perish, yet the power of the fire shadow monster was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving him no possibility of resistance. Within him, 3 of his meridian points were sealed by the fire shadow monster's energy, rendering his energy stagnant and his body immobile. In 2 days, the update will begin. Please bear with me for these last few days. I humbly request some recommendations and support. Your flowers, please reserve for Shaoyou. Thank you. Chapter 88. A sudden strike, please recommend the coffee. Thank you. As Lu Shaoyou silently channeled the Enyang spirit martial arts, he realized that the fiery shadow creature had sealed his meridians with its true energy. Yet, his Enyang spirit martial arts had the capability to refine any form of energy. Perhaps he could indeed refine these 3 strands of true energy. Indeed, it was possible. As he continued to cultivate the Enyang spirit martial arts, Lu Shaoyou felt the 3 strands of true energy gradually being refined. A surge of joy welled up within him as he began the process of refinement. These energies were not particularly strong, and he surmised that it would not take long to completely refine them. Old Bai, hand over the heavenly silkworm armor, and I will release him. Otherwise, this lad is doomed, the fiery shadow creature declared, fixing its gaze upon Elder by May. Fiery shadow creature, do you truly wish to challenge my Yunyang sect? Elder by May retorted coldly. Surrendering the heavenly silkworm armor was out of the question. It was no ordinary item that could be relinquished so easily. However, Lu Shaoyou was a martial artist of 3 elements, and becoming a direct disciple of the Yunyang sect should not pose a significant challenge. The Yunyang sect had always valued new disciples. Elder by May found himself in a dilemma, weighing the importance of the singular heavenly silkworm armor against the numerous talented new disciples the sect possessed. Yet, until the very last moment, Elder by May would not abandon Lu Shaoyou. By May, the Yunyang sect has yet to tread upon the misty mountain range and the ancient domain. Do not attempt to pressure me with your sect. I ask you once more, will you surrender the heavenly silkworm armor? Otherwise, this lad will surely perish. I have no qualms about killing him. The fiery shadow creature warned with a chilling tone. The heavenly silkworm armor is out of the question. You must understand its value. Here is what I propose. Release the person in your grasp, and my Yunyang sect will offer you a 4th-grade elixir, Elder by May responded. Acknowledging the significant worth of such an elixir. A 4th-grade elixir is indeed valuable. It seems this lad is quite important to your Yunyang sect, and thus I am even less inclined to release him, the fiery shadow creature sneered. In comparison to the heavenly silkworm armor, what was a 4th-grade elixir worth? Fiery shadow creature, you would do well to recognize when to retreat, lest you find yourself hunted down by the formidable members of my Yunyang sect. Even to the ends of the earth, Wang Mingyue interjected sternly. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. My only desire is the heavenly silkworm armor. The fiery shadow creature replied dismissively. Lu Shaoyou maintained a composed expression. Within his body, under the refining influence of the yin-yang spirit martial arts. The three strands of true energy had been entirely converted. This refinement yielded a slight benefit, further enhancing his internal energy. Should his energy intensify even more, he would soon break through to the 6th rank of martial artists. Elder, you must save Shaoyou, Lu Wushuang urged anxiously, her expression reflecting her deep concern. Wushuang, I will do my utmost. Shaoyou is the son of the Lu clan. I cannot turn a blind eye. However, the heavenly silkworm armor is far too significant to be surrendered, Elder Bai Mei reassured her. Bai Mei, my patience is running thin, the fiery shadow creature growled. Its annoyance palpable. Your people are also in my possession. How about a trade? Elder Bai Mei proposed, as behind him, a middle-aged female steward and 3 other stewards had successfully captured a muscular man, while the remaining 2 had just been slain by the members of the Yunyang sect. Fiery shadow brother, save me. The captured man pleaded, desperate to escape death. Humph, if one lacks the strength, what purpose is there in living? The fiery shadow creature replied coldly. A condensed energy imprint surged from its fingertips, striking swiftly towards the captured muscular man. With a piercing sound, the fiery imprint struck the man's chest, creating a gaping wound. The muscular man gazed at the fiery shadow creature with a look of unwillingness as he collapsed. Such cruelty. The members of the Yunyang sect were taken aback by the creature's mercilessness towards its own kind. They had hoped to use him as leverage, but realized that the fiery shadow creature was impervious to such tactics. Time was of the essence, and delay would lead to certain death. It was a gamble worth taking. Elder Bai Mei, feeling helpless, suddenly noticed Lu Shaoyou blinking rapidly, seemingly trying to convey a message. Bai Mei, I have lost all patience. If you do not surrender the heavenly silkworm armor, I will kill this lad, and then I will systematically eliminate everyone present. One by one. Let us see how many you can protect, the fiery shadow creature threatened coldly. Fiery shadow fist. Before the fiery shadow creature could finish its threat, Lu Shaoyou suddenly unleashed a surge of intense true energy. The fiery shadow creature, having held him captive, was caught off guard as Lu Shaoyou's angry flame fist struck out with ferocity, propelling himself backward simultaneously. The fiery shadow creature had not anticipated that a person it believed to be incapacitated would suddenly regain their strength. Though a martial artist's attack would not severely injure it, being struck at such close range was still unpleasant. The creature swiftly retreated, shouting, "So you're a dual-element martial artist. You seek death?" Its expression shifted as it deftly sprang back nearly 10 meters, narrowly evading Lu Shaoyou's fist. Boom! Lu Shaoyou's angry flame fist crashed into the ground where the fiery shadow creature had just stood, creating a violent explosion, sending rocks flying and fissures spreading through the dust, with faint flames erupting. Lu Shaoyou had exerted all his strength, yet he could not harm the fiery shadow creature. In that instant, the fiery shadow creature launched itself at Lu Shaoyou once more, its eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Fiery shadow creature, receive my palm strike. At that moment, Elder Bai Mei had already recognized Lu Shaoyou's blinking signal. Although surprised by Lu Shaoyou's sudden escape, he wasted no time in charging forward. His wide sleeves sweeping through the air, conjuring a fierce gust of wind that sent sand and stones flying, overturning the thick layer of debris. Just as the sand was swept away, Elder Bai Mei's pupils narrowed, his true energy surging dramatically as he formed a hand seal, conjuring a massive yellow palm imprint that surged toward the fiery shadow creature. Bai Mei, today I shall slay this lad. The fiery shadow creature, seemingly enraged by Lu Shaoyou's defiance, coldly laughed and disregarded Elder Bai Mei's impending attack, speeding towards Lu Shaoyou with terrifying velocity. Several illusory shadows flickered as it rapidly approached, unleashing a palm imprint directly upon Lu Shaoyou.